Chapter 1: The Beginning of Rogers. All personnel, assemble. Eyes right, face forward. At ease, stand tall. As Lin Fei stood before these soldiers, he was utterly bewildered. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he questioned the reality of his situation. What on earth was happening? Was this a movie set? The American soldiers before him were clad in uniforms from the last century, their attire appearing remarkably antiquated. Lin Fei found himself in a state of confusion, pondering how he had arrived in such a place. He distinctly recalled being on a rooftop, indulging in drink and song, lamenting the agony of heartbreak. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered he was in a military camp, surrounded entirely by American soldiers. Congratulations, host! You have successfully traversed into the Marvel Universe. Here, you will encounter a myriad of superheroes. Please assist them in saving the world. System binding successful. This is the ultimate food truck system. Please explore its specific functionalities. Due to the initial binding of the system, a beginner's gift pack is being provided. Would you like to open it? Responding almost instinctively to the voice in his mind, Lin Fei chose to open the gift pack. Opening the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received a mobile food truck, knowledge of making hand-grab pancakes, unlimited ingredients, and a system user guide. What on earth is all this? Lin Fei stared at the sudden influx of information in his mind, taking time to acclimatize. Was he truly endowed with a system? While he did not find this experience excessively dreamlike, being enveloped in it was undeniably exhilarating. With a mere thought, a white mobile food truck materialized before him. The truck measured approximately 10 meters in length, its sleek curves and reflective body exuding an air of majesty. Approaching the rear of the vehicle, Lin Fei opened the back door, revealing a staircase that unfolded, allowing him to step inside. The interior of the truck was divided into two distinct areas, one for relaxation and the other for cooking and dining. What astonished Lin Fei the most was the absence of a refrigerator. Instead, there was a computer screen. By clicking on various items displayed on the screen, he discovered that a sliding door would open to reveal the selected items, leaving him astounded. This system was indeed remarkably powerful. Grasping the user guide resting on the dining table, Lin Fei began to read. At last, he comprehended the true strength of this mobile food truck. All resources were boundless, and while the truck was invulnerable, it possessed no offensive capabilities. However, an amusing feature was that the truck could be retracted at will. If it became inconveniently large, it could transform into a small pushcart. Gazing at the illustrations of the pushcart in the manual, Lin Fei felt a wave of frustration. Wasn't it rather pedestrian to resemble the small roadside stalls commonly found outside schools? Feeling disheartened, Lin Fei continued to explore further. What Lin Fei must accomplish thereafter is to complete a series of tasks issued by the system within this Marvel universe, ultimately becoming the man behind all the heroes in this realm. This notion sounds rather delightful. Subsequently, the system will award Lin Fei with experience points based on the tasks completed, along with a plethora of rewards. In the end, this mobile food truck might even transform into a spaceship. Such possibilities are indeed conceivable. What excites Lin Fei the most is the prospect of acquiring abilities that will enhance his own strength upon the successful completion of these tasks. The realization of this potential invigorates Lin Fei, as he envisions himself as the man behind a multitude of superheroes. Just imagine having Black Widow massage his legs and Thor summon lightning for him. Merely contemplating this sends a thrill through him. As he gazes at the knowledge tome of hand-grab pancakes in his mind, Lin Fei promptly chooses to utilize it, only to find his expression turning awkward. The description reads, "Those who consume this hand-grab pancake will become bolder for a duration of half an hour." What on earth is this nonsense? Lin Fei exclaims, contemplating smashing the food truck in frustration. Kudnoja, it's simply be called a hand-grab pancake. Ding! The first task is announced. Assist Steve Rogers in successfully defeating the Red Skull and his organization. Task rewards include physical enhancement, a recipe for grilled cold noodles, and various other rewards. System, are you trying to scare me to death? The suddenness of the task nearly causes Lin Fei to leap in surprise. However, he quickly regains his composure, recognizing this as the first task bestowed upon him by the system. But who exactly is Steve Rogers? After pondering for a while, he suddenly exclaims, "Oh my gosh! ISN Wada, that Captain America?" Lin Fei feels a twinge of embarrassment for not realizing it sooner as a Marvel enthusiast. Nevertheless, better late than never, he is relieved to have remembered. The Red Skull organization is indeed a villain from the Captain America storyline. It seems the system is urging him to immerse himself in the narrative to assist Rogers. However, the pressing question remains, where does he find Rogers? Feeling dejected, Lin Fei decides to disembark and search for him. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, he focuses his mind, and the truck instantly vanishes from sight. Lin Fei himself remains unaware of its whereabouts. Is it's extraordinary. Nature, hey, buddy. Lin Fei approaches a soldier seated on a bench with his head bowed, curiosity piqued. Hello? I ask who you are? The soldier lifts his gaze to meet Lin Fei's. His eyes reflect a timid demeanor, which stirs a sense of compassion within Lin Fei. My brother, could you tell me if you know someone named Steve Rogers? I mean what? Lin Fei stares in disbelief at the frail man before him, feeling as though his worldview has been shattered. Is this not Captain America, the epitome of strength and charisma? Why does the individual before him appear so weak? I remember now. Captain America, known as Rogers, was born during the tumultuous era of the Great Depression, and tragically, both of his parents passed away during his childhood. Raised in a family of modest means, coupled with his frail health and the turmoil of impending war, Rogers ultimately made the decision to enlist. However, due to his poor physical condition, he was rejected by many recruitment centers, which marked the inception of his journey. As he reflected upon these memories, Lin Fei chuckled softly and approached, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Rogers. I am Lin Fei. Would you care for one? No, I don't smoke. Very well. Lin Fei lit a cigarette for himself and observed Rogers intently. That moment, a sense of trepidation began to envelop Rogers, and he appeared ready to depart. Yet Lin Fei's laughter pierced the air. Rogers? What's the matter? Did you falter in your quest to become a soldier? Chapter 2. Would you like some hand-grabbed pancakes? Sir, how did you know? Rogers gazed at Lin Fei, disbelief evident in his eyes. Lin Fei chuckled softly, taking a seat beside him. I could venture a guess. You were not accepted this time due to your asthma, weren't you? You, Rogers exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Lin Fei smiled. This scenario felt astonishingly familiar to him. At that moment, Rogers appeared so frail. Lin Fei understood that his mission was to assist him in maturing rapidly, ultimately to vanquish the Red Skull, Schmidt, who would pose the greatest challenge Rogers had yet encountered. Reflecting on this, Lin Fei found the situation rather amusing. He had never anticipated becoming a puppeteer within the Marvel narrative. Observing Rogers in his current state, Lin Fei affectionately draped an arm around his shoulders. Hey, buddy, do you wish to enlist? Absolutely. Rogers' eyes ignited with fervor. Sir, I have dreamed of joining the military. Do you mean to say you can help me? Certainly. Lin Fei replied with a confident grin, recalling the storyline in his mind. Perhaps, with his guidance, accomplishing these tasks would take mere days. Looking at Rogers, Lin Fei continued. I can indeed facilitate your entry into the army, but I must warn you, Rogers, it will be an excruciating ordeal, and you shall pay a monumental price for it. What do you mean, sir? Nothing much. As the saying goes, some truths are better left unspoken. Everything is but fate's design. The decision lies with you. If you desire to join the military, be prepared for a process fraught with immense suffering, perhaps even risking your life. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Rogers fell silent, contemplating for a long moment before finally responding, I apologize, sir. I believe I should think it over. Once I've made my decision, I will return to inform you. Of course. With that, Lin Fei rose to leave. Sir, may I ask how I could find you? You need not seek me. When the time is right, I will undoubtedly find you. As Lin Fei departed, Rogers was left in a state of confusion. The appearance of Lin Fei was utterly bewildering to him. He could not fathom why Lin Fei was there, nor had he ever encountered anyone in such splendid attire within the city. Could Mr. Lin truly assist him? After much contemplation, Rogers found himself at a loss for clarity. He glanced around the barracks, sighed, and took his leave. In the city cinema, Rogers watched the military recruitment promotional film, his blood surging with excitement. Hey, we want to see beautiful women. Stop showing us this useless stuff. Hearing the roar of a burly man in front of him, Rogers felt a surge of anger. Could you please lower your voice and show some respect? The man turned at the sound, his expression momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the frail Rogers, he felt provoked. Rising to his feet, the man approached Rogers, seizing him by the collar and dragging him outside. In a narrow alley beside the cinema, he struck Rogers across the face, causing the latter to topple backward, knocking over a trash bin that released a foul stench into the air. What did you just say, kid? Do you even know who I am? Go ask around. Who dares to cross me? Chris, in this neighborhood. You should not insult those warriors. Struggling to rise, Rogers attempted to fight back. However, his strength was woefully inadequate, and Chris swiftly countered with another punch, sending Rogers crashing into the trash bin. Get up, you. I'm giving you a chance. Come and hit me. Seeing Chris's disdainful expression ignited a spark of anger in Rogers, yet he was painfully aware of his own limitations. His frail body could not summon the courage to confront Chris. His fear was overwhelming. Hand grabbed Pancake. Lin Fei, bold and audacious. Just as the two were at an impasse, a voice broke through the tension. Rogers looked up to see a man pushing a small cart passing the intersection. It was Lin Fei, the person he had seen earlier. Upon reaching the corner, Lin Fei turned and, upon observing the situation, couldn't he help but smile as he wheeled his cart into the fray. The white-painted cart starkly contrasting with the surrounding refuse. "Ah, gentlemen, what is going on? Engaging in a conversation? Who are you? Are you his friend?" Chris, incensed by Lin Fei's intrusion, glared at him. Lin Fei, unfazed, replied, "Oh no, I'm just a street vendor. Rogers, would you like to try my hand-grabbed pancakes? They're quite delicious." "Mr. Lin, Rogers hesitated before finally conceding. "All right, I'll eat." "That's the spirit," Lin Fei exclaimed, quickly lighting a stove and preparing eggs and pancakes. "Do you want some chili? How about sweet bean sauce or hot and sour sauce?" "Sweet bean sauce." "Who the hell are you?" Chris could no longer contain his irritation, rolling up his sleeves to confront Lin Fei. Sensing the tension, Lin Fei waved his hands. "Hey, brother. I know you two have a score to settle, but come on, don't let that interfere with my business, all right? Just hold on." Ding. The hand-grabbed pancake is ready. Will it include a courage effect? Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Fei smiled with satisfaction. There was no need to worry about giving it to the wrong person. The effect could be freely added. Deciding to proceed, Lin Fei skillfully rolled the warm pancake into a paper bag and handed it to Rogers. "Here you go, mate. Give it a try." Struggling to his feet, Rogers reached out for the warm hand-grabbed pancake. Hesitating momentarily, he took a bite, and the pancake melted in his mouth, proving to be utterly delightful. In a mere half-minute, Rogers devoured an entire hand-grabbed pancake. At that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of inner strength, and his confidence swelled. "How is it? Delicious?" "Indeed." Rogers nodded resolutely. Lin Fei chuckled. "I'll wait for you outside. Hurry up and resolve things here. Don't be timid." With that, Lin Fei approached the corner and began preparing his own hand-grabbed pancake. Wow, this is incredibly tasty. As Lin Fei savored his creation, he felt an undeniable sense of pride. Of course, being the host, he wouldn't experience the same boost in courage, but Rogers had fully harnessed the pancake's potential. Hearing the anguished cries of Chris, Lin Fei shrugged. "This is truly delightful." Chapter 3. Your son is a bit mischievous, Mr. Lin. "Oh, it's resolved?" Lin Fei tossed the greasy paper into the trash and wiped his mouth. As he packed up the roadside stall, he turned to see Chris sprawled on the ground. Bruised and battered, every inch of him in disarray. "Next time, death awaits Chris," he lamented, writhing in agony. Looking at Rogers, he too appeared equally battered, visibly suffering. "Mr. Lin, I concur with your previous words. Please assist me in becoming a warrior." "All right." Astonished by the pancake's formidable influence that could transform such a person, Lin Fei couldn't help but be awed. "You should rest well. Tonight, your good friend Bucky Barnes will take you to the ballroom. Wait for me at the entrance." "Huh? Sir? How do you know I have a friend named Barnes, and that he will take me to the ballroom tonight?" "Higi, that's something you need not concern yourself with. Be there at 7. "Okay." As Lin Fei departed, Rogers' astonishment remained unrelieved. Who exactly is Lin Fei? How does he know so much? Could he be a prophet? That thought sent shivers down Rogers' spine. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, Rogers returned home to apply some ointment. The afternoon slipped by, and as evening approached, Lin Fei arrived early at the ballroom. Checking the time, it was already 5 o'clock when he ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. This space was not merely a ballroom. It also served as the medical examination area for those wishing to enlist. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Fei encountered 2 soldiers standing at the entrance. "Sir, please present your enlistment proof. I will arrange for your medical examination." "I don't have one." "No enlistment proof? Then I'm afraid you cannot enter." Observing the soldier's stern demeanor, Lin Fei smiled. "Hey, relax. I'm here to find someone. Is Dr. Erskine around?" "May I inquire, sir?" "What brings you here to seek him?" "Of course," Lin Fei replied with a smile. "Please inform him that I have come to deliver someone on his behalf." "Oh, kindly hold on, sir." As he watched the soldier enter, Lin Fei took out a cigarette and lit it, patiently waiting. Before long, Erskine approached. Appearing somewhat puzzled upon seeing Lin Fei. "This gentleman, you mentioned you came to deliver someone? Who might that be? And who are you?" "Ah, Dr. Erskine. Shouldn't we find a more suitable place to converse?" "Very well, please follow me." Upon entering the innermost room, Lin Fei regarded Erskine and introduced himself before offering him a cigarette. "Thank you. What brand is this? I have never seen it before." "It's hard jade shi. As the saying goes, the shorter the hair, the more impressive." Taking a drag, Lin Fei chuckled. Dr. Erskine, a national biochemist, who has dedicated his life to the super soldier program, was rescued during the American Liberation Initiative. He has since continued his research here and has now developed a mutated serum. "And you are?" Erskine's hand trembled slightly as he gazed at Lin Fei in astonishment. "How do you know such things? Are you one of Hydra's operatives?" "Not at all. You may refer to me as the Oracle." Lin Fei felt that this title suited him remarkably well. Observing Lin Fei's confident demeanor, Erskine hesitated for a moment before sighing. The world is truly far more wondrous than I had imagined. Mr. Lin, indeed, you are correct. I have developed a super soldier serum, but alas, I lack a suitable candidate to utilize it. With Hydra growing increasingly formidable, my time is running out. Why the urgency? I have come here today to deliver someone to you. Oh, Mr. Lin, do you have an appropriate candidate? Are you aware of my selection criteria? Certainly. Someone kind-hearted and possessing strong willpower, am I right? Indeed, it seems Mr. Lin has exceeded my expectations. I wonder, where is this individual now? Why the rush? Lin Fei replied helplessly. His name is Stephen Rogers. He will arrive here at 7 o'clock tonight. When the time comes, I shall accompany you to meet him. Excellent. A look of anticipation graced Erskine's face. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Upon hearing the sound, Erskine remarked, "Come in." A handsome man soon entered, his short beard serving as a striking accent. Upon seeing him, Erskine smiled. "Ah, Stark has arrived." "Yes, doctor, and this gentleman is?" "Stark?" Lin Fei quickly recalled and stood up with a smile. "Greetings, Howard Stark. My name is Lin Fei. I am aware of you. You have been learning mechanical engineering from your father since childhood, and your girlfriend is Maria Stark. And who might you be?" Stark's demeanor, characterized by a mild indifference, darkened upon hearing Lin Fei's words. As Stark's spirit began to wane, Erskine promptly rose to his feet. "Stark, do not be agitated. This is Mr. Lin Fei. He is a seer." "A seer? How could that be?" "Such phenomena are beyond the realm of scientific explanation. The absence of scientific explanation does not equate to the absence of truth, does it? Your purpose for visiting today is to inform Dr. Erskine that the device for the serum-induced mutations you both have been researching is now complete, correct?" "Indeed, though it requires the power of the entire city." Stark's eyes widened in astonishment, yet it was evident that this revelation was not the conclusion. "Today, aptly dubbed Sci-Fi Night, you will showcase your latest research, a hovering automobile, though it is still imperfect, functioning for a mere 8 seconds at most. Are you truly a seer?" Stark gazed at Lin Fei, now wholly convinced. For Lin Fei spoke of matters known solely to him, secrets that belonged to him alone. Observing Stark's astonished expression, Lin Fei could not help but chuckle. Such knowledge was derived from the Marvel Comics. As a devoted fan, how could he be unaware? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fei remarked, "Many years hence, you will have an adopted son named Tony Stark. Your son possesses quite the fiery temperament and is rather mischievous." Chapter 4, Culinary Delights and Tsingtao Beer pair perfectly my son? Stark pondered Lin Fei's words, momentarily perplexed. Could it be that Lin Fei truly possessed such extraordinary abilities? Yet, what Lin Fei articulated was astonishingly accurate, knowledge that only he held, particularly with regard to his innovative research, a surprise he intended to unveil to the world, and one he had labored over alone, unbeknownst to anyone else. Why would Lin Fei be privy to such information? Witnessing Stark's astonishment, Lin Fei chuckled softly. This was child's play, devoid of difficulty. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Fei offered one to Stark, who accepted it. "As I have stated, I am a seer. There is nothing I do not know. Sir, I believe you, but may I inquire about your purpose for being here today? Is it not concerning the Hydra organization? Their minion, the Red Skull, is currently expanding his influence. For the sake of love and peace in this world, I must intervene." "Ah, and Mr. Stark, I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Please proceed, sir." "First, I seek your assistance in crafting a circular shield, utilizing a composite metal that is both durable and equipped with a magnetic mechanism. I shall say no more. You have 1 week. That is manageable. I find myself rather bored." "What is the second matter, Mr. Lin?" "The second is a prophecy. In the future, on every March 15th, remember to remain indoors." "Ah, why?" Observing Stark's perplexed demeanor, Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. "Some matters simply cannot be divulged. In the Marvel Comics, the date of Stark's demise is March 15th. In this regard, Lin Fei has seemingly accomplished a noble deed. As for whether Stark heeds his words, that remains to be seen." Listening to Lin Fei, Stark, though perplexed, committed the information to memory. "Dr. Erskine, I have conveyed all I needed to say. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Mr. Lin. Goodbye. It won't be long before we meet again." Lin Fei felt a sense of satisfaction. Within this temporal dimension, his identity had been firmly established. What remained was for him to diligently complete this mission, after which he would successfully transition to the next task. This current mission required the resolution of 2 individuals, Schmidt and Zola. Time passed steadily, and soon it was 7 in the evening. "Mr. Lin, have the suitable candidates arrived?" "Indeed. Let us go and take a look." The 2 rose and made their way to the entrance. There, they encountered Rogers and Barnes, who were standing nearby. "Hey, Rogers." Upon hearing Lin Fei's voice, Rogers quickly turned around, his expression brightening. "Mr. Lin, I am truly delighted to see you again. Allow me to introduce my best friend." Before Rogers could finish, Lin Fei extended his hand with a smile. "Hello, Barnes. My name is Lin Fei." "Rogers, you must have mentioned me to Mr. Lin. haven't you? I did not, Rogers replied, astonished yet exhilarated. Lin Fei truly seemed to possess omniscient knowledge. Barnes finally caught up. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Barnes. You mentioned that you could enable my friend to enter the camp as a true warrior, but his physique. No worries, these matters are beyond your concern. Pointing to Erskine, Lin Fei continued. Rogers, this is Dr. Erskine. He can transform you into a genuine warrior, a superhero. However, the process will be arduous. Can you accept that? Rogers hesitated, his fear of pain surfacing. Lin Fei, momentarily exasperated, inquired, have you all had dinner? Noticing the collective shake of heads, Lin Fei transformed, and a small cart appeared before him. In the astonished gazes of those present, Lin Fei deftly prepared eggs and pancakes, swiftly crafting them. Mr. Lin, what is this? Erskine was bewildered. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. What on earth is sizzling like that? Finished. Lin Fei completed 4 hand-grabbed pancakes, distributing them, ensuring Rogers received an extra. Delicious. Observing Rogers savor the food, his demeanor transformed entirely. Rogers, have you made your decision? Do you wish to become a superhero? Absolutely. This time, Rogers did not hesitate. Lin Fei smiled. These hand-grabbed pancakes were indeed extraordinary. Although it is said that Rogers will ultimately become a superhero, he is merely preparing certain elements in advance, thus hastening the process. Observing Rogers nodding in agreement, Erskine smiled and produced a piece of paper from his pocket. Here you go. Tomorrow you will officially enlist. Really? Rogers' hands trembled with excitement. Of course, my friend. However, you must undergo a week of training, and I hope you can complete it successfully. Yes, sir. With the promise of a positive beginning, Lin Fei smiled, and Rogers departed to gather his belongings. Mr. Lin, would you like to rest at my place for the night? I hope you can accompany me throughout the next 7 days. Haha, certainly. Let us head to Dr. Erskine's. Soon, the two arrived at Erskine's residence. There, Lin Fei revealed the impressive capabilities of his system. Dr. Erskine, allow me to treat you to authentic Peking duck, Nanjing salted duck, and pig head meat, paired with a bit of Tsingtao beer and garlic sauce. Oh my, I must dig in. Wow, this is unbelievably delicious. In that moment, Lin Fei grasped the essence of his system, the ability to indulge in any culinary delight without lack, while using specific items to assist superheroes. Becoming their life mentor, he realized just how clever he was, especially after savoring a couple of sips of cold beer. It was simply sublime. However, where's the beer? Lin Fei instinctively reached for the beer, only to find it absent. Turning around, he saw Erskine blowing on the bottle. Hey, old man, that's rather unfair. That beer was mine. Hee, it's just that this beer is too delightful, Mr. Lin. Do you have more? Burp. Chapter 5. The classic revelry. The feast was nothing short of chaotic, and Lin Fei did not anticipate Stark's arrival later on. Initially, Stark appeared unperturbed by the roasted duck and other delicacies. Yet, upon witnessing the delightful indulgence of Lin Fei and Rogers, he could no longer contain himself. In the end, Stark even draped an arm around Lin Fei's shoulder, calling him brother, which brought Lin Fei immense joy. Old Stark. Burp. Make sure to tell your son to behave. To be kind to others, especially to me, Lin Fei. I will undoubtedly seek him out in the future. Heed my words. I will never betray you. You speak true. Brother Lin, let us toast. Burp. Eventually, the three of them collapsed onto the ground. The following morning, the soldiers arrived. Bewildered by the sight before them, what were all these bones and blue bottles? They hurriedly roused one another, still groggy. Lin Fei retrieved 3 hangover pills from his system, and after everyone consumed them, they finally regained their senses. Dr. Erskine, we are supposed to go to the camp today. How could you drink? No worries, no worries. I get along well with my brother Lin. What's wrong with a little drink? Now, let us head to the camp. Initially, Stark intended to discuss some details, however. By the end of the evening, he had said nothing and departed, with Lin Fei following Erskine towards the camp. Upon arrival, Lin Fei quickly spotted Rogers, who, amidst the towering warriors around him, appeared rather frail. Lin Fei, do you truly believe Rogers is the one? Erskine queried, observing Rogers' apparent weakness, uncertain in his judgment. At that moment, the camp's commander approached. Dr. Erskine, I hear you have found a candidate? Who is it? Erskine smiled and replied, Paul has arrived. The second person from the left, Rogers. What? Erskine, are you joking? We seek a superhero, not someone who could be blown away by a gust of wind. Look at that individual, the third from the left. His physical prowess is exceptional. Why not him? Because he lacks kindness, Lin Fei interjected. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Paul's expression soured. Who are you, kid, to speak to me like that? My name is Lin Fei, a prophet. Though I cannot predict your future, I can tell you that just half a minute ago, you left a female warrior's quarters. Oh, and by the way, your zipper is still undone. What? Paul glanced down, realizing the truth of Lin Fei's words. With a chuckle, Lin Fei reassured him, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I know quite a bit about you. But that's inconsequential. As for the candidate you mentioned, I find him unsuitable. In what way? Not kind enough. A superhero must embody sufficient kindness to provide reassurance to others, don't you think? But can you guarantee that Rogers is truly kind? Absolutely, Lin Fei replied with a smile, reaching into Erskine's pocket and producing a grenade, pulling its pin and hurling it towards the group engaged in training. Grenade incoming. Everyone run, he shouted. The moment his words echoed, it was as if a stone had been cast upon a tranquil lake, prompting a frantic exodus in all directions. Yet one individual remained still, Rogers, who charged towards the grenade, throwing himself atop it. Witnessing this, Lin Fei felt tears welling in his eyes. As a Marvel enthusiast, countless narratives have moved him, yet the sight of Rogers leaping onto the grenade stirred him more profoundly than any other. Rogers, get back. That SA grenade, Lin Fei yelled. Rogers, resolute, shook his head. No. If I run away, what will happen to the others? This scene evoked a profound sense of humility in all witnesses. Who could have imagined that such an ordinary young man would display such fearless bravery? Erskine timely remarked, Child, rise, that grenade is merely a ruse. Upon hearing Erskine's words, Rogers finally regained his senses and hastily stood up. Mr. Paul, sometimes, outward strength is of little consequence. True fortitude lies within. For the sake of others' safety. Even a coward can transform into a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. Aha. Lin Fei's voice gradually faded away, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Humph. Such theatrics. Paul scoffed, flicking his sleeves dismissively as he departed. Erskine, observing this, shook his head with a wry smile, gesturing for the training to continue before leaving the scene as well. Thus, the days passed, one after another. At long last, the 7-day period concluded. During these 7 days, Lin Fei had engaged in a fervent camaraderie with Erskine. The latter was utterly astonished by Lin Fei's culinary offerings, roasted duck, pig's head, and Tsingtao beer. Lin Fei felt his life had become rather languid. This was unacceptable. Ultimately, he would accompany Rogers on a mission, and his current state was quite disconcerting. Finally, the 7th day arrived. Early in the morning, a soldier knocked on Erskine's door, groggily awakening. Erskine remembered the significance of the day and quickly prepared to depart with Lin Fei. Rogers, follow me. Upon reaching the training ground, Erskine called out to Rogers. After 7 days of rigorous training, Rogers' eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. He had undergone a transformation. Observing this, Lin Fei felt quite pleased. Rogers, today we shall proceed with the transformation. Are you prepared? I am ready, Rogers replied, still somewhat apprehensive. Lin Fei dismissed the concern, feeling timid. Just wait until you taste a hand-grabbed pancake. It will surely invigorate you. There is nothing a hand-grabbed pancake cannot resolve. If there is, then bring me too. Come. My friend, after today, you shall emerge as a superhero. Thank you for your encouragement, Mr. Lin. I shall give my all. The three of them shared laughter as they boarded the vehicle, heading towards the research facility for the transformation. Chapter 6. This hand-grabbed pancake is quite something before long. They arrived at the research facility, where few individuals had gathered, busily inspecting machinery. Good morning, Dr. Erskine, Stark greeted as he approached, acknowledging Lin Fei with a nod. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Haha, good morning. Have you eaten yet? How about some spicy duck neck? Lin Fei raised his hand, revealing a piece of brown paper containing several spicy duck necks. Stark looked bewildered, taken aback by the unexpected offering. Here, try it. It's delicious, albeit a bit spicy. Let's head to Dr. Erskine's office. I've prepared something for both of you that I believe you will find quite beneficial. Oh, is that so? Muttering to himself, Stark picked up a piece of duck neck and placed it in his mouth, only to be met with an overwhelming spiciness that left him gasping for breath. Undeterred, he reached for another piece. Lin Fei watched with a sense of helplessness. The culinary delights of Huaxiao were indeed extraordinary. Yet what they were witnessing was merely the tip of the iceberg. Mr. Lin, do I have any? Rogers asked shyly from behind, his voice barely above a whisper. Lin Fei shook his head firmly. Not now. You can have some later. All right. Eventually, the group ascended to the 3rd floor, where 2 bulletproof vests lay on the ground. Stark, puzzled, inquired, Mr. Lin, why have you prepared 2 bulletproof vests? With a chuckle, Lin Fei replied, no need to elaborate. Simply wear them. They will safeguard your lives. Understood. At that moment, both Stark and Rogers fully trusted Lin Fei's judgment and complied without hesitation. Soon, they donned the vests just as the leaders overseeing the modification project began to arrive. Descending to the lower floor, Stark and Erskine greeted familiar faces. Meanwhile, Lin Fei commenced making hand-grabbed pancakes. Thank you all for coming to witness this experiment that could alter the fate of humanity. I hope this day provides you with an unprecedented viewing experience. As Erskine spoke, applause resonated throughout the venue. Now let us begin. Mr. Stark, are you ready? Absolutely ready. Dr. Erskine, you can proceed with confidence. With Stark's assurance, Erskine felt prepared to commence. Hello there, Rogers. I'm Peggy Carter, Just call me Carter. At that moment, a woman approached Rogers, capturing his attention completely. She was stunning, with cascading curls and vibrant red lips that rendered him momentarily speechless. You are incredibly beautiful, madam. Rogers blurted out unexpectedly. Carter smiled bashfully at his compliment. Thank you for your kind words. However, Rogers struggled to articulate his next thought, finally managing to say, this evening. Might we share a drink? Of course. Provided you survive. Absolutely. Rogers replied with a confident smile, exuding self-assurance in his resolve. Dr. Erskine, we have arrived. Just then, the entrance doors swung open, and a camp official strode in, accompanied by several others. Upon catching sight of a man in gray behind him, Lin Fei's gaze sharpened. The man glanced at Lin Fei before dismissing him entirely. Greetings, Dr. Erskine. I am Frederick Carlson, a member of the council. It is a pleasure to attend today's event. The honor is mine. Please, a moment as patience. We shall commence shortly. Rogers, it's time to head up. Rogers' voice was as high-pitched as a mosquito, and he seemed to be somewhat on edge. Hey, Rogers, what's wrong? Feeling timid? How about a hand-grab pancake? Lin Fei chuckled as he approached, holding a warm pancake in his hand. Looking at Lin Fei, Rogers smiled as he accepted it and remarked, Mr. Lin. I would prefer Peking duck. You look like Peking duck. Lin Fei shot him a glance and helplessly walked away. Craving Peking duck? That dish won't have any effect. At last, after finishing the pancake, Rogers' demeanor shifted dramatically. Come on, Dr. Erskine, I can hardly wait. Haha, splendid. I truly didn't expect this, Mr. Lin. You are remarkable. Now, let's proceed to the apparatus. All right. Rogers, now entirely unafraid, confidently approached the device and lay down. Erskine inquired, how is it? Not bad, just a bit large. By the way, you still have Lin's Tsingtao beer, right? Haha. Rest assured, Mr. Lin has promised that once you succeed, there will be plenty for you to drink. That puts my mind at ease. As Rogers prepared, Erskine waved his hand and stepped back. Let us begin, Agent Carter. Please take your place to observe. Certainly. At this moment, Carter found herself captivated by Rogers, who exuded a certain charm despite his seemingly frail appearance. On stage, the staff commenced installing various devices on Rogers. Meanwhile, Erskine addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are not marching towards destruction, but rather taking a step towards peace. Well said. Lin Fei applauded. Recognizing the classic nature of this statement, as it had indeed contributed to Rogers' ascension as Captain America. However, Lin Fei soon felt a bit awkward. Realizing that everyone around him was staring, their expressions filled with confusion. He comprehended that their gazes conveyed a singular question. Who is this fool? Damn it. Lin Fei shrank back. These were all prominent figures. It was best for him to remain a humble mentor in Rogers' life. Shall I continue? With no one interrupting him, Erskine elaborated, the process today is quite straightforward. We will first administer a microinjection to the subject's muscle groups, which will then grow rapidly, followed by exposure to life rays. Rogers, are you ready? Eagerly so, haha. At this moment, Rogers had transformed entirely, prompting Lin Fei to pat his forehead. Damn it, this hand-grab pancake is indeed something else. Chapter 7. This script is not how it goes. As the serum was injected directly into Rogers' body, his expression twisted in agony. Mr. Stark, Erskine called out. And Stark nodded in response, pushing a lever in front of him. Suddenly, the apparatus surrounding Rogers stood erect, enveloping him entirely within its confines. This marked a significant transformation in Rogers' journey to becoming a superhero. Approaching the device, Erskine tapped on the exterior casing of the instrument. Rogers, can you hear me? Of course. Hurry, Dr. Erskine, I can hardly contain my excitement. Lin Fei muttered under his breath. Damn it, I need to stop sharing this handheld pancake with others. It's like eating with a fool. All right, let us commence. With Erskine's exclamation, Stark began to deftly manipulate the device, continuing the life rays emission. 10%, 20%, 30%. As Stark relayed the progress, the center of the apparatus radiated a blinding light. 40, 50, 60, 70. Just then, amidst everyone's watchful gaze, a piercing scream echoed from within the device. It was Rogers' voice. Rogers, are you all right? Hearing the agonizing cries, Erskine quickly turned and shouted, Stark, stop. Shut down the reactor. No. We cannot allow Rogers to face such peril. Stark, responding to Erskine's urgency, nodded and prepared to deactivate the apparatus. No. At that moment, Rogers suddenly shouted, Don't you dare shut it down. Anyone who backs down is a coward. Lin Fei was taken aback by such melodramatic words. Squatting down to hide his embarrassed expression behind a small cart. It was heartbreakingly cruel. A daring handheld pancake had transformed a man into this. Stark, hearing Rogers' defiant words, quickly resumed his operation of the reactor. 100%. Instantly, the space was illuminated by arcs of electricity, a testament to the power load. Finally, the experiment was a success. Quick, open the reactor. Erskine, now brimming with anticipation, was eager to see the outcome of the experiment. As long as Rogers emerged unscathed, he would be grateful. At last, the reactor opened, revealing Rogers before everyone. Having just endured immense pain, he gasped for breath, his muscles visibly heaving. Goodness, those muscles. Lin Fei glanced down at his own excess flesh, pondering whether he should undergo a similar transformation. After some contemplation, he decided against it, fearing the pain. The handheld pancake seemed trivial by comparison, leaving him feeling quite awkward. Did we succeed? We did it. Haha, Erskine exclaimed ecstatically. Everyone erupted in cheers, with Paul expressing his admiration. This kid has done it. We have succeeded. How does it feel? At this moment, Carter stood before Rogers. And it was truly a case of love at first sight. Carter caressed Rogers' abdominal muscles and smiled. Rogers glanced around, beaming with confidence. This feels fantastic. I believe that after our drinks tonight, we ought to indulge in something more. Shall we? Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. Had the effects of the hand-grabbed pancake not worn off yet? Rogers, you are quite the rascal. Come, put on your clothes. He handed the garments to Rogers, who hastily adorned himself. Meanwhile, at the rear of the crowd, Coulson was observing the unfolding scene. Producing a lighter from his pocket, he flicked it open and pressed the ignition, resulting in a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the air. Boom. The chaos erupted as everyone scrambled for safety, shards of glass raining down upon them. Coulson, in a quick search, found a box containing a lone vial of serum. Grasping it firmly, he prepared to flee. Just then, Erskine, reacting swiftly, shouted, "Someone stop him. Quick." Hearing Erskine's call, Stark was the first to respond, rushing forward. At that moment, however, Coulson drew a handgun from his coat. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, striking Erskine and Stark squarely in the chest, causing them to collapse. At this juncture, Lin Fei rose, having anticipated this very scenario. Observing Rogers in a moment of shock, Lin Fei yelled, "Rogers, pursue him. Don't let him escape. He is one of Hydra." What? Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Rogers immediately understood. He was no longer the man who shied away from adversity. Motivated by Lin Fei's command, he charged towards Coulson. Upon hearing Lin Fei's exclamation, Coulson turned, his eyes blazing with fury. "Damn it, you just had to speak up." "Hey, I'm talking to you," Lin Fei retorted, standing defiantly with his hands on his hips. "I am safeguarding love and justice. You wouldn't understand. I am fighting for peace." "Silence." Coulson raised his weapon, aiming it at Lin Fei, ready to fire. Wait, this isn't how it's scripted. Witnessing this, Lin Fei instinctively crouched down. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. He swiftly concealed himself behind a cart just as the gunfire erupted, with only 1 bullet remaining in Coulson's gun. He fired and then discarded the weapon, fleeing the scene. Rogers, seeing this, hurriedly followed, intent on pursuit. Meanwhile, Lin Fei stood up, surveying his cart, which remained in pristine condition, unscathed. A smile spread across his face. The system's production is undoubtedly a masterpiece. "Dr. Erskine, what has happened to you? Quick, someone come." Hearing the frantic cries from behind, Lin Fei felt helpless. "Stop your wailing. He is not dead." Why the mourning? Chapter 8, Rogers, shall we dance? What? Dr. Erskine is not dead? The people around, upon hearing Lin Fei's words, were taken aback. At that moment, Paul turned to Lin Fei, asking, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much." Lin Fei laughed as he approached Erskine and Stark, saying, "Hey, you two, wake up. How long do you intend to keep pretending?" With Lin Fei's words, both men groaned in pain and slowly opened their eyes. Sitting up, Stark removed his coat, revealing a bulletproof vest underneath, with a bullet embedded in it, which he promptly ejected. "That really hurts." Indeed. The crowd was astonished to discover that Erskine was also wearing a bulletproof vest. What on earth is happening? Why are both of them wearing bulletproof vests? Observing their safety, Erskine smiled at Lin Fei, saying, "Mr. Lin, I truly cannot thank you enough. Yes, without your foresight, the doctor and I might have already departed from this world." He added, "Of course, my objective is to protect you and to vanquish the forces of evil. Now, everyone can disperse, all is well." Seeing both men safe, the crowd began to relax and tidy up the aftermath of the incident. At that moment, Erskine suddenly remembered something. "Oh no, what about Rogers?" "Do not worry. Rogers is a superhero. Dealing with Amir Coulson is trivial." "Is that man truly a Hydra operative?" "Indeed, he is one of Hydra's. His purpose for coming here was to obtain your serum. Rest assured, everything is under control." As expected, while the 2 men anxiously awaited in Erskine's room, they finally received word of Rogers' return. Everyone hurried outside to see Rogers, who was holding a body, that of Coulson. "What happened to him?" Stark inquired. Lin Fei replied with a smile, "Hydrogen cyanide, highly toxic. Hydra has a penchant for self-destruction. Indeed, Hydra is truly despicable." At that moment, Paul approached Rogers, saying, "Rogers, I never imagined you would actually succeed." "Yes, Colonel, I am eager to head to the battlefield and defeat Hydra." "Oh no, no, no." Paul waved his hands. You cannot go just yet. After this incident, the entire nation will take pride in you. What you need to do now is to promote this widely, encouraging more individuals to enlist. That is your duty, is it not? Foolish. Upon hearing that voice, Paul turned his head with a displeased expression, and upon realizing it was Lin Fei, his demeanor became awkward. Lin Fei had truly astonished him. Looking at Lin Fei, Paul spoke with a hint of anger. Mr. Lin, may I inquire why you would say such a thing? Have you considered why you are recruiting so many warriors? It is, of course, to confront Hydra. Indeed. It is to combat them, but why must we confront them? Because Hydra is currently expanding its influence and continually strengthening its power, necessitating our formidable strength to oppose them. Otherwise, how can I not deem you foolish? As he glanced at Rogers, Lin Fei magically produced a bottle of beer, tossing it to Rogers. Rogers couldn't help but chuckle, swiftly striking the bottle's neck with his hand, shattering it, and began to drink from it. Lin Fei also indulged in his drink, relishing the moment. Mr. Lin, what about us? Stark asked Lin Fei, filled with anticipation, a sentiment echoed by Erskine. Hearing their voices, Lin Fei chuckled. You two are patients. Take it easy. Turning to Paul, he continued, have you considered that gathering so many warriors would require at least 2 months? But by then, Schmidt, also known as the Red Skull, will have only grown more powerful. Paul understood Lin Fei's words, but still expressed concern. However, Mr. Lin, Rogers has just undergone his transformation. He remains an experiment. We cannot gamble with his life. Enough. Don't think I am unaware of your little calculations. Here is the plan. Tomorrow I will take Rogers to confront Schmidt. And afterward, you may do as you wish. Mr. Lin, do you foresee something? Paul inquired. No more to be said. Now, on this momentous occasion, shall we not indulge in a few drinks? Upon hearing Lin Fei's suggestion, Erskine immediately agreed. Certainly. Seeing Erskine's eager expression, Lin Fei felt exasperated. They are all such drinkers. This won't do. As the group departed, Paul was left in a quandary. Lin Fei was indeed correct. But could just the two of them truly resolve this matter? What if they failed? Rogers was a project he had closely monitored. He could not afford any missteps. Rogers, you look exceptionally handsome today. In Erskine's room, Carter gazed at Rogers with admiration in her eyes. Rogers, having consumed several bottles of beer, was now in high spirits. Heh. If it weren't for your encouragement, I wouldn't have been able to persevere. Lin Fei, hearing this, was taken aback. Is it not due to my hand in the matter? Why do you change when a woman is involved? After a round of toasts and a satisfying meal, everyone indulged in the delightful array of dishes. Rogers, can you dance? I cannot, Rogers admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With a lovely lady in his arms, yet lacking the skill to dance. No worries. Carter, nestled in Rogers's embrace, gently replied, I can teach you. It's evening now. Why not we dance? And after the dance? Oh, stop it. Carter playfully punched Rogers's chest. As the two departed, Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words. The world had transformed, yet it seemed to fulfill a lingering regret in Lin Fei's heart. Chapter 9. All is well. As the saying goes, lovers ultimately unite. Lin Fei earnestly hoped to witness the union of Rogers and Carter. Although it was known that Rogers had missed a significant date with Carter, Lin Fei recognized that she would forever remain an unfulfilled longing in his heart. However, everything had changed. With Lin Fei's arrival, circumstances had shifted, and he believed that Rogers and Carter could indeed come together and achieve a beautiful outcome. Rogers, cherish the experiences of this evening. Otherwise, it will be 70 years later. Lin Fei mused. What do you mean by that, Brother Lin? Stark happened to overhear. Lin Fei chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just a glimpse into the future. Now, have we all had our fill? Let us disperse. Tomorrow, I shall take Rogers away. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stark, is the round shield I requested ready? Of course. I've even designed a suit for Rogers, equipped with exceptional elasticity and excellent fire and cold resistance. Good. Remember my words. Take good care of your son, and do not let him out on March 15th. I will heed your advice. Stark held no doubts about Lin Fei anymore. Every action Lin Fei had taken had astonished him, proving his remarkable prowess as a true prophet. Lin Fei's words could not be false. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, his words today would spare him considerable trouble in the future, which was quite a surprise. Yet, all of this was but a prelude. He had no idea when he would encounter Tony. Eventually, everyone departed, and Lin Fei prepared for a final peaceful night of rest. Tomorrow, he would leave with Rogers. What other experiences awaited Rogers this evening? He sincerely hoped that these two would live a life devoid of regrets. There was little more he could do. Gradually, Lin Fei slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, in the ballroom, Rogers was dancing with Carter. It must be said that after undergoing physical enhancement, Rogers' coordination had significantly improved. At that moment, he was holding Carter close, their movements perfectly synchronized, creating a sight that was truly enchanting, evoking envy from those around them. Carter, you are truly beautiful, he remarked. Really? You are quite handsome yourself, Rogers, did you know? she replied. From the very first moment I saw you, I was smitten. I discovered that love was surprisingly close to me. Tonight, you must stay by my side, all right? Of course. How could it be any different for me? Rogers responded. I truly hope tonight will be a wonderful evening for us. Yes, let us complete our final dance. As Carter spoke, Rogers smiled, and with the music beginning to play, he gracefully followed her lead. Together, they performed the most exquisite dance in the world. Time passed fleetingly, and soon the dance came to an end, leaving both of them with a sense of lingering desire for more. However, Carter was aware that Rogers would be leaving the next day, and she felt the need to create an unforgettable memory for him. Each lost in their thoughts, they departed the ballroom, making their way to Carter's home. Upon arriving at Carter's abode, Rogers admired the warm decor filled with numerous dolls, which captivated him. There was also a wine cabinet present. They say red wine can set the mood. Would you like some, Rogers? Certainly, although I believe Mr. Lin's Tsingtao beer is more delightful. I do enjoy your red wine, Carter. Come, let me pour you a glass. Carter smiled as she approached and filled a glass for Rogers. After taking a sip, he noticed that Carter had changed into a form-fitting outfit, with only a tank top on, perfectly accentuating her figure. As they finished the glass of wine, both began to feel a delightful haze enveloping them. Watching Carter, he noticed her features becoming slightly ethereal in his gaze. Unable to resist any longer, Rogers surged forward. That evening was undoubtedly unprecedented for both of them. The following day, as the sun rose, it was a brilliantly sunny day. Lin Fei awoke, slowly sitting up and stretching. He moved to the window to gaze outside. Ah, Mr. Lin. You are up quite early, Erskine remarked as he entered the room with a smile. Lin Fei returned the smile and replied, Good morning, Dr. Erskine. Good morning, Mr. Lin. You are leaving today, correct? Yes. Today is the day. Observing the busy soldiers outside, Lin Fei knew it was time for him to get to work. After finishing breakfast, Rogers approached him. At this moment, Rogers was accompanied by Carter, who was leaning into his embrace, her steps unsteady. Observing Rogers' wavering gait, Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. Just how wild had last night been? As Rogers approached, Lin Fei managed to smile. Hey, Rogers, what did you do last night? Oh, nothing much, just a sleepless night. Rogers replied. Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, Lin Fei felt a sense of helplessness. With a thought, a packet of medicine appeared, which Lin Fei promptly tossed to him, alongside a bottle of Farmer S3 punch. Mr. Lin, what is this? Rogers inquired. This is something that countless men dream of. With it, we shall fear no fatigue. With it, we shall grow stronger. It ensures your body remains unscathed. Its name is Kidney Guardian. Is it truly that miraculous? Rogers gazed at Lin Fei in disbelief, then unscrewed the cap without hesitation and consumed the medicine. It must be said that Rogers' metabolism was remarkably robust. Soon, his complexion began to brighten. Mr. Lin, this medicine is indeed effective. I feel invigorated. Yes, that's the spirit. With Kidney Guardian, you'll be well, I'll be well. And she'll be well too. Chapter 10. Mr. Lin, you are quite weak, hey? I say you too. Enough already. Time passed second by second, and Lin Fei grew increasingly impatient. Rogers and Carter had been in each other's embrace for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes ago, Lin Fei had decided to leave. Yet these two were still reluctant to part. For heaven's sake, was this never-ending? Finally, Lin Fei could no longer contain himself and spoke up. As his voice echoed, the two finally snapped back to reality. Hiki. Rogers blushed slightly, grinning at Lin Fei. Mr. Lin, I apologize. I couldn't help myself. It's just that we'll be apart for a while, and I find it hard to let go. Looking at Rogers, Lin Fei couldn't help but ponder the significance of this separation. It wasn't just for a brief time. It was a full 70 years. All right. It's time for us to depart. Rogers, let us head to Mr. Stark's place. He has prepared a suit of armor and a shield for you, which will become your companion. Okay, Rogers replied, reluctantly exchanging a final embrace with Carter before finally leaving with Lin Fei. Stark's residence was a place bursting with technological prowess. Upon arrival, Lin Fei truly witnessed the extent of this scientist's formidable capabilities. Various metals and an array of newly developed products were on display. Mr. Stark, how is your research on the maglev train progressing? Ah, Mr. Lin, to be candid, I am facing some challenges. The energy is quite unstable, and its application poses a significant issue. Listening to Stark's words, Lin Fei smiled slightly and chose not to elaborate further, for it would not be long before Stark achieved success in his research. Any spoilers he might share now would bear little significance. Upon entering the innermost laboratory and opening the door, he beheld a suit hanging on a rack. This was the very attire that would accompany Rogers throughout his future endeavors, the blue Captain America costume. Gazing at the garment, Lin Fei could not help but feel a pang of envy. How splendid it would be to wear such a suit. Rogers, do put it on. This outfit is tailored just for you. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Rogers nodded and stepped forward. He picked up the suit and couldn't help but smile. Wow, this suit fits perfectly, and the fabric feels so comfortable. Lin Fei, exasperated, thought to himself, for heaven's sake, stop hesitating. Just put it on. 5 minutes later. When Lin Fei saw Rogers reappear, his eyes lit up. Oh my, goodness gracious. Lin Fei approached, admiring Rogers' physique. His muscles were impressively sculpted, particularly his chest. Wow, this feels incredible. Mr. Lin, I must clarify that I am not interested in men, Rogers said, slightly flustered. Really? What do you take me for? I am not that kind of person. Lin Fei quickly retracted his hand and turned his attention to the shield nearby. Mr. Stark, would you care to introduce this shield? Of course. Stark, suddenly animated, picked up the shield. Mr. Lin, the shield is undoubtedly my most satisfying creation to date. Take a look. With a flourish, Stark presented the shield before Lin Fei. Observe its curves. They are truly enchanting, reminiscent of a beautiful maiden emerging from the water. And look at the edges. It took me quite a while to perfect them. Moreover, the exterior features an avant-garde design, with a blue tone that evokes a sense of comfort, embodying what a superhero should represent. Furthermore, I have utilized a semi-metallic composition, which, as you mentioned, is lighter than steel yet boasts formidable defensive capabilities. I have also incorporated a magnetic mechanism, allowing it to adapt to various combat situations, thereby achieving diverse combat effects. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Are you satisfied with my creation? As Stark continued to speak animatedly, Lin Fei, overwhelmed, thought to himself, I am beginning to suspect you might have previously been involved in some sort of pyramid scheme. Pyramid scheme? What is that? Stark inquired, puzzled. Never mind. It's better that you remain unaware. It's not something commendable. All right then. Finally, the shield found its rightful place in Rogers' hands. At that moment, as Rogers continued to wield his shield, Lin Fei had his first close encounter with its formidable power. He watched as Rogers swung the shield energetically within the confines of the laboratory. Suddenly, Rogers' grip faltered, and the shield flew from his hand, crashing against the door ahead with a resounding thud. To Lin Fei's astonishment, the shield lodged itself deep within the door. My goodness! Hastening to the door, Lin Fei quickly discerned that it was crafted from a robust alloy, exhibiting remarkable hardness. The shield, however, remained unscathed, firmly embedded in the door. Lin Fei grasped the shield, attempting to extract it, but to his chagrin, it would not budge. In an instant, he released his grip and feigned indifference. I must not show any sign of weakness. Absolutely not. At that moment, Rogers stepped forward, effortlessly grasped the shield, and with a slight exertion, pulled it free. Observing Lin Fei's casual demeanor as he surveyed the surroundings, Rogers chuckled amiably. Mr. Lin, it seems your strength leaves something to be desired. Perhaps you should consider some training. Mind your own business. Lin Fei thought, feeling quite exasperated. Can't you see you shouldn't undermine others? Finally, after their exploration, Lin Fei and Rogers climbed into a vehicle and set off toward the encampment. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the camp, only to discover 200 soldiers assembling. Approaching Colonel Paul, Lin Fei inquired, Colonel, may I ask why you have gathered so many troops? Mr. Lin, we are preparing to head to Klausberg. Absolutely not. Huh. Paul was taken aback by Lin Fei's response. Why do you say that, Mr. Lin? Are you suggesting we should not proceed to Klausberg? Have you uncovered information regarding Schmidt? Indeed, Mr. Lin, you are quite the seer, predicting this development with surprising accuracy. Our destination is indeed Klausberg. You are correct. Schmidt currently lacks significant strength, so we must act swiftly to catch him off guard. You must not go. Why? Paul was puzzled by Lin Fei's insistence. Lin Fei explained, because Rogers and I are headed to Klausberg ourselves. You are right. Schmidt is not yet formidable. Which is precisely why we must confront him there. Only in this way can we deliver a decisive blow. But Mr. Lin, wouldn't it be better if all our forces were to go? Absolutely not, Lin Fei declared, gesturing firmly. Schmidt has developed his own weapon, an apparatus known as the Cosmic Cube, or alternatively, the Spatial Essence. This energy emanates from a remarkable cosmic force, and upon contact with an individual, that person will vanish instantaneously. Colonel Paul, I do not speak lightly. I can assert with certainty that should these individuals proceed, if they encounter Schmidt wielding such a weapon, your men will be insufficient to fill even the gaps. No. Listening to Lin Fei's words, Paul resolutely declined. It is impossible, Mr. Lin. I must undertake this mission. These individuals are our most formidable warriors. I have faith that they will adeptly manage this crisis. You, how can you be so obstinate? Gazing at Paul, Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words. How can you be so inflexible at this moment? Most of the personnel you dispatched perished, yet you refused to heed my counsel. Observing Paul's unwavering demeanor, Lin Fei could only shake his head in resignation. Convincing such a person was futile. Given this situation, the only course of action was to expedite their arrival at Klausberg alongside Rogers, thereby resolving the matter sooner and potentially minimizing casualties. These soldiers represented the backbone of their forces, and Lin Fei genuinely wished to avert any unforeseen tragedies befalling them. Very well, Lin Fei conceded. Since Mr. Paul insists on this course of action, I shall refrain from further objection. However, I kindly request that you arrange for an aircraft for the two of us to proceed to Klausberg. No, we currently have no spare aircraft. I need to dispatch our warriors to Klausberg, and there are no available seats. I apologize. With a shrug, Paul responded, prompting Lin Fei to furrow his brow. Rogers. Let us depart. Seated in the vehicle, Rogers inquired, Mr. Lin, where shall we head next? What should we do about the current situation? Heeding Rogers' question, Lin Fei leaned back in contemplation, the cigarette in his hand steadily burning. Rogers, the situation is now quite clear. Paul aims to undermine us. He disapproves of our presence, and is thus antagonistic toward us. However, Mr. Lin, if Schmidt is in Klausberg, and we do not go there, what will become of the soldiers? I just witnessed my friend Barnes over there. I tried to persuade him, yet he adamantly refuses to leave. He wishes to achieve something to prove he is not inferior to me. Barnes, the Winter Soldier. Lin Fei mused. The objective was straightforward, eliminate Schmidt and then Zola. Should this mission be accomplished, this era would be devoid of peril, and the Winter Soldier, Barnes, would cease to exist. Yet, it seemed there were always those intent on obstructing him, perpetually doubting him, or perhaps simply seeking to stand against him. In the present circumstances, there is but one course of action. Rogers, let us proceed to Stark's location. Very well. Soon, the two arrived at Stark's domain, only to discover that Carter was also present. Carter, what brings you here? Upon hearing Rogers, Carter stepped forward and gently leaned against him. Oh, Rogers, your attire is simply splendid. I came here today to acquire a newly developed pistol from Mr. Stark for some testing. I see, Lin Fei remarked as they approached Stark. Mr. Stark, I am aware that you possess an aircraft. I require your assistance in flying to Klausberg. No problem at all. Lin Fei felt a sense of satisfaction with Stark's unwavering trust. Carter also expressed her desire to accompany them, to which Lin Fei offered no objections. As time swiftly passed, night enveloped the surroundings, and the four were nearing Klausberg. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Witnessing this turn of events, Stark adeptly maneuvered the aircraft to evade the assault. We cannot proceed any further. If we do, we risk an explosion. It seems you will need to parachute. Lin Fei, hearing Stark's words, remained silent, recognizing this as merely a predetermined plot point. Parachuting was the only option. The hatch of the aircraft swung open, and his bullets whizzed past. Rogers prepared to leap. Rogers, Carter called out urgently, catching his attention. You must return safely. Indeed, Rogers affirmed with a resolute nod. Just then, Stark's voice broke through. Agent Carter, when we return, shall we indulge in a game of Padu in Berlin? Huh? Rogers inquired, somewhat puzzled. What is Padu? Damn it. Lin Fei could no longer contain himself and stood up abruptly. It's cheese eating. Stop overthinking and jump already. With that, Lin Fei kicked Rogers, prompting him to leap from the aircraft. Chapter 12. Mr. Lin, your parachuting technique is truly unique. As Rogers descended, Carter leaned over the edge of the cabin, watching his figure gradually fade into the night, calling out, Rogers. Lin Fei, feeling exasperated, declared, enough. He won't perish. I shall jump as well. You all carry on with your business. I am leaving. Without hesitation, he leapt into the abyss. However, the moment his feet left the aircraft, he shouted, oh no. I forgot to bring a parachute. Rogers, catch me. The two remaining on the plane exchanged glances of disbelief. Lin Fei had jumped without a parachute. They could only hope he would survive. Wiping the corner of his eye, Carter closed the cabin door. Stark, let us depart. All right. Tonight, I shall take you to an exquisite cheese shop that will surely refresh your senses. Haha, that's just what I desire. Stark exited. Yet, amidst the vast sky, stray bullets incessantly targeted the aircraft, and no one noticed that two individuals had leapt from the plane. In the air, Lin Fei shouted at Rogers, who was 50 meters ahead. Rogers, hurry and rescue me after landing. I forgot to bring a parachute. Understood. Rogers spun in midair, evidently having heard Lin Fei's words. At that moment, winter enveloped them, the air biting with cold. As they plummeted from over 1,000 meters, Lin Fei felt his cheeks sting painfully, a truly excruciating experience. He even noticed that his clothes were beginning to tear apart. Damn it, this cheap garment is worthless, Lin Fei lamented. For his attire had been purchased from a street vendor, now disintegrating under the relentless gusts of wind. Finally, after half a minute, Rogers landed gracefully. Upon reaching the ground, Rogers quickly raised his head, noting that Lin Fei was only 100 meters from the earth due to their differing weights. Without hesitation, Rogers propelled himself towards Lin Fei with great force. With a resounding thud, he caught Lin Fei, and due to their combined forces, Lin Fei's descent slowed significantly, and they soon touched down. Stark's aircraft had departed, and the surrounding gunfire and explosions had ceased. As Lin Fei stepped onto the snow, The crunching sound echoed starkly in the night. However, in that moment, illuminated by the moonlight, Rogers noticed Lin Fei's body trembling uncontrollably. He quickly released Lin Fei and observed that he was left clad in nothing but his underwear. "Mr. Lin, why do you prefer to jump like this when skydiving?" Just as the words left his mouth, a piece of fabric struck Lin Fei's head, causing him to glare in frustration. With a mere thought, a complete outfit appeared in Lin Fei's hands: a sweater, thermal pants, snow boots, and a down jacket, which he donned swiftly. Warmth enveloped him, and he felt considerably more comfortable. "Mr. Lin, what shall we do next?" Rogers inquired, frowning as he surveyed the snow-covered surroundings. Klausberg was merely a few kilometers away, yet there were no means of transportation. While Rogers could rely on his extraordinary stamina to run there, what about Lin Fei? Just then, Lin Fei beheld a luminous food truck resembling a grand white bus materializing before them, causing Rogers to fall silent. "Mr. Lin, how did you conjure this?" "That is of little consequence. Let us board the vehicle." The two took their seats, and with a mere thought from Lin Fei, the dining car sprang to life. After discerning the direction, Lin Fei promptly issued a command for the car to proceed, and it surged forward with remarkable speed. Witnessing such intelligent machinery, Rogers' jaw dropped in astonishment. Lin Fei, observing his reaction, simply smiled and handed him 2 bottles of beer. "Come on, Rogers, let us indulge a bit. We shall soon be on the battlefield." "All right." Rogers admitted to feeling somewhat dependent on Tsingtao beer, and he refrained from further comment. The dining car moved swiftly, and at that moment, both men finished their beers as they approached within a kilometer of the heavily guarded Klausberg. "Mr. Lin, the sentries ahead are formidable. We must take a detour," Rogers remarked, furrowing his brow. "Why must we detour? If we do so, won't they discover us? Our purpose is to stir trouble, is it not?" "True enough." The engine of the dining car roared to life, shattering the night's tranquility. Lin Fei, gripping the steering wheel tightly, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. "Welcome to my laboratory, esteemed guests. Today, you shall witness my most exquisite creation." Within Klausberg, Schmidt was leading 3 high-ranking members of Hydra into his lab, their purpose being to observe Schmidt's research achievements. With a calculated motion, Schmidt aimed a hefty firearm at the trio. "Oh, Schmidt, is this your weapon? It appears rather unimpressive. If this is the extent of your capabilities, I regret to inform you that we need to have a serious discussion. I am quite dissatisfied with your position. Relinquish your power. For Hydra must advance more swiftly and effectively through our collective efforts." "Oh, are you questioning my research?" Schmidt sneered disdainfully at the man before him and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Bang! A blue laser shot forth, striking the man and causing him to vanish instantly without a trace of blood. "Schmidt, what are you doing?" "Heh. What does it look like?" "Hydra belongs to me alone." Amidst the panic of the 2 remaining men, Schmidt aimed at them as well, and they too disintegrated into nothingness. "Hail Hydra!" Just as Schmidt was about to proclaim loudly, a deafening roar erupted, and a large white bus appeared before him, its headlights piercingly bright. "Hello, Mr. Schmidt. Good evening. Care for a bottle of Tsingtao beer?" Chapter 13. Mr. Lin is truly unmatched. "Who are you?" As Lin Fei gazed at the bottle of beer in his hand, emblazoned with the clear words Tsingtao, Schmidt was taken aback to discover he did not recognize those characters. Observing Lin Fei, Schmidt was filled with astonishment. His laboratory was constructed from robust concrete, impervious even to the impact of artillery shells. Yet, how could this man's vehicle exhibit such extraordinary resilience? Ordinarily, a car colliding with a wall would undoubtedly explode upon impact, yet the current situation suggested otherwise. With a smile, Lin Fei produced a bottle opener and uncapped the beer, drinking heartily. After consuming half the bottle, he felt an invigorating rush. "Hey, you must be Schmidt, right?" "Oh no. I should call you Red Skull. Good evening, my friend. I must have arrived at quite the opportune moment, huh? Ah, I see your weaponry has already been developed. Quite impressive. Who the hell are you?" Schmidt, now devoid of patience, glared at Lin Fei with fury. Why had this individual chosen such a critical moment to appear? In a fit of madness, Schmidt aimed his gun directly at Lin Fei's vehicle. "What the hell are you doing?" "I was merely exchanging a few words." "Is this how you respond?" Lin Fei, momentarily bewildered, thought the narrative was amiss. Wasn't the usual protocol for an arrogant monologue to precede a confrontation? Why was Schmidt not delivering any threats? As the gun's muzzle emitted a blinding blue light, Lin Fei quickly recoiled, settling back into his seat to observe quietly. At that moment, Lin Fei's heart raced, for that energy was derived from the cosmic cube. Although he understood that the prefix of his vehicle was invincible, doubt crept into his mind. Could he truly withstand such power? The cosmic cube was a conduit of energy bridging 2 dimensions. Could he genuinely counter it? Suddenly, with an unexpected sound, Lin Fei chuckled. The energy beam struck his car, causing only a slight tremor, akin to a vehicle stalling upon starting. Thereafter, there was no further consequence. "Ha ha." Lin Fei erupted in raucous laughter, rolling down the window to lean out. I have nothing more to say. I simply asked, who else is there? Who else dares to challenge me? Ha 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 ha. Rogers, tell me, who else? Mr. Lin, there is no one else. You truly are formidable. I hold you in great admiration. Well, that's nice, albeit flattery. I appreciate it. Turning to Schmidt, Lin Fei remarked, Hey, you red-faced monster, weren't you just so boastful? Come on, shout at me. I am granting you this opportunity. If you lack the ability, then do not put on a show, understood? I'll take you down. With that, Lin Fei hurled the beer bottle towards Schmidt. One must admit, as the Red Skull, Schmidt's reflexes were remarkably swift. He deftly dodged the incoming bottle with a quick sidestep. However, that bottle flew directly towards Zola. Bang! Ouch! The moment the bottle struck Zola's abdomen, he doubled over in pain, truly unbearable. Oh dear. My apologies. But it is not my fault, it is that monster's doing. If you had simply dodged, this would not have happened, Lin Fei remarked. Listening to Lin Fei, Zola found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? One was the leader, while the other was someone who feared nothing, even the leader himself. Who on earth are you? And who is the person beside you? Zola inquired, gazing at the two individuals in the vehicle, as Schmidt voiced his lingering curiosity. Lin Fei smiled at Schmidt. Who am I? Allow me to enlighten you. I am the warrior who upholds love and peace. My dream is to achieve world harmony. I am Lin Fei. Lin Fei? I have never heard of you, Schmidt retorted. Of course, you have not. But that is inconsequential. What matters is that you will remember this. I shall become your most formidable adversary, and you will be vanquished by me. That is sufficient. Preposterous. Schmidt chuckled derisively. We Hydra will never be defeated, not even now. Although I am unsure of the nature of your vehicle, before my formidable weapon, you too shall turn to ashes. Just like those before you. With that, Schmidt sneered and readied his weapon again, while Lin Fei retreated slightly, observing in silence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rogers, what do you think? I find this sound quite melodious, akin to the most exquisite music, Lin Fei remarked. Rogers smiled. He had not anticipated the power of Lin Fei's vehicle at first. However, after Lin Fei shattered the wall, Rogers realized that there was truly no one like him. As the blue energy beam struck the vehicle, sparks erupted, only to vanish moments later. Witnessing this, Lin Fei felt a surge of confidence. There was truly no challenge here. Noticing that the blue light no longer emanated from the gun barrel, Lin Fei felt puzzled. Lowering the car window, he leaned out to call, Hey, Schmidt. Are you done for? You wouldn't be having difficulties, would you? Let me tell you, a man must endure. This won't do for you. I happen to have a supplement for vitality, how about it? Are you interested? Rest assured, it will certainly restore your confidence as a man. Damn it. Very well. If that is the case, I shall unveil my ultimate weapon, Schmidt proclaimed, turning to walk towards the door behind him. As Schmidt entered, Zola followed closely. Lin Fei, arms crossed, remained composed, calmly awaiting the outcome. He could hardly believe that Schmidt could produce anything truly terrifying. There was no reason for him to feel fear, none whatsoever. Time passed, seconds ticking away. As 2 minutes elapsed, Lin Fei's demeanor suddenly grew serious. At this moment, Rogers, filled with doubt, inquired, Mr. Lin, do you think Schmidt has fled? How could that be possible? Lin Fei, somewhat incredulous, stepped out of the vehicle, with Rogers closely following. Upon arriving at the entrance, the door opened automatically. As Lin Fei entered, he was abruptly confronted by a countdown timer displayed on the screens within, while Schmidt had long since vanished without a trace. Chapter 14. A cast iron pot stews a goose. As the timer revealed the remaining 3 minutes, Lin Fei felt a surge of anxiety. Oh no, this is a miscalculation. Schmidt is attempting to escape. What do we do now? Rogers asked. We pursue him. If we don't act now, it will be too late. Lin Fei decided. Rogers, you head to the top floor to locate Schmidt, while I will search for Zola. He understood that Zola would become a significant figure in the future, and failing to find him now could lead to complications, particularly concerning Zola's supercomputer, which would not bode well in the times to come. Understood, replied Rogers, nodding at Lin Fei's words. He quickly located the stairway and ascended with urgency, racing towards the upper levels. Eventually, Rogers reached the top floor, only to discover that Schmidt was already aboard a helicopter, which was in the process of taking off. Witnessing the helicopter's rapidly spinning rotor blades, Rogers sprang into action, sprinting towards it. With a powerful leap, he pushed off the ground with all his strength. Alas, his fingertips were merely 10 centimeters shy of grasping the helicopter. But he ultimately failed. As he soared out from the building, Rogers glanced down at the street, nearly 60 meters below, before plummeting to the ground. Thud. Rogers landed heavily, only to find Lin Fei standing nearby, equally despondent. Mr. Lin, where is Zola? He inquired. I don't know. He may have already escaped. Lin Fei felt frustrated. He had arrived here a minute earlier and had expected Zola to leave in Schmidt's vehicle. Yet, the reality was far from his expectations. Where could Zola have gone? The uncertainty plagued him. Look out. Mr. Lin, retreat quickly. Rogers exclaimed, grabbing Lin Fei and pulling him back as they sprinted 30 meters away. Boom. The ground trembled violently, as a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, nearly rendering Lin Fei's ears deaf. The sound was overwhelming. Hastily, he retrieved 2 earplugs and inserted them into his ears. As he looked up, he witnessed Klausberg erupting in flames. In that moment, Lin Fei truly understood the meaning of a sky ablaze. The explosion illuminated the night, transforming the dark sky into a fiery spectacle, casting light upon the entire world. Beneath Lin Fei's feet, the snow was rapidly melting away, as the scorching heat relentlessly baked him, causing a slight sting to his face. Well, Rogers, he began. Mr. Lin, what is it you wish to say? Are you feeling anxious? Not at all, Rogers replied, shaking his head in confusion. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei remarked, if you're not anxious, then why are you clinging to me? I can feel you trembling. You're shaking even more than that engine. Listening to Lin Fei's words, Rogers promptly released his grip. The two retreated another 50 meters, sitting on the ground, watching the flames engulfing Klausberg. This inferno would likely burn for an entire day, and the intense heat had completely eradicated any trace of snow on the ground, raising the surface temperature significantly. Rogers, Barnes, and the others should be arriving here today, correct? Lin Fei inquired. Indeed, Mr. Lin. According to their estimates, they should arrive in about 2 hours. I see. Well then, let us head to the vehicle and have a meal first. Summoning his food truck, Lin Fei opened the rear door and climbed inside, with Rogers following closely behind. There was no concern of anyone arriving now, as an explosion had already occurred, and all of Rogers' research here had turned to ashes. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Fei selected ingredients on the computer, while a large pot was set up at that moment. He began placing the ingredients inside, and soon started cooking rice. Half an hour later, as a delightful aroma filled the air, Rogers sniffed and looked at Lin Fei in astonishment. Mr. Lin, what are you cooking? I'm intrigued. Let us eat now. With that, Lin Fei lifted the lid of the large pot. Come. It's a signature dish, iron pot stewed goose. Come and taste. Eagerly, they began their meal, and Rogers could not stop praising Lin Fei's culinary skills, thoroughly enjoying every bite, while also indulging in bottle after bottle of Tsingtao beer. Time passed gradually, and finally, 2 hours had elapsed. Buzzing. Hearing the roar of helicopters, Lin Fei looked up to see 5 helicopters approaching amidst the blazing inferno. Let us head down, he exclaimed. Stepping outside, they watched as the helicopters landed. Soldiers disembarked, each wearing an expression of bewilderment. What on earth has happened here? Why does the scene look like this upon our arrival? Rogers, what exactly transpired? At that moment, Paul also descended from the helicopter. He had personally led this operation, aiming to witness Schmidt's demise. However, upon stepping down, he quickly realized the area had been completely devastated. Looking at Rogers, Paul naturally inquired. Listening to Paul, Rogers chuckled. It's all thanks to Mr. Lin. He is truly formidable. After we arrived here, we immediately sought out Schmidt, only for him to flee at the last moment, ultimately triggering chaos in this area. And what of Schmidt? Paul inquired. Upon hearing this, Rogers' expression turned awkward. He ran away. Ran away? A flicker of displeasure crossed Paul's face. Rogers, what on earth were you doing? How could you allow Schmidt to escape? How could you, the captain of the American team, let him slip away? Do you comprehend the immense difficulties this will pose for us in the future? Hey, enough already. Lin Fei interjected, his expression darkening as he looked at Paul. Paul, sensing the discontent, retorted, Lin Fei, I have shown you respect by addressing you as Mr. Lin. Just look at what you have done. Is this the outcome of your insistence on coming here? Now that Schmidt has escaped, what significance does your presence here hold? Significance? Is it merely to arrive here and discover that everything is concluded? Let us not forget who is responsible for all of this. Chapter 15. Mr. Lin. I truly cannot eat any more. 33. You. Paul, pointing at Lin Fei, was clearly growing furious. Lin Fei, mind your position. Do not forget, I am their leader. I am Roger's superior, and you dare speak to me like this? I assure you, if I take these individuals away, you will be nothing. Do you understand? Fool, Rogers. Who do you intend to follow? Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Rogers momentarily hesitated, contemplating whom he should accompany. Forget it. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a small cart appeared before them. With swift precision, he prepared a hand-grabbed pancake in no time. Here, Rogers, have one. Mr. Lin, I truly cannot eat any more. Rogers protested, having just finished a meal. Yet Lin Fei displayed an undeniable dominance. Are you questioning me? If I tell you to eat, you shall eat. Spare me your trifles. Fine. Reluctantly, Rogers accepted, and upon taking a bite, he instantly transformed. Watching Rogers savor the pancake, Lin Fei smiled. So, have you made up your mind? Will you follow me, or remain with Paul? Without a doubt, Mr. Lin. Rogers unhesitatingly chose Lin Fei, his confidence growing. After all, what did it matter if Paul was his superior? Rogers, you. What of it, Paul? I have long held a disdain for you. Rogers stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Paul and waving the pancake in front of him. What do you think? Delicious, isn't it? Do you want some? Heh, not a chance. He then moved to Lin Fei's side, devouring the remainder of the pancake in one swift motion. I must say, Paul, as an elder, why do you still cling to such decay? Reflect on this. Had Mr. Lin and I not come, what might have transpired here? Have you witnessed Schmidt's weaponry? It could obliterate you in an instant. However, it is unfortunate that Schmidt is exceedingly cunning. The fact that Mr. Lin and I have achieved such a result is no small feat. Do you understand? One must learn to be content. Enough of your grandiose statements. Am I content? If I were, we would be finished. Do you comprehend? Schmidt is a demon. Why do you insist on sparing him? Are we unaware of his true nature? Nevertheless, rest assured, I shall pursue that Schmidt immediately, and the outcome shall reveal itself in due course. Rogers, let us depart. Following such a leader is rather pointless. Come with me, and I shall lead you to the downfall of Schmidt. What do you possess to contest against him? With your frail physique? Or with a brash American captain like Rogers? What concern is it of yours? Lin Fei paid no heed to Paul's words. He found Paul's incessant chatter rather irksome. Here I am, striving to save the world, yet there are always inept allies obstructing my path. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei unveiled his white food truck amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Upon seeing the truck, Paul was taken aback, but soon smirked dismissively. Humph, do you truly intend to chase a helicopter with that contraption? Haha, that is beyond your jurisdiction, Rogers. Get in the vehicle. Mr. Lin, upon hearing Rogers' words, turned to inquire, what is it? Is there something amiss? I wish to take Barnes with me. Together, we brothers will undoubtedly achieve remarkable results. Is that so? Lin Fei contemplated for a moment before responding, very well, take him along. Though whether he chooses to follow you depends on him. Excellent. Rogers nodded appreciatively and then turned his gaze toward the direction of the soldiers. Is Barnes present? Indeed. Soon. A soldier emerged, none other than Barnes himself, who smiled upon seeing Rogers. Hey, buddy, you certainly have surprised me, but I am still your brother. What do you say? Interested in joining me to eliminate Schmidt? Couldn't he ask for more? Barnes, do you realize what you are doing? Do not forget who your leader is. Upon hearing Paul's words, Barnes approached Rogers and cast a disdainful glance at Paul. Enough with the nonsense. For someone like you to lose my brother. Do you think that is even conceivable? Turning to Lin Fei, Barnes bowed deeply. Mr. Lin, I may trouble you in the coming days. Haha, not at all. Come, quickly. Get in the vehicle. There are places to rest in the back, and beer as well. I have long heard of Mr. Lin's Tsingtao beer. I sincerely hope to indulge. Drink to your heart's content. Now, get in. Watching the two climb aboard, Lin Fei took his place in the driver's seat. Virum. With the vehicle started, Lin Fei prepared to leave. Observing Lin Fei, Paul shouted, Lin Fei, are you truly going to do this? Do you understand the consequences it may have for you? Consequences, you say? Enough. I have been patient with you long enough. Do you believe I will run you over with my vehicle? The roar that answered Paul came from the engine, as Lin Fei, with a flick of his wrist, executed a graceful drift, propelling the car forward like an arrow released from a bow. In mere seconds, it had vanished from sight. Was that truly a bus? The soldiers began to chatter amongst themselves, marveling at the vehicle's performance, which eclipsed all others they had ever encountered. Who exactly is this Mr. Lin? Silence. As the cacophony of voices persisted, Paul shouted with fervor. Once the noise subsided, a flame of indignation ignited within him. Look at yourselves. What a spectacle you present. Now, everyone, return at once. I wish to see what Rogers is truly capable of. Humph. In the end, it will merely lead to death. Hurry, board the plane. At Paul's bellowing, the soldiers made their way to the aircraft. However, as they all boarded, Paul approached the helicopter only to be met with the resounding clang of the cabin door slamming shut. What is the meaning of this? What are you doing? Open the door. I must board. Clang. In response, all the cabin doors remained firmly closed. The helicopter's rotors began to whir. A soldier leaned out of the window, smirking at Paul. Paul, do not presume that your leadership grants you the right to act with impunity. That is Captain America, our hero. You, who show such disrespect, can remain here. Want to return? Then walk back on your own. Damn it. Watching the helicopter depart, Paul seethed with anger. Chapter 16. I am back. Surprised? Location. Berlin. In a remote forest during winter, snowflakes falling abundantly. Yet, in the heart of this woodland, a vast area had been leveled, concealing a remarkably hidden cave. Upon entering, one would find a plethora of modern decor, all showcasing a metallic aesthetic. Inside, an expansive platform was visible, where a streamlined production process was underway. At the forefront stood a man, Schmidt. Observing the bustling activity before him, Schmidt summoned an individual. Inform everyone to expedite their efforts. I require all tasks completed within a week. Understood? Yes. The soldier acknowledged and promptly departed. Dr. Zola, How is your latest research project progressing? Schmidt inquired, glancing at Zola beside him. Upon hearing Schmidt's question, Zola smiled. Rest assured, Mr. Schmidt, the research is ongoing. It will take a maximum of 3 days to achieve success. Excellent. At that moment, I shall assign you 100 warriors. And together we shall successfully conquer the world. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Who could have imagined that in a place like Berlin, there exists such a formidable force engaged in a project that instills fear in the hearts of all? Meanwhile, far away on the highway from Klausburg to Berlin, a large white food truck is speeding along. This is Lin Fei's vehicle, accompanied by Barnes and Rogers. The vehicle is driving autonomously, navigating through various curves without the need for human control, achieving complete self-driving capabilities. Mr. Lin, is your vehicle really this impressive? Indeed. It relies on a network of satellites and its own radar systems. Now, let us rest well. We anticipate a 3-day journey to Berlin. 3 days? Mr. Lin, what are we going to Berlin for? Is Schmidt there? Of course, he is in Berlin, for all of Schmidt's resources reside there. This 3-day period will also serve as a time for us to recuperate. After 3 days, a fierce battle awaits you both. Listening to Lin Fei, both men nodded in understanding. They were aware that Lin Fei lacked combat capabilities, at least for the time being, which meant the burden of battle fell upon them. To Lin Fei's surprise, the ordering system in the vehicle allowed not only for the selection of ingredients but also an array of firearms and ammunition. Everything one could possibly desire was available. Soon, they selected their desired weapons, and upon seeing the vast array of ammunition stored in the back of the truck, Lin Fei's brow twitched. Goodness, they even have rockets. Let us hope nothing goes awry and detonates in the vehicle. That would be quite embarrassing. After finishing their meal, Lin Fei discarded the remnants into a trash bin, where everything vanished automatically, a testament to the system's prowess. Noticing the time, they returned to their resting quarters. The truck offered ample space for relaxation, complete with a television and bathing facilities, which Lin Fei took great pride in. After tidying up and enjoying a shower, Lin Fei chose to rest. Time passed in a cycle of meals and relaxation, with the trio adjusting their physical conditions each day, and before long, the 3 days had elapsed. With a creak, the vehicle came to a stop, and the three disembarked, gazing ahead at the primal forest just a kilometer away. Their eyes alight with excitement. Today would be significant for all, as Schmidt would face the greatest catastrophe of his life. Lin Fei waved his hand, summoning 3 Harley motorcycles from the system, their sleek designs causing a stir among the group. Wow, Mr. Lin, your motorcycles are incredibly stylish. At Roger's exclamation, Lin Fei smiled. All right. Henceforth this vehicle will be abundant. Quickly prepare your belongings, though I am quite curious, can you manage all these items? They are rather heavy. Only Lin Fei comprehends the true weight of these objects, for they are, without doubt, genuine artillery shells. Yet, observing these 2 individuals, they seem entirely unfazed by the burden. Especially Rogers, who is presently shouldering thousands of rounds of ammunition along with a machine gun. He carries a rocket launcher and has 4 rockets strapped to his back, not to mention an assortment of grenades. As for Barnes, he is no different, fully equipped with various weapons. However, Lin Fei requires nothing. He can summon whatever he needs through the sheer force of his will. Buzzing, the distinctive roar of the Harley motorcycle erupted, igniting a fervor within everyone present. Let us embark. Everyone, hurry. Complete the final adjustments to the power system at once. Observing the hundreds of battle aircraft ahead, all engaged in the final tuning of their electrical systems, everyone was bustling with activity. Schmidt was quite pleased with the progress. His soldiers were commendable. Initially, according to Schmidt's plan, this endeavor would take a week, yet now it was nearing completion in just 3 days, filling Schmidt with satisfaction. Soon, he would be poised to conquer the world. Boom. At that moment, a resounding roar reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. Schmidt, perplexed, wondered where the sound originated. Bang. Finally, a tremendous crash echoed. Everyone turned in astonishment to witness the base's grand entrance being shattered, snowflakes and dust swirling, obscuring their view of the unfolding chaos. My goodness. Mr. Lin, is your rocket launcher truly that formidable? Quickly, provide me with more shells. Upon hearing Roger's exclamation, Lin Fei shook his head helplessly, accelerating the vehicle forward. At this juncture, Schmidt had ripped off his mask, his grotesque visage far more terrifying than what was portrayed on television. Ah, ugly creature, I have returned. Are you surprised? Chapter 17, Barnes' Fate. Lin Fei, it's you again. Schmidt ground his teeth at the sight of Lin Fei before him. He never anticipated that his choice of such a secluded location for a base would still lead to discovery. Lin Fei, why do you persist in thwarting me? Oh, surely you cannot be here with just these 3 individuals? Are you jesting with me? Haha. Boom. In response to Schmidt, Barnes raised his rocket launcher, and in an instant, the projectile soared toward Schmidt. However, Schmidt was underestimated. He swiftly rolled to the side, his speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person, easily evading the incoming shell. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The onlookers turned to see a fighter jet igniting in flames behind them, sending countless individuals scattering to the side. Chaos engulfed the entire base. Lin Fei, do you truly wish to oppose me? Of course. Hey, Schmidt. Care for a bottle of beer? With that, Lin Fei hurled a black object into the air. Schmidt momentarily froze at Lin Fei's words, but soon realized what was thrown, a grenade. As it soared above him, Schmidt swiftly leaped and, with a deft motion, sent the grenade back towards Lin Fei. Haha. Are you foolish? I didn't even pull the pin. Look how scared you are. Rogers, did you see that? Haha. Indeed, Mr. Lin, how cowardly of Schmidt. Both men chimed in, reveling in the moment. Feeling insulted by their taunts, Schmidt seethed. Damn it, Lin Fei. Very well. I shall show you just how formidable my team is. Everyone, prepare for battle. The deafening roar ignited Lin Fei's blood, and he swiftly moved, retrieving a large speaker and pressing the play button, filling the air with pulsating music. Come on, brothers. Let Schmidt know that even with just the three of us, we can handle anything, can't we? Absolutely. As they revved their motorcycles to the front, Lin Fei observed Schmidt's team brandishing laser weapons. Rogers sprang into action, swiftly raising his machine gun from his hip and unleashed a barrage of fire. The gunfire echoed as countless bullets harvested the lives of those warriors like the Grim Reaper. Amidst this chaos, lasers zipped toward Rogers, who quickly reacted, raising his shield to defend himself. In the midst of the rapidly changing battlefield, Barnes also took action, swiftly lifting his shoulder-mounted rocket launcher and firing a rocket into the distant crowd. Boom. Agonizing cries erupted. In such combat, a wide-range weapon proved immensely effective against such a vast force. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, the base was engulfed in flames, and screams filled the air. At that moment, Lin Fei noticed that Schmidt had vanished, and he had yet to catch sight of Zora. Stop. Upon hearing Lin Fei's command, both men halted their actions. Rogers, Schmidt may be attempting to escape. Hurry and search for him. Barnes, Lin Fei turned to a nearby passage. We'll head this way to find Zora. He must be contained. Understood. The two responded, and Rogers mounted his motorcycle, swiftly navigating through the fiery chaos as he charged ahead. As Lin Fei and his companion dashed towards the left corridor, they found it to be remarkably lengthy. After running for half a minute, they still had not reached its end. At that moment, Lin Fei began to feel breathless. He truly could not continue. How could this be? His adversaries had undergone rigorous training, while he had not received any such preparation, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Suddenly, Lin Fei intended to call out to Barnes to wait for him, but at that instant, a wall abruptly materialized before him, crashing down onto the ground, causing a tremor beneath his feet. He realized with a jolt that he had been deceived. Frantically, he pounded on the wall, only to discover its formidable thickness, rendering any assessment of its solidity impossible. Barnes, are you there? Can you hear me? He shouted, but was met with an unsettling silence that plunged his heart into despair. Was it truly impossible for the Winter Soldier to be stopped? Lin Fei dreaded the thought of such a fate unfolding. Rogers and Barnes shared a deep bond of brotherhood. Although Barnes would eventually awaken to his memories in the future, Lin Fei wished to avert the trials that lay ahead. Quickly retreating 20 meters, Lin Fei retrieved a rocket launcher from his system's space. Facing the impenetrable alloy wall, he swiftly loaded the ammunition and pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the projectile soared forth. Boom. The explosion erupted, flames engulfing the ground. In that moment, Lin Fei felt a surge of heat rush towards him, propelling him backward. Thud. Thump. He crashed into a table, blood spilling from his mouth. Raising his head, he observed the flames dissipating rapidly, for there was no fuel to sustain them. Upon seeing the wall unchanged, Lin Fei furrowed his brow. The rocket's destructive power was formidable, yet it had failed to breach the wall. A wave of despair washed over him. Barnes was gone. Was this truly the hand of fate? Was there no way to intervene? Barnes. Lin Fei's anguished cry echoed in the air. At that moment, he heard the thunderous roar of aircraft engines. Turning swiftly, he spotted a fighter jet speeding past, with Rogers following closely behind on a motorcycle. Oh no, Schmidt is escaping, Lin Fei realized, quickly leaping onto the motorcycle. After a cacophony of roaring sounds, the motorcycle sprang to life, surging forward with great velocity. Observing the rapidly engulfing flames ahead, Lin Fei dashed forward, the fire leaping toward him. Swiftly raising his hand, water gushed forth, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Rogers! Lin Fei shouted, as Rogers pursued the fighter jet with fervor. With only a short distance remaining to escape, Lin Fei's anxiety surged. If he failed to intercept Schmidt, the consequences would be dire. The buzzing intensified as Lin Fei closed the gap to the jet. He swiftly lifted a rocket launcher and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket propelled forward, soaring past Rogers and colliding with the aircraft. To Lin Fei's astonishment, the projectile inflicted no damage whatsoever upon the jet. At that moment, the aircraft was a mere 50 meters from the exit, while Rogers was just 10 meters away. Rogers! You must succeed. We cannot allow Schmidt to threaten the world. I understand. Rogers replied loudly, accelerating once more. Whoosh. Just then, the fighter jet burst free from the tunnel, and Rogers reached the underside of the aircraft. With a commanding shout, Rogers leaped up, grasping the tire beneath the jet, and as the tire ascended, he vanished from Lin Fei's sight. Damn it. Watching Rogers board the plane, Lin Fei finally exhaled in relief. But his relief was short-lived as he realized he was now less than 50 meters from the cliff's edge. In an instant, Lin Fei slammed on the brakes. But the motorcycle spiraled out of control, swerving chaotically, and the distance to the cliff still felt insurmountable. With a decisive choice, Lin Fei leaped from the bike, which careened down the passageway and plummeted below. Lin Fei tumbled across the ground. With a desperate shout, he grasped the door beside the exit, and due to inertia, he collided violently with the adjacent wall. Gasping for breath, Lin Fei felt the bitterness rise within him. Having expelled so much blood, he pondered how many eggs it would take to replenish his strength. He lay on the ground, panting heavily, indifferent to the snowflakes pelting his face. Rogers, you will succeed in eliminating Schmidt, won't you? But I must apologize. I have yet to find your friend Barnes. Rest assured, I will make every effort to locate him. After a prolonged respite, Lin Fei finally regained his composure. Turning his gaze, he noted that the flames in the base continued to rage unabated. Barnes is now elusive. Yet Lin Fei believes there remains a possibility of locating Zola, provided that Zola divulges the whereabouts of Barnes. Thus, this endeavor would not prove difficult. Contemplating this, Lin Fei cast his gaze upon the snow-laden mountain wall beside him and ascended its heights. The temperature within the base was excessively warm, and Lin Fei observed that the snow above had begun to melt. Summoning his food cart, he took a seat, designated a location, and then proceeded to rest. His destination was Zola's base. In the Marvel universe, Lin Fei was aware that when Dr. Zola met his demise, he had left his consciousness within an immense database, achieving a true form of immortality. Lin Fei firmly believed that Zola would undoubtedly manifest there. Discovering Zola would lead him to Barnes. The vehicle operated autonomously, requiring 2 days to reach Dr. Zola's base. However, Lin Fei was oblivious to the fact that shortly after his departure, a fighter jet emerged from the base and vanished into the sky. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission. Reward item, Lin Fei's Wisdom Pancake Recipe, Physical Enhancement. Augmented to 8 times that of an ordinary person. Additional reward, Invincible Food Cart in Flight Mode, to be bound at the beginning of the next mission. Please confirm if the host has completed the current task and is ready to traverse to the normal time dimension for the next mission. Lin Fei paused in his actions while enjoying a duck leg. This system had conveyed such a message, implying that Schmidt was dead, and Rogers would soon be subjected to permanent freezing. Observing the 30-day countdown in his mind after completing the task, Lin Fei realized he had 30 days to fulfill this mission, ample time to accomplish many things. For Lin Fei, leaving without completing his affairs was not an option. There were still matters requiring his attention. Rising to his feet, he approached a nearby panel and pressed a button. Instantly, the food cart was filled with the sound of sizzling, and Lin Fei then heard the radio connection to the camp. Carter, I succeeded. I have finally killed Schmidt, and peace is about to be restored to the world. Rogers, how are you? Why does your voice sound so weak? I'm injured, Carter. I'm truly sorry. I had hoped to dance with you once more. I sincerely apologize. Stop saying such things. Rogers, wait. I will find you a place for an emergency landing. No. It's unnecessary. The plane has lost power and is going down. I am awaiting its crash, Carter. My time is limited. Please listen to me. Although we have only known each other for a few days, and despite our previous unfamiliarity, Carter, I want you to know that I have genuinely fallen for you. I find myself utterly captivated by you. Today may mark the final moment I converse with you. Engaging in this dialogue is truly delightful, Carter. I wish to convey a single sentiment. I have loved you, and I harbor no regrets. I love you still. Boom. Rogers. Upon hearing the thunderous explosion, followed by Carter's heart-wrenching cries, Lin Fei quietly turned off the broadcast. Closing his eyes, a solitary tear cascaded from the corner of Lin Fei's eye. Chapter 19. Zola's secret base. 2 days later, Lin Fei found himself in a remote wilderness. At this moment, heavy snow had rendered the roads impassable. Yet, Lin Fei's invincible food truck exhibited an entirely different prowess, gliding effortlessly over the snow. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt, and Lin Fei approached a concealed cave, now entirely blanketed by snow. The sloping entrance was nearly invisible from the outside. Disembarking from the vehicle, Lin Fei focused his thoughts, and the truck vanished. He then searched around and discovered a button, which he pressed instantly. Creak. At that moment, the door before him began to open, and the snow quickly fell away, revealing a bright passageway. As he gazed at the descending staircase, Lin Fei chose to venture inside. This passage was remarkably lengthy, and according to Lin Fei's estimation, it extended at least 100 meters deep. Indeed, this was Dr. Zola's base. Lin Fei recalled that Zola had established his facility here. However, for Lin Fei, there were some differences. As in the Marvel Universe, this base was not subterranean, indicating that certain elements were not entirely aligned. Soon, Lin Fei reached the bottom, where he encountered a broad-coded door. Observing the numbers on the door, Lin Fei decided to input the code, 8539. This password was etched clearly in his memory. As expected, upon entering the code, the door before him swung open. Upon entering, Lin Fei was greeted by a multitude of servers, their sheer quantity nearly overwhelming him. Yet, he quickly discerned the person he sought, Zola. However, Zola appeared quite different from Lin Fei's expectations. In the center of the laboratory lay a bed, upon which a man reclined. This man was Zola. His expression was remarkably serene, his body adorned with various tubes. Approaching closer, Lin Fei placed his hand in front of Zola's nose. Has he passed away? Lin Fei chuckled helplessly, never anticipating that he had arrived too late. Nonetheless, this did not deter Lin Fei, for locating Zola remained within his reach. With a decisive motion, Lin Fei forcefully pushed Zola to the ground and unceremoniously took a seat atop him, lighting a cigarette and savoring its smoke languorously. At last, as the last ember of the cigarette flickered out, Lin Fei called out, "Hey, Zola, how long do you intend to remain in hiding? We bear no animosity towards each other, do we? Why not emerge and converse?" Crackling sounds accompanied Lin Fei's words, and suddenly, a large monitor before him illuminated with a green glow, coalescing into the visage of a person. Indeed, the image represented Zola. "Lin Fei, how did you end up here?" Zola's tone was infused with astonishment, his voice echoing as if emanating from all directions. Hearing this, Lin Fei chuckled. "I must say, Zola, this is quite impressive. You've managed to create such realistic surround sound. How long did it take you to set this up?" "Humph, a full 20 years. 2 decades ago, I joined Hydra, the organization known as the Serpent of Nine Heads. I discovered that these individuals harbored ambitions of world domination. From that moment, I began seeking my ultimate escape, which led me to establish this base. Are you not astonished?" "Astonished? Not particularly. I've seen it all before." "You've seen it? How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible. I am a seer. For you, the cosmic cube may be an enigma, but a seer should hardly surprise you, right?" "A seer?" Zola's voice now brimmed with incredulity, as the image on the monitor fluctuated with data. "Come now, why the fuss? According to my recollection, you should be able to fully utilize your talents by now. Should you not? Indeed, I now exist within this vast computer, having truly achieved immortality. I will not hesitate to share with you, Lin Fei, that I am currently delving into parasitic research. Once my computations are complete, I shall become an immensely powerful entity. Do spare me your bravado." Suddenly, Lin Fei felt a pang of hunger. With a swift motion, he conjured a bag of roasted duck, tearing it open and indulging in hearty bites. "What are you eating?" "Roasted duck, Peking style. It's absolutely delectable." "Oh, I nearly forgot. You're merely a computer now, without the need for sustenance. Are you feeling envious?" Gulp. The sound of Lin Fei's exaggerated swallow elicited a laugh from him. "I never imagined you could mimic such realism. But fret not, Zola, bear with me, for I shall finish shortly." As he spoke, Lin Fei produced a can of beer, drinking it with gusto. He realized that since arriving in this Marvel universe, although he had honed many skills, his tolerance for alcohol had significantly increased. Just as Lin Fei was about to finish his meal, Zola's voice boomed, "Enough. Lin Fei, please refrain from tormenting me further. Although I have entered the computer, I still retain my previous emotions and consciousness. Your actions are nothing short of tormenting." "Tormenting, you say? Very well, since you are so intent on this, let us abandon the matter." With a mere wave of his hand, the roasted duck vanished, and in its place, a rocket launcher appeared in Lin Fei's grasp. Glancing at the computer before him, Lin Fei smiled faintly. "Zola, tell me, where is Barnes?" "Barnes? Who is that?" Zola responded, puzzled by Lin Fei's inquiry. Lin Fei scoffed derisively. "Do not feign ignorance with me. Barnes was the individual who entered that passage alongside me at the Berlin base." "Ah, you mean that person, but I do not know," Zola exclaimed. "You do not know?" Lin Fei retorted, swiftly loading the rocket launcher and aiming it directly at Zola. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your involvement. You choose not to speak, do you? Very well. I shall obliterate this place, and then we shall see how you achieve immortality." Chapter 20. Carter is with child, haha. At Lin Fei's words, Zola erupted into frenzied laughter. "Lin Fei, do you truly believe that by bombing this place you can kill me? Do not delude yourself. All my thoughts have been backed up across the globe. Even if you reduce this place to rubble, you will find it impossible to extinguish my existence." "You." Observing Zola's audacious demeanor, Lin Fei furrowed his brow, for he understood the truth in Zola's claims. As the most brilliant scientist of this era, Zola had mastered computer and biological technology to an extraordinary degree. Witnessing this situation unfold, Lin Fei felt a profound sense of unease. Zola, do you genuinely intend to withhold Barnes' information from me? Indeed. Why should I divulge it to you? He is my most prized creation, Lin Fei. You will be astonished when the time comes. Hydra cannot afford to harbor someone like Schmidt. He is far too arrogant. What future could such a person possibly have? It is I, Zola, who am the strongest. When the opportune moment arrives, I shall unveil my finest masterpiece to the world, and the entire globe shall tremble before me. Ha ha ha. Listening to Zola's manic laughter, Lin Fei opted to depart. At present, he found himself devoid of any options. He yearned to locate Barnes, yet it remained uncertain where Barnes might now be in a state of slumber. Nevertheless, this did not imply that there would be no future means to accomplish this. Tony Stark truly anticipates our encounter. Muttering to himself, Lin Fei ascended to the surface. Upon reaching the ground, he pressed the button once more, causing the entrance to seal shut again. Gazing up at the sky, he let the snowflakes fall upon his face. And at that moment, his heart was filled with myriad emotions. The road ahead is still long. The regrets from the Marvel Universe shall be realized one by one. After murmuring a few words, he turned to see the entrance now completely covered. With a wave of his hand, the invincible food truck materialized. And Lin Fei swiftly entered the vehicle. Soon, the truck roared to life, speeding away from the scene. 5 days later, Lin Fei returned to the camp. The very place where he had first arrived, and also the place where Rogers had grown. Upon reaching the military base, Lin Fei quickly observed countless soldiers engaged in rigorous training. Witnessing the ease on their faces left Lin Fei at a loss for words. Wasn't all of this brought about by Rogers? The demise of a superhero had ushered in years of tranquility. Yet Lin Fei found himself pondering whether this was ultimately a good or a bad outcome. Mr. Lin? At that moment, a voice broke through his thoughts, turning in confusion. Lin Fei discovered Erskine standing behind him. The sight of Lin Fei astonished Erskine immensely. Oh my goodness, Mr. Lin, I truly did not expect you to still be alive. Why would I not be alive? Do not forget, I am a prophet. Yet Rogers and Barnes are dead, are they not? Erskine's words struck a chord, and Lin Fei felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Indeed, he was a prophet, yet he had not foreseen the fate of those two. However, Dr. Erskine, you need not worry. They are both fine. Oh, Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Are they not dead? Let us not speak further on that matter, however. It is likely you will not see them again, as they will each have their own missions in the future. Erskine was left speechless by Lin Fei's vague remarks. Mr. Lin, shall we step inside and have a chat? Nodding with a smile, Lin Fei followed Erskine deeper into the facility. Upon entering Erskine's laboratory, they found Stark engrossed in research. Hey, Stark, look, Mr. Lin has returned. Mr. Lin? Stark turned at the mention of his name, his expression lighting up upon seeing Lin Fei. You are truly still alive. Lin Fei felt a sense of absurdity. Why did everyone assume he would be dead? After all, he was the chosen one, a figure destined for greatness. How could he possibly meet such an end? It is wonderful that you are unharmed. But it is unfortunate about Rogers and Barnes, Stark remarked. Let us not dwell on that, and make Mr. Lin feel guilty, Erskine interjected. Indeed, Mr. Lin. Have you had lunch yet? Shall we dine together? Of course, Lin Fei replied with enthusiasm. He had not come to stay for long. His purpose was merely to observe the unfolding events. Once everything settled, he would take his leave. The dining area was located at Erskine's residence, and to Lin Fei's surprise, Carter was also present. It was evident that Carter wore a sorrowful expression, evoking sympathy from the others. As Carter took her seat, Lin Fei sighed deeply. Carter. I'm sorry, I'm Mr. Lin. Please do not say anything, Carter interrupted, cutting him off. I am aware that, were it not for Mr. Lin, the outcome might have been vastly different. Both Rogers and Barnes have chosen their paths, and for them, there is no room for regret. Naturally, I harbor no regrets either. Observing Carter's bitter smile, Lin Fei could only manage a dry chuckle. He realized that despite the presence of a system, certain matters seemed predestined, impervious even to the system's influence. The atmosphere during this lunch was decidedly uncomfortable, and Lin Fei felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Time passed, second by second, until suddenly, Carter hastily covered his mouth. In an instant, he bolted towards the restroom, followed by the sounds of retching. What could be wrong with Carter? Stark found himself puzzled. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Fei quickly grasped the situation and unexpectedly burst into laughter. Stark and Erskine, taken aback by Lin Fei's sudden mirth, inquired, Mr. Lin, what is amusing you? To their questions, Lin Fei simply shook his head with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. Perhaps, in truth, Roger's regrets had been alleviated, for there was now a successor. Chapter 21. Hi Tony. I am your uncle. Behind the camp lay an expanse of open land. Lin Fei and the others stood there, with Lin Fei positioned at the center. Mr. Lin, will you truly traverse time? Stark inquired. Lin Fei smiled and replied, Indeed, my friends, I am about to depart. What lies ahead for you will be a tranquil existence, yet I hope you will remember my words, especially you, Stark. In the future, you will play a pivotal role in shaping the course of events, particularly concerning your son. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I understand, Stark affirmed, nodding. Lin Fei then turned to Colonel Paul with a smile. I sincerely apologize for the discord between us previously. No harm done. I too have my share of faults. Mr. Lin, you are truly remarkable. Nevertheless, I express my regrets for the departures of Rogers and Barnes. Hearing Paul's sentiments, Lin Fei glanced at Carter, who was now clad in heavy garments. After Carter's bout of vomiting earlier, he had been taken to the hospital, where it was soon revealed that he was expecting. Upon receiving this news, both Stark and his companion were elated. The legacy of superheroes would continue. Farewell, everyone. With a deep sigh, Lin Fei resolved to leave. Feeling that there was nothing further to attend to here, he was about to return to a normal time dimension. Within the Marvel Universe, aside from Captain America, who became a warrior across centuries due to his cryogenic state, the rest lived within the regular flow of time. As Lin Fei prepared to face a more intense life ahead, he found himself filled with excitement at the thought of encountering the enigmatic Black Widow, Natasha. The anticipation of potentially thrilling events made his heart race. Everyone, remember my words. We shall surely meet again in the future, he declared, before pressing the confirmation button in his mind to complete his task. In an instant, a multitude of blue lights enveloped his body. And to the astonishment of those around him, Lin Fei began to slowly dissipate. Finally, with a blinding flash, he vanished from sight. As the crowd absorbed the reality of his disappearance, their astonishment gradually subsided. Mr. Lin is truly a person beyond scientific explanation. Perhaps he is a celestial being sent to save this world? Carter, for the time being, refrained from undertaking any tasks. Rest at home. The offspring of superheroes must enjoy the most splendid life, they remarked as they departed. Meanwhile, Lin Fei felt the gusts of wind swirling around him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the marvelous phenomenon surrounding his form. Countless blue codes danced before him, overwhelming his senses. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the novice task. Your physical attributes have been enhanced, elevating your capabilities to 8 times that of an ordinary person. As the voice resonated, Lin Fei felt a warm current coursing through his entire being, an undeniably pleasant sensation. Instantly, he sensed a surge of power within him, witnessing his muscles swell and expand. After a minute, his physique radiated explosive strength, prompting a smile to grace his lips. 8 times that of an ordinary individual. Even Captain America boasts only 4 times the average strength, and yet he had ascended to 8. What an extraordinary existence. This was, indeed, a show of dominance. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the flying mode of the invincible food truck. You have also acquired the recipe for the intelligent grilled cold noodles. The next task is as follows. Assist Tony Stark in defeating Stan. Task rewards will be issued upon completion. This time, the system withheld details regarding the reward. Nevertheless, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile at the prospect of the task. Tony Stark, I wonder how your father has described me to you. I hope our eventual meeting will be a pleasant one. Beep. The host has entered the normal time dimension. Please prepare for descent. Prepare for descent? System, come out here. Why am I preparing for a descent? Are you planning to let me fall from the sky? Are you jesting? At least provide me with a parachute. Not quite. It seems I can deploy the parachute myself. Hey, my friend, you truly have a knack for standing me up. Observing Tony Stark, who was engrossed in rolling dice, Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes was undeniably displeased. Upon hearing Rhodey's voice, Tony turned with a smile. Hey, Rhodey, long time no see. Oh, wait, we just saw each other. Tony, why do you continuously stand me up? No. I merely have more pressing matters to attend to. Would you mind rolling the dice for me? Forget it. I have no interest in that. All right. Under the gaze of those around, Tony shrugged and tossed the dice from his hand, only to lose spectacularly. Buddy, it seems you can't bring me luck. I shall take my leave. Remember not to be late tomorrow. I know. As Tony was about to get into his car and depart, he heard someone calling out to him. Mr. Stark. Excuse me, I'm Christine, a reporter for a magazine. May I ask you a few questions? Hearing the voice, Tony turned in confusion, only to be captivated by Christine's beauty, his gaze becoming somewhat frivolous. Oh, my most beautiful lady, do you wish to inquire of me? Why not come to my home? It would be an honor. I hope to receive the answers I seek. I promise you shall not be disappointed. With Christine in tow, Tony returned to his suburban mansion, a place filled with advanced technology that appeared strikingly futuristic. Eagerly, Tony hardly took the time to shower, instead wrapping his arms around Christine's waist and leading her to his bedroom. With a thud, Tony tossed Christine onto the bed and eagerly followed suit. Just as they were about to take the most intense step, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, followed by a resounding boom. A loud crash echoed as Tony turned in shock to see the ceiling of his bedroom shattered, dust cascading throughout the room. Oh, heavens! What on earth has happened? Tony lamented, feeling that today had truly been disastrous. Finally, after 3 minutes, as the dust settled, a man appeared before Tony. Hi. You must be Tony Stark, right? Hello. I'm Lin Fei. Well, I'm your elder. Chapter 22. I am truly your elder. Lin Fei found himself in a rather exasperating situation, as the system had truly let him down. Upon his arrival in this world, Lin Fei's point of birth was mid-air, and he subsequently plummeted from the night sky. Fortunately, Lin Fei's reflexes were swift. He managed to retrieve a parachute and strap it on. However, he soon realized he had no idea how to operate it. As he descended closer to the ground, panic ensued. Thankfully, at a mere 150 meters from the ground, he finally managed to deploy the parachute. But as fate would have it, calamities seldom come alone. Due to the immense impact, Lin Fei's parachute, after 100 meters of descent, was abruptly severed. As he watched the parachute fly away, Lin Fei was distraught. Subsequently, he found himself gazing at a well-appointed residence below him. With no other choice, Lin Fei plummeted directly onto the roof. In the face of his formidable physique, he shattered the rooftop and landed inside the bedroom. Upon seeing the astonished expressions of two individuals, one of whom sported a distinct small goatee, Lin Fei instantly realized that this man was none other than Tony Stark, the future Iron Man. Lin Fei felt quite fortunate, as he no longer needed to exert effort in his search. This was rather fortuitous. Who exactly are you? Tony inquired, momentarily taken aback by Lin Fei's cheerful demeanor. In response to Tony's question, Lin Fei chuckled and produced a cigarette, lighting it before offering one to Tony as well. I've told you, I am your elder. He jested. Indeed, I am your elder. Tony retorted, irate, questioning when he had ever had an elder, with only his father in the household. He wondered where this so-called elder had come from. This person had not only intruded upon his home, but had also interrupted his private pursuits. Most infuriating was the audacity of this individual to claim to be his elder. Accepting Lin Fei's cigarette, Tony smoked without hesitation, feeling no concern that Lin Fei would resort to any tricks. So what brings you here? You are not, by any chance, Kristen's boyfriend, are you? If so, I must apologize. However, rest assured, our relationship is entirely consensual, and you need not worry. I will not fall in love with her. Lin Fei felt utterly exasperated. Did he truly appear so disreputable? That was not his intention. Looking at Tony, he began, Tony Stark, son of Howard Stark, you are an orphan, adopted by your father at a young age. Raised with indulgence, your innate intelligence set you apart from the typical wealthy brats who only seek pleasure. By the age of 17, you graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with a degree in electrical engineering. With your enviable accomplishments, you ultimately took the reins of your family enterprise, Stark Industries. Am I correct in my assertions? Oh, do not mind if I take a seat. Just as Lin Fei settled down, he noticed Tony had produced a handgun from seemingly nowhere, aiming it squarely at him. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback by Tony's sudden aggression. Hey, what are you doing, Tony? He exclaimed. What am I doing? Humph. My father has no brothers. Yet you claim to be my elder? Speak plainly. Who are you? Do not provoke my wrath, for I cannot guarantee that your forehead will remain unscathed. Lin Fei was at a loss, bemused by how Howard had raised Tony, seemingly devoid of any respect for elders or compassion for the young. However, he mused, he was neither old nor young. Tony, please do not be so agitated. By the way, where is your father? My father? He is at his residence, Tony replied. Why not just call him out? Everything will become clear then, won't it? Listening to Lin Fei's words, Tony was momentarily filled with confusion. Could it be that Lin Fei truly was his esteemed elder? Yet, the appearance did not quite align with that notion. However, if it turned out that he had inadvertently harmed Lin Fei, it would certainly not bode well for him. Contemplating this, Tony picked up a remote control from the bedside table and glanced at Christine. Oh, my dear, could you please step outside for a moment? I will escort you to another bedroom shortly. No thank you, Mr. Tony. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Thank you for the broadband today. As Christine exited, Tony's demeanor reflected a hint of displeasure. Fixing his gaze on Lin Fei, he spoke coldly. So, Lin Fei, if you are attempting to deceive me today, believe me, you will meet a most unfortunate end. Oh, please, do not frighten me. You will have the chance to apologize soon enough. Now, go ahead and contact Howard, Lin Fei retorted. With that, Tony pressed a button on the remote, and a blue holographic screen materialized on the wall behind Lin Fei. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the hologram, Lin Fei instinctively retreated, sitting on Tony's bed, oblivious to the fact that he was perched atop Tony's expensive suit. Soon, the hologram morphed, revealing a figure with a full head of white hair, yet radiating an undeniable vigor. Tony, what brings you to seek me at this late hour? Mr. Lin? In an instant, Howard beheld the person he had long yearned to see, a myriad of emotions washing over his face, with astonishment reigning supreme. Hello, Mr. Howard. Good evening. Have you dined yet? Surely you are not preparing for bed? Lin Fei smiled at Howard. having traversed through time for nearly 70 years. Lin Fei noted the changes in Howard. Though his hair had turned white, he still appeared remarkably well, brimming with vitality. Mr. Lin, I truly did not expect to see you again after all these years. It has been over 60 years. Each day, I have kept a watchful eye on you, never imagining I would actually meet you again. But, Mr. Lin, how is it that you seem unchanged? How can this be? Is time travel truly so miraculous? Ah. One cannot help but maintain a youthful mindset. I am the ageless gentleman, after all. Are you not envious? Haha. Mr. Lin, you remain as humorous as ever. Indeed. I am quite envious. However, your appearance has genuinely surprised me. Have you met my son, Tony? Indeed, I have met him, but what? At that moment, Lin Fei's expression grew somewhat awkward. I claim to be Tony's esteemed elder, yet he refuses to believe me. What can be done about this? Chapter 23. Words for Pots. Howard turned to look, suddenly noticing the awkward expression on Tony's face. In that instant, Howard spoke with unexpected boldness. Tony, Mr. Lin is indeed correct. This is the Mr. Lin I have been mentioning to you since childhood. According to family hierarchy, he is your elder. Do you recall what I once told you? Not to mention, Tony is genuinely intimidated by Howard. Upon hearing the latter's words, he momentarily appeared quite awkward. Yes, father. I remember. You spoke of a remarkable oracle named Mr. Lin, and it was through him that your fate was transformed. Mr. Lin single-handedly aided the superheroes in annihilating the entire Hydra organization. He is unequivocally a formidable force. Oh, listening to Tony's words, Lin Fei unexpectedly chuckled, glancing at his own impressive physique. He thought Howard's words were rather astute. Indeed, he was quite formidable. Unfortunately, when one possesses such striking looks, attention is inevitable. Indeed, Tony, I never anticipated you would remember my words. Splendid. The Lin Fei before you is none other than that Mr. Lin. I trust you comprehend my meaning? At that moment, Tony's expression turned awkward as he turned to face Lin Fei. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, Greetings, uncle. Upon hearing that address, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. It sounded rather like an insult, leaving him quite exasperated. He quickly waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Mr. Lin, as I am accustomed to it. Turning to Howard, Lin Fei remarked, I say, Howard, you are over 90 years old now. Aren't you? Quite impressive, still among the living. Mr. Lin, how could you say such a thing? If you were still alive, how could I not be? Come on. Lin Fei unabashedly raised a middle finger, eliciting hearty laughter from Howard. Mr. Lin, I am indeed eager to visit you, but I fear I might disturb your rest. How about this? I shall come to Tony's place early tomorrow morning, and we can enjoy a meal together. We can chat while we dine. Excellent. You may indulge in Tsingtao beer and Yinjing roast duck at your leisure. Haha. Indeed. I have long told Tony that Mr. Lin's roast duck and beer are absolutely extraordinary. But alas, the boy refuses to believe me. I am quite helpless in that regard. Kiki. Tomorrow, let him witness it for himself. As Howard ended the video call, an awkward silence enveloped the bedroom. Tony, do you believe now? Yes, Mr. Lin, I believe. You are indeed the Mr. Lin my father has always spoken of. I apologize for my earlier disrespect. Not at all. I am quite magnanimous. By the way, do you have a place for me to rest? I find myself a bit weary. Yes. Pots. With Tony's call, the door to the bedroom swung open, revealing a woman standing at the threshold. Upon seeing her, Lin Fei smiled, but said nothing further. Tony spoke. Pots, please arrange a room for Mr. Lin. Certainly, Tony. With a smile, Lin Fei rose and made his way to the door, addressing Potts with a grin. Pepper Potts, hailing from New Haven, possesses formidable management experience. From a young age, she was closely associated with Howard, and after Tony ascended to prominence, she became his executive assistant. However, Potts, I must impart one piece of advice. When you harbor feelings for someone, be courageous in expressing them. Do not wait until it is too late. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Potts was momentarily taken aback. She had not overheard their earlier conversation, and now, hearing Lin Fei speak of her with such familiarity left her surprised. Even more astonished was Tony, who, listening to Lin Fei, found himself deep in thought, pondering the enigmatic strength of Mr. Lin. Eventually, after Potts arranged a resting place for him, Lin Fei reclined on the bed. Lying there, he marveled at the luxurious life of the wealthy. Oh, how splendid this mattress felt. He had finally returned to a normal temporal dimension, and soon, a busy life lay ahead. With Tony, Hulk, Fury, Natasha, and numerous other formidable individuals, he was prepared to undergo Mr. Lin's baptism for the sake of world peace and to minimize casualties. Throughout the night, the three inhabitants of the Stark estate were each lost in their thoughts. Aside from Lin Fei, the other two found sleep elusive. Tony pondered the nature of Mr. Lin's existence. According to his father, Mr. Lin should belong to the same era as him. Yet, he showed no signs of aging and possessed an astonishing breadth of knowledge. Could a prophet truly exist? As for Potts, she tossed and turned in bed, her mind in disarray. She understood the implications of Mr. Lin's words, yet expressing her feelings felt overwhelmingly daunting. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Early in the morning, Lin Fei was roused by loud calls from outside. Recognizing the voice, he knew it belonged to Howard. Revitalized, Lin Fei donned his clothes and approached the door. Huh, Mr. Lin, I never imagined I would actually meet you. Howard burst in exuberantly but stumbled, crashing into Lin Fei and knocking him to the ground. Hey, old Stark. Could you be a bit more careful? I'm not particularly fond of men. Oops, my mistake. Mr. Lin, wow, how did your muscles become so impressive? Even Rogers pales in comparison. Exercise fosters health. Howard, you're doing quite well yourself, Lin Fei replied, playfully squeezing Howard's bicep. Indeed, I share the same sentiment as you. Mr. Lin, as one ages, it is vital to engage in regular exercise to maintain vitality. As Howard stood up, he looked at Lin Fei with curiosity and remarked, Mr. Lin, I am genuinely intrigued. Did you truly traverse 60 years? This is something you wouldn't comprehend, so it's best not to dwell on it. Regarding matters that are systematic to him, Lin Fei prefers to remain reticent. Moreover, since his sudden arrival in this world, there are indeed few words he wishes to share. Chapter 24. The prophecy comes to fruition. 33. Listening to Lin Fei's words, Howard could only smile helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. Mr. Lin. How about this? Today I shall take you to a restaurant I have long adored. The food there is truly delectable and I am certain you will relish it. I have no objections. You may arrange it as you see fit. Lin Fei had no qualms about this. Howard wished to express his goodwill, and he would graciously accept it. After a brief refreshment, Lin Fei made his way to the living room. Observing Howard moving with surprising agility, far from the typical demeanor of an elderly man, Lin Fei chose not to comment. In fact, it was rather pleasant. Father, please go enjoy your meal with Mr. Lin. I shall not accompany you, as I have some matters to attend to. Very well, you may do as you wish. Tony, take care of your health. Our Stark Industries is thriving. Do not overexert yourself, for you are the backbone of the company. Hearing his father's words, Tony chuckled. All right, Dad. You needn't worry. I am well aware of my limits. Indeed, off you go. As Tony departed, Pepper also busied herself, leaving Howard to invite Lin Fei to leave with him. Once seated in the car, Lin Fei suddenly recalled something and promptly inquired, "What date is it today?" Upon hearing Lin Fei's question, Howard glanced at his phone, and his expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. Mr. Lin, today is March 15th. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt as Lin Fei pondered, for he had no recollection of the circumstances surrounding Howard's demise. The timeline had shifted, leaving Lin Fei hesitant to draw conclusions. Howard chuckled. Mr. Lin, might you be overthinking? While March 15th could pose a risk to my life, I have navigated many years without incident. Surely, this day will pass without issue, wouldn't you agree? Better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. Thus, please have the driver return. I shall take my own vehicle. Very well. I must admit I have yet to experience the luxury of Mr. Lin's car. Goodness. At the sight of the immaculate interior of the unparalleled dining vehicle, Howard was astonished. Mr. Lin, how have you maintained this? After all these years. It shows no signs of aging. A secret best left unspoken. Taking his seat in the passenger side, Howard, after sharing their destination, continued with a smile. To be candid, ever since your arrival in this world, I have aspired to develop a dining vehicle akin to yours, for it surpasses the technology of our time. Even now, I have yet to replicate it. I am certain no one has managed to create a vehicle of this caliber. Mr. Lin, your dining vehicle is truly remarkable. How did you come to create it? If I were to reveal that, how could I maintain my facade? Listening to Lin Fei's words, Howard was momentarily taken aback. Then he sighed with a wry smile. Mr. Lin, I believe you are overthinking this. For all these years, I have adhered to your instructions. I have not emerged since March 15th. However, I trust that nothing will go amiss, will it? Surely not. Buckle up. The prophecy has come to fruition. At Lin Fei's words, Howard suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. It was nearing noon, and the streets of Niu were sparsely populated, with everyone preoccupied with their own endeavors. Yet, at that moment, they beheld a medium-sized truck barreling toward them from across Lin Fei's lane. Recognizing the imminent danger, Howard tightened his seatbelt and grasped the handle beside him. Mr. Lin, what do we do? There is no way to evade it. What is there to fear? Glancing at the vehicles behind them, Lin Fei released the button for flight mode and gripped the steering wheel firmly. Let us not forget, my vehicle is invincible. Bang! The sound of collision reverberated as the two vehicles collided. Ordinarily, such a crash would leave Lin Fei's vehicle in ruins. However, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. After the impact, the truck's front end was crumpled, yet the white food truck remarkably surged forward once more. The force of acceleration was tremendous, stalling the truck's engine and shattering its tires upon contact with the ground. The truck was pushed to an intersection ahead, and Lin Fei deftly turned to leave. Turning to Howard with a smile, Lin Fei inquired, "How does it feel? Is everything all right?" "Of course it is. My goodness. Mr. Lin, your vehicle is truly extraordinary. Aside from the inertia from the collision, there was hardly any impact at all. Indeed, my vehicle is unparalleled. By the way, I trust you can handle matters here?" "Certainly. You need not worry." With that, Howard retrieved his phone and sent a text message. Just as the message was dispatched, he looked up to see a sudden burst of sparks erupting from the front of the vehicle, causing it to tremble momentarily. "What is happening?" "Oh, nothing much. The individual across from us is attacking us with a rocket launcher. Look, here comes another one." Following the explosion, the light ahead became clear once more. Howard observed a man in black standing 100 meters in front of the vehicle, brandishing a rocket launcher, and at that moment, a rocket was launched directly toward them. Instinctively, Howard raised his hand to shield himself. Noticing his movement, Lin Fei swiftly pushed his hand down. "Fear not, take a good look. This is a spectacle that even the movies cannot replicate. How exhilarating. Mr. Lin, I now harbor serious doubts about your hobbies." Boom. The explosion of the rocket was vividly apparent. Lin Fei, with a smile, inquired, "Is that so? Having witnessed it, what are your thoughts now?" "Quite thrilling," came the reply. Creak. A stunning high-speed drift sent the food truck crashing into the man in black. Observing through the rearview mirror, Lin Fei chuckled. "Howard, what do you think of my prediction now? I truly feel fortunate that I have heeded Mr. Lin's advice over the years." Chapter 25, The Immortal Qianyun. Mr. Lin. "This is the place." Upon disembarking, Lin Fei waved his hand, and the food truck vanished. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Fei smiled. He never anticipated that Mr. Howard would enjoy such a locale. "Haha, indeed. I stumbled upon this place many years ago, a kung fu noodle shop. What do you think? The name sounds quite formidable, doesn't it?" "Haha, indeed it does. I just wonder how skilled the owner is. Absolutely beyond reproach. Come, Mr. Lin, let us go inside." "All right." They exchanged knowing smiles and entered. The noodle shop was remarkably clean, yet Lin Fei found it perplexing that it housed only a single table, beside which sat an elderly man with a head full of white hair, exuding a benevolent aura. "Old Qian, I have arrived. Is there beef noodle soup available today?" "Haha. Mr. Howard, you've come." "Yes, indeed." "Oh, you've brought a friend along?" "Just a moment. I shall prepare it for both of you." With that, the old man rose and briskly made his way to the kitchen. As Lin Fei watched the old man depart, he felt a surge of confusion. "Old Howard, is this kung fu noodle shop not in operation? With only one table, how can it be profitable? What could the daily revenue possibly be?" "Haha." Listening to Mr. Lin, Howard chuckled softly. "To be honest, I was just as astonished at first. 30 years ago, I happened upon this restaurant by chance. Over the years, I have come here for a bowl of noodles whenever I could, supporting the old man's endeavor. However, Mr. Lin, there is something I must share with you. This old gentleman has shown no signs of aging over all these years." "Oh, are you implying?" Lin Fei began to speculate but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Howard nodded. "Indeed, just as you surmise. For the past 30 years, this old man has remained unchanged, including his appearance. It has been this way for 3 decades. Listening to Howard's words, Lin Fei's eyes brimmed with curiosity and intrigue. Indeed, Howard's remarks were quite fascinating. "Gentlemen, the beef noodle soup is ready." At that moment, the old man emerged, carrying 2 large bowls of noodles. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 2 substantial bowls. The 2 bowls of noodles were quite hefty, yet the elderly gentleman carried them with remarkable steadiness, his steps brisk and lively. Upon reaching the 2 individuals, he placed the bowls upon the table. Wiping his hands on his apron, "Please, do indulge. The beef was freshly slaughtered today and is exceptionally tender," he urged. "Thank you, Master Qian," Howard replied with a smile, promptly taking a generous piece of beef into his mouth. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Ah, Master Qian, your culinary skills remain unparalleled. This flavor is simply exquisite." Hearing Howard's praise, Master Qian chuckled and turned to Lin Fei. "Young friend, you must taste this as well and judge for yourself my humble craftsmanship." "Certainly." Lin Fei responded with a grin, lifting his chopsticks to sample a piece of beef. The sensation of it melting in his mouth astonished him. It was an experience unlike any he had ever encountered. For Lin Fei, this was truly a revelation, as he had never imagined such a delightful establishment could exist in Chinatown. Even before his journey across time, he had never traveled abroad. As he savored the delectable beef, Lin Fei felt it was the finest meal he had ever had, surpassing all the food he had tasted throughout his life. Suddenly realizing his appetite, he eagerly took a hefty bite of noodles, the myriad of flavors from the various seasonings melding seamlessly with the pasta. "Master Qian, your beef noodles are simply divine. They are undoubtedly the best I have ever tasted," he exclaimed. "Haha, I am delighted to hear that, young friend. Judging by your demeanor, you must be from Huaxia. Am I correct?" "Indeed." My name is Lin Fei, and I am indeed from Huaxia. You must be as well, Master Qian? Precisely, Lin Xiaoyu. You have keen insight. I hail from Huaxia as well, and my name is Qian Yun. Wait a moment, let me have another bite, Lin Fei said, diving back into his meal with relish. In no time, the bowl was empty, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. Finally satiated, Lin Fei lit a cigarette and reclined comfortably in his chair. Observing Qian Yun, Howard remarked, Master Qian, Mr. Lin and I share the same era, though he seems to have traversed time, does he not? At Howard's words, Lin Fei sat up straight, disbelief etched upon his face as he regarded Qian Yun. His mind was in turmoil, he could scarcely fathom what he had just heard. How could Qian Yun be aware of his extraordinary circumstance? This was a secret known to only a select few. What could this possibly mean? After a prolonged silence, Lin Fei finally asked, Master Qian, how did you come to know of this? I am eager to understand, if you would be so kind as to share. What is there to conceal? We are not ordinary individuals, are we? Qian Yun replied with a smile, taking a cigarette from the table, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. His eyes reflecting nostalgia. It has been many years since I last smoked. I believe it was over 400 years ago. What? Howard exclaimed, astonished by their conversation. Rising to his feet, his hands trembling with disbelief. Master Qian, are you implying that you have lived for over 400 years? Shoo. Qian Yun smiled lightly and, with a mere wave of his hand, the door of the noodle shop was abruptly closed by an invisible force. Witnessing this extraordinary event, both Lin Fei and Howard were taken aback, especially Howard. When had he ever encountered such a phenomenon before? The sight left their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fei finally spoke. Master Qian, who exactly are you? I am quite eager to know. Listening to Lin Fei's inquiry, Qian Yun chuckled. There is nothing to be surprised about. I am well aware of both of you. Decades ago, when you, Lin, assisted Rogers in opposing Schmidt, I was merely an ordinary soldier in that team. There is no need for astonishment. My identity is not something to be concealed. Lin, you are a seer, and your physical prowess surpasses that of an ordinary person by eightfold, which quite surprised me. As for you, Mr. Howard, you possess a formidable intellect, and your son has perfectly inherited your talents. Oh, though he is adopted, that is insignificant. As for me, you may call me the immortal. Chapter 26, 500 Years of Existence. Upon hearing Qian Yun's words, Lin Fei's expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. Master Qian, just how many years have you lived? How many? Qian Yun, lost in thought, took a moment to respond. It should be around 530 years. Back then, I was merely a young acolyte in a Taoist temple in Huaxia. However, everything changed when I suddenly fell off a cliff due to an incident. I plunged into the ocean, and I have no idea how long I drifted. All I know is that when I awoke, I found myself in New York, the very place we are now. 500 years have passed. I have endured 5 centuries of solitude. Initially, I believed I was an ordinary person, but later, I discovered that my existence was far from what I imagined. I do not die, my appearance can change at will. And I have witnessed countless events over these 5 centuries. As for you, Lin and Howard, I have been a silent observer of everything that transpired between you two. As Qian Yun spoke, Lin Fei gradually returned to a state of composure, completely unprepared for the revelation of Qian Yun's true identity. An immortal? What kind of being is that? It is a presence more powerful than his own. He merely possesses a system that allows for time travel, while Qian Yun is fundamentally untouched by the inevitability of death. Looking at Qian Yun, Lin Fei remarked, Master Qian, I never imagined you held such a remarkable identity. Indeed. Howard added with a touch of sentiment. Master Qian, I thought you merely possessed an ageless visage. I even presumed you were of a similar age to myself, yet unexpectedly, you could very well be my ancestor. Haha. At Howard's words, Qian Yun burst into hearty laughter. Do not dwell on it too much. We are merely traversing our own paths in life. Observing the now extinguished cigarette, Qian Yun picked up another one. As the smoke swirled around him, his expression was imbued with nostalgia. Ah, those days when I realized the seemingly infinite stretch of my life, I found myself engulfed in a profound sense of confusion. I yearned for death, yet feared it, and ultimately, here I am, still alive. At times, I ponder the essence of our existence. Is it for our dreams? Or for something else? Eventually, clarity dawned upon me. As an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities, I believe my purpose is to provide safety and happiness to others. And that suffices. I have lived in this Chinatown for 3 decades, coinciding perfectly with my acquaintance with Howard. Over these years, I am grateful that no issues have arisen in Chinatown, and everyone lives joyfully. That is my pursuit, and I find great contentment in it. Listening to Qian Yun, Lin Fei felt a stir of emotion. As a superhero, he realized that not everyone desires to stand in the limelight for all to see. Some prefer to remain in the shadows, quietly observing and safeguarding the peace of their surroundings. Looking at Lin Fei, Qian Yun smiled and said, Lin, my friend, I possess no remarkable abilities aside from my study of physiognomy. However, I find you inscrutable. I can glean a general sense of the futures of others. Yet yours eludes me completely. Lin Fei merely smiled faintly, for he was the master of a system. At that moment, Howard interjected, Elder Qian. What do you mean by that? What did you perceive upon seeing me? Ah, nothing of great concern, Howard. Rest assured, you have many enjoyable years ahead of you. And within your life, there exists a benefactor, none other than our Lin. You are indeed fortunate, for he will shield you from calamity, and your future will be quite splendid. However, Lin, Qianyun glanced at the sky outside, his right hand fingers fidgeting, and suddenly his demeanor grew somber. Observing Qianyun's change, Lin Fei felt a twinge of confusion. Elder Qian, do you have something you wish to convey? With a grave nod, Qianyun spoke. Several days ago, I gazed at the celestial patterns and discerned that soon the entire Earth will face a series of calamities, with the epicenter of conflict being New York. Upon hearing Qianyun's words, Lin Fei responded, I am aware of what you speak. You know? Oh, right, you are a seer. It seems you and I share a similar intuition, Qianyun remarked. To which Lin Fei could only offer a hollow laugh. At that moment, Howard chimed in, Elder Qian, I believe you two needn't worry. Our Stark Industries has been diligently researching various forms of warfare for many years, all with the aim of achieving global peace, and I continue to strive towards that goal. Today, Tony is set to journey to Jiangdong District to present our latest research findings. At Stark Industries, we possess an array of formidable weaponry. And should there arise any threat against our planet, I am confident we shall be more than capable of countering it. However, there are some matters that cannot be resolved by mere firepower. Qianyun shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. Some issues transcend the realm of brute force, much like her own extraordinary abilities, which render her impervious to conventional weaponry. At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly exclaimed, What? Howard, did you say Tony is heading to Jiangdong today? Indeed, Mr. Lin. What do you mean by that? I believe Tony must have already unveiled our latest innovations, Howard replied. One must acknowledge Tony's brilliance. Over the years, he has developed many groundbreaking technologies that have astonished the world. The esteemed position of Stark Industries today is a testament to Tony's relentless efforts. Lin Xiaoyu, why do you wear such an expression? Listening to Howard's words, Lin Fei swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Tony's number. Meanwhile, in Jiangdong, amidst a vast desert, a man stood before a gathering of hundreds, none other than Tony Stark. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am delighted to see you all today and to showcase Stark Industries' most extraordinary invention. Chapter 27, Tony Under Attack. Welcome, Mr. Stark. I eagerly anticipate your demonstration, said a man at the forefront, stepping forward to shake Tony's hand, his face alight with expectation. Tony smiled in response, moving to the side of a missile launcher and turning to face the audience with a serious demeanor. Is it fear or respect that I evoke? Perhaps it is possible to inspire both. I am about to introduce you to the pinnacle of Stark Industries' arsenal, a missile system equipped with our inaugural propulsion technology. The finest weapon is one that can decisively incapacitate the opponent with a single use. I assure you, once you experience such a weapon, those nefarious individuals will no longer dare to emerge. Trust my words, do not blink, or you might miss the most thrilling spectacle of your lives. With that, Tony produced a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. Instantly, the missile launcher beside him pivoted, and its missiles angled 30 degrees toward the sky. With a swift adjustment, the missile was launched, creating a piercing whistle that echoed, reminiscent of an eagle soaring through the heavens. As the audience watched in awe, the missile ascended and astonishingly began to disintegrate, transforming into countless smaller missiles. Tony's voice resonated once more in that electrifying moment. I earnestly recommend to everyone the Jericho missile. As soon as the words left his lips, a missile descended from a position 5 kilometers behind him, causing the ground to tremble beneath everyone's feet. Boom. The sound erupted like thunder from a clear sky, and in an instant, a cloud of dust was kicked up at the sight of the explosion, sweeping toward the onlookers. The immense shockwave nearly knocked them off their feet, and it took a moment for them to regain their composure. A purchase exceeding $500 million in weaponry would include a complimentary supply of chilled fine wine. Tony opened a nearby box and poured himself a glass, sipping it leisurely. The other leaders, witnessing this, exchanged smiles and approached to take their own glasses. Mr. Tony, your weapon truly astonishes us. We hope for even better opportunities for collaboration in the future. Of course, to our friendship, cheers. They raised their glasses, drinking deeply. The host continued, Mr. Tony, I shall have my soldiers escort you now. You must be weary from your travels. I have arranged for your accommodations, allowing you to rest for a few days before returning. It is my honor. For peace. Smiling, Tony followed his host to the car. Upon entering, he was greeted by pulsating music, and his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw an unfamiliar number, leading to a moment of confusion before he answered. Hello? Who is this? Tony, it's Lin Fei. Just as Tony was about to address him as Uncle Lin, the awkwardness of the title prompted him to quickly amend his address. Oh, Mr. Lin, what brings you to call? Where are you now? Me? I'm not quite sure where I am. But I'm elated because I just fulfilled a $600 million order for Stark Industries. Oh, I truly have a knack for business. Mr. Lin, I'm delighted for you to witness the flourishing of Stark Industries. This isn't the time for that. I ask you, have you finished showcasing your weapon? Absolutely. I favor swift resolutions. I just completed the demonstration of our latest missile and am currently being escorted to my accommodations by these charming soldiers. Stop the car. Turn around. Leave there immediately, Lin Fei exclaimed. Howard and Qianyan, who were beside Lin Fei, exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why he would utter such words. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei harbored a foreboding feeling. In the Marvel Universe, Tony was not in good health. He bore a shrapnel fragment in his heart. And it was only due to the intervention of Dr. Ainson that he managed to survive. Lin Fei had long wished to ensure Tony could evade such peril. To avoid such troubles, and to live a full life was indeed a significant blessing for Tony. However, Lin Fei never expected that Tony would head to Zhongdong today. He could not have imagined that events would unfold so swiftly. Meanwhile, Tony, sitting in his car and listening to music, chuckled upon hearing Lin Fei's words. Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? Why would I turn back? I am on my way to enjoy some delightful moments with my friends. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the phone, leaving Lin Fei momentarily stunned. Soon after, the line went dead, and Lin Fei's expression shifted to one of anxiety. Mr. Lin, what on earth is happening? Could it be that something has happened to Tony? My worst fears have come to pass. He swiftly turned to Howard and his companion, saying, I apologize, gentlemen, but I must take my leave immediately. Tony is in trouble, and I need to see him. What? Howard exclaimed, rising abruptly. Mr. Lin, I will accompany you. I will arrange for my private jet at once. We must go together. Tony is like a son to me. I cannot bear the thought of any harm befalling him. No, you need not worry. I will ensure his safety. Howard, you must stay here. It is dangerous there. Tony has been attacked by terrorists, but rest assured, he will not perish. I will bring him back. As he spoke, Lin Fei turned to Qianyan. Elder Qian, I entrust Howard's care to you. Every year on March 15th, he faces threats to his life, and I am uncertain if further attacks may follow. I kindly request your vigilance. I trust you possess the capability to manage this. Rest assured, young Lin, Qianyan affirmed with a determined nod. Lin Fei promptly exited the noodle shop, waving his hand as his food truck materialized before him. Fortunately, the area was devoid of onlookers, save for the recently emerged Qianyan and Howard. As the two beheld Lin Fei enter the vehicle, it sprang to life, rapidly transforming. In an astonishing turn, the truck morphed into an airplane. Chapter 28. They are utterly inhuman. Goodness. Seated in the food truck, Lin Fei gazed at the display screen that showcased the vehicle's transformation. It had become a small aircraft, comparable in size to the previous truck, yet its form resembled that of a majestic bird. Within mere seconds, the truck's velocity soared to 800 kilometers per hour, and within half a minute, they had already flown out of New York. What a thrill! Lin Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, at that moment, Lin Fei froze, witnessing a missile hurtling towards him from the front of the aircraft. What in the world is happening? Boom. As the echoes of the explosion dissipated, Lin Fei stared at the two fighter jets before him, momentarily at a loss for words. The aircraft ahead is about to land for inspection. Report your identity immediately, otherwise, we shall take severe measures. Ignoring the ominous voice from outside, Lin Fei remained unfazed. Their threats seemed futile, as if they could truly defeat him. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he continued to fly undeterred. Meanwhile, the two fighter jets wasted no time, launching two projectiles that struck Lin Fei's aircraft directly. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Lin Fei's plane remained intact, with no signs of damage. The two fighter jets were momentarily stunned, their pilots' astonished cries resonating in the air. Oh heavens, what is happening? Why hasn't this plane been destroyed? What on earth is going on? This is a monster. Korang, request support from the base. We cannot handle this individual. Amused by the pilot's exclamations, Lin Fei chuckled softly, refraining from further comment as he swiftly pushed the throttle aside and surged forward. Just then, as the fighter jets prepared to continue their assault, one pilot received a command from the base. Withdraw. That aircraft belongs to Stark Industries. Do not pursue. Upon hearing the order, the pilot hesitated briefly before finally turning back. Confused by the sudden retreat, Lin Fei shook his head, choosing to leave the scene and head towards the central building. Meanwhile, Tony was on the phone with Lin Fei when a deafening roar shattered the air. The soldiers, who had been conversing with Tony moments before, quickly sprang into action. Mr. Stark, please stay in the vehicle. Hello. Observing the chaos outside, Tony saw 4 or 5 vehicles approaching, each filled with armed terrorists wielding an array of weapons, including missiles. As the soldiers engaged in a fierce standoff with the enemy, Tony hastily opened the car door. He reasoned that it was safer outside. At least he could react swiftly upon spotting danger. Suddenly, as he exited the vehicle, a violent explosion erupted, akin to a thunderclap, and the shockwave sent Tony sprawling. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood, and in that moment, he trembled as he retrieved a remote control from his pocket, diligently working to locate a long-range missile. Only by achieving this could he hope to resolve the conflict. However, before he could finalize his preparations, a faint sound caught his attention. Turning in confusion, he spotted a fragmentary missile beside him and instinctively leapt to his feet. Boom. The missile did not afford Tony any time to escape. It detonated on the spot, hurling him through the air and rendering him unconscious. In those fleeting moments before losing consciousness, a singular thought plagued Tony's mind. Why had he not heeded Mr. Lin's advice? Regret washed over him, but alas, it was too late. Time slipped away, and soon night enveloped the land. Along the border of Zhongdong, a swift aircraft soared through the night sky. It was Lin Fei's invincible food truck. Lin Fei had long set the vehicle to maximum speed and had retreated to the rear to indulge in some refreshments. Beep. Approaching the destination, 5 kilometers away. Please prepare for landing, a voice announced. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei set down his beer, rose, and made his way to the cockpit. Gazing out at the twinkling stars above while the ground below lay shrouded in darkness, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. At last, the vehicle began its slow descent, forcefully shearing through numerous trees, yet landing with relative stability. Once on the ground, Lin Fei exited the vehicle, which vanished at his mental command. He donned a pair of goggles and steeled himself, fully aware that Tony was located just ahead, within a cave teeming with terrorists. While Lin Fei could obliterate the area without a second thought, the presence of Tony posed a significant obstacle. To ensure Tony's survival, Lin Fei had no choice but to infiltrate the cave. The terrain was barren, with sand strewn about, epitomizing desolation. Since enhancing his physical abilities, Lin Fei had attained an unprecedented level of fitness, his speed rivaling that of a speeding sports car. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt before the cave's entrance, where 4 armed guards patrolled vigilantly. Lin Fei pondered his predicament. His marksmanship was inadequate, and the likelihood of being shot by these 4 men was alarmingly high, a risk he could not afford to take. Thus, a cunning plan began to form in his mind. With a sly smile, Lin Fei summoned a knife and deliberately tore his clothing, smearing dirt across his face to create a disheveled appearance. He cast aside his night vision goggles and sprinted towards the guards, shouting, "Help! Someone save me! Those men are monsters!" As he fled, his legs began to falter, trembling beneath him. "Stop! Who are you?" the guards demanded, leveling their weapons at him. In a moment of panic, Lin Fei stumbled and fell to the ground. "Please, I beg you, help me. They're after me. Those men are truly inhuman." Chapter 29. A poorly told lie. As Lin Fei clutched his legs, the soldiers were left bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. A tattered figure rushed towards him, abruptly clinging to his thigh, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "Get up. There is no one behind you." At the sound of the stranger's words, Lin Fei quickly regained his composure, his expression reflecting sheer panic. Rising to his feet, he anxiously turned to look behind him, only to find that there was indeed no one there, absolutely no one at all. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Fei shouted urgently, "This is terrifying. Comrades, I implore you, help me, please. Those wretches intend to harm me. I am not that kind of person. Look at me. So innocent. How could I possibly yield so easily?" Inquiring about the nature of those pursuing him, he pressed on, "And you, where do you hail from?" Listening to the soldier, Lin Fei's mind began to race. "I just came from the village behind. A group of men suddenly appeared, armed with guns. Our village has very few women, and they have set their sights on me." As he spoke, Lin Fei's left hand stealthily reached for his waist, producing a dagger that glinted in his grasp. He had resolved to seize any opportunity to resolve this situation and rescue Tony in the process. However, Lin Fei had miscalculated, for at that moment, 4 soldiers charged towards him. "Don't move. I suspect you are an enemy. The village? It is filled with our people. You are lying." Stunned by the soldiers' accusation, Lin Fei pondered briefly, wondering if he had unintentionally blundered. Yet, it was evident that they had no intention of killing him. What he required was time to acclimate to his surroundings, an invaluable opportunity indeed. Thus, as the soldiers approached, the dagger in Lin Fei's left hand vanished. Engaging the 4 men in such proximity posed no challenge for him, given his physical prowess. Quickly regaining control, one of the soldiers spoke. "Take him inside and place him with that Stark Company individual. We must interrogate both of them together to uncover the truth of what transpired." "Understood." In no time, 2 soldiers seized Lin Fei and ushered him into a room deep within the cave. The chill of winter enveloped him, intensifying the cold that seeped into his bones. Tightening his clothing, Lin Fei watched as the soldier opened the door. With a shove, he was thrust inside. The interior was dimly lit and oppressively damp. As Lin Fei stepped further in, he grasped the layout of the room. 2 beds, And there, before a stone pillar, stood another man, gazing into a mirror as he meticulously groomed his beard. Clang. As the heavy iron door closed, the man began to speak. Are you new here? Oh my. It has been years since anyone visited. Today, miraculously, two have come at once. Greetings, sir. I am a son, and it is a pleasure to meet you. We shall be living together in the future. Dr. Ingson, is it? Lin Fei chuckled at Ingson's words, feeling an uncanny familiarity with him. Hello, Dr. Ingson. I am Lin Fei, delighted to make your acquaintance. I am aware of your origins, hailing from a quaint town in Gemera. It is indeed a beautiful place. What? How do you know my identity? A son, taken aback by Lin Fei's knowledge, was astonished. How could Lin Fei possibly know such personal details? Gazing at Lin Fei, my son inquired. Oh my sir, who exactly are you? How do you know about me? There is nothing mysterious about it. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am a prophet. And my purpose for being here today is not to be apprehended. For what then? For him, Lin Fei said with a smile, pointing to Tony, who was writhing in agony, his body riddled with tubes. Observing Tony's distress, Lin Fei felt a twinge of helplessness. Hey, sir, that is my patient. What are you doing? His condition is quite precarious. Of course, Lin Fei replied with a grin. I am well aware of that. Rest assured. Tony was struck by a missile from his own company, which led to his current predicament. I would not be here otherwise. He is not an easy person to deal with. Had he heeded my advice, perhaps he would not be in this situation. And you, Dr. Son, might not have crossed paths with me. It seems, Mr. Lin, that you are truly remarkable. I never expected to encounter someone as formidable as you. You flatter me. It is nothing. By the way, how is he now? Has the surgery been completed? Indeed. Everything went smoothly, so you need not worry. However, when he will awaken is uncertain. There are still many fragments lodged within him. Even though I have removed some, quite a few remain. If it were not for the car's electromagnet, I shudder to think. Listening to Ingson's exclamations, Lin Fei smiled. The car's electromagnet, you say? Without it, those fragments might have claimed his life, wouldn't they? Yet I am curious, Dr. Son, your village was once affected by a similar missile strike. Was it not? Why then? Do you wish to save him? Listening to Lin Fei's words, Son found himself momentarily at a loss for words, finally responding after a prolonged silence. What can I possibly say? There is little to say. Although Tony has brought harm to our village, ultimately it is not solely his fault. It is the abhorrent war that bears the blame. I saved him in the hope of fostering peace in the future, for only then can we live in happiness. As Ingson spoke, Lin Fei nodded in agreement. Tony, can you hear me? Stop pretending to be asleep. I know you are awake. Chapter 30, Tony's decision cough. As Lin Fei's words faded, a cough finally emerged from Tony. Upon hearing this sound, Ingson quickly reacted and rushed to Lin Fei's side. Gazing at Tony, Ingson found himself at a loss for words, taking a moment to process the situation. This is truly wonderful, Tony. You are alive. It is just splendid. Yes, I am alive, but this is really not good. Opening his eyes and feeling the discomfort of the tube in his nose, Tony swiftly removed it. Just as he attempted to rise, Lin Fei cautioned, Hold on, your life depends on that battery for now. Is that so? Tony observed as Lin Fei approached with the battery. He quickly grasped it, overwhelmed with emotion. Gazing at his chest, Tony found himself at a loss for words. I never anticipated that one day I would be injured by the very missile developed by our company, and to sustain such an irreversible injury is truly terrifying. No, it is not terrifying. Care for a cigarette? Lin Fei offered a cigarette, and Tony accepted it. Oh, what kind of cigarette is this? Quite enjoyable. Just give it a try. Hey, Dr. Ingson, would you like one? No, I think I'll pass. Observing the two engage in such familiar conversation, Ingson felt uncertain about what to say. After lighting a cigarette for Tony, Lin Fei lit one for himself as well. So, regarding your current situation, what are your thoughts? Thoughts? At Lin Fei's inquiry, Tony felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Mr. Lin, I underestimated you. What I truly need to say is that I should have heeded your advice. My father warned me long ago that Stark Industries would be a harbinger of war. Given our development of such weapons, the very weapon that caused my injury, I deeply regret it. Dr. Ingson, is it? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am equally pleased to meet you, Tony. Gradually sitting up, Tony felt that his chest was in relatively good condition. Looking at Ingson, he smiled and said, Dr. Ingson, I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated that my research would cause you such distress. I assure you that upon my return, I will put a halt to this weapons research. Oh my goodness, Tony, do you realize what you were saying? At this moment, Ingson was filled with immense excitement as he approached Tony. Are you aware of the consequences your actions will impose on Stark Industries? This could render you devoid of any financial resources. I do not deny that your decision may indeed pave the way for peace to arrive sooner, yet I must ask, how will the company survive under such circumstances? Listening to Ingson, Stark suddenly burst into laughter. Dr. Ingson, I apologize, but this decision, while monumental for me, will undoubtedly present Stark Industries with an unprecedented challenge. However, I firmly believe that the company will make considerable progress, and when that time comes, it will undergo a transformation like never before. I trust my judgment. Ah, it seems you already have a plan in mind, do you? Observing Lin Fei's smile, Tony responded with a grin. Indeed, this notion has bin swirling in my mind for many years, yet I struggled with its execution. Nonetheless, I now hope my father will support my current decision. He will undoubtedly support you, won't he, Howard? As Lin Fei spoke, he raised his hand, revealing a mobile phone displaying Howard's contact information. Upon witnessing this, Tony suddenly pondered how Lin Fei had managed to bring a phone in. Mr. Lin, how do you possess a phone? That is not the issue, Howard. Did you hear what Tony just said? Indeed. Lin Fei activated the speakerphone, and soon Howard's voice resonated. Oh, Tony, I truly did not anticipate you would entertain such a notion. I had considered it myself when I first developed this technology, but I always intended to leave such a decision to you. It's wonderful that you've come to this realization. My son, pursue your ambitions boldly. I have faith you will succeed. One to you? As Howard spoke, Tony's eyes glistened with moisture. What does one need most when making decisions? It is the assurance of support from someone who believes in you, and that is enough. Gazing at the phone, Tony finally said after a long pause, "Oh, Dad, I never imagined you would hold such a perspective. That is truly wonderful. I will return soon. Yes, I am relieved to hear you are safe. Mr. Lin rushed to your location upon learning you were in danger, specifically to rescue you. Tony, remember what I said. Mr. Lin is far more formidable than you realize. Heed his counsel, for he is a visionary capable of foreseeing future events. Yes, Dad, I was initially skeptical, but now I believe. It is truly wonderful to be alive." After ending the call, Lin Fei looked at Tony and smiled. He too was pleasantly surprised by Tony's unwavering trust in him. It felt remarkable. In Lin Fei's memory, Tony was indeed a fiercely independent individual. It seemed that Lin Fei's previous words to Howard had come to fruition. Tony had been remarkably well disciplined, which spared Lin Fei a considerable amount of trouble. "Tony, I believe you now understand what must be done," Lin Fei mused. "Indeed. I need to rid myself of this cumbersome apparatus." As he tore away the bandages from his chest, he beheld the unsightly electromagnetic device, prompting a bitter smile from Tony. This contraption is truly unsightly, is it? Yet many here rely on it for their survival. Ah, yes, this is your keepsake, extracted from within you. Accepting the small vial tossed by Inksen, which contained blackened fragments, Tony's expression grew serious. He found himself at a loss for words. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Chapter 31. Agree to him. Quick, stand up and follow my lead. Upon hearing the knocking, Inksen reacted swiftly, rising to his feet with his hands clasped atop his head. Staring at the doorway, Tony and Lin Fei mirrored his actions, also holding their heads and gazing forward. Creak. At that moment, the heavy iron door swung open, revealing a throng of terrorists clad in thick gray attire, each brandishing a firearm aimed at the trio. Surprised by the weapons in their hands, Tony exclaimed, "Aren't those our company's firearms? How did they end up in the possession of these terrorists? Can you not comprehend my words? Raise your hands above your head, or you shall meet your demise." Oh no. Heeding Inksen's command, Tony hastily complied. Lin Fei, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized his ability to swiftly dispatch these individuals but restrained himself. Understanding that in order for Tony to have a moment of clarity and complete his research under such circumstances, he must follow their lead. The soldiers formed two lines, and from the rear emerged a portly man with a full beard. Approaching the forefront, the man began to murmur a convoluted speech that left Lin Fei and Tony bewildered. Lin Fei inwardly lamented, questioning why they could not simply communicate clearly. Who could possibly understand such drivel? Fortunately, Inksen began to translate. "He welcomes you, Tony Stark, the most infamous killer in American history." Cut it out. Tony scoffed at Inksen's translation, dismissing such a title that he had no desire to claim. If given the choice, he would aspire to be a hero to the world rather than a murderer. That was not his aspiration at present. He says he is honored to meet you. He wants you to create missiles, specifically the Jericho missile. This one. As the man handed over a sheet of paper, Inksen unfolded it to reveal the schematics for the Jericho missile. Upon perceiving the blueprint, Tony's expression morphed into one of turmoil. At this moment, he was unequivocally reluctant to confront such a design again, as it filled him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. After a prolonged contemplation, Tony finally spoke. "I agree to his terms." Tony turned his head in confusion to glance at Lin Fei, his eyes brimming with astonishment, unable to believe what he had just uttered. Observing Tony, Lin Fei solemnly nodded. "Agree to him. Very well then." Tony recollected Howard's words and turned to the man, giving a slight nod. "All right, I accept your proposal." Haha, excellent. With a wave of the man's hand, 3 warriors approached, escorting the 3 individuals out towards the cave's entrance. Upon exiting, Tony was met with a disheartening sight, an array of weapons and ammunition surrounding him, stirring a tumult of emotions within. "Mr. Lin, Do you think all of this is my doing? Just look at those arms. They are all products of Stark Industries. Hearing Tony's lament, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle as he too observed the surrounding arsenal. Who would have imagined that one day a man would find himself amidst the very weapons he had engineered, with those creations now posing a threat to his existence? Hello, Mr. Tony. How do you feel at this moment? At that juncture, the bearded man approached, grinning as he inquired. Upon hearing the man ask question, Tony glanced over. Noting the multitude of weapons he had produced, the man then animatedly gestured while speaking in a language that was incomprehensible to the others. Eventually, he concluded, and Ensign adeptly translated. He stated that all materials necessary for the construction of the Jericho missile were present and expressed his expectation for Tony to compile a list of these materials. He insisted that Tony commence work immediately. Should he succeed in manufacturing the missile, he would be granted his freedom. Huh, am I to be set free? Tony scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping him as he turned to Lin Fei. Since you are a seer, surely you must know if you will indeed release me. Why feign ignorance? Listening to Lin Fei's words, Tony smiled faintly and extended his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding warriors, Tony was once again escorted back. Upon returning to the innermost chamber, Ensign observed the flickering campfire before him. Tony, what will you do now? You must have realized that you are surrounded by your own creations. I suppose you never imagined you would find yourself in such dire circumstances. Of course, you could use Mr. Lin's phone to seek assistance from the outside, and perhaps someone would come to your aid. But do not forget that these individuals wield formidable weapons. The ensuing casualties would undoubtedly be beyond your capacity to bear. They may even kill you. Indeed, they would likely slay me, even if they do not. I doubt I will survive more than a week, Tony replied, resignation seeping into his tone. Ensign nodded in agreement. Exactly. Thus, the upcoming week will be crucial for you. Will it not? Indeed. Tony listened to Ensign's words, rising from his seat with a sigh as he approached the door. He knocked forcefully. Thud, thud, thud. The soldiers outside soon heard his actions. Hey, what is going on? Tell your chief that I require a plethora of materials, various raw components, and welding supplies. Inform him that without these, my research cannot proceed. No problem. I never expected you would acquiesce to our demands. Well done, Tony. You are indeed a man of prudence. Rest assured, I will relay this to our boss and ensure you receive what you need. As he heard the soldier's footsteps fade away, Tony smiled. In truth, the items he required were entirely different. The Jericho missile, he would never manufacture one again. It was an abomination. Sure enough, it was not long before a bearded man approached, pushing the door open and embracing Tony with a smile. Through Ensign's translation, he learned of all Tony's needs. These were essentials, and the bearded man had no doubts, promptly dispatching his subordinates to gather the items. Watching as his requests were fulfilled one by one, Tony grinned. An intriguing venture was about to commence. Chapter 32. The research commences. Gazing at a missile placed upon the table, Tony picked up a screwdriver and began to disassemble it. Ensign, do you speak many languages? Indeed. They possess an abundance of languages here. If I hadn't learned a few, I might have been killed long ago due to communication barriers. I confess that my survival is also attributed to my surgical skills. Without them, they would not have hesitated to dispose of me. Is that so? It seems, Dr. Ensign. You are quite an intriguing individual. I do hope we can forge a friendship in the future. We certainly will, provided we manage to escape. Fear not, trust me. We shall succeed. As they conversed, Tony lifted his gaze to Lin Fei. Mr. Lin, I am quite curious as to why you encouraged me to agree to the missile production request from that man. Do you wish to see more people ensnared in the dire agony wrought by our Jericho missile? Of course not. Continue. Extending his hand to receive the cigarette thrown by Lin Fei, Tony shrugged. Ah, smoking in front of a missile. How utterly mad we are. But aren't you the madman? Lin Fei chuckled as he lit his cigarette. Why did I prompt you to comply? Because a refusal would result in severe punishment. And I believe that is not a sight you wish to behold, is it? Indeed. You are correct, Mr. Lin. I would rather not witness such a scene. I find it quite distasteful. However, I am curious, Mr. Lin. While my father asserts that you are a prophet, I have remained skeptical. Might you demonstrate your formidable prophetic abilities? Why not? Recalling the unfolding narrative in his mind, Lin Fei smiled. What you intend to create is a super armor, equipped with miniature missile capabilities and a flamethrower function. It could be said to be impervious to weaponry, with the ability to soar through the skies. Am I correct in my assertions? With a snap, Tony was genuinely astonished by Lin Fei's words, for everything he mentioned was entirely accurate. It was indeed a terrifying revelation that Lin Fei could discern thoughts that resided solely in the depths of his own mind. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Are you planning to construct a reactor to replace the electromagnet in your chest? Absolutely. Mr. Lin, I, Shauna, have truly come to believe my father's words. You are indeed a remarkable individual. It seems that we shall be collaborating extensively in the future. With that, Tony gave a light tap on the rear of the missile. And soon a device was dismantled and lifted. He took hold of the missile's front end and, using tweezers, extracted a thin slice of metal. Palladium, 15 grams. This is precisely what I need for the reactor I am crafting. Regrettably, the quantity I require is rather substantial, yet there are only 16 grams here. Nevertheless, this will suffice for my purposes. It should operate for at least 15 minutes. He chuckled, asking, "How much do you need?" "Whatever amount is fine," Tony replied. "For once I return, these components will undoubtedly be replaced. Our company possesses an extraordinary reactor containing an energy entity within. The energy it generates is immensely powerful. If I could harness that, I would be indistinguishable from an ordinary person." Listening to Tony, Lin Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Recalling how he had overlooked the tesseract when dealing with Schmidt, he wished he had brought it along. As for the present, Lin Fei smiled, raising his left hand above the table. With a thud, a resounding noise echoed as a piece of silver metal materialized on the table. "Palladium? How is this possible?" Tony, incredulous, lifted his gaze to Lin Fei. "Mr. Lin, how on earth did you manage this? This is a rare metal. Extracting such a sizable piece of palladium is extraordinarily challenging, yet what you have here weighs a full 2 kilograms. How did you achieve this?" "Ah, that is not your concern. You need only focus on your research. However, is this 2-kilogram piece sufficient for your needs?" "Indeed, it is more than enough. Mr. Lin, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated such a marvel. Enough with the flattery. Hurry and attend to your work. This place is dreadfully damp, and I truly wish to linger no longer. Let us expedite our research and depart promptly." "Understood." Clutching the substantial piece of palladium, Tony felt an immediate sense of relief. This was precisely what he had been lacking, and with this issue resolved, a smile spread across his face. As Tony diligently examined his reactor, Lin Fei, feeling a wave of boredom, made his way to a nearby sofa, conveniently nestled in a blind spot of the surveillance camera. He reclined there, intending to rest for a while. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the soldiers observed Tony's intense focus on a metallic object, their curiosity piqued by his actions. Comparing the object to the blueprints of the Jericho missile in his hands, one soldier soon found solace in the thought that perhaps Tony was working on an improved version. Meanwhile, Tony continued to advance in his research, the oval object before him emanating a soft white glow. Ensign approached him and inquired, "Is this the result of your research?" "Indeed, this is the reactor. However, I have a much larger one at home. This one is merely a smaller variant," Tony replied. "Oh, and what is its capacity?" Ensign asked. "Approximately 5 billion joules," Tony responded. "My goodness, that could sustain you for numerous lifetimes," Ensign exclaimed. "Indeed. But this device may not support that larger unit for long. Once I return, I will need to make some enhancements. Nevertheless, it should suffice for dealing with these individuals." "Mr. Lin, thank you for your palladium," Tony said appreciatively. "You're too kind." Lin Fei replied, rising to join the two, smiling as he asked, "So, gentlemen, can we resume our research now?" "Certainly, but first I need to implant this device in my body. Carrying around a battery is becoming rather bothersome," Tony remarked. Chapter 33. Is it so wrong to perform a little? Soon, Tony implanted the newly developed arc reactor into his chest, which began to glow with a blue and white luminescence. Almost immediately, he felt his vitality returning. "How does it feel, gentlemen? Shouldn't we relax a bit?" he suggested. "Absolutely." Tony shrugged, clearly feeling that such a moment warranted some leisure. Noticing their relaxed demeanor, Lin Fei produced a deck of playing cards and placed them on the table before them. "Playing cards? Mr. Lin, are we going to play blackjack?" Ensign asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. Shaking his finger, Lin Fei replied, "No, no, no. Blackjack is rather mundane. Instead, let us engage in a new game called Dodiju." "Dodiju? What is that?" Ensign asked, puzzled. Seeing their bewilderment, Lin Fei chuckled. "This game is one of the most beloved card games in China, brimming with enjoyment." With that, he took a seat, ready to introduce them to the delights of the game. The rules are quite simple. One becomes the landlord, competes for the position, and the gameplay unfolds as Lin Fei narrates step by step. Gradually, a spark ignites in the eyes of the two players, as they become captivated by the sheer enjoyment of the game. In that moment, both are filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. "Haha, I'll take the landlord," Lin Fei exclaims. "Tony, remember, you owe me 2 years' worth of meals." "Oh, Dr. Ensign, you're quite fortunate. It seems you haven't lost much." As he discards his cards, Lin Fei feels an overwhelming joy. His luck today is extraordinary, with an array of bomb combinations leaving the other two utterly defenseless. Unsurprisingly, it is Tony who suffers the greatest losses. Perhaps losing everything is better than being scorned. "Wouldn't you agree, Tony?" Ensign's words plunged Tony into deep contemplation, dampening his spirits. After a long pause, Tony finally speaks. "Indeed, Dr. Ensign, you are correct. I apologize for the situation at your home. I assure you such an occurrence will never happen again." "Of course, I believe you." In that moment, The two share a glance, nearly bursting into laughter, as these two grown men experience a sense of camaraderie that leaves Lin Fei feeling somewhat exasperated. How absurd. In the midst of a simple game of landlord, you two manage to concoct such profound life philosophies. It's truly beyond my comprehension. Lin Fei, at a loss for words, shakes his head in resignation, only to be suddenly alerted by a cacophony of footsteps. After enhancing his physique, Lin Fei's senses have sharpened considerably, and now he perceives some unusual sounds. Realizing what it signifies, he promptly exclaims, "Quick! We must get to work. Someone is coming." What? Although Tony is incredulous about how Lin Fei could possibly know this, he springs into action upon hearing Lin Fei's urgent words. With a swift motion, Lin Fei makes the playing cards vanish, leaving the two astonished, but now is not the time for surprise. Tony quickly grabs a piece of metal and picks up a welding gun, unsure of his own actions. As expected at that moment, both hear a faint clicking sound emanating from the small window on the iron door behind them. This unmistakably signals that someone outside is peering in to assess the situation. Hearing this, Tony glances furtively at Lin Fei in the corner, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could Lin Fei have known? Does he possess the ability to see through walls? It truly is remarkable. Observing the look in Tony's eyes, Lin Fei, sitting in the corner and smoking, can only shrug in resignation. What can I say? I am just that impressive. In the film, the terrorists indeed harbor doubts about Tony, as they have always believed he would reject them. However, to their surprise, Tony initially acquiesced to their demands. These individuals are not foolish. They sense something amiss, which is why they have remained wary of Tony and decided to observe him closely. When the man with the bushy beard opened the small window and beheld the two individuals inside busily at work, only then did he feel a sense of relief. It appeared that Tony had genuinely compromised, which was excellent news for them, as it meant they could soon possess the most formidable weapon in the world. As time passed, after observing for a while, the bearded man finally closed the small window with a satisfied smile before departing. They have left. Well, we no longer need Tony. What have you created? Lin Fei lamented as he gazed at the piece of metal before him, which bore the number 112. Upon seeing such an object, Lin Fei felt as if 1,000 horses were trampling through his mind. I mean, my friend, if you're going to act, at least do it convincingly. If they come in now, how will you explain this? What's the big deal? Every product has some sort of identification, Tony replied nonchalantly, dismissing the concern as trivial. He believed that explaining it would be remarkably simple. Hearing Tony's flimsy reasoning, Lin Fei shook his head in resignation. Let him think what he wished. All right, Tony. What will you do next? Upon hearing this, Tony pondered for a moment before approaching the table, where he unfurled a series of blueprints. Lin Fei looked at the blueprints with curiosity. What is this? Tony chuckled. These are the design schematics for a significant project I have envisioned for quite some time. And today, it is finally coming to fruition. Lin Fei's confusion deepened. But what exactly is it? Of course, this is merely for their eyes. The actual design is. With a click, he illuminated the lamp beneath the table, and as Tony pressed down on the sheets, the light shone through, revealing the underlying differences to everyone present. Seeing the blueprints, Lin Fei smiled. The original Iron Man was born under the watchful gaze of a few. Chapter 34, The Ingenious Griddle. Wow, what an astonishing creation. It is truly unbelievable. As he observed the transformation of the blueprints, Ingson found it hard to believe what he was witnessing. When had he ever encountered such an extraordinary thing? Everything about it was remarkably powerful. Yet, as he examined the blueprints, Tony furrowed his brow. There were still numerous aspects of the design he found perplexing. At that moment, it merely appeared somewhat perfect. However, I find myself somewhat perplexed regarding the connection components in the weapon loading aspect. Listening to Tony, Ingson furrowed his brow. Does this mean that even with such blueprints, you are essentially rendered powerless? In the end, you still wouldn't be able to manufacture it? Well, at this moment, that seems to be the case. But I firmly believe that given a few days, I shall undoubtedly devise a solution. Good heavens. Ensign slapped his forehead. Tony, do you comprehend what you are saying? A few more days? That is utterly unacceptable for us. Do you realize? Those individuals would never grant you such an extended time frame, should you fail to deliver. You will have to face their wrath. Upon hearing Ensign's words, Tony nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dr. Ensign, I understand your concerns. But the truth remains, I am currently devoid of any ideas. I truly don't know what to say. It is quite distressing. Huh, what is there to fear? At that moment, Lin Fei's voice rang out. Upon hearing him, both men lifted their heads in curiosity, their expressions reflecting confusion. Uncertain of the meaning behind Lin Fei's words. Observing their bewilderment, Lin Fei chuckled, then stepped aside to a location where the surveillance cameras could not capture him. With swift movements, he gestured, and a small cart materialized before them. My goodness, what on earth is this? Even though Tony had seen much in his time, he found it hard to believe, utterly bewildered by how Lin Fei had conjured this item. The previous palladium metal had been similarly inexplicable, And now, with this new object. Tony was at a loss for words. Mr. Lin, where did you conjure this from? Can you perform magic? Magic, my foot. Lin Fei shot Tony a disdainful glance. This was a product of the system, capable of transforming at will according to one's thoughts. How could it be reduced to mere magic? Lin Fei perceived this as an affront to the system. Waving his hand dismissively, Lin Fei turned to the two men and inquired, "So, gentlemen, after a long day of toil, are you feeling a bit peckish?" In unison, both men nodded. Indeed, they were quite hungry after their labors. Although the terrorists had prepared some food for them, it was truly inedible. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, Lin Fei smiled. Feeling hungry is only natural. Watch closely. For I shall now present to you a delightful treat known as grilled cold noodles. Grilled cold noodles? What on earth is that? Noting their confusion, Lin Fei simply smiled and refrained from elaborating further. The grilled cold noodles, a distinctive culinary delight of Huaxia, are renowned for their swift preparation and delectable flavor, consistently drawing crowds at the entrances of various primary and secondary schools. At this moment, Lin Fei could hardly believe that he had acquired the recipe for this dish. It was indeed a delightful surprise. With thoughts whirling in his mind, Lin Fei ignited the stove, and soon wisps of steam began to rise from the pan. Observing this, he raised his hand, and 3 eggs materialized in an instant. With deft motions, Lin Fei cracked the eggs, letting them cascade into the pan. However, this was merely the beginning. How could one have grilled cold noodles without the base noodles? With a flourish, Lin Fei waved his hand, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, several sheets of dough appeared in his grasp. Without hesitation, he laid them atop the eggs, and the sizzle of cooking soon filled the air. Following this, he retrieved a bottle of vinegar, drizzling it generously over the noodles. "Hey, Tony, can you handle spicy food?" "Oh, I'm afraid I cannot." "I can." As the two bantered, Lin Fei chuckled. "All right, I shall prepare 2 different flavors for you." Grilled cold noodles demand a certain finesse. What Lin Fei once deemed simple now presented a considerable challenge. The heat required careful control. Should the edges of the dough begin to curl, the resulting texture would be tough. Moreover, if too much sauce were added, the dish would become overly salty. The intricacies involved were indeed numerous. Before long, 3 portions of grilled cold noodles were ready. Lin Fei grabbed a small bowl and, with remarkable speed and skill, sliced the noodles before sprinkling cilantro atop and placing it all into the bowl. "Here you go, Dr. Ensign, yours with extra spice. Don't worry, my chili packs a punch." "Thank you." Listening to Lin Fei's words, Ensign hurried over to a spot out of view of the surveillance cameras to indulge in the dish. "Wow, what on earth is this? Why is it so delicious? I have never tasted anything this exquisite in my life. Of course, how could anything I create be subpar? Eat heartily. If it's not enough, I'll whip up another batch for you." In the midst of their light-hearted exchange, Lin Fei prepared Tony's portion of grilled cold noodles. System, imbue this portion with intelligence attributes. Attributes added. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. The system was exceedingly efficient, capable of endowing everything with corresponding attributes, which would surely yield remarkable effects for different individuals. Watching Tony relish the grilled cold noodles, Lin Fei picked up a skewer, savoring the dish himself. "Why is everything I create so delectable?" Having finished his serving, Lin Fei felt invigorated. He looked up at Tony and remarked, "Tony, how do you feel now?" "Mr. Lin, I can hardly believe this," Tony replied, staring incredulously at Lin Fei, finally expressing his astonishment. "I find that my mind is exceptionally clear at present. The development issues I previously encountered have now been effortlessly resolved." Chapter 35. Mr. Lin, I crave grilled cold noodles. The unexpected exchange between Lin Fei and Tony caught Ingson off guard. Approaching the two, Ingson inquired, "Mr. Lin, does this item possess some extraordinary effect? Why is it that after consuming it, Tony's mind has become so lucid? Yet, I experienced only a tangy sensation, nothing more." Laughing gently, Lin Fei shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. In truth, this was the remarkable power of the system. Lin Fei could endow whoever he wished with the desired capabilities. However, a question lingered in Lin Fei's mind. If he were to bestow such gifts upon a single individual, would it not overwhelm them? This matter certainly warranted further exploration. Merely contemplating it sent a shiver down Lin Fei's spine. If the items were scarce, it would be manageable. But should they multiply, it could become a tormenting ordeal. At that moment, observing that Tony had finished his serving of hand-grabbed pancake, Lin Fei smiled. "Tony, do you feel significantly improved with regard to your shooting?" "Absolutely," Tony replied with a confident grin. "Mr. Lin, I must tell you, I suddenly realized that all my previous difficulties have been effortlessly resolved. It is truly miraculous. How did you accomplish this?" "Ah, that is a secret. Now, hasten to study your work. But remember, this effect lasts only half an hour. Should you not arrive at a solution within that time frame, you may need to consume another." "Oh, is it truly that effective? Perhaps you should prepare another serving, Mr. Lin. I find this quite addictive. Listening to Tony's words and observing his smile, Lin Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, he had come to assist, not to cook. However, upon reflection, he realized that his method of helping others was, indeed, through culinary means. Acknowledging this, Lin Fei felt a sense of acceptance, sighed resignedly, and said nothing more. Merely watching as Tony immersed himself in his work. Time passed gradually, and soon Tony was moving with remarkable speed. Lin Fei watched in astonishment as intricate and obscure formulas began to appear on the sheets of paper before Tony, leaving him utterly bewildered. What are you writing? This? Well, never mind. You wouldn't understand. It encompasses a multitude of complex concepts. What? Lin Fei's displeasure surged at Tony's dismissive tone. Was he being looked down upon? This was quite unacceptable, given the effort he had exerted. Sighing, Lin Fei resolved to let it slide. After all, maturity entails having a magnanimous spirit. Ultimately, it was Lin Fei who faltered, for he truly did not comprehend the situation. At that moment, Tony was liberated from the constraints of the battery, exuding an air of remarkable ease. His expertise in metallurgy had reached an extraordinary level, and the reactor on his chest radiated a captivating blue-white glow, bestowing upon him a striking allure. Meanwhile, Lin Fei found himself growing increasingly indifferent as he observed Tony's antics. Hey, Tony, how long do you intend to work on this? Lin Fei inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Tony replied, well, I estimate it will take about 2 days, possibly until the morning of the day after tomorrow. All right then. Lin Fei shrugged, reclining on the sofa and engaging with his phone, for in this secluded environment, he felt free to indulge in his distractions. Time slipped away, and soon the second day dawned, with Tony rousing Lin Fei from his slumber. Upon opening his bleary eyes and seeing Tony, Lin Fei sighed, come on. Can I get a bit more sleep in the morning? Why do you keep calling me? With a chuckle, Tony responded, so, Mr. Lin, are you hungry? Lin Fei, feeling exasperated, sat up abruptly. What is going on? Didn't I already provide you with food? Don't think I didn't notice. No, Mr. Lin. I'm currently working on an energy conversion project, but I've hit a mental block. How about that dish you mentioned, the grilled cold noodles? Should we whip up another batch? We could both use a bite. Lin Fei, resigned to the situation, realized that he needed to expedite Tony's research. After all, it would lead to the emergence of a superhero in the future. With no other recourse, he sat up, set the food cart before him, and began preparing the grilled cold noodles. Soon enough, the dish was ready, and the three of them each enjoyed a portion, revitalized by the meal. Feeling somewhat rejuvenated, Lin Fei approached Tony, who was engrossed in designing a flamethrower mechanism for the device. Why not incorporate some concentrated explosives inside? Lin Fei suggested. Tony, having finished chewing, replied, I would love to, but it's impossible. I lack the necessary materials to integrate compressed explosives. Not at all. I have some. With a sudden clap, Lin Fei's action caused Tony to leap back in alarm. Mr. Lin, are you trying to get us killed? That is a bomb. What are you worried about? This requires visual remote control. Otherwise, even if you smashed it, it wouldn't detonate. Lin Fei placed the remote on the table. Now is this all right? Fine, Tony said, finally reassured by the materials before him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Mr. Lin, since you have all these items, why haven't we considered bombing this place and making our escape? Lin Fei, upon hearing Tony's exclamation, could only shake his head in exasperation. Damn it. If I were to blow this place up, how would you ever manage to conduct your research? Why not seize the moment and expedite your studies while there is still pressure? As the old adage goes, pressure begets motivation. Come on. Well, I suppose you were right. I do feel the weight of pressure now and hope to expedite my research. Lin Fei still holds great admiration for Tony, at the very least. Tony possesses an exceptionally sharp mind. It was merely noon when Tony had already integrated the explosives into a device, discreetly concealing it before accepting the food delivered by the terrorists. Approaching Lin Fei, Tony exclaimed, Mr. Lin, this stuff tastes terrible. I crave grilled cold noodles. Get a cab and scram. Chapter 36. The crisis of Dr. Ensign Lin Fei truly felt like crying. He resembled a wronged little wife, squatting on the ground and tracing circles in the dirt with a small stick. This Tony is insufferably overbearing. If he wishes to eat, he should consume what has been provided. Why must he always put me to work? Am I his nanny? Certainly not. In that moment, Lin Fei felt utterly helpless, unsure of what to say, lost in his own self-pity while drawing circles on the ground. Time passed, and shortly thereafter, Tony had successfully crafted 2 mechanical leg guards, which he was now wearing. Finally, Lin Fei snapped back to reality and approached Tony, taken aback by his research accomplishments. The leg guards appeared remarkably stable, employing a principle of high-pressure assistance. Otherwise, human strength alone would be insufficient to wield such apparatus. Observing Tony's deft movements, Lin Fei couldn't help but praise him. I must say, Tony, this pace of research is impressive. Of course, I am the chairman of Stark Industries. How could my capabilities be anything less? Enough of that. Lin Fei quickly interjected, waving his hand. Hurry and stow these items away. If all goes according to plan, we shall have company from the terrorists in less than 3 minutes. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony furrowed his brow, yet quickly chose to trust Lin Fei, hastily relocating his completed inventions to a corner. Knock, knock, knock. Just as anticipated, there was a sudden rapping at the door, accompanied by shouts. Hearing this commotion, Tony turned to Lin Fei, astonished yet relieved. Thankfully, Lin Fei had forewarned him of the impending arrival. At this moment, Tony lacked the strength to confront such individuals. Had Lin Fei not spoken up, he might have been oblivious to the situation. As the door creaked open, Tony swiftly grasped his welding gun and prepared for action. When the soldiers entered, one of them, a bald man, clearly emerged as their leader. Tony and Eason promptly raised their hands and clasped them atop their heads, while Lin Fei also stood up at that moment. For Lin Fei, this situation was quite disheartening. Had it not been for the necessity of enabling Tony to devise a prototype of Iron Man under such duress, he would have relished the opportunity to have subdued these individuals already. In a moment of exasperation, Lin Fei cradled his head, merely observing the arrival of those present. Upon noticing the bald man, a name surfaced in Lin Fei's mind: Reza, a ruthless leader known for his merciless demeanor, certainly not the final adversary they would encounter. At that moment, Reza approached Tony, gently caressing the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, murmuring to himself. The bow and arrow once represented the zenith of weaponry. Genghis Khan wielded such arms to govern territories stretching from the Pacific to Ukraine, an expanse so vast it defies imagination. Yet now, as he spoke, Reza moved towards the table, discovering the various blueprints Tony had carelessly left behind. With Stark Industries weaponry at our disposal, we could dominate the world. How exhilarating that sounds. Does it not? Having set down the blueprints, Reza turned to face Stark, his gaze laden with inscrutable intent. No one could fathom his thoughts at that moment. After a prolonged silence, Reza addressed Tony. Why do you refuse to heed my instructions? At these words, Lin Fei's expression tightened. As he finally grasped the implication of Reza's statement, it dawned on him that Reza had been monitoring their activities, which meant that Tony's endeavor to develop Iron Man had been discovered. However, Reza remained oblivious to the true nature of their undertaking, as there was, in fact, no prototype to unveil. Reza's arrival was merely to validate his suspicions, and although he discerned nothing concrete, he still sought to intimidate Tony. Upon hearing Reza's words, Tony instantly reacted, questioning whether Reza had indeed uncovered discrepancies in his research. Turning to Eason, Reza remarked, I spared your life, and this is how you repay me? My apologies, Eason replied, his voice low and subservient. The intricacies of weaponry are formidable. We are striving diligently. Please grant us a bit more time. Grant you time? Is this your version of offering me time? Reza coldly surveyed the array of instruments surrounding them. Look for yourselves. What have you managed to create? At this point, you have yet to produce even a semblance of a prototype. Bring him to his knees. Reza commanded, and 2 soldiers surged forward, forcefully pinning Eason to the ground. Before him lay a blacksmith's platform, where the soldiers positioned Eason's head upon it. Without glancing back, Reza continued, I placed my trust in you, and this is your response? Even now, you refuse to reveal the truth to me? Listening to Reza's words, Eason resolutely replied, both of us are diligently at work. Is that so? Reza then turned and extracted a glowing red iron piece from the adjacent furnace with tongs. The iron glowed fiercely, radiating an intense heat that made everyone feel as though the air had become even warmer. However, Reza seemed utterly indifferent to the scorching temperature, blowing gently on it, causing the red light to become even more blinding. Glancing at Eason, Reza smiled and opened his mouth. What are you about to do? Tony asked. His eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. The temperature of that iron piece was exceedingly high, and if it were truly placed in Eason's mouth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, Reza paid no heed to Tony's words, resolutely approaching Eason, forcibly turning his head, and then looking at him, said, Open your mouth. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I am unaware of what you're doing? Will you speak the truth today? What do you intend to do? Tony shouted in exasperation. Shut your mouth. Reza retorted, turning to glare at Tony, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 37. You handle it. I shall sleep. Turning to Eason. Reza's grip tightened. What are you really doing? Will you speak? Listening to Reza, Eason firmly declared, he is manufacturing the Jericho missile. What? The Jericho missile? Speak the truth. Reza shouted frantically. Yet, upon hearing Reza's words, Eason showed no sign of retreat, continuing to shout, the Jericho missile. Very well. It seems you have no intention of being truthful. Then I shall let you experience what this truly feels like. With that, Reza forcefully pried open Eason's mouth, preparing to insert the iron piece. What do you intend to do? Have you set a deadline for me? Tony moved forward, determined to rescue Eason. Don't move. At that moment, the soldiers standing nearby reacted, raising their weapons and shouting in unison, "Don't move." Hearing their command, Tony quickly raised his hands, staring at Reza, who had paused and turned to look at him. In Reza's gaze, Tony showed no signs of retreat. His eyes were filled with resolve. He did not wish to witness any mishap befall Ensign. This was not the outcome he desired. Finally, looking at Reza, Tony spoke, "I need him. A research project of mine requires many to assist, and Ensign is a valuable aid." Clang. Upon hearing Tony's words, Reza's expression hardened, searching for something more in Tony's steadfast gaze. But he was mistaken. Tony's eyes remained unwaveringly resolute as they locked onto Reza's. After a long moment, Reza finally let out a cold laugh. "Certainly. Here's the refined and improved translation of the provided text. Very well, since you require assistance, I shall provide it. By 8 o'clock tomorrow evening, I expect to see what you have created. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves facing a dire fate." As Reza spoke, he prepared to leave but suddenly halted his movements. Turning around, he quickly spotted Lin Fei, whose gaze bore an air of aggression. After a prolonged moment, Reza slowly approached Lin Fei's side. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Lin Fei. You must be Reza, correct? What, do you intend to kill me?" "I too am an assistant to Tony." At this moment, Lin Fei had seized upon Reza's vulnerability. The Jericho missile was of utmost importance to Reza. Should he provoke Tony's ire, the consequences could be dire. Tony might refuse to produce the missile or, worse, slow down his progress due to Reza's interference. Such an outcome was one Reza was keen to avoid. Observing Lin Fei's disdainful smile ignited a flicker of anger within Reza, yet he managed to restrain it. Turning his attention to Tony, Reza posed a question. "Tony Stark, do you require this individual as well?" "Absolutely. Many significant tasks necessitate Mr. Lin's assistance," Tony replied. "Very well," Reza declared, raising his hand and flicking it dismissively toward Lin Fei. "So, Lin Fei, you are quite impressive. I have heard of your exploits. Although I am still unaware of your origins, such details matter little to me. What I need to understand is that, in due course, you will be compelled to reveal your identity and background to me. Is that so? I hope for your sake that you live to see that day." "Indeed. Once Tony has crafted the Jericho missile, I shall be eager to witness who dares to oppose me. At that point, I shall reign as the sovereign of the world." Laughing maniacally, Reza departed with his subordinates, leaving behind some ominous words for Tony. As the group exited, Tony finally exhaled in relief. These individuals are indeed formidable adversaries. I felt as though I were on the brink of death. It was truly terrifying. "Dr. Ingson, are you unharmed?" Tony quickly turned to Ingson, concern etched across his face. In Tony's heart, he did not regard Ingson merely as an assistant but as a friend, deeply grateful for Ingson's timely intervention. With Tony's support, Ingson rose, stretching his limbs and smiling as he said, "I am well, Tony. Thank you sincerely. Without your help, I might not have survived." "Nonsense. With my protection. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall escort you back to my place and arrange a commendable position for you." "Thank you. I truly hope we can emerge from this alive." "We certainly will." Observing the affectionate exchange between the two, Lin Fei felt a twinge of helplessness. Surely, this was not the appropriate time for such sentiments. However, he decided to refrain from interjecting, recognizing their desire to foster a bond, leaving him with little to say. Soon, the two parted ways, and Ensign turned to Tony, inquiring, "Tony, what do you intend to do now?" "What will I do? Naturally, I will stay up late to create it. I firmly believe that by noon tomorrow, I will have constructed this iron machine, and then we shall depart together." "Very well. I shall assist you." Ensign initially contemplated summoning Lin Fei to aid Tony. But upon turning around, he found Lin Fei had somehow produced a blanket and was inserting earplugs into his ears. "Don't look for me. I am merely a prophet, incapable of physical labor. I am here to provide you with moral support. Now, I shall take a nap. Oh, by the way, here is some Nanjing salted duck. If you're hungry, help yourselves. There is beer too. Drink if you're thirsty. I'm off to sleep now." With that, Lin Fei lay down on the blanket, curling up within it, genuinely preparing to slumber. Witnessing Lin Fei in such a state, both Tony and Ensign were momentarily dumbfounded. Setting aside the mystery of how he had managed to do that, the current situation was exceedingly tense. Here they were, laboring diligently, yet he chose to sleep. It was undeniably awkward. Nevertheless, seeing Lin Fei had already drifted off, Tony shook his head in resignation. "Let it be, Ensign. It's just the two of us now. I believe we can manage." "Indeed." Nodding in agreement, the two began to toil away under the faint light. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei, with his back turned, wore a smile. He knew that the two would undoubtedly succeed, and although he could lend a hand, it was wiser to conserve his energy for the next day's confrontation against their adversaries. Chapter 38. Who claims the Gatling is blue fire? Ding, ding, ding. Lin Fei was mistaken. He now profoundly regretted his decision. At 3 in the morning, Lin Fei opened his eyes, glanced at the time on his phone, and crawled out of his sleeping bag. Turning to face Tony and Ensign behind him, Lin Fei bellowed, Are you two out of your minds? Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony looked innocently perplexed, gazing at him with a bewildered expression. Mr. Lin, what is the matter? And you dare ask me what is wrong? Do you not wish for me to sleep? Not at all. We are merely engaged in our normal work, as you are well aware. Well aware, my foot. Lin Fei pointed at the ironworking table. Is your idea of normal work to rearrange things? It's right behind me, clanging and banging. Who could possibly sleep through that? With his hands on his hips, Lin Fei was visibly irked, utterly exasperated by Tony. You can hammer iron all you want. That is not my concern. But why move the equipment right behind me? What is the meaning of that? Initially, Lin Fei had managed to cope with the earplugs, but suddenly, the sounds reverberated directly behind him, striking him with a painful resonance. Ultimately, unable to endure it any longer, Lin Fei was awake, with considerable morning irritation. Observing an unopened bottle of beer on the floor, Lin Fei seized it without hesitation. With a deft flick of his finger, the cap flew off, and he downed the drink in hearty gulps, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. Rising helplessly to his feet, he gazed toward the corner where the surveillance cameras could not reach. At this moment, several crucial components had been fully assembled. Looking at those items, Lin Fei, with a hint of softness in his heart, inquired, "How's it going? Is there anything you require assistance with?" "Indeed, there is, Mr. Lin. I am in need of some high-strength alloy springs to enhance the force of my strikes. Do you have any?" "Certainly," Lin Fei replied with a trace of resignation, raising his hand and summoning an entire basket of springs from the ground. Afterward, he sank into the sofa, indulging in a cigarette. "Is this satisfactory? Hurry up and finish this. Once done, we must leave this place promptly." "Understood." Tony felt that Lin Fei was exceptionally generous to him. Despite the anger etched on his face, he was meticulous when it came to the tasks at hand. Time trickled by, and before long, morning arrived. The terrorists delivered food and took the opportunity to check on Tony's progress. Tony remained unfazed, as some things were beyond his comprehension. Tossing aside the food, everyone began to enjoy the dumplings Lin Fei had prepared, which tasted even more delectable after being lightly pan-fried in the food cart. "Tony, Riza will be looking for you tonight. How is your progress?" "Almost there. Just a few connectors left. We should have it ready by noon." "Good. Keep it up." "Oh. By the way, Dr. Ensign, we should install 2 bombs on the door. If all goes well, they will discover our plan by noon. At which point we need to strike as they open the door to buy Tony some crucial time." "Understood." The entrance was indeed in a blind spot of the camera. So as Lin Fei and Tony installed the bombs, no issues arose, and no one noticed their activities. It must be said that Tony worked swiftly. By 10 o'clock in the morning, everything was completed. What remained was to connect it to his body and resolve the microsignal issues. After the group finished their lunch, they prepared to commence their operation. Lin Fei provided a high-speed laptop, connecting it to a power source before handing it over to Tony. As Tony gradually affixed the steel components to himself, Riza entered the monitoring room. "What is Tony's current progress?" Riza inquired, stepping closer. At that moment, Riza suddenly noticed a problem. "Where's Tony?" Upon hearing Riza's words, those observing the surveillance quickly reacted, realizing with alarm that Tony had vanished. The footage showed only Ensign busily working at a laptop, with the camera's poor resolution rendering the screen's contents indecipherable. At that moment, a foreboding sensation suddenly enveloped Riza's mind. "Quick! Everyone, rush to Tony's room. He's about to escape." Instantly, several individuals grasped the gravity of the situation and hurried toward the exit, shouting, "Everyone, to Tony's side, now! They're coming!" Within the confines of the quiet chamber, Lin Fei easily discerned the chaotic footsteps outside. Upon hearing the commotion, he rose from the sofa. "Mr. Lin, please assist Tony. The computer has just connected, and it will take at least 3 minutes. I will confront them. Those inside, come out." As he spoke, the soldiers suddenly flung open the large door, inadvertently triggering the bomb affixed to it. In an instant, an explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward, and the 5 soldiers at the entrance were obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Witnessing this dire turn of events, Ensign quickly reacted, preparing to charge out against the intruders. "Wait." Lin Fei's form vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Ensign. "What are you doing, Dr. Ensign? Seeking death? Very well, I shall go. However, Mr. Lin, you are Tony's friend. If something were to happen to you..." Ensign's words faltered as he beheld 2 Gatling guns suddenly materialize in Lin Fei's hands, one grasped in each. Instantly, Ensign fell silent, raising his thumb with great difficulty and encouragement. "Mr. Lin, do your best." With a dismissive roll of his eyes, Lin Fei departed, stepping outside to confront the advancing soldiers. Without hesitation, he raised the Gatling guns. After his physical enhancement, wielding the Gatling single-handedly posed no challenge for him. In swift succession, he unleashed a barrage of life-taking bullets, mowing down the soldiers before him, all of whom fell lifeless to the ground. The soldiers who had just revealed themselves, witnessing this devastation, fled in terror. Observing their cowardice, Lin Fei felt a twinge of exasperation. "These Gatlings aren't even blue flames. Don't run." he called, pursuing the retreating figures. Back inside, Ensign watched the unfolding scene. Utterly speechless. Is Mr. Lin being a bit too formidable? Hearing Ensign's remark, Tony felt an overwhelming embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Damn it, I can't see anything. What use is it for you to tell me this? Tony lamented, glancing at the computer screen where the progress had reached 40%. His anxiety dissipated, as he was confident Lin Fei would handle the situation, even contemplating what the outcome would be once he emerged. For a moment, Tony pondered the utility of his creation, feeling a sense of frustration. Damn it, why does it seem so useless? At long last, as time elapsed, the computer's progress finally reached 100%. With a swift motion, Tony disconnected the data cable from his suit and, in a decisive gesture, smashed the computer to smithereens. It was imperative that no evidence remained. Adjusting the steel armor encasing him with ease, Tony nodded with satisfaction. Dr. Anderson, let us proceed. It is time to assist Mr. Lin. Moments earlier, Lin Fei had dashed out and quickly arrived at the cave's entrance. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he retreated hastily. The sound of gunfire echoed as countless bullets struck the cave's walls, prompting Lin Fei to reflect on his fortune in escaping swiftly. Had he lingered, he might have faced dire consequences. Despite his robust physique, he lacked Roger's shield and was ill-equipped to contend with such a barrage. Come out. We assure you will not be harmed. The gravelly voice belonged to a bearded man. Lin Fei felt exasperated upon hearing it. Get lost. You damn fools have guns. What do you expect me to do out there? The individuals outside hesitated momentarily but responded, rest assured. We keep our word. We will not harm you, provided you relinquish your weapon. Absolute nonsense. These old scoundrels were up to no good. Ignoring their taunts, Lin Fei retreated to a corner, retrieved a chair, and sat down with a thud. He then produced a Peking duck from his system, savoring each bite, accompanied by a chilled bottle of cola that was simply delectable. Time passed, and suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Lin Fei sprang to his feet. What the hell? An earthquake? Realizing the cause, he shouted towards the tunnel. Tony, get out here. It's an earthquake. The mountain is collapsing. Moments later, Lin Fei beheld a colossal iron machine emerging. It was Tony. The tremors he'd felt earlier were merely the result of Tony's massive strides. A wave of frustration washed over Lin Fei as he approached and delivered a kick to Iron Man's leg. Clang. Instantly, Lin Fei winced, clutching his foot. Damn it. Could you tread more lightly? I thought the earth was shaking. Hearing Lin Fei's complaint, Tony chuckled and lifted his helmet. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Isn't it obvious? Those people outside are armed with missiles. Why would I venture out? Ah, understood. Well then, Mr. Lin, you stay here while I deal with them. As Tony moved toward the exit, Lin Fei followed closely behind. This was indeed the first generation of Iron Man, though its rudimentary construction lacked many features. As Lin Fei swiftly followed suit and dashed outside, he spotted Tony, who had just emerged from the cave entrance. At that moment, he beheld a gathering of 30 to 40 individuals, each wielding a firearm, with one even brandishing a small rocket launcher. Observing the situation, Tony raised his hand and greeted. Good afternoon, everyone. Have you all eaten? Upon hearing Tony's voice, Reza quickly reacted, furrowing his brow. Is this the missile you devised for me? Do you think I cannot see through it? Huh, of course not. Tony, buoyed by Reza's words, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Reza, allow me to present you with a gift. With that, Tony lifted his hand and activated a mechanism, revealing a black barrel that ascended rapidly. Upon seeing this, Reza shouted. Run. He swiftly took cover, while most of the soldiers remained oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as all eyes turned toward Tony's hand, where a small spherical object launched forth, hurtling towards a group of individuals. Although uncertain of its nature, an instinctive sense of peril gripped them. In an instant, the sphere struck the ground and detonated. Boom. Flesh and blood were scattered. At that moment, the singular thought coursing through everyone's mind was the realization of their folly in provoking Tony. Was this not a death wish? Yet, no opportunity for remorse was afforded, as they all perished. Tony, have you lost your mind? Do you seek to become my enemy? Reza, knocked down by the shockwave, rose to confront Tony, his eyes ablaze with fury. In response to Reza's words, Tony turned, pressed a button, and a gun barrel swiftly emerged from his waist. It discharged bullets aimed directly at Reza. Observing the imminent threat, Reza narrowly evaded and retreated into a nearby room, while Tony hastened after him, only to discover that Reza had vanished. Damn it, he escaped. If that's the case, let's south obliterate this place. With each raise of his hand, a shell was unleashed, and residences were demolished by Tony's relentless assault. Wow. In that moment, exhilaration surged within Tony as he pressed another button, causing Iron Man to ascend into the skies. How on earth will you return after flying so far? Lin Fei, witnessing Tony's departure, was at a loss for words. Mr. Lin, what shall we do now? I cannot fly either, said Inson, gazing mournfully at the vanishing figure of Tony, feeling the weight of the absurdity of their predicament. As Lin Fei surveyed the raging inferno and the cacophony of anguished cries surrounding him, he gestured with a swift motion, and in an instant, a sleek silver coach materialized before them. Goodness! Mr. Lin, how on earth did you conjure this vehicle? Did you hide it on your person? Upon witnessing the curious expression on Inson's face, Lin Fei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. With a playful punch to Inson's head, he retorted, "For crying out loud, even if I possess an extraordinary talent for concealment, do you truly believe I could hide a vehicle? Well, I was just a bit overzealous and didn't think it through. But, Mr. Lin, if we take this vehicle outside, won't it catch fire? Do you presume this is merely an ordinary vehicle?" With that, Lin Fei focused his thoughts, and the rear compartment of the vehicle opened instantly. He climbed aboard and settled into the driver's seat. "Wow, Mr. Lin, this vehicle is incredibly comfortable. Oh, and it has air conditioning and such a large display screen. Buckle up, we are about to take off." "What? Take off? Mr. Lin, you cannot be serious." Just as Inson secured his seatbelt, he let out a startled cry. The entire vehicle transformed before his eyes. Through the rearview mirror, he could distinctly see it morphing into a helicopter, its appearance undeniably impressive. "Let us go." With a commanding voice, the helicopter ascended rapidly, and the flames below surged higher, fanned by the sudden gust of wind. The tents in the campsite blazed even more ferociously. "Wow, finally escaping this infuriating place," Lin Fei exclaimed, a sense of relief washing over him as he gazed down at the roaring flames. After 2 days in this predicament, he felt utterly drained. Soaring through the air towards Tony's location, Lin Fei soon spotted a figure seated on the desert ground below. Thud, thud, thud. Upon landing swiftly, Lin Fei recognized it was indeed Tony. At this moment, Tony was covered in dust and debris, looking utterly disheveled. "Hey, Tony, what's the matter?" "Mr. Lin, I'm feeling quite frustrated. I forgot about the energy source for the Ark, and as a result, it disintegrated mid-air due to unstable energy." "Ah, I see," Lin Fei replied, understanding that this outcome was inevitable due to the rush development process. Approaching Tony, he patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "It's all right. Once we return, we can work on it together. I trust you've devised some improvements in your mind, haven't you?" "Absolutely," encouraged by Lin Fei's words. A spark of confidence returned to Tony, and he promptly climbed aboard Lin Fei's vehicle. Aren't you being a tad presumptuous?" Lin Fei shook his head in resignation before taking his place in the driver's seat. After making a few adjustments, he inquired, "Hey, Tony, do you have any idea where your armor ended up? I had almost forgotten. It is estimated to be at least 4 or 5 kilometers away from here." Such an extensive range. Lin Fei had initially contemplated simply retrieving the battle armor, thereby ensuring that Stan would no longer be the most formidable presence. However, it now appeared that this endeavor might indeed prove quite challenging. The search area was excessively vast, and the relentless winds of the desert likely buried the armor long ago. Under these circumstances, it seemed more prudent to confront Stan directly. Revising his destination to New York, Lin Fei concentrated, and at that moment, the helicopter transformed into a fighter jet, swiftly altering its course towards the New York direction. "Goodness!" Tony exclaimed, rising to observe as the aircraft's speed reached its zenith. "Mr. Lin, would you consider selling me this airplane?" "Not a chance." Lin Fei shot Tony a glance. "Come over for a meal and rest. We'll be home by 6. As Tony watched Lin Fei's retreating figure, he quipped, nearly causing Lin Fei to stumble. "Aren't you my elder?" Lin Fei found Tony infuriatingly cheeky, constantly jabbing at him. Was he to be known as Lin the Taunter? This was truly a lack of respect. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Fei resolved to eat and rest. At 5:30 in the evening, upon hearing the system's upgrade notification in his mind, Lin Fei awakened, rousing Tony and Inson, who were resting next door. As Tony stirred, he immediately inquired, "Mr. Lin, is it time for dinner?" "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. How do you expect to become the pillar of Stark Industries? Perhaps you should host a culinary show instead." I might consider that," Tony replied. With a sigh, Lin Fei slammed the door shut and sat glumly in the pilot's seat. As the distant skyline of New York gradually dimmed, lights flickered to life. Lin Fei took out his phone and dialed Howard's number. "Hello? Mr. Lin? Where are you now, and how is Tony?" "Haha, Tony is perfectly fine," Lin Fei chuckled. "We are about to arrive in New York, and we will head directly to Tony's home." "Where are you?" "I am at Tony's house." "Oh, Mr. Lin. That is wonderful news. I'm so relieved you are returning safely. I will have Potts prepare dinner for everyone. We can enjoy a few drinks later." Let us skip that. I doubt anyone will have an appetite after just recalling that we each devoured a whole roast duck and 2 pancakes, Lin Fei mused. Hearing this, Howard refrained from further comment. After a brief conversation, realizing their destination was near, Lin Fei ended the call. 10 minutes later, above Tony's residence, the fighter jet instantly transformed back into a helicopter, landing smoothly to the astonishment of Tony and Inson. Upon reaching the front door, Howard was taken aback at the sight of Tony. Oh my goodness, Tony, what happened to your chest? Chapter 41. Rhodey observing Howard's astonishment, Tony chuckled and patted his chest. Father, it's nothing serious. I merely sustained a hit from our own missile. Were it not for this contraption, I might have met my demise long ago. Oh my. Is this the splitting missile you've been researching? Tony, I genuinely believe it is time for you to relinquish this endeavor. It is exceedingly perilous for both yourself and others. Rest assured, I have resolved to abandon this project. Stark Industries shall no longer manufacture weapons. Down with war. Tony. Are you aware of the ramifications of abandoning such an initiative? It could render Stark Industries inconsequential. My son, I do not oppose your decision. I merely wish to convey the potential consequences for your future. Of course, Father, I am well aware of the implications, so fret not. Moreover, with Mr. Lin's assistance, I have conceived a novel idea. I believe Stark Industries will ascend to even greater heights. Oh, is that so? I am quite eager to see what unfolds. Turning to Lin Fei, Howard smiled. Mr. Lin, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. Without you, Tony might have faced dire straits. Not at all. Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively. In truth, even if he had not intervened, Tony would have ultimately succeeded. His involvement merely expedited the process. Clearly, Tony was well on his way to fulfilling his potential, and the outcome was indeed commendable. Before long, after exchanging pleasantries, the group returned to their respective abodes, with Lin Fei being assigned to stay with Tony. As the day swiftly passed, morning arrived, and Lin Fei was awakened by a commotion outside. Puzzled, he stepped outside to find a soldier standing there, evidently a superior officer. Upon recognizing the individual, Lin Fei quickly understood that this was one of Tony's close friends. Approaching him, he greeted, "Good morning, Colonel James Rhodes. You've arrived early. It seems you share quite a bond with Tony, which I must admit is commendable." Rhodes turned, somewhat perplexed by Lin Fei's words. "Tony, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce us?" No need. I shall take it from here." Lin Fei interjected with a smile before Tony could respond. Colonel James Rhodes, a former member of the Stark Industries medical team and a veteran of the U.S. Air Force. He is adept in aircraft piloting and aerospace engineering, possessing extensive knowledge of flight and maintenance. If I were to assign him a title, I would say he is an exceptionally experienced pilot. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Fei, and I am Tony's mentor, a seer. A seer? Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Rhodey extended his hand for a handshake, then turned to look at Tony. "Tony, why haven't you mentioned this person to me before?" I just met him this time. He has taught me many things. My successful return to New York is largely due to Mr. Lin's assistance." "I see." Observing Lin Fei's well-defined physique, Rhodey was somewhat taken aback. "Mr. Lin, your physique is impressive. How about a friendly competition between us?" Lin Fei chuckled at Rhodey's suggestion. "What was that you just said?" "Oh no, I said nothing. Please, Mr. Lin, let go of my hand. I think it might break." Releasing his grip, Lin Fei patted Rhodey's shoulder without further comment. However, Rhodey was beginning to feel overwhelmed and turned to Tony, saying, "Tony, how does Mr. Lin possess such strength?" "I couldn't resist at all. Mr. Lin's prowess is not something you can easily gauge. I once created a high-strength alloy suit, and with just one kick from him, it was bent out of shape." "No way." "Really?" Upon hearing Tony's words, Rhodey finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Relieved that Lin Fei had not taken any further action, or else he might have been in serious trouble. "What's the matter, Rhodey? Did you come to see Tony for something specific?" Listening to Lin Fei, Rhodey smiled. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the awkwardness. It's all because of Tony." "Rhodey. Enough. Is there something you cannot say?" Rhodey, noticing the awkward expression on Tony's face, found himself at a loss for words. "Why do you always interrupt me? I'm just concerned about you." As Rhodey turned to Lin Fei, he continued, "Mr. Lin, I must tell you, this situation is truly giving me a headache. We went to Jiangdong together and recommended some things, but then Tony insisted on going back by himself. I have no idea how he managed to return. Honestly, who brought him back? If anything had happened to Tony, I would have had words with him. I also heard Tony mention that a certain gentleman promised to help those warriors with missile research. How could someone be so unscrupulous? If it weren't for Tony's cleverness in managing the situation, there could have been dire consequences. Don't you agree, Mr. Lin?" "Rhodey, that's enough." Listening to Rhodey, Tony appeared genuinely embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Lin Fei also wore a similarly awkward expression. Rhodey, displeased, retorted, "Hey, why can't I speak? I'm telling you. Tony, people like that do not want to see you succeed, you know? Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin, you must have returned with Tony. I wonder if you know anything about this person." Listening to Roddy's words, Lin Fei nodded, his expression reflecting a profound sense of embarrassment. I understand, of course. For the person you are referring to is none other than myself. As I mentioned, Mr. Lin would surely be aware of it. But who exactly are you talking about? Upon hearing Lin Fei's response, Roddy's eyes widened in disbelief, his face adorned with a remarkably vivid expression. Chapter 42. Roddy's Embarrassment. Tony. Roddy hastily pulled Tony aside, inquiring, "Why didn't you stop me earlier?" "I did try to intervene," Tony replied. "I told you to refrain from continuing. Yet you insisted on speaking further and urged me not to interrupt. What could I possibly do?" "You do have a point there," Roddy conceded, turning to glance at Lin Fei and breaking into a sheepish grin. "Well then, Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave. Farewell." With that, Roddy swiftly departed. Watching Roddy leave, Lin Fei shook his head in resignation. "Roddy, you certainly run faster than anyone else. Why didn't you do this earlier?" "Mr. Lin, shall we go for a meal?" "It's prepared by Potts, and her culinary skills are quite commendable." "Sure, I would love to sample it." Before long, the two arrived at the dining area, where Potts was serving a sumptuous breakfast at the table. As Lin Fei enjoyed the meal, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, this is splendid. Potts, your culinary prowess is truly impressive." Hearing Lin Fei's praise, Potts smiled and took a piece of bread, placing it in her mouth. "I can tell you're from Huaxia, Mr. Lin, so I made a few dishes inspired by your culture. I hope you enjoy them." Upon hearing Potts' words, Lin Fei chuckled. She was indeed correct. Her cooking was delightful. He relished the meal, acknowledging that it wasn't that the dishes from his system were unappetizing, but rather, each had its unique charm, being entirely different from one another. As they continued their meal, Lin Fei suddenly recalled something. Turning to Tony, he asked, "Are you scheduled to hold a press conference at the company today?" "Indeed, a close friend of my father called to inform me about it, urging my attendance to announce our company's recent achievements. But what you are about to discuss today is not precisely that, is it?" Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony paused momentarily but soon smiled, eventually responding with a wry grin. "You are correct, Mr. Lin. I do not intend to conceal anything today. My plan is to publicly announce the closure of the Stark Weapons Division." "What?" To everyone's surprise, Potts stood up, unable to believe what she had just heard. "Tony, do you realize what you're saying? Do you understand the consequences this will have for Stark Industries?" Tony chuckled at Potts' outburst and waved his hand dismissively. "Why are you worried about this? Do you think I made this decision lightly? What else could it be? Haven't you made such decisions more than once before?" Turning to Lin Fei, Potts remarked, "Mr. Lin, listening to your words, I gather you are aware of these matters. Since you are in the know, why not persuade Tony? Surely, you understand the consequences of such actions." "Of course I am aware," Lin Fei replied with a smile, observing Potts' concern and Tony's resignation. "Potts, why so agitated? Can't you simply acquiesce to what Tony has said?" "How can I acquiesce? This is not in Stark Industries' best interest. The company is currently reliant on the arms industry. If Tony ceases weapon production, Stark Industries will be finished." "Finished? Not at all," Lin Fei countered, shaking his finger. "Potts, you are overthinking it. Do you truly believe Tony is the naive child you envision? That is a grave misunderstanding, is it not? Tony requires my assistance for everything from meals to selecting ties. Can someone so dependent on another make sound decisions?" "Absolutely," Lin Fei declared as he picked up a dumpling and popped it into his mouth. "Do you think Tony has relied on your support all these years? If he depended on you for everything, he might have starved long ago. Rest assured." Patting Potts on the shoulder, Lin Fei continued, "Tony possesses far more independence than you realize. Do not overthink this. In truth, Tony's decision is justified. You have not experienced the events he has faced, nor have you seen his wounds, which is why you oppose him. However, fret not. The future holds no issues for Tony. Stark Industries may very well thrive due to this decision." "Really?" "Indeed. By the way, this dumpling is delightful." "Thank you, Tony. Now, let us proceed to your press conference." "Wait for me." Quickly gathering her belongings, Potts hurried to catch up with them. Once in Tony's car, the trio headed towards Stark Industries. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a spectacle of technological brilliance that dazzled the eyes. Most notably, a throng of journalists gathered at the entrance. As soon as they spotted Tony's vehicle, the reporters rushed forward, cameras in hand, snapping away with a flurry of flashes that nearly blinded Lin Fei. Shielding his eyes, Lin Fei exclaimed, "Hey, Tony, I think I've been photographed several times. Will I become famous?" "Well, probably not. They might overlook you," Tony replied, leaving Lin Fei feeling somewhat deflated. Was he truly that insignificant? As they exited the vehicle, the reporters surged forward, prompting Tony to raise his hand. Instantly, the journalists halted, looking up at him with rapt attention. Observing the reporters finally subdued, Tony addressed the gathering, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's discuss any questions you may have. I shall ensure to present you with some interesting poses later. How does that sound?" Haha. Upon hearing Tony's words, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter, and no further comments were made. As the group made their way inside, Tony accompanied Lin Fei through the entrance. At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly noticed a bald man approaching, causing him to furrow his brow. "Hey, Tony, good morning," the bald man greeted. "Hey there, good morning. It's truly delightful to see you again," Tony replied, embracing him warmly. Indeed, it is quite pleasant, they both agreed, and as they entered, Lin Fei positioned himself beside Tony, observing the bald man as he began to organize the surroundings. "Ah, Stan, your father's dear friend, now serving as the second-in-command at Stark Industries," Lin Fei noted. "Indeed. Mr. Lin is correct. This is Stan, a good friend of mine," Tony affirmed. "A good friend, you say?" Lin Fei mused, a smile gracing his lips. "I cannot wholly concur with your sentiment." "Oh, what do you mean by that, Mr. Lin?" Tony inquired, puzzled. Lin Fei chuckled softly. "Well, he could very well be your greatest adversary, Tony. I must caution you, he nearly brought your entire company to ruin. As for how you choose to navigate this situation, I shall refrain from elaborating. The decision rests with you." "Enough," Tony interjected, dismissively waving his hand. "Mr. Lin, he is my friend. Stark Industries has flourished under his guidance, and it is due to him that our company has thrived. No one can sway my conviction in this matter, not even you. Regarding your assertion that Stan is my enemy, I believe it is unnecessary to entertain such thoughts. I trust him. I suspect, Mr. Lin, that your prophecy may indeed be flawed. I have faith in my friend," Tony asserted coldly before departing. Seeing Tony's reaction, Lin Fei merely smiled, choosing not to comment further. Indeed, discussing such matters often breeds disbelief, much like with Rogers. If Lin Fei were to tell Rogers that Barnes would become his foe in the future, Rogers would undoubtedly scoff at such a notion. Knowing a person's visage does not guarantee understanding their heart. "Mr. Lin, is that truly the case?" At that moment, Potts approached Lin Fei, inquiring earnestly. Nodding in response, Lin Fei acknowledged her question. Truth and falsehood often intertwine. Who can truly discern? However, it matters little. Since Tony has chosen disbelief, so be it. Ultimately, he will confront this challenge himself. For now, his ignorance may serve as a form of vigilance. Should he disregard my warnings, the repercussions are his to bear. "Is that really so?" Potts asked, momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Lin, I hope you will assist him when the time comes. Rest assured, he shall not perish. If he were to, whom would you turn to?" A blush spread across Potts' cheeks, which Lin Fei quickly noticed. Amused by the situation, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He was well aware of Potts' fondness for Tony. After all, why else would he be teasing her so? "Good morning, you two," a voice suddenly called out. Turning to see who it was, Lin Fei spotted a man standing behind them, immediately recognizing him due to his distinctive appearance. Approaching Potts, the man produced a business card from his pocket and, with a smile, inquired, "Miss Potts?" "That's correct. May I ask who you are?" She replied. "Oh, here's my card. My name is Carlson." Before the man could elaborate, Lin Fei interjected. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Carlson appeared unfazed, offering a smile in return. "Ah, Mr. Lin, is it? I am quite familiar with your name. Of course. Those in S-H-I-E-L-D are well acquainted with every name, aren't they? It seems the rumors about Mr. Lin being a seer are indeed true. Naturally, there is little that escapes my notice." Lin Fei had a thorough understanding of the Marvel Universe, virtually aware of all its intricacies. However, Carlson's next question nearly sent Lin Fei into a fit of laughter. "Mr. Lin, may I ask what I had for breakfast yesterday morning?" Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, he replied, "Agent Carlson, perhaps such inquiries are best left unasked. I hardly concern myself with your personal affairs, do I?" "Well, I suppose I was being overly cautious," Carlson conceded. "But I must say, your question was rather tricky. Nevertheless, Agent Carlson, your hairstyle is quite distinctive." Seeing Carlson flustered brought Lin Fei a sense of joy, especially since he had been confronted with such an absurd question. As their conversation continued, Potts appeared puzzled. "Gentlemen, what are you discussing? I don't understand a word. And Agent Carlson, what is this S-H-I-E-L-D that Mr. Lin mentioned?" It's really not much. According to Agent Carlson, it's some sort of budget committee, though I can't quite remember the name. It's too lengthy." "All right then." Taking the business card from Carlson, Potts scrutinized it for a moment before expressing, "I wonder what brings you to seek me out, Agent." "Certainly," Carlson replied with a smile. "I have come to inquire about how Tony managed to escape from the Midtown area." "Oh, I'm afraid I can't assist you with that, as even I am unaware of how he managed to escape. Perhaps you could ask Tony directly?" "Very well, then we shall wait here." As the three turned to look, they noticed that the press conference was about to commence. Reporters were clamoring for attention, and to their surprise, they spotted Tony sitting on the floor, holding a hamburger. "Potts, didn't Tony have breakfast this morning?" "Indeed, he has an undeniable fondness for hamburgers. It is truly beyond my comprehension that he would choose to indulge in such a meal during such a significant occasion." With a resigned shrug, Lin Fei continued to observe the stage. "Hey, everyone, please take a seat. Do you see me sitting on the ground? Why are you all standing? The angle for the photographs will be quite poor this way. Don't you think I look more dashing seated?" Listening to Tony's words, the group of journalists chuckled and gradually settled down on the floor. Good morning, gentlemen, greeted Rhodey, who approached with an expression that conveyed an indescribable awkwardness in his eyes as he took a seat. It was evident that he was acquainted with Coulson, and after exchanging pleasantries, both turned their attention back to the stage. At last, the press conference commenced. Taking a bite of his hamburger, Tony pondered for a moment before addressing the journalists before him. I am elated to be alive, yet I am also filled with a profound sense of melancholy. For I have never inquired about my father's thoughts. There has always been a lingering question in my heart since I inherited this company from him. What was the purpose behind establishing this enterprise? Listening to Tony's words, the journalists were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected nature of his remarks. At that moment, Tony continued, I am genuinely curious about what my father envisioned when he entrusted this company to me. Weapons, indeed, one of the most despicable creations, have caused countless individuals to lose their lives, leading to shattered families and devastated lives. Suddenly, a shadow of sorrow crossed Tony's face. I have witnessed people perish before my very eyes due to my weapons. I have unwittingly become one of those cold-hearted assassins. The weight of this reality weighs heavily upon my heart. I have never contemplated why such tragedies occur, and whether it contradicts my father's initial vision when he founded Stark Industries. Yesterday, I had an extended conversation with my father, who supported one of my ideas. What I am about to announce is, he finished the last bite of his hamburger, clapped his hands, and stood up, approaching the podium to address the journalists below. I hereby declare that all weapon-related sectors under Stark Industries will be permanently closed. From this point forward, we shall not. A wave of excitement surged through the audience, and in an instant, the flash of cameras erupted as everyone eagerly anticipated Tony's next words. However, before he could continue, a figure suddenly rushed in Stan. He swiftly approached and, with a wave of his hand, two individuals swiftly escorted Tony away. As Tony departed, the crowd remained in a state of uproar, and he hurried forward to manage the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but Tony may not currently possess the authority to make such a decision. However, my friends, what we should celebrate is that Tony has returned. Listening to Stan's words, the entire press conference came to a close at that moment. Everyone sought to find Tony, only to discover he had vanished, having departed well before. In the rear of the crowd, Lin Fei and his companions were seated on a sofa, while Rhodey appeared bewildered, turning to Lin Fei and inquiring, Mr. Lin, what on earth is happening? This is utterly unexpected. Observing Rhodey's astonished expression, Lin Fei smiled. What does this matter to you? Besides, weren't you anticipating such an occurrence? War has transformed many, and now that it is receding, do you not wish to witness it? Of course. You are absolutely right, Mr. Lin. I long to see such events unfold. However, I never imagined Tony would make such a decision. It truly astounds me. At this juncture, Coulson stood up and addressed Potts with a smile. Miss Potts, please convey to Mr. Tony that I intend to pay him a visit. Certainly. I shall relay your message to Tony. However, Agent Coulson, whether he will heed your words is beyond my knowledge. Thank you. I trust he will listen to me. With that, Coulson took his leave. Lin Fei then rose as well. Potts, you should head back. I plan to visit a friend for a meal. Ah, what a delightful reminiscence. Oh, Mr. Lin, might I accompany you? Absolutely not. Lin Fei dismissed Rhodey's request without hesitation. Given your previous mockery, how could I possibly take you along? Departing from the venue, Lin Fei boarded his formidable food truck, setting off towards the location where Qianyun was. At this moment, he needed some solitude to contemplate his development plans over recent times, which was crucial for him. Only by resolving matters concerning Tony could he possibly proceed to his next task. He leisurely headed towards the Chinatown where Qianyun resided. Simultaneously, at the entrance of Stark Industries, Tony appeared only after the reporters had departed. Just as he was about to leave, Stan intercepted him. Tony. Stan rushed to his side, astonished by the latter's demeanor. Child, do you comprehend the magnitude of the decision you have just made? I am fully aware, yet I had no choice but to act. What do you mean by no choice? Do you realize what Stark Industries has relied upon all these years? It is our weaponry industry. Your declaration has profound implications for our company. It may even lead to a decline in our market value. This is truly a reckless decision, my boy. Haha, I am well aware. Stan, you are my father's old comrade. Some matters you perceive more clearly than I, so I shall not elaborate further. However, rest assured, I have pondered this deeply. What are you contemplating? I wish to know. Oh no, now is not the time to discuss it. No, I must understand, otherwise I will be utterly ill-equipped to handle the board members. My dear child, you must consider my predicament, will you? Very well. Tony finally relented, unbinding the bandages that had been wrapped around his injuries. His hand, slightly dislocated from a prior fall, was of little concern to him at that moment. He unfastened the buttons of his shirt, revealing his chest to Stan. Oh my heavens, what have I just witnessed? Stan hurried forward, tightening his grip on Tony's chest, gazing intently at him. Child, does anyone else know about this? Of course not, Tony chuckled. Stan, as a friend of my father's. I shall confide in you. I am currently developing a suit of armor. Once this armor is completed, Stark Industries will emerge as the most formidable company in the world. Weaponry will become utterly worthless in the face of my armor. Do you understand? Is that so, my child? Very well, I believe you. I will assist you in addressing the board's concerns, but your father may need to intervene as well. No worries, my father is already aware of this. I informed him of these matters long ago when I was trapped in the central building. All right, I trust you. I sincerely hope the situation can be resolved swiftly. Tony, you must expedite your research. Otherwise, Stark Industries may face significant opposition from other companies. Chapter 45. Must we meditate daily? Everyone, hurry and search, if you cannot find it. Do not expect dinner tonight. Yes, the location is the desert in the central region, where a group of warriors is tirelessly scouring the sands. Among them stand two individuals known to Tony. One is Riza, and the other, a man with a bushy beard. At this moment, these men continue their relentless search. Though none are aware of what they seek. Found it. Right here. At last, a warrior shouted, prompting everyone to quickly gather around. Before them lay a mask. The very mask of the first Iron Man suit. Upon seeing it, Riza approached and took it into his hands. Indeed, it belonged to Tony. Everyone, begin digging. I do not wish to see a single component missing. With this, we shall become the world's best. Yes. Ding ding. After exiting the vehicle, Lin Fei observed his surroundings. Thankfully, he parked in front of a noodle shop. Upon entering, he fortuitously spotted a person enjoying a bowl of beef noodles. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Fei took a seat to the side, patiently awaiting developments. Qian Yun, noticing Lin Fei, offered a nod and a polite smile of apology, subsequently falling silent. Finally, after 5 minutes had elapsed, the patron savoring beef noodles finished his meal. Old Qian, you truly ought to consider expanding this place. It is far too small. When the crowd swells, seating becomes a challenge. Listening to the patron's remarks, Qian Yun accepted the payment with a smile, replying, "It's nothing more than a means to pass the time. As long as everyone enjoys it, that is sufficient." "Very well, old Qian. I must take my leave now. I have a night shift to attend to. Take care." As the patron departed, Xiao Yun wiped the table, prompting Lin Fei to approach directly. "Mr. Lin, what would you like to eat?" "Beef noodles, of course. I have brought my own accompaniments." With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei revealed 2 bottles of beer and a portion of roasted duck on the table. "Old Qian, would you care to sample some?" "It would be my honor. I shall prepare the noodles, as I have yet to eat lunch." Soon, 2 bowls of beef noodles were ready, and Qian Yun delivered them with remarkable steadiness. Not a drop of broth disturbed. Setting them on the table, Xiao Yun took a seat, grasped a beer bottle, and with a swift motion, Lin Fei observed the cap fly off. Witnessing this, Lin Fei chuckled. "Old Qian, you truly are remarkable. I wonder, what is your true identity? I believe we need not harbor secrets between us." "Haha, very well." Xiao Yun unceremoniously tore off a duck leg, taking a bite followed by a sip of beer. "Young Lin, there is no cause for concern. We are all compatriots of Huaxia, and I presume you are aware of the existence of cultivators?" "Cultivators? Are you suggesting that you are one, old Qian?" Lin Fei expressed surprise, as such beings only existed in novels, and to his recollection, the Marvel Universe had never encountered anything of the sort. Qian Yun chuckled at Lin Fei's reaction. "Do not be astonished. Our Huaxia is indeed a land of wonders. What is there to be surprised about?" "I see. I never anticipated the depth of hidden talents within our homeland." "Indeed, though I too did not foresee such occurrences. Fortunately, my life is quite pleasant now. Oh, I just remembered. Some time ago, someone approached me, asking if I would join their organization, but I declined." "Oh, are you referring to Coulson or Nick Fury?" "Oh, young Lin is well informed." "Indeed, it was Coulson. He mentioned some organization whose name I cannot recall, inviting me to join. But I turned him down." Hearing this, Lin Fei chuckled, realizing that Qian Yun, much like himself, struggled to remember names, though it was understandable, as the name was rather lengthy and vexing. Soon, their lunch concluded. Observing Lin Fei's furrowed brow, Qian Yun felt a pang of curiosity. "Lin Xiaoyu, may I inquire as to the cause of your furrowed brow? Is there something troubling you?" Listening to Qian Yun's words, Lin Fei nodded. "It's just that I have been preoccupied with various matters recently, unsure of how to organize them. However, it's nothing to fret over. After enjoying the noodles prepared by Elder Qian, I am confident I will soon find clarity." "Ah, that would indeed be splendid. Yet, Lin Xiaoyu, I wish to impart a few words of wisdom if you would not find me too tedious." "Of course not. Elder Qian, please go ahead." "Very well, I shall speak. Lin Xiaoyu, I perceive that numerous dangers lie ahead. It is imperative that you remain steadfast to your principles. For many years, I have observed the celestial patterns. Yet I find that there are certain individuals I cannot foresee, one of whom is you, Lin Xiaoyu, and another is a person named Tony." "Tony? Are you referring to Howard's son?" "Precisely, his offspring. I had the fortune of meeting him once, yet I could not glimpse his future at all. Furthermore, there are many other destinies I cannot discern. Based on my estimations, these individuals are likely the chosen ones, thus their fates remain hidden from my view. I sincerely hope they can remain true to themselves in the times to come. Upon hearing Qianyun's words, Lin Fei realized that the individuals mentioned were likely the superheroes. He responded, Elder Qian, rest assured. I will certainly keep a watchful eye on them. Each of these individuals will face an unprecedented crisis in the future, and I will stand by their side during that time. Ah, splendid. Lin Xiaoyu, I see you possess remarkable intelligence and robust constitution. Have you ever considered embarking on the path of cultivation alongside me? What? Cultivation? Lin Fei pondered. Elder Qian, does cultivation not entail daily meditation and energy manipulation? Pfft. Lin Fei picked up a nearby towel to wipe the noodles from his face, feeling somewhat exasperated. Elder Qian, the flavor of this beef is truly intense. Chapter 46, is this what you call trouble? Haha. Lin Xiaoyu, I must apologize. I am truly sorry. It's simply that your statement was rather foolish. Foolish? Lin Fei was instantly displeased. How's that foolish? The book stated so. Haha, I am familiar with the book you mentioned, but Lin Xiaoyu, you have completely misunderstood. In truth, for those who cultivate, once you open the Ren and Du meridians, you can practice independently without any conscious effort. You are overthinking this. Well then, can I begin learning now? Lin Fei's anticipation grew. Elder Qian, do all cultivators possess the ability to fly? Can they unleash a Kamehameha at will? What are you imagining? Qianyun sighed, feeling quite helpless. You are overthinking. A cultivator merely enhances your genetic constitution, enabling certain transformations within your being, which could be interpreted as a form of immortality. In essence, it simply allows your body to age at a slower pace. As for the feats of flying or traversing the earth, those are unattainable. It merely strengthens your physical prowess and elevates your ability to jump, creating an illusion of flight. Oh, is that so? Then I shall cease my studies, Lin Fei declared as he prepared to rise and depart. Do not be hasty. Upon witnessing Lin Fei's intention to leave, Qianyun expressed his discontent. Young friend Lin, you must continue your studies. The benefits of mastering my cultivation techniques are numerous. For instance, you could go long periods without the need for sustenance, even days without a visit to the restroom, and you wouldn't need to drink water. Listening to Qianyun's words, Lin Fei was taken aback. Old Qian, tell me, how was the roasted duck we just had? Delicious, Qianyun replied. And what of the Tsingtao beer? Was it not refreshing? Indeed, it was delightful. Then that settles it. I am not starving, so why pursue cultivation? With so many delectable dishes to savor, why would I choose otherwise? Oh, it is not as simple as that, young friend Lin. You must comprehend the advantages. How could I possibly deceive you? I am but a novice cultivator myself. If you commit to your training, you will undoubtedly achieve greater feats than I. Not at all. Lin Fei sat back down, gazing at Qianyun with an air of resignation. I must ask, why are you so determined for me to cultivate? What drives your insistence? After living alone for so many years, it has grown rather tedious. I long for companionship. Hearing Qianyun's words and observing the melancholic expression upon his face, Lin Fei felt a pang of empathy. Indeed, to exist as a cultivator in a world rife with birth, aging, sickness, and death for 5 centuries would render anyone lonely. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Fei finally responded, Very well, old Qian, I shall accompany you in learning, but do not expect me to achieve any remarkable accomplishments. I lead a rather busy life. Splendid. They exchanged glances, holding the silence for a full 3 minutes. At last, Lin Fei could no longer contain himself and turned to Qianyun, asking, Old Qian, will you actually teach me, or not? Are we to simply stare at one another? Not at all. I was merely pondering your delay in departing. If I am to impart my knowledge, I will need time to gather some herbs and prepare a medicinal elixir for you. Really? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow, exasperated. You've kept me here for this? I am quite busy, you know. Casting a disdainful look at Qianyun, Lin Fei took his leave. Ah, young friend Lin, do remember to return in due time. With a heavy heart, Lin Fei drove away. Just 1 kilometer down the road, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Tony calling, and without hesitation, he answered. Mr. Lin, there has been an incident at home. Upon hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei immediately furrowed his brows. What is it? What has happened? Don't rush. Take your time to explain. For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder if Stan had already taken action. But how could that be possible? Stan only learned of Tony's situation today. How could he possibly act so swiftly? Meanwhile, Tony, catching Lin Fei's anxious tone, hastily replied, Mr. Lin, please hurry back. We can discuss it when you arrive. All right. Hold on. I will return immediately. Without regard for the bustling city around him, Lin Fei sprang into action, transforming the entire food truck into a fighter jet and soaring forward in an instant. Wow, what am I witnessing? In that moment, all the drivers around were astonished. halting their vehicles to gaze in disbelief at a flying truck. Amidst the chaos, Lin Fei paid no mind. His sole focus was on reaching Tony's residence at full speed. Finally, 3 minutes later, Lin Fei landed directly in front of Tony's home. He rushed inside, calling out loudly, "Tony! Tony! Where are you? What happened? Where's the enemy? Come out. I promise not to kill you." Hearing Lin Fei's shouts, Potts soon emerged from within, her expression turning awkward upon seeing him. "Where's Tony? How is he?" Upon seeing Lin Fei's anxious face, Potts was at a loss for words. "Mr. Lin, Tony is in the research lab downstairs. Perhaps you should go check on him?" "All right. I'll head there immediately." Without hesitation, Lin Fei dashed downstairs, only to find Tony sitting gloomily in the center of the room, facing a holographic display. Approaching Tony, Lin Fei scanned the area. "Where's the danger you mentioned? What has happened?" Upon hearing Lin Fei's inquiry, Tony quickly turned, a smile breaking across his face. "Haha, Mr. Lin, it's so good to see you back. I thought you would take much longer. Come, help me cook some grilled cold noodles." Lin Fei was momentarily speechless. "What? Grilled cold noodles? You told me something was wrong. It is a problem. This is the issue, Mr. Lin. Look." Tony pointed to a plethora of data before him. "I'm working on an improved version of the armor, but my mind went blank for a moment, and I thought some grilled cold noodles might inspire me." Lin Fei couldn't contain himself. Chapter 47. Eating grilled cold noodles makes all the difference. He delivered a light tap to Tony's head. "I say, Tony, are you joking with me?" I rushed back, thinking there was a serious matter, and you tell me you want grilled cold noodles? Are you kidding me? "Jarvis, Mr. Lin, I am here." Listening to Lin Fei's words, the intelligent program J.A.R.V.I.S. swiftly responded. Upon hearing J.A.R.V.I.S.'s reply, Lin Fei remarked, "Is this matter that Tony speaks of truly just an excuse to savor my grilled cold noodles?" Indeed, J.A.R.V.I.S. affirmed with certainty. "It is as such, Mr. Lin. Mr. Tony encountered a slight predicament in his research on the mech suits, hence he called you back. He believes that indulging in your grilled cold noodles will clear his mind. However, I am quite curious, are your grilled cold noodles truly that delectable? Whether they are delicious or not, you shall never know. Go summon Potts, please." "Understood, Mr. Lin." With that, J.A.R.V.I.S. busied himself contacting Potts. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, observing the mischievous grin on Tony's face, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, what could he do? His task was to aid Tony in becoming stronger, enabling him to develop an even more formidable Iron Man capable of confronting Thanos. With a resigned gesture, Lin Fei summoned a small cart that appeared before him. He immediately began to cook the grilled cold noodles, and soon, an enticing aroma filled the air. Before long, Potts arrived, drawn in by the mouth-watering scent, and approached with astonishment. Having heard Tony praise Lin Fei's grilled cold noodles, she was not disappointed upon witnessing them firsthand. "All right. No need to flatter me. Here, I've just prepared a serving. Come and taste it." Lin Fei handed her a freshly made portion of grilled cold noodles. Potts graciously accepted it, and upon taking a bite, she was taken aback. "Mr. Lin, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. I had no idea. This is absolutely delicious. Haha. If it's tasty, do indulge. Here's a bottle of chilled cola." Lin Fei offered her a bottle of soda, which Potts accepted without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Fei finished preparing a second serving of grilled cold noodles and sat down to enjoy it. "What about mine?" Tony inquired, his face brimming with anticipation. Lin Fei turned to glance at Tony's eager expression and shrugged. "What's the matter? There's none for you. Didn't you say you weren't hungry? You mentioned you had matters to attend to. If you have business, go on, Potts, and I will manage with a light meal." "No, that's not right, Mr. Lin. My intention was to eat your grilled cold noodles. You can't do this to me. Not happening." Lin Fei was quite irked by Tony's insistence. He had hurried back only to be met with this revelation. He felt quite displeased, indeed, observing Tony's forlorn demeanor. Lin Fei finished the grilled cold noodles in his hand, sighed in exasperation, and began to prepare. Regardless of the situation, the task needed completion. Lin Fei resumed cooking the grilled cold noodles. At last, Tony's portion was ready, and just as Lin Fei was about to hand it over, he paused. At this moment, Tony was filled with impatience, swiftly approaching and snatching the grilled cold noodles from Lin Fei's hands, devouring them eagerly. "Are you born under the sign of the pig? Why the rush?" Lin Fei observed Tony's audacious demeanor, feeling a mix of exasperation and delight. In the original Marvel universe, Tony was notoriously brash, treating everyone with a defiant air. However, witnessing the current Tony, Lin Fei felt an immense sense of gratitude for the words he had once exchanged with Howard. The present Tony exhibited a remarkable humility towards him, demonstrating a profound transformation in his attitude. "Mr. Lin," Tony remarked, after consuming your grilled cold noodles, "my mind feels remarkably clear. Yet, I can't quite comprehend why. Lin Fei chuckled at Pot's words, perhaps attributing it to Tony's inherent cleverness. As he observed Pot's pouting adorably, Lin Fei burst into laughter, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, Tony swiftly finished the grilled cold noodles, and a spark of excitement illuminated his eyes as he hurried to the control panel. Jarvis, bring up the 3D model of the armor. I believe I have a concept in mind. Certainly, sir. Jarvis responded without hesitation, conjuring a three-dimensional representation of the original Iron Man suit. As Tony beheld the image, he sprang into action, discarding unnecessary components into the trash while meticulously adjusting various data points. Soon, a model of the Iron Man suit, perfectly tailored to Tony's physique, materialized. He donned the suit and realized it fit snugly. Jarvis, list all available energy devices for this suit. I need to find something suitable, he instructed. Understood, sir. Quickly. Tony examined the array of energy devices presented before him, testing each one for compatibility. After several iterations, he ultimately chose a stealth model. While its offensive capabilities were not overwhelmingly powerful, it was sufficiently close-fitting. Pleased with the emergence of this new Iron Man suit, Tony nodded in satisfaction. Quite nice. But I'm not fond of this color. Jarvis, do you have any suggestions regarding the hue? Listening to Tony, Jarvis pondered momentarily before responding, Mr. Stark. I believe a combination of red and gold would enhance the suit's aesthetic. Shall I make the adjustments for you? Absolutely. In an instant, as Jarvis executed the changes, the colors of Tony's armor morphed, intertwining in a beautiful dance of red and gold. Upon seeing the result, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. This is the second-generation Iron Man, destined to be the final force against Stan during this critical period. Chapter 48. The Birth of the Second-Generation Iron Man. Observing the virtual armor enveloping Tony, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile, captivated by its aesthetic allure. For Lin Fei, this represented the very essence of his mission, to facilitate Tony's rapid growth, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. Roar. Indeed, I am quite fond of this suit of armor. Jarvis, immediately commence research on the materials and construct this armor. Subsequently, integrate your intelligent program within it. I can hardly contain my excitement. Understood, sir. I shall collaborate with Little Days to fabricate this suit forthwith. Excellent. You two work diligently while I take a rest. With that, Lin Fei departed with Potts and Lin Fei, entrusting the matters at hand to Jarvis. The trio ascended to the living room where Tony presented Lin Fei with a bottle of red wine, which Lin Fei accepted and savored a sip. Observing Lin Fei, Tony felt a surge of emotion. Mr. Lin, your grilled cold noodles are truly remarkable. Without your hand-grabbed pancakes, I might not have been able to produce this armor so swiftly. I merely expedited your research. In the future, you would have developed it just as rapidly, ultimately. It depends on you. Oh, by the way, I recommend you incorporate anti-freeze treatment into the armor. When you ascend to high altitudes, temperatures will plummet suddenly, and you may find yourself encased in ice. Oh, is that so? I shall test it then. This armor is constructed from a multitude of high-quality materials. I believe it should withstand the cold. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei felt exasperated. How stubborn this child was. Did he not know that Lin Fei was equally knowledgeable? Just as he was pondering this, an idea struck him. Tony, once you have completed the Iron Man suit, accompany me on an outing. I have a matter to attend to, and I will require Jarvis's assistance. Oh, Mr. Lin, it would be an honor to accompany you. At that moment, Jarvis's voice chimed in, eliciting Lin Fei's weary sigh. Tony, quickly proceed with the armor's construction and refrain from interrupting our conversation. Understood, sir. Jarvis fell silent, focusing intently on his tasks. Just then, Tony turned to Lin Fei, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Mr. Lin, did you just refer to that armor as Iron Man? Indeed, it is Iron Man. What do you think of the name? I find the name exceedingly powerful. I truly adore it. Iron Man, what a splendid name. Time passed, minute by minute, until evening descended. Potts prepared a sumptuous dinner, prompting Lin Fei and Tony to express their admiration. Potts, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This huaxia cuisine is simply exquisite. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Potts smiled gently without saying much in response. Mr. Lin, you flatter me. As long as you enjoy it, that is sufficient. Lin Fei, upon hearing Potts' words, chuckled softly and continued to eat, savoring the simple dish of boiled meat noodles, which he found to be exceptionally delicious. Just as everyone finished their meal, Jarvis' voice suddenly resonated. Mr. Tony, Mr. Lin, I have completed the armor. Would you like to take a look? It's ready so soon. I'm coming now. Tony, having barely taken a few bites, abruptly left the table. Lin Fei, feeling a bit helpless, stood up as well. Tony truly was quite impatient. Thinking of this, Lin Fei grabbed a chicken leg and followed closely behind Tony into the inner chamber. Before long, they arrived at the underground laboratory, where in the center stood a suit of armor, the newly improved Iron Man. It was strikingly handsome, standing tall on the ground. Upon seeing this, Lin Fei felt a twinge of envy, How wonderful it would be if he could possess such a creation. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Knowing that he lacked the ability to operate the Iron Man suit, he did not share the same rapport with Jarvis, at least not at this moment. Soon, Tony approached the armor, and upon witnessing its striking appearance, a fierce light sparked in his eyes. He began to caress the sleek surface of the suit, relishing its piano-like texture. Jarvis, please equip the gloves on me. Certainly, Mr. Tony. As Jarvis replied, a mechanical arm extended forth, retrieving the gloves and presenting them before Tony. With a press of a button, they were fitted onto his hands. Gazing at the metallic gloves, Tony was utterly delighted. He examined the blue and white energy device on the gloves. With a flick of his finger, a beam of light erupted, swiftly shooting a laser that struck the opposite wall. The recoil sent Tony crashing into the desk behind him, causing components to scatter across the floor. In the past, such an incident would have enraged Tony, as those materials were precious to him. However, at this moment, he was completely unfazed, quickly regaining his footing and bursting into laughter. This is absolutely fantastic. Jarvis, have Potts bring over my finest wine. Such an exhilarating moment deserves a proper celebration. Of course, sir. Moments later, after 5 minutes had passed, Potts arrived, holding a tray adorned with a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. Oh my goodness, what is this? Potts gazed in disbelief at Iron Man on the stage. Just then, Tony approached. Hey, darling, how's it going? Isn't it incredibly impressive? Don't be surprised. This is my latest research achievement. Quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Whoosh. Bang. As he looked at the shattered wine bottle before him, Tony appeared somewhat bewildered. Jarvis, I believe the destruction of this bottle of red wine is due to your actions. Oh no, Mr. Stark, that assertion is incorrect. It is clearly a result of your inability to maintain control. Upon hearing Jarvis's response, Tony furrowed his brow. Jarvis, I am now questioning the purpose of your existence. I am contemplating whether to dismantle you. Oh no, Mr. Stark, I admit my fault. Isn't that sufficient? Humph, that is not too shabby. Tony noticed that only half a bottle of red wine remained, and without a hint of concern, he raised his left hand, unloved, and swiftly poured 3 glasses of wine, handing one to Lin Fei. Mr. Lin, let us toast to this momentous occasion. Cheers. After clinking glasses with Tony, Lin Fei chuckled. However, Tony, are you perhaps celebrating a tad prematurely? Do not forget that you have yet to fully acclimate to this Iron Man suit. Do you think it is so easy to adapt? Of course. Who am I? Tony replied with a confident smile. I am a scientific genius. What difficulty could this possibly present? Just watch, Mr. Lin. After finishing his glass of wine, Tony strode directly to the armor. Jarvis, attach all the leg armor to my legs. I must showcase to Mr. Lin just how powerful I truly am. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle at his determination. This was truly a case of not turning back until hitting a wall. Meanwhile, Jarvis obediently complied, swiftly equipping Tony with 2 mechanical armors, securing them onto his legs. Soon, feeling the solid sensation along his legs, Tony was infused with a sense of strength. Oh, this feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Jarvis, activate 40% of the energy. I am going to attempt flight. After all, I am a genius. Understood, sir. In no time, the data was adjusted and communicated to Tony, who then sprang into action. With a mere thought, a blue-white beam erupted from beneath his feet. Ah, goodness. Bang. In an instant, Tony soared upward, completely losing control, and shot straight to the ceiling. Yet, with quick reflexes, he inverted, landing his feet directly on the ceiling. The sudden force of reaction surged through Tony's body, causing him to plummet downward. With a splash, Lin Fei approached Tony, who was sprawled on the ground, a can of cola in hand, sipping through a straw. So, Tony, he said with a smile, what did I just say? This is an accident, Mr. Lin. It was absolutely unintentional. Look at me. I will strive harder. This time, I will surely succeed. Ouch, my back. Struggling to his feet, Tony exclaimed, J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate 1% of the power. Mr. Tony, given your nature, shouldn't you be attempting to challenge that 40% power instead? J-A-R-V-I-S, replied. Tony shot him a glare. Shut up. No one considers you mute. Just calibrate it quickly and install the other gauntlet as well. Understood, Mr. Tony. Soon, both legs and arms were equipped, and J-A-R-V-I-S adjusted the data accordingly. This time, I will surely succeed. Taking a deep breath, Tony flicked his fingers, and the energy surged forth. Suddenly, a blue-white light erupted from beneath his feet, and he soared into the air. Whoa, Tony exclaimed. Now suspended 2 meters above the ground, genuinely harnessing the energy. However, due to the novelty of the experience, he found it somewhat difficult to control, causing him to sway unsteadily. Oh no, my documents. As he headed towards the desk, panic set in, and he frantically tried to stabilize himself. Yet, Tony ultimately faltered. crashing into the desk, sending papers flying everywhere. He was mortified. Controlling this energy was proving exceedingly challenging. In a moment of desperation, he fired an energy blast forward, which propelled him backward. Oh no, my luxury cars. He flew past his 3 prized vehicles, the energy leaving a mark upon them, and he felt utterly defeated. Quickly retracting the energy, he landed on the ground and rushed to inspect his beloved cars, relieved to find them unscathed. J-A-R-V-I-S. Equip all the suits and analyze the situation within the estate. Also, disable the surrounding anti-air radar. Understood, sir. As Tony approached the remaining suit, J-A-R-V-I-S promptly began his work, swiftly adorning Tony with the red and gold armor. With a simple command, the helmet opened, and he turned to Lin Fei with a grin. So, Mr. Lin, how about it? I told you I would succeed, didn't I? Ha, you're impressive, quite impressive indeed, Lin Fei replied, somewhat exasperated. Just then, J-A-R-V-I-S voice resonated in the air. Mr. Tony, all the environments have been loaded. Excellent. Closing the helmet. Tony flashed a confident smile and turned to gaze at the corridor behind him. Mr. Lin, I'm off now. I can hardly wait to soar through the skies. Suit yourself. But remember, do not ascend too high. That is certainly not an option. I must fully relish the sensation of flight. I'm off. In an instant. Tony's limbs were infused with energy, propelling him swiftly into the air. The shockwave from his takeoff nearly knocked Lin off his feet, and it took a moment for him to regain his balance, while Potts also struggled to steady herself. Mr. Lin, is this what the research has culminated in? Certainly not. I told him not to fly too high. Whether he believes it or not is beyond my concern. Why can't he fly high? As Lin ventured above ground, Potts expressed her confusion. Just then, before Lin could respond, a piercing scream echoed, and they both witnessed someone plummeting into the pool before them. Splash! The water erupted beautifully, creating an exquisite display. Lin shrugged his shoulders. Now do you understand why I warned you? Chapter 50. Return to Zola's base. Now do you comprehend my caution? Lin observed as Tony landed in the pool, unsure of what to say, a broad smile illuminating his face, overwhelmed with joy. Suddenly, Tony shouted, "Help me. My armor is frozen. Come assist me." Listening to his plea, both were left speechless, and with a sense of resignation, Lin stepped forward to rescue Tony. I say, do you now see the validity of my words? Finally, Tony was dragged out, sporting an awkward expression as he looked at Lin. Mr. Lin, you were right. It is far too cold up there. Potts, fetch me a blanket quickly. I feel utterly frigid. Observing Tony's plight, Potts shook her head in exasperation and went in search of a blanket. Supporting Tony back to their quarters, he remarked, J-A-R-V-I-S. Immediately modify this armor. I need to add anti-freeze materials. Understood, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S. Promptly replied. At last, Potts returned with a blanket, which Tony wrapped around himself. After sneezing twice, he felt somewhat better. Are you feeling better now? Lin chuckled. Your research has reached completion. I believe we can attend to some matters now. What matters? Tony inquired, puzzled by Lin's statement. Lin merely smiled and said nothing further. You will find out tomorrow. I shall take my leave to rest now. We will discuss this matter in the morning. With that, Lin departed to rest, leaving Tony in a state of confusion, shaking his head in resignation as he prepared to retire for the evening. Thus, the night passed swiftly, and early in the morning, Lin Fei ventured outside, only to discover Tony soaring through the sky in his Iron Man suit, a spectacle replete with science fiction allure. Settling onto the sofa, Lin Fei regarded Tony with a smile, inquiring, how does it feel now? Is it not splendid? Indeed, Mr. Lin. I added a few enhancements last night, including antifreeze treatment. It is now fully operational. My Iron Man is undoubtedly the mightiest entity, Tony proclaimed with pride. All right, enough boasting. Come down. I need to discuss something with you. At last, Tony obediently descended. Observing his demeanor, Lin Fei stated, accompany me on a little journey. Where to, Mr. Lin? Tony asked, his curiosity piqued. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Fei replied, to an exciting place. Are you interested in joining me for a look? Absolutely. Tony responded without hesitation. I relish adventure, Mr. Lin. Let us depart at once. Are you not going to rest for a moment? Lin Fei questioned, amused by Tony's eagerness. You seem more anxious than I am. I won't rest. I have no pressing matters today. It would be delightful to accompany you, Mr. Lin. Let's go. With no choice left, Lin Fei decided to set off, and once again, they boarded Lin Fei's vehicle. Tony's curiosity led him to explore every nook and cranny, leaving Lin Fei feeling somewhat exasperated. All right, let us take a proper break. We are not expected to reach our destination until tonight, Lin Fei suggested. Is it really that long? Tony remarked, noting that Lin Fei's speed was already quite rapid. Feeling a bit weary, he made his way to the back to rest. Time passed, and as evening approached, Tony awoke to a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Wow, Mr. Lin, is this a bit extravagant? Can you really cook? Why not? Now, wash your hands. Dinner is ready, Lin Fei instructed. Oh, certainly. Remarkably, Lin Fei's culinary skills were impressive, and soon, a sumptuous feast was prepared, much to Tony's delight. Mr. Lin, this delectable meal calls for some beer, doesn't it? Tony suggested. Absolutely not, Lin Fei retorted firmly. You need to keep your wits about you. No drinking, lest it hinder our plans. Very well, Tony replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, he soon noticed, wait a moment. Mr. Lin, this seems unfair. If I can't drink, why are you indulging? With an innocent expression, Lin Fei explained, because I need to think later, and besides, I can hold my liquor. Having undergone physical enhancement, Lin Fei's metabolism had accelerated, rendering alcohol inconsequential to him. Witnessing Lin Fei's nonchalant demeanor, Tony felt an overwhelming desire to bang his head against the wall. Lamenting his own plight, is there no justice left? At last, under Tony's pitiful gaze, the meal came to an end, and Lin Fei perceived a voice resonating in his mind, indicating that they had arrived at their destination. The atmosphere here was already imbued with the essence of spring, with countless trees flourishing in vibrant greenery, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This place was also the abode of Dr. Zola. As the plane touched down, the two disembarked, and with a mere thought from Lin Fei, the aircraft vanished into thin air. Upon arrival, Lin Fei soon noticed the grand entrance, which, devoid of snow, stood out prominently. Mr. Lin, where are we? Tony inquired, gazing at the imposing gate with a hint of confusion, sensing an unusual ambience. With a smile, Lin Fei replied, Oh, this is a most intriguing locale. Come, let us descend. He promptly pressed a nearby button, only to discover it was operational, which piqued his curiosity. Without hesitation, Lin Fei began his descent down the lengthy staircase, followed closely by Tony. As they surveyed the surrounding architecture, Tony couldn't help but exclaim, This place is stunning. Isn't it marvelous? Lin Fei chuckled in response. This extraordinary site requires immense human and material resources. Today, I wish to introduce you to one of its inhabitants. There are people here? Tony expressed his astonishment. If that's the case, wouldn't daily sustenance pose a challenge? Lin Fei shook his head. But what if this individual does not require food? What do you mean by that, Mr. Lin? You shall find out shortly. Lin Fei input the code, 8539. Mr. Lin, how did you know the password? Tony asked, intrigued. Do not forget, I am a seer. I possess knowledge of all that exists here. Indeed. Tony finally grasped the implication of Lin Fei's words. At last, the password was accepted, and Lin Fei stepped inside. The moment he did, a cloud of dust erupted, swirling rapidly due to his movements, momentarily obscuring his vision. Goodness, how many years has it been? Stepping further inside, Lin Fei noted the thick layer of dust that clung to the floor, enough to cause one to sink slightly with each step. A clear testament to the passage of time. Upon entering, Tony furrowed his brow. Mr. Lin, what exactly is this place? Why is there such a considerable amount of dust? With a smile, Lin Fei responded, It appears no one has visited in 60 or 70 years. 60 or 70 years. But didn't you mention there were residents here? How could it be so dusty after all this time? Lin Fei chuckled. As I mentioned, the inhabitants here may not truly be human. Zola, I've arrived. Have you missed me? What? Are there actually people inside? Tony exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, a sudden scream pierced the air. How could this be? How could you possibly still be alive? Just then, the two of them finally beheld a peculiar visage on the large computer screen before them, a green human head. Staring at it, Tony was momentarily taken aback, utterly unable to fathom what lay before his eyes. Oh, how could it be that such advanced artificial intelligence existed decades ago? Upon hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei chuckled. But what if this entity were not artificial intelligence? What could it be? Tony, perplexed, sought clarification. Lin Fei, with a smile, responded, What if this is a real person, rather than mere artificial intelligence? What? Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony was struck with astonishment. Looking at Tony, Lin Fei elaborated with a grin. This individual is Zola, a doctor from over 60 years ago, who, in pursuit of immortality, detached his consciousness and integrated it into this computer. This entire 20 square meter server is a manifestation of his essence, though it seems rather neglected after all these years. You are speaking nonsense. Lin Fei, you must tell me why you have not aged. How is it possible that you remain unchanged after all these years? What is impossible? Lin Fei scoffed at the camera across from him. I must say, Zola, your place is rather dilapidated. Surely you could find someone to clean it? Oh, by the way, do you remember what I told you back then? I promised I would come to find you one day, and here I am. Are you not delighted? Delighted, you say? Zola even seemed to be familiar with contemporary slang, his data on the screen fluctuating in response. Oh dear, what shall I say about you? You clearly are not functioning well. This equipment has aged. Should I consider replacing it for you? Hearing Lin Fei's words, Zola suddenly reacted. No, I do not need that. You must leave this place. You are far too unsettling. I do not wish to see you. Please just go? No. Lin Fei chuckled, stepping closer to Zola. Zola, do you not recall what I said when I first arrived? Have you truly forgotten? Upon hearing Lin Fei, Zola was indeed reminded. I know. You wish to inquire about the individual named Barnes, correct? Lin Fei, I do not know. You must leave. Do not know? That simply will not do. My purpose in coming here is precisely for that reason. The reason I did not confront you before was not due to your so-called immortality, but rather because I lacked the means to contend with you. However, now, look, do you recognize this person? With that, Lin Fei pulled Tony forward. Adjusting the camera, Zola seemed to be processing the information, and after a moment, he stated, You are Tony Stark, are you not? I never imagined you would come here. Lin Fei, do you truly believe that this weapon maker can contend with me? Why not? Tony, the next task is entrusted to you. I require knowledge of everything he possesses. I shall treat you to a beer later. You should have mentioned it sooner. I have long been intrigued by this individual. Tony approached with a smile, now finally comprehending the unfolding events. It turns out that Zola had executed a transfer of consciousness, an endeavor no one dared to attempt, for failure meant death. And no one would jest with their own life. Standing before the computer, Tony suddenly had a thought. Mr. Lin, who is that Barnes? I sense there is some connection to you. Could he possibly be your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Don't be ridiculous. He is a man. What? Mr. Lin, you are interested in men? Tony tightened his clothing, his gaze towards Lin Fei brimming with suspicion. In response, Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback, observing Tony's demeanor, brimming with indignation. He stepped forward, delivering a swift blow to Tony's head, utterly speechless at the absurdity. Tony, what on earth are you thinking? Do you take me for such a person? Barnes is my friend, which is why I am here to search for him. Now hurry up and extract all of Zola's data. We must find my friend. No problem, Tony replied, retrieving a disc from his pocket. What are you planning to do? Tony, do you really believe that this will control me? You mustn't forget. I possess numerous servers with firewalls you cannot breach. You are quite confident, Tony chuckled at Zola's words, surprised by his own audacity. Do you really need to question whether I can penetrate your decades-old system? With a decisive motion, Tony inserted the disc. Oh no. Suddenly, Zola sensed a disturbance and shouted loudly, attempting to thwart the invading force. However, at that moment, the screen on Zola's side abruptly darkened. Tony, you haven't just broken it, have you? Lin Fei, staring at the darkened screen, felt at a loss for words. He had come here with a purpose, and now the situation was deteriorating, which displeased him immensely. Chuckling, Tony reassured him, Fear not, Mr. Lin. What sort of entity is Jarvis? Such a malfunction is impossible. Indeed, Mr. Tony is correct, Zola interjected. This is exceedingly simple for me. As Lin Fei turned to look, he indeed saw Jarvis manifesting on the computer screen. Upon witnessing Jarvis's form, Lin Fei expressed his confusion by inquiring, Jarvis, why is your teacher coughing? The dust here is overwhelming. I can hardly bear it. Aren't you an intelligent program? Why do you still experience coughing? After hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony finally responded, Mr. Lin, you are correct. I cannot perceive it. Very well, I shall refrain from coughing. Are you a fool sent by monkeys? Lin Fei shot Jarvis a disdainful glance. How is the data analysis coming along? It is nearing completion. Approximately 3 more hours are required. 3 hours, and you call that quick? Lin Fei sighed in exasperation, gesturing dismissively. Suddenly, a table appeared before him, adorned with a hot pot. Tony, come, let us enjoy a hot pot. Otherwise, the boredom is unbearable. Huh? Tony, taken aback by Lin Fei's nonchalant demeanor, was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon regained his composure. Very well, Mr. Lin. I wonder if I might indulge in a drink now? After all, it seems I am of no use in this situation. All right. Lin Fei, feeling resigned, finally permitted Tony to drink. The response filled Tony with immense joy. It was truly delightful. Soon, the two began to eat heartily, relishing the meal, while Jarvis remained busy. At last, when the two could eat no more, Jarvis spoke up. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Fei stood up. Jarvis, have you found the information I seek regarding Barnes? Please hold on while I conduct a search. As he spoke, the computer flickered, indicating that Jarvis was indeed searching for information. Oh my goodness, this server is exceedingly outdated. It seems my computations are encountering difficulties. Hearing Jarvis's words, Lin Fei chuckled wryly. This system has truly seen better days. Fortunately, Jarvis managed to locate the necessary information. Mr. Lin, I have successfully retrieved information about Barnes, but his whereabouts remain elusive. What do you mean by that? Lin Fei asked, perplexed. This Barnes is not under Zola's control. Rather, one of his subordinates has concealed him in a location that few would discover. Zola himself does not know where it is. I apologize, Mr. Lin, but I could not provide the answer you sought. Is that so? Hearing Jarvis's words, Lin Fei furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Zola would be unaware of this matter. Did he foresee my arrival and prepare accordingly? If so, that is indeed rather terrifying. What kind of disposition does Zola possess? Mr. Lin, what shall we do now? What can we do? Let us return home. After hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony shrugged in resignation. Jarvis, please store all the data. Once we return, we shall examine if there is anything of value. It will then belong to us. Understood. As the screen dimmed, Tony stepped forward and extracted the disk. All right, Mr. Lin, let us depart. Everything here is now on my disk. Indeed. With that, the two made their way outside. Suddenly, halfway through their journey, the ground began to tremble. What on earth is happening? Tony exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Lin Fei quickly regained his composure. No matter what is occurring, we must flee. With that, Lin Fei dashed upward, prompting Tony to shake his head in resignation before hastily following suit. The surrounding noise intensified, and just then, Lin Fei burst forth. With Tony trailing only 10 seconds behind, human potential is remarkable in the face of danger. Boom. At that instant, Lin Fei glanced back to see the cavern collapsing behind them. Goodness, what a predicament, he thought, relieved he had run swiftly. But why had things turned out this way? What could have caused this? Hearing Lin Fei's musings, Tony pondered for a moment before responding. It is likely that everything here relied on electricity and thought for its operation. With Zola destroyed, it is no wonder things have devolved into this state. Very well, Lin Fei replied, finally grasping the situation. We should return home. With that, he moved swiftly, and the formidable aircraft appeared before them. As they boarded, Lin Fei remarked, we shall arrive home by tomorrow morning. Let's not exert ourselves today, but rest aboard the plane. Tony nodded in agreement, saying little more. After all, the aircraft was quite comfortable, and resting there would not be unpleasant. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, within a hidden compartment beneath Zola's base, a green glow began to emanate. Lin Fei, you dare to destroy me? How unexpected. Just wait. There will come a day when I will obliterate you. Everything you have done today will come at a cost. With a flash of light, Zola's voice faded, leaving no one to know his whereabouts. Chapter 53, Stan's Desire. Boom, boom, boom. At last, Lin Fei and Tony returned to Tony's residence early in the morning. They swiftly disembarked from the aircraft, and with a mere thought, Lin Fei made the plane vanish. Just then, as Tony opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a figure playing his piano. That person was none other than Stan, prompting Lin Fei to furrow his brow. For Lin Fei, this Stan represents the future adversary of Tony. Yet, regrettably, Tony seems incapable of believing in himself at this moment. In all matters, Tony is confident in his abilities. However, in this particular instance, he finds himself doubting his own judgment, leaving Lin Fei feeling somewhat helpless. But what can be done? Lin Fei has little to say. Hey, buddy. I heard you were absent last night. What were you up to? Finally, as a piano piece concluded, Stan rose and approached Tony directly. Oh, my friend. Do you have any idea what you've done? Upon hearing Stan's words, Tony couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, my friend. What do you mean by that? You must know. With a sidelong glance at Lin Fei, Stan felt an inexplicable discomfort under Lin Fei's gaze, yet chose to dismiss it, turning back to Tony. My boy, your father and I were good friends, and though he has stepped down, he left me behind. Do you know why? I certainly do. Tony shrugged in response to Stan's inquiry. My father mentioned that you are a person of great intellect, and with you here, Stark Industries would undoubtedly flourish, providing me with invaluable advice. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing Tony's words, Stan shook his head. No. Tony, my child, you are mistaken. The reason your father retained me is that you are still rather immature. You often act without considering the consequences, just as you are doing now, correct? Oh, Stan. I apologize, but I truly do not comprehend what you mean. Observing Tony feigning ignorance, Stan was at a loss for words, shaking his head in exasperation. Tony, my child, you are an intelligent individual. I shall not keep you in suspense. You know precisely what I am referring to. Stan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. My child, your decision was utterly reckless. You must understand, I am speaking of the choice you made at that press conference. Do you realize the extent to which your decision has diminished Stark Industries' market value? I'm fully aware. Tony asserted confidently. 40%? Am I right? I have been monitoring such matters diligently, as you know. No, you have not been paying attention to the company. Stan moved to the coffee table, seated himself, and swiftly opened a white box before him. Here, buddy, give this a try. It's something I prepared for you. Thank you, but I've already eaten. Well, that is indeed unfortunate. Shrugging, Stan continued, my child, do you comprehend the implications of your decision for Stark Industries? Beyond the drop in shares, it could tarnish the company's reputation. Have you considered what we could do if Stark Industries ceases weapon production? Shall we manufacture toys? Your thoughts are truly outrageous. Are they not? Tony retorted, responding directly to Stan's words. No, Stan, you are overthinking this. We cannot proceed in such a manner. Do you know what is of utmost importance to us? It is our conscience. Tony's expression turned serious in that moment. Stan, you may not have witnessed it, but I have seen it with my own eyes, those lives lost beneath my weapons. I too am a victim of this circumstance. I feel as though my conscience has been condemned. There was a time when I wished for my own demise. The decision to cease weapon manufacturing has occupied my thoughts for a long time, and I firmly believe it is the right course of action. No, you are mistaken. For you have not presented a single reason that would compel me to support your cause. You know well that your father left me behind to intimidate the board members. Yet now, I possess no justification to sway them. Just then, Tony unexpectedly tore apart his shirt, revealing the arc reactor embedded in his chest. Is this not sufficient? Upon witnessing Tony's display, Stan's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Tony's jacket to cover the exposed device. Oh, child, conceal it quickly. This matter must remain undisclosed. At last, everything became clear. Stan's gaze held an unspeakable significance, and this scene did not escape Lin Fei's attention. Stan's purpose for visiting that day was to behold the object in Tony's chest, for he had received word that it was this very device that enabled Tony to wield the Iron Man suit effectively. Thus, Stan had come to scout for information. Seeing Tony in this state, the weight in Stan's heart finally lifted. He glanced around to ensure there were no onlookers and chuckled. Child, now I understand. Very well. I shall refrain from further comment. Rest assured, I will assist you in resolving this matter. However, I sincerely hope your research progresses swiftly, so that you may silence their criticisms with undeniable evidence. You grasp my meaning, do you not? Of course, I do. Good. Good lad. Stan patted Tony on the shoulder with a smile. Since I am now aware of the truth, I shall take my leave. Best of luck, child. Keep pushing forward. Oh, your pizza. Enjoy it. I have already had my fill. It truly is delectable. As Stan departed, Tony could not help but chuckle, picking up a slice of pizza as he made his way down. Quite delicious. Observing Tony's exit, Potts approached Lin Fei. Mr. Lin. I cannot shake the feeling that there is something unsettling about Stan's gaze, as if he yearns for something. You are a seer. Surely you can sense the disquiet in this matter? Indeed. Lin Fei sighed, watching the direction in which Tony had vanished. However, at this juncture, whether to heed the call rests solely upon Tony. Chapter 54. Remember to seek out Christine. Hey, Potts. Are you there? Just as the two were engaged in conversation, Tony's voice suddenly resonated throughout the room. This was one of Tony's trademarks, an omnipresent sound system that ensured Potts could promptly appear whenever Tony needed her. Upon hearing Tony's words, Potts responded, I'm here. What do you need? Of course, come down for a moment. I have a matter that requires your assistance. All right. I'll be right there. With that, Potts made her way toward the stairs, and Lin Fei followed closely behind. Fully aware that Tony was summoning Potts to replace a new reactor, an enhancement that would infuse Tony with even greater power. However, as Lin Fei pondered, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Oh, Potts, yes, just like that. Help me extract this. Rest assured, it contains only some electrolyte. It's perfectly normal, and you need to worry about a thing. It's quite safe. Isn't it? Hearing their exchange, Lin Fei approached to find Potts, her face a picture of trepidation, reaching into Tony's chest. There lay a cylindrical alloy casing, specifically designed to accommodate the reactor. Tony. Upon hearing Lin Fei's exclamation, Tony chuckled. Hi there, Mr. Lin. What's this? Do you fancy this contraption as well? Care to give it a try? Never mind. My hands are far too large. I could never fit them in there. Tony, I have an idea. Lin Fei said, stepping closer to Tony. Is it possible that you might delay the replacement of this device? Why? Tony inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Lin Fei replied, because if you replace it with the reactor crafted from that extraordinary cosmic cube now, you might encounter unforeseen dangers later. What kind of dangers? As Tony posed the question, Lin Fei felt an urge to divulge more, yet he hesitated. Forget it. I shall say no more. Lin Fei felt exasperated. He knew Tony would not believe him, as his trust in Stark was profound, perhaps excessively so. After a moment's reflection, Lin Fei decided it was best to let it be. Shrugging, he watched as Tony turned back to Potts, saying, Oh dear, do proceed. There's a wire that has come loose within me. You must extract it so I can install the new reactor. I've heard this one, made from the cosmic cube, can fully sustain my energy needs. Oh. And do be careful not to remove that magnet. Observing the magnet that had already been extracted, Tony sighed in exasperation. Oh dear, I've actually taken it out. What now? This electrolyte is rather nauseating. Should I return it? No. Observing Potts' actions, Tony promptly declined, saying, Forget it, darling, let us move on. Have you seen the latest reactor? Insert it, but be sure to locate the socket and avoid touching the circuit board nearby, all right? Listening to Tony's words, Potts found herself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat helpless as she resumed her task. At that moment, everything was finally prepared, and Potts felt overwhelmed. Phew. What a relief. This is truly remarkable for me. Tony exclaimed as he sat up, patting the device on his chest, feeling invigorated. Glancing at the replaced reactor, Potts curiously inquired, "Oh, what about this old one?" "Toss it aside. I have a penchant for novelty and have no attachment to antiquated items," Tony replied. "No." At Tony's words, Lin Fei suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. This item could not be discarded. If it were, Tony would face dire consequences. "Just clean it up. Swap the circuits and place it over there," Lin Fei suggested. Upon hearing Lin Fei's advice, Potts nodded and departed. "Mr. Lin, I feel absolutely fantastic." "Really? I believe you will cherish it even more." "All right, my friend, shall we head upstairs for a rest?" Tony nodded in agreement and descended. Once upstairs, Tony turned on the television, a daily ritual of his. "Tonight, we will host a charity gala. Reportedly, Stark Industries chairman, Tony Stark, will not attend due to a severe concussion. Everyone is speculating whether what Tony stated at the press conference is true. If it is, it would be quite alarming." Snorting in frustration, Tony switched off the television and sank into the sofa. "What nonsense. Severe concussion? I feel perfectly healthy. Don't you agree, Mr. Lin?" Lin Fei shrugged in response. "However, your board might not share that sentiment. If I am not mistaken, they are likely contemplating how to impeach you, as your condition has disrupted their ambitions." "Nonsense," Tony retorted, visibly displeased, raising his hand. Lin Fei, feeling resigned, retrieved a can of chilled Tsingtao beer. After taking a sip, Tony disdainfully remarked, "It's because they are oblivious to the realities of war. They only recognize money, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Yet, they remain unaware. So, will you be attending tonight's gala?" "Of course," Tony affirmed. "Since they believe I won't show up, I must prove them wrong. Tony, will definitely attend." "Very well. I hope you perform admirably this evening." "Mr. Lin, will you be going?" "Let it be. I shall visit your father for a chat today. As for that soiree, do not seek me out." "Indeed, that is quite unfortunate." Just as Lin Fei was about to depart, a thought struck him suddenly. "Oh, by the way, my friend, have you forgotten someone? Do you still know Christine?" Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony's expression became rather awkward. "Of course, I am acquainted with her, Mr. Lin. I am quite familiar with that individual, and it is precisely because of you that she has left such a profound impression on me." Listening to Tony, Lin Fei understood the implications behind his words. Their initial meeting had indeed been instigated by Christine. As it was at that moment when Tony was about to make a bold move that Lin Fei intervened. Lin Fei felt somewhat helpless. After all, this was all a result of the system's mischief. He could hardly voice his frustrations. "Remember to seek her out at tonight's gala. She possesses crucial information that she must convey to you." With that, Lin Fei departed. Staring at the closed door, Tony was momentarily puzzled. What valuable information could that woman possibly provide me? Oh well, since Mr. Lin insists, I shall pay her a visit tonight. Before long, night fell. Tony emerged from his bedroom, called out to Potts, but found her absent. Perhaps she had her own matters to attend to, he mused, and proceeded to his underground laboratory. There, he located his favorite car, started the engine, and sped off amidst the roar of the vehicle. As time slipped away, Tony soon arrived at the Grand Hall, the venue for that evening's charity gala. After parking, he stepped out of the car, and those around him gasped in surprise upon seeing him. No one had anticipated his appearance. It was truly a delightful shock. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hall, Stan was engaged in an interview with reporters. Weapon manufacturing constitutes a mere fraction of Stark Industries. However, we have made significant strides in the fire safety sector, achieving remarkable results. Our technological advancements yield considerable benefits, and I firmly believe our company is on the brink of a groundbreaking transformation. Hey, why wasn't I informed about such an event? A voice interrupted, drawing Stan's attention. Turning in surprise, he found Tony standing before him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Stan's face, followed by a hearty laugh. "Ah, look who has arrived. I thought you wouldn't show up. How could I possibly miss this? The outside world claims that I, Tony, have suffered a severe concussion, so naturally, I had to come. I shall head inside now." "All right. Hey, buddy." Approaching Tony, Stan whispered, "Buddy, I've just managed to handle the board. Remember to speak less. We wouldn't want them to pull off something unbelievable." "Of course I know. I'm merely here to take a stroll." Soon, he entered and reached the front desk, where Tony ordered a drink. At that moment, a man approached Tony. "Hi, Tony. It's great to see you. I'm Agent Coulson." "Oh." Upon hearing this voice, Tony turned to see the man before him. It was indeed Agent Coulson. Noticing the situation, Tony smiled and remarked, "Oh, I know you. Your name is a mouthful, and I can hardly remember it." "Indeed, that's what they say." Looking at Tony, Coulson continued, "Mr. Stark, I'm here to understand what transpired during your time at the facility. Would you mind having a chat?" "Oh, perhaps another day? I just spotted my colleague. I need to speak with her." With that, Tony set down his drink and walked forward. "Hey, Potts, what a surprise to find you here. Tony, how could you be here? This is quite embarrassing. I didn't expect to run into my boss dressed like this. What is the matter? You look lovely today. Thank you. Observing Potts in her current state, Tony found himself momentarily captivated. My dear, might we share a dance? Of course, as long as you don't mind my nervousness. Not at all. Tony exclaimed as he wrapped his arm around Potts' waist, and they began to dance to the surrounding melodic music. Soon, as the dance concluded, Potts felt quite uneasy. Noticing her discomfort, Tony suggested, shall we step outside to dance? That would be splendid. With that, Potts led the way outside. Before long, they arrived at the balcony, which was quiet at that moment. Gazing at Potts, Tony felt himself enchanted, looking at her tenderly. Oh, my dear, you are truly beautiful today. Really? This dress was a gift from you. I must have quite the discerning eye. Their eyes locked, and Tony felt his heart racing. Leaning in as he prepared to kiss her. Oh, wait. At that moment, Potts, feeling a bit timid, quickly leaned away. Looking at Tony, she said, I'm sorry. I need a drink. Of course. What would you like? I'll fetch it. I'd like a vodka martini with a strong kick and extra olives, please. Very well. Just a moment. With that, Tony headed to the front desk. Hey, I need 2 martinis, 1 strong with extra olives. Certainly, sir. While waiting, a voice rang out, Hey. Tony Stark. Upon hearing the sound, Tony swiftly turned his head and soon found himself face to face with a woman clad in an evening gown, whose beauty was truly extraordinary. In a fleeting moment, he recalled her name, for Lin Fei had emphasized her significance to him earlier that day. Ah, Christine? My goodness. I never anticipated that a person as renowned and busy as you would still remember me. You must be a bit mad tonight, aren't you? He remarked, a hint of curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I am genuinely intrigued, Tony. Could it be that you are deceiving me? I am truly curious about the nature of your company's endeavors. Why have you chosen to shutter the weapons industry? Oh, I apologize. I have been away from the company recently and am unaware of what you are referring to, Tony replied. You mean you cannot know? Very well. Allow me to enlighten you. With that, Christine produced a stack of photographs from her bag and handed them to Tony. This small town is called Gemera. You must be familiar with it, as it is home to Dr. Anderson. Chapter 56, The Attack on Gemera. What? Upon hearing Christine's words, Tony felt a surge of confusion. However, as he turned to examine the photographs, astonishment washed over him. The images depicted Gemera precisely as Dr. Anderson had described. The sight deepened the furrows on Tony's brow. For the photographs revealed not only the landscape of Gemera but also an array of weapons. Most shocking of all was the realization that these weapons were manufactured by Stark Industries, the inscriptions glaringly evident. What on earth is going on? Tony inquired, his voice tinged with disbelief. Listening to him, Christine let out a cold chuckle. Mr. Tony, should I not be the one asking you that question? Tony seemed to grasp something, yet he was reluctant to acknowledge it. Oh no, my dear, I truly cannot divulge that information. As you are aware, I have been absent for many days. I was captured by those individuals and even sustained injuries. I do not wish to witness such events. Yet I yearn to understand. Could you possibly tell me what has transpired? Very well, I shall choose to trust you, Christine replied with a shrug. These are indeed photographs from Gemera. You have not misjudged. They were taken by a colleague of mine, who informed me that this is the current state of the town. Gemera is now engulfed in an assault by terrorists, and its residents have been forced into a life of displacement. Countless lives have been lost due to this conflict. My friend was the one who sent me these photographs, and he too has since lost his life. I am truly sorry. Listening to Christine's words, Tony could only apologize. Upon hearing Tony's response, Christine shrugged her shoulders. Let us disregard this matter. I believe his fate is a divine arrangement, Mr. Tony. Do you truly think this situation has nothing to do with you? Of course, you know I have not been here for quite some time. And you must have noticed that I publicly declared my decision in front of numerous reporters, did you not? Indeed, I am aware. Yet I cannot ascertain the veracity of your statements, can I? Do you truly harbor such disbelief in me? As Tony spoke, Christine gazed into his eyes for a prolonged moment before finally responding, Very well, I choose to trust you, and I believe you will make the most prudent decision. Will you not? Absolutely. Trust me, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. However, I have other obligations and must take my leave. Grasping the drink the bartender had handed him, Tony departed. Once outside, Tony searched around and eventually located Potts. Hey, Potts, here is the drink you requested. Oh, I apologize. But I might have to dash off for an important matter. I hope you don't mind. Of course, you are my boss, and I understand you're busy. Please go ahead. I'll return shortly. Remember, if you need anything, just call for me. All right, I understand. Rest assured. With that, Tony swiftly exited the scene. Reaching the entrance, he searched once more and finally found Stan. At that moment, Stan was engaged in addressing a flurry of questions from reporters. Observing the situation, Tony strode forward. Stan, I need an explanation. Hey, Tony, you made it. Just in time for a photo op. Given Stan's words, Tony had little inclination to engage in pleasantries. He quickly pulled Stan aside and demanded, I ask you, what is happening? Why are Stark Industries weapons in the hands of those soldiers? They are villains. I need an explanation. An explanation? There is nothing to explain. No. I require an explanation. Tony, please, do not be so agitated. Can't you manage your emotions? We can discuss this later. No. I must know now. Stan, tell me why our weapons ended up with them. Are you so desperate for money? Tony. At last, Stan appeared somewhat displeased, looking directly at Tony with a hint of irritation. Can we take the photo first? We are in public, and we must be mindful of our image, all right? Fine. Listening to Stan, Tony ultimately decided to pose for the photographs, leaving the remaining issues for later. Finally, the two commenced the photo session, their camaraderie appearing remarkably harmonious, rendering the previous altercation nearly imperceptible. At long last, the photographs were completed, and it was at this moment that Stan signaled for everyone to disperse. As the journalists began to depart, Tony swiftly turned to him and inquired, Stan, isn't it time you provided me with an explanation? Explanation? What is there to explain? Stan murmured quietly, observing the people walking past them. Tony, you truly are not a commendable leader. Do you realize that? The purpose of our company is clear, to ensure that everyone can earn a living. Yet, you have completely contravened this principle, have you not? Consider what you have done. You have halted all our weapon production, resulting in a severe financial drought. Noticing Tony's expression, Stan continued, those individuals could offer us substantial funds. Why should we not heed their counsel? You are utterly deranged. Do you comprehend why I no longer wish to engage in the arms trade? It is because I have witnessed the suffering inflicted upon individuals by our weapons. My heart was shattered at that moment. I cannot bear to see them endure such hardship. Stan, we cannot profit from a tarnished conscience. Utter nonsense. Stan's demeanor grew increasingly frenzied. We are in the business of capitalism, as long as there is wealth. It is beneficial to us, is it not? Do not forget your identity. You are a businessman. I am looking out for your best interests, my boy. For now, you should refrain from managing the company's affairs. Chapter 57. Tony's guild. As Stan prepared to leave, he suddenly recalled something and asked, do you know who is preventing you from working? It is I, my child. I am doing this to protect you. Reflect on it. I'm leaving now. Scoundrel. Watching Stan walk away, Tony seethed with rage, his teeth clenched in frustration. Oh, Tony, why are you still here? At that moment, Pepper Potts emerged, her expression laced with confusion upon seeing Tony's distress. Hearing her words, Tony turned, appearing visibly unsettled. Pepper, let us return. I am feeling rather weary. You drive. All right. Observing Tony's demeanor, Pepper was at a loss for words. In her experience, Tony had never exhibited such behavior, making today's events truly surprising. However, as his secretary, she dutifully took the wheel, and they eventually arrived at his residence. After parking the car, Pepper noticed that Tony remained seated, seemingly lost in thought. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Tony, what is wrong? I believe you should share this with me, shouldn't you? Indeed, you are correct, Tony replied, extracting the photographs from his pocket. Tony handed the photographs to Potts and said, this is what I discovered today. It was given to me by Christine. Take a look. Potts. Upon hearing Tony's words, Potts took the photos and, upon seeing their content, was suddenly taken aback. Oh my goodness, what on earth is this? Tony, why would you do such a thing? No, Potts, you know this is not my doing. I haven't been around, have I? Do you really think this could be my handiwork? Tony's response caused Potts to waver momentarily, yet she soon found herself believing him. All right. What do you intend to do next? What to do? Tony covered his face, his tone laden with anguish and hesitation. I plan to inform Mr. Lin and see what he thinks. Now you believe in Mr. Lin? I have always believed in him. With that, Tony exited the vehicle and made his way upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, Tony found Lin Fei standing at the door, accompanied by another individual. Upon seeing this person, Tony felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. For it was none other than Dr. Ainson, whose home lay in the town of Jimera. Tony could hardly fathom the ramifications if Ainson were to learn of the events that transpired in Jimera. He felt at a loss on how to confront Ainson. Oh, Tony, you're back, Lin Fei remarked. Tony offered a faint smile, one tinged with bitterness. Observing Tony's demeanor, Lin Fei chuckled. What is the matter? Your expression suggests you've learned of what Christine mentioned. It's all right, have a seat. At Lin Fei's invitation, Tony felt a pang of confusion but complied and sat down. Just as he settled, he heard Ainson speak. Tony, my family perished amidst the artillery fire. What? Tony's expression turned to one of astonishment. How could Ainson possibly know of this? Gazing at Ainson's pained countenance, Tony finally exhaled a long sigh. I'm so sorry, Ainson. I truly regret this. It's fine. No need to dwell on it. Ainson suddenly offered a wry smile. I'm already aware of the happenings in Jimera, Mr. Lin informed me. I know what transpired there, and I never expected such events to unfold. Oh no, I apologize. I only became aware of this because our people clandestinely communicated with them and subsequently sold these items. I truly regret that this occurred. You needn't apologize. This is not your fault. Mr. Lin has already informed me, and I understand that you are not to blame. Besides, Mr. Lin mentioned you have your own means of addressing this matter, correct? Indeed. Upon hearing Ensign's words, Tony immediately pledged his support. Ensign, rest assured. My life was granted by you. In the face of such adversity, I am fully aware of my responsibilities, and I shall exert every ounce of my strength to assist you. When the time comes, those warriors will undoubtedly bear their rightful consequences. At this moment, Tony exuded a newfound confidence, all stemming from the Iron Man suit he had created. The mere thought of his armor filled him with assurance about the future. Observing Tony's demeanor, Ensign smiled. Tony, I trust you. However, I am currently homeless, and I hope you can offer me a position. Of course, that is entirely feasible. Tony readily agreed. Let me assure you, once this turmoil is past, I will arrange a position for you within our company, and you may choose your work freely. Haha. I shall return to my original vocation and continue my research on the differential molecular technology one had yet to explore. I hope it will be of assistance to you. As long as you are not troubled, that is what matters. I hope you find solace and peace. It's all right. I have come to terms with the cycle of life and death in nature, so you need not worry. I will not dwell on it. Still, I must express my sincerest apologies. No need for that. Finally, the group had finished their conversation, and everyone took a moment to rest. Yet, Tony found himself lying in bed, unable to sleep for an extended period. Meanwhile, in the town of Gemala, a brutal massacre was unfolding. Run. They are coming again. Ah. The deafening sounds of gunfire and explosions sent everyone into a frenzied escape. Behind them, a group of soldiers pursued relentlessly, each wielding a firearm, their expressions fierce and menacing. Everyone, obey our commands. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. All men, report to our side for work. All women, move over there to prepare food. Chapter 58, The Arrival of the Armor. 33. Hearing the words of the bearded man, panic ensued among the crowd. However, after he fired 2 shots, silence fell over them. Daddy, Daddy, don't go. At that moment, a small child clung to his father's leg, unwilling to let go, his worry palpable as if fearing his father would abandon him. The bearded man noticed this and quickly reacted. Raising his weapon, he approached with urgency. What are you doing? What are you all doing? Is what I said ineffective? Get over here. Responding to his command, 2 men rushed over and, without hesitation, delivered a kick to the child. Ah, my child. The child's father, upon hearing the anguished cries of his offspring, suddenly shouted and struggled to rush forward. Observing the man's frenzied actions, the 2 soldiers immediately reacted, raising their weapons to aim at him. As the man noticed the guns pointed in his direction, he became flustered and retreated, ultimately falling to the ground. Witnessing the effectiveness of his intimidation, the bearded man smiled in satisfaction. At that moment, a bald man emerged. It was Reza. Seeing that everyone had been subdued, Reza nodded approvingly. He promptly instructed to arrange their encampment, indicating that they must prepare for the forthcoming events. Listening to Reza's words, the bearded man nodded in agreement and continued with the arrangements. Time passed, and soon night fell. At that moment, a vehicle approached and entered the camp. Coming to a halt, the person who stepped out was Stan, who, upon seeing the surrounding soldiers, walked directly to the forefront. He soon reached the tent where Reza stood, gazing at a computer displaying countless data that collectively formed a suit of armor. Is this the very thing that Tony used to defeat you? Stan inquired. Hearing his words, Reza turned around, momentarily excited to see Stan behind him. Oh, Mr. Stan, I never anticipated your arrival. What's the matter? We share a collaborative relationship, do we not? For your future, I must keep an eye on things. After all, we have much to accomplish, do we not? Indeed, you are quite right, Mr. Stan. However, the armor you asked me to examine is exceedingly challenging to study. I have discovered that we lack a proper energy source to power this suit. Oh, is that so? Stan replied with a dismissive smile. This is inconsequential for us. Rest assured, I possess the necessary resources. However, it may be best not to take this item away. Oh, take it away, you say? Mr. Stan, can't you conduct your research here? We have worked very hard for this, have we not? Worked hard? Reza, seated on the sofa, appeared somewhat displeased. He was certainly unhappy. After all, his comrades had labored tirelessly for so long, and now they were being asked to relinquish their hard-earned prize, which Reza would not accept lightly. At that moment, Stan approached and pulled a red device from his pocket, resembling a tube of lipstick. At this moment, Stan swiftly pressed a button above, and instantaneously, Reza's face turned crimson, veins bulging on his neck, his eyes glowing with an intense red. What are you doing? Reza bellowed with all his might. In response to Reza's outcry, Stan let out a derisive laugh. I haven't done anything at all. I merely reclaimed what rightfully belongs to me. Do you not agree? That child, Tony, is mine. Is it unreasonable for me to take what is his? Stan, you have truly gone too far. Are you unaware that this is the fruit of our brother's hard work? Do you intend to seize it before their very eyes? Huh, of course not. But do you genuinely believe I came here alone? Hearing Stan's words, Reza felt an overwhelming urge to struggle, yet discovered he could muster no strength. The gunfire outside intensified his anguish. Approaching the armored suit and the data on the computer, Stan shouted, "Bring them in." Shortly thereafter, 4 soldiers entered. "Take all of this back to Zone 64. Yes. Upon hearing Stan's command, the soldiers sprang into action. Soon, everything was packed up, and Stan departed amidst a fit of maniacal laughter. Damn it! Damn it! Finally, after 15 minutes, Reza began to recover. That was the activation time of the device. He quickly rose to his feet and dashed outside. In the center of the camp, he beheld his men sprawled on the ground, some even having been struck by bullets, lying in pools of blood. He let out a heart-wrenching wail, feeling an unbearable pain within. Gazing at the sky, Reza shouted, "Stan, if I do not kill you one day, may I never be human again. My grand legacy has been utterly shattered because of you. Remember, the grudge of today shall surely be avenged in the future." Time passed, each moment slipping away. And soon night descended. Early the next morning, Lin Fei was awakened by a clattering sound. Reluctantly, he rose from his bed. He took a bite of a roast duck and stepped outside. Arriving downstairs at Tony's laboratory, just as he was about to enter, he suddenly noticed a burst of blue and white light. Startled, he jumped back. At that moment, the glass before him shattered. What the heck? Tony, are you trying to commit murder? Lin Fei realized Tony was unresponsive, and with a puzzled expression, he ventured inside. There, he found Tony, visibly furious, staring at the television, which was broadcasting news of an attack on Jimra Town. "Hey, Tony, what's wrong? You look rather upset." Having narrowly evaded the energy wave, Lin Fei stepped forward and was greeted by the sight of Tony, who was intently watching the television before him. The screen displayed the dire situation facing Jimra Town. Tony's hands were clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. He appeared ready to obliterate the very television that broadcasted such distressing news. Noticing that Tony had yet to acknowledge his presence, Lin Fei felt a twinge of exasperation. He approached and gently patted Tony on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, my friend. What are you doing? Even if you harbor resentment, at the very least, you should respond to my greeting." At last, Tony turned to Lin Fei, a bitter smile gracing his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. "Mr. Lin, I am filled with regret. I never anticipated that such calamity would befall Jimra Town." "Oh, heavens, all of this is my fault, isn't it?" "No, it is not your fault at all," Lin Fei reassured him with a smile. "This is entirely Stan's doing. He acted on his own accord, leading to this chaos. I understand you feel remorseful, but do you know what you ought to do now? What should I do?" Tony asked, glancing back at the television. The screen displayed the townsfolk of Jimra frantically fleeing from the pursuing soldiers. The air filled with the sound of gunfire and the tragic fall of countless lives. The more he witnessed, the more his emotions surged, igniting a fierce anger within him. He turned to Lin Fei, his expression grave. "Mr. Lin, my foremost desire is to personally go to Jimra Town and eliminate those soldiers who were terrorizing the townspeople." "Ah, splendid. At least you are capable of independent thought. So why not act on that impulse?" Lin Fei encouraged. "And if I do, will the townsfolk not blame me?" Tony hesitated, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Lin Fei, sensing his doubt, inquired, "Why would you think that?" Tony's countenance grew awkward as he replied with a rueful smile. "Mr. Lin, the weapons wielded by those soldiers were all provided by Stark Industries. If I were to intervene, wouldn't they perceive me as one of their own? My actions would merely be a facade. How utterly absurd. I never imagined you would entertain such thoughts." Lin Fei took a seat opposite Tony and lit a cigarette from his pocket. "What are you truly thinking, Tony? You fear being misunderstood if you go. But have you considered the implications of not going? Not going?" Listening to Lin Fei's words, Tony hesitated for a moment. Indeed, this was a formidable decision. No matter how he approached it, it would not bode well for him. Observing Tony's indecisive demeanor, Lin Fei sighed helplessly and waved his hand, summoning the dining cart before him. Swiftly retrieving the ingredients for the handheld pancake, he began to cook diligently. Lin Fei was intent on preparing the bold and daring handheld pancake, a name that he found rather unfortunate for its absurdity. "Mr. Lin, what are you up to?" Tony inquired, puzzled by Lin Fei's actions, as he did not feel hungry in the least. Ignoring Tony's comment, Lin Fei continued his task, and in just a minute, the handheld pancake was ready. He placed it in a bag and handed it over. "Mr. Lin, what is this? I'm not hungry at all. Enough with the nonsense. Just eat it. If you refuse, don't come to me for help later. I will not assist you again." In his effort to persuade Tony to consume the pancake, Lin Fei resorted to a direct threat. Seeing Lin Fei's expression, Tony reluctantly accepted the handheld pancake and began to eat it bite by bite. 2 minutes later, upon noticing that Tony had finished the entire pancake, Lin Fei smiled and asked, So, Tony, what are your thoughts now? Thoughts? I have plenty of them now. Swiftly turning towards the location of the Iron Man suit, Tony strode over, shouting, J-A-R-V-I-S. Suit me up immediately. I can't wait to deal with those scoundrels. Watching J-A-R-V-I-S obediently assemble the suit onto Tony with mechanical arms. Lin Fei couldn't help but pat his forehead in exasperation. The effects of this handheld pancake were astonishing. It could entirely alter a person's demeanor. Fortunately, time was limited to half an hour. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. Just imagine, who would want to face someone unafraid of anything? Prone to cursing and challenging everyone, with an air of superiority proclaiming himself as number one? Finally, after 5 minutes, Tony turned back. Now enveloped in the golden Iron Man armor. Looking at Lin Fei, he lifted his mask and said, Mr. Lin, thank you. Without your intervention, I might never have been able to make such a straightforward decision. It was exceedingly difficult for me, caught in a dilemma, but now everything is resolved. Although I don't understand how your dish, the handheld pancake, possesses such miraculous effects, I am nonetheless grateful. Well, I must be off now. Go, Tony. But remember to defeat those warriors thoroughly. I cannot bear to see their audacity continue. Rest assured, my heart is ablaze with fury. I shall not return until they are utterly vanquished and in disarray. Chapter 60, The God of War descends. Jarvis, let us proceed, my friend. The time has come for our performance. Very well, Mr. Stark, we shall set forth immediately. With a resounding boom. It was at that moment that Lin Fei witnessed Tony piloting the iron armor, departing from the scene. He felt no trepidation regarding the events to unfold. For Tony was invincible in that moment. Yet, a lingering regret resided in Lin Fei's heart. Tony had persistently doubted one aspect, namely, that Stan was his ultimate adversary. Lin Fei had broached this subject before, but alas, Tony remained unconvinced. What could be done? Tony's bond with Stan was too profound. Imagine the disbelief if such a scenario were to befall anyone. How could a friend ultimately turn into an enemy? Soaring through the sky. Tony's mind replayed the harrowing scenes from the news, where children on television asked reporters, "Where is my father?" The anguish reflected in their eyes pierced Tony's heart deeply. Jarvis, how much longer until we reach Jianbing? After a brief contemplation, Jarvis responded, Sir, we require at least 3 more hours to arrive at Jianbing. Understood. Proceed at full speed. Of course, sir. Time slipped away, and meanwhile, in Jianbing, the warriors continued to mercilessly torment the villagers. Each soldier brandished a firearm, and those who resisted were met with brutal blows from gunstocks, their suffering palpable. Hurry! Move faster! The soldiers bellowed, observing the chaos around them. Some even unleashed missiles upon the humble abodes, intent on clearing the area, as the deafening blasts echoed in their ears. The villagers of Jianbing found it increasingly difficult to evade the onslaught. Oh, I can no longer run. Please, spare me, have mercy. At that moment, a man suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony as he clutched his swollen ankle. Seeing that the man could no longer flee, the bearded soldier, visibly displeased, approached him and aimed his weapon at the man's head. If you cannot run, then death is your only fate. Oh no, I truly cannot run anymore. Please. Let me rest, my ankle is swollen. Listening to the words of the man, the warrior with a bushy beard displayed evident displeasure. He kicked the man to the ground and followed up with several more kicks, brandishing his handgun at the man while shouting, I shall offer you one final opportunity. Will you run or not? I implore you to spare him. He truly cannot move any longer. Observing the man's plight, the surrounding villagers began to voice their concerns, fearing that he might suffer some dire consequence. Ignoring the villagers' pleas, the bearded man continued to shout at the man, Get up and run. Stand up immediately. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, catching everyone by surprise. The villagers stood up, their gazes directed towards the sky. The bearded man also heard the noise and looked up, witnessing a humanoid figure swiftly approaching, soaring through the air. With a resounding thud, the figure landed on the ground, prompting everyone to watch intently. Clad in a striking red and gold armor, the figure exuded an aura of magnificence, with blue and white lights emanating from its eyes and chest. It was none other than Tony, adorned in his Iron Man suit. As Tony descended, he surveyed the crowd, relieved to find that there were no significant casualties. Hey, who are you? The bearded man inquired, his expression revealing both displeasure and a hint of wariness, utterly perplexed by the stranger's identity. Ah, what a surprise to encounter you again, Tony remarked, lifting his helmet to reveal his face. He smirked, I never imagined you would become my adversary. Why did you attempt to capture me back then? Don't you feel a twinge of regret now? What? It's you. The bearded man took 2 steps back, stunned. He had not anticipated Tony's presence, and terror washed over him, as he vividly recalled the immense power of Tony's previous armor. Now, the upgraded suit before him was even more intimidating. In a moment of alarm, the bearded man stumbled back, shouting, Quick! Everyone, kill him at once. Responding to his command, A soldier swiftly raised his weapon, aiming directly at Tony. The gunfire erupted, bullets racing toward him, but in a spectacular display, the bullets merely ricocheted off Tony's armor, creating sparks that danced like fireworks. Now, it was time for me to seek vengeance. With a cold grunt, Tony swiftly dropped his helmet and dashed forward. He witnessed a soldier, who had just fired a shot, being struck with a powerful punch that sent him flying onto the roof of a nearby crumbling building. Quickly pivoting, Tony noticed another individual preparing to shoot him. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand, unleashing a surge of energy that knocked the assailant to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth. As waves of energy continued to discharge, countless soldiers collapsed, rendered unconscious. Faced with such a scenario, Tony began searching for the hostages. Just then, a voice rang out, commanding, "Don't move. Step back, or we will execute these hostages. Release us immediately." Fear etched across the faces of the soldiers. Their terror was palpable. Observing the hostages, Tony saw a group of soldiers aiming their submachine guns at them, most of the captives being women and children. A frown creased Tony's brow. Their despicable actions, driven by a ruthless instinct for survival, were precisely why he had refused to collaborate with them. Noticing their brazen demeanor, Tony subtly lowered his hands, causing the energy waves to dissipate. He then instructed, J-A-R-V-I-S, analyze their positions immediately. I require rapid missiles. Understood, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S, responded within Tony's mind. In that moment, holographic images of the terrorists materialized on Tony's visor. Soon, a barrage of tracking missiles materialized on his shoulder, striking several individuals directly in their heads, causing them to collapse. At that moment, a child burst forth from the crowd, rushing to the man who had just been bullied by the bearded assailant. "Daddy, are you all right?" The man, hearing his child's voice, quickly embraced him. "I'm fine, my child. Rest assured." Witnessing this, Tony wasted no time in continuing his search. Meanwhile, behind a wall, the bearded man frantically retrieved his phone, attempting to activate a remote bomb to obliterate the area. But suddenly, with a resounding thud, a fist crashed through the wall. The bearded man recognized the blow as that of Tony's Iron Man suit. Momentarily flustered, the man turned to flee, only to be caught off guard as Tony seized him by the neck and yanked him backward, causing the wall to collapse. The man, propelled by inertia, tumbled before the crowd. Soaring into the air, Tony cast a glance at the gathered people and uttered a single phrase before departing. "Entrusting the matter to you. All that he has done to you in the past must be repaid today." With these words, Tony swiftly propelled himself into the sky, distancing himself from the ground below. As he soared through the air, he diligently searched until he finally spotted a small town. To his dismay, he discovered that his Stark Industries weapons were in the possession of the very terrorists he sought to confront. These armaments necessitated immediate resolution. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated as Tony was struck by one of his own company's tanks, the force of the blast sending him crashing down to the earth. Emerging from the thick cloud of dust, Tony managed to rise, appearing utterly disheveled, his armor bearing the marks of conflict. He quickly regained his footing, observing the tank continuing to launch missiles. Reacting with alacrity, Tony evaded the onslaught, raising his right hand to unleash a tracking missile that soared through the air, crashing directly into the tank with a resounding explosion. The missile detonated, sending flames skyward in a magnificent mushroom cloud. Yet, the battle was far from over. Turning around, he was met with the sight of soldiers frantically firing their weapons at him. However, the bullets proved ineffective against Tony, who swiftly ascended into the sky. Targeting a missile nearby, he pressed a button on his device, unleashing an energy wave that caused the missile to explode, resulting in the immediate demise of those surrounding him. After obliterating the small town, Tony felt a sense of relief wash over him. There would be no more war here. Satisfied, he took to the skies, heading back to his estate. Unbeknownst to him, in New York, the command center was in chaos. Countless soldiers were in a frenzy, having spotted a rapidly moving object on their radar. "Oh my God, Colonel Rhodes, what is that?" exclaimed one of his subordinates, hearing the urgency in his voice. Rhodes rushed over from his phone call. Upon witnessing the scene unfolding in the sky, he too was taken aback, seeing only a red dot moving at an astonishing speed, far exceeding that of any fighter jet. "What in the world is that? Why is it moving so fast?" Rhodes implored, his concern palpable. "I don't know, Colonel Rhodes. I have no idea what it is." "Is it one of ours?" he pressed. "No, it's not one of ours. We don't have any flight missions today, and we cannot approach that area. We simply do not know what it is." As he absorbed his subordinate's report, Rhodes furrowed his brow. "Is there any target imagery?" he inquired, scanning the chaotic situation. Roddy's subordinates shook their heads in response to his words, stating that it was simply not within their jurisdiction and that they lacked any imaging reconnaissance capabilities. "Oh, heavens, this is truly vexing." Hearing his subordinate's comments, Roddy furrowed his brow. Could this object have materialized out of thin air? Why did the radar not detect it? "Sir, its size is too small. One of the soldiers replied earnestly. Is it an invisible aircraft? No, sir. According to our system, we believe it may be a drone. Colonel Roddy, what should we do? At that moment, a man approached Roddy, also frowning, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Upon hearing the man's words, Roddy too knitted his brows in contemplation, pondering for a long while before finally saying, I shall make a phone call. Moving aside, Roddy picked up a nearby telephone and dialed Tony's number. Ring, ring. Simultaneously, Tony, who was airborne, heard his phone ring, a connection established with the Iron Man suit. He quickly glanced at the display screen before answering. Hello. Tony, it's Roddy. Chapter 62. Oh my. That's a person. Who are you? The surrounding wind was deafening, and Tony could not discern whose voice it was. I said I am Roddy. Oh dear, could you speak up, please? Damn it. Why is there such noise on your end? Inside the Iron Man suit, Tony paused, momentarily stunned by Roddy's words. Did Roddy know what he had done? That shouldn't be possible. Thinking quickly, Tony explained, Oh, yes, I'm driving a convertible. He almost chuckled at his own excuse but managed to suppress his amusement, realizing he had no other explanation available. Hearing Tony's response, Roddy quickly said, I need your assistance, Roddy. Oh, I never expected you would ask for my help. This is quite surprising. Indeed, speaking of unexpected, there has been an explosion at the arms depot in Gamera, not far from where you were once held captive. I trust you are familiar with the area. Oh, certainly. That location is a hotspot. I've been keeping an eye on the news these past few days. You sound a bit out of breath, Roddy remarked. Sensing something was amiss with Tony today, he was not usually so perplexing when he received a call. Oh, yes, I'm jogging in the canyon. But didn't you just say you were driving? Hearing Roddy's words, Tony momentarily faltered. Indeed, his explanation was less than seamless. He quickly replied, Yes. I was driving to the canyon. I'm currently jogging there. Tony, I sense that you are concealing something from me. Have you perhaps developed a new technology that you have yet to disclose? Of course not. How could that be? I have been preoccupied with my physical training these past few days. There is nothing to share with you. Tony is not yet prepared to announce this matter to the public, as everything remains in the research and development phase. He prefers to keep a low profile, focusing instead on resolving the issue at hand, which will help quell the anger brewing within him. Commander, we have identified the target. At that moment, Roddy heard the report from the soldier beside him. Reacting swiftly, Roddy interjected, That's good to hear, Tony. I hope you aren't hiding anything from me. I have detected an unidentified flying object and am preparing to engage it. Oh, I need to exit the highway. With that, Tony abruptly ended the call, plummeting rapidly through the clouds. At that moment, two fighter jets were hot on his tail, igniting an intense chase between Iron Man and the aircraft. I am Unit 1. I have locked onto the target. What is it? Roddy shouted into the radio from the command center. Oh, I apologize. But I cannot discern what it is from this distance. It is moving too swiftly for me to see clearly. Have you attempted to make contact? Of course. But there has been no response, Commander. After contemplating for a moment, Roddy made a decisive call. Very well, you may engage. Understood, Commander. In an instant, the fighter jets pursued Tony through the skies, and he accelerated once more. The pilots inside the jets were astonished by the unfolding events. Oh my goodness. He has surpassed the speed of sound. I have him locked on. With that, the pilot pressed a button, launching a missile. Sir, a Sidewinder missile has been detected. JARVIS promptly alerted Tony. Seeing the missile approaching on his radar, Tony quickly assessed the situation and decided to deploy flares to intercept it. Suddenly, two flare launchers emerged from his waist, releasing a barrage of incendiary flares that struck the missile, resulting in an explosive detonation. With a tremendous blast, the missile erupted, sending shockwaves that destabilized Tony and sent him spiraling downwards. The two fighter jets, seizing the opportunity, closed in on him. However, Tony quickly regained his composure and descended once more. He felt bullets whizzing past him from behind. In response, he dove downward, narrowly evading the onslaught. At that moment, he latched onto the left wing of one of the jets, causing the pilots to lose sight of him. Oh no, Commander! I can no longer see him. The creature has vanished from the radar. What? Initiate a search immediately. We must locate him. Upon hearing Roddy's words, the soldier felt a moment of helplessness. And as he surveyed the surroundings, he repeatedly stated, I'm sorry, sir, I can't locate him. At that moment, Roddy's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was Tony calling. Surprised by this turn of events, he glanced around but still answered the phone, saying, Hello. Hi. It's me, Tony replied. Roddy's instincts kicked in as he playfully teased. Who are you? Actually, it's me. I know what you're about to ask. It's me, Tony responded. Oh my God, Tony, you've lost your mind. You can't deliver civilian equipment to our combat zone, can you? This isn't just equipment. I'm inside. What you see is merely a suit. It's me. What? Roddy was taken aback by Tony's revelation. At that moment, the officer beside him inquired, Roddy, what's going on? After a moment of contemplation, Roddy spoke into the radio. Mark the location and return to base. The soldiers in the aircraft promptly acknowledged his command. However, at that instant, the soldier on the left swiftly maneuvered the aircraft, executing a spiral to return to base, but the soldier on the right suddenly noticed that the target they had been pursuing was hiding beneath the aircraft. He had concealed himself underneath, clinging to the aircraft as it flew. "Oh, I see someone down there." The soldier quickly alerted his comrades. Instantly, the pilot of the left aircraft reacted, skillfully maneuvering the controls to evade the unseen threat, executing a series of evasive maneuvers. Chapter 63. Safe return. The underside of the aircraft lacked any gripping points, and at this juncture, Tony felt his grip weakening. He shouted out, and finally, he let go. But just then, he noticed the pursuing aircraft rapidly approaching from behind, and he lost control of his body as his armor collided with the aircraft's wing. With a resounding crash, the wing shattered. "I've been hit. I have to make an emergency landing." The soldier reacted swiftly, pulling the emergency lever beside him. And in that moment, he was ejected from the aircraft just as it exploded mid-air. Craft 1 has crashed. "Oh no, I can't deploy the parachute." The command center was filled with tension as they heard the soldier's desperate cries. Should he fail to deploy the parachute, they would lose a valiant warrior upon impact with the ground. At that moment, Tony soared through the air, leaving a white streak as he raced towards the soldier. "Commander, Craft 2 has locked onto the flying object," the pilot of Craft 2 reported urgently. In the command center, the officer beside Roddy quickly instructed, "Lock on and track it immediately. Take it down at the first opportunity. I have already discerned his identity. Command our warriors to return immediately." Upon hearing Roddy's words, the officer's expression soured. "Impossible. He has already destroyed one of our aircraft, valued at 100 million. No, send Unit 2 to approach him. I want you to personally eliminate him." "Understood." Meanwhile, in the skies, Tony received a report from Jarvis that he was once again being locked onto by the aircraft. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued towards the warrior, swiftly arriving at his side. He activated the parachute deployment mechanism and delivered a powerful blow, shattering it, causing the parachute to soar into the air. This unexpected turn caused the pursuing aircraft to momentarily hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, Tony quickly departed, continuing towards New York. Finally, upon witnessing the situation resolve, Roddy let out a sigh of relief and picked up his phone. "Tony, are you still there?" "Thank you. Of course, I am. And I'm perfectly fine." At Tony's words, Roddy couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh my God, you are truly insane." With this matter concluded, Roddy became aware of Tony's situation, but suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Tony, do you realize you owe me an aircraft?" "Haha." Upon hearing Roddy's words, Tony chuckled and explained, "But I must tell you, it collided with me on its own. Do you believe that?" "I believe you're full of nonsense, Tony. Now, regarding this incident, how am I supposed to explain it to the media? You must understand the consequences of this, right?" "Of course, but you could frame it as a training accident." "Couldn't you? Don't you often say that?" "All right, I'm hanging up. I'm heading home." As the call ended, Roddy gazed at his phone's illuminated screen and sighed in resignation. How could it possibly be that simple? Finally, 2 hours later, Tony returned home and soon spotted Lin Fei watching television. On the screen, Roddy was addressing reporters. 2 hours ago, during tactical exercises in the Jimura region, our warrior, due to improper operation, caused 2 aircraft to collide. One aircraft's wing was destroyed, resulting in damage, yet fortunately, our warrior sustained no injuries. Hearing the voice from the television, Tony couldn't help but smile, while Lin Fei turned to him and grinned. "So, has everything been resolved?" "Indeed, it has all been resolved. Mr. Lin, I wonder if you have any beer. I would like to have some." "Go ahead and drink." Faced with Tony's penchant for alcohol, Lin Fei felt a sense of helplessness. Why did all the people he encountered enjoy drinking so much? Could it be that Tsingtao beer was truly that delightful? With this thought, Lin Fei grabbed a bottle and drank heartily, then sighed. "Alas, this beer is indeed quite enjoyable." Looking at Tony, Lin Fei smiled. "So, how was the game of evading the aircraft?" "Ah, Mr. Lin, you are indeed aware. What is there not to know? Let us not forget my position. However, at this moment, I suspect there is someone who must be quite enraged. Who might that be?" "Never mind, it is perhaps best left unspoken, for you would hardly care." With that, Lin Fei rose and made his way to his bedroom, the individual he referenced being Stan. At that very moment, within Stan's abode, he was intently watching the news, his countenance revealing evident displeasure as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Concurrently, Tony examined his suit of armor and descended the stairs, intent on removing it, for it was utterly impractical to live encumbered by such equipment. After a prolonged struggle, Jarvis expressed his frustration. "Sir, I apologize, but this suit is exceedingly tight. It is quite challenging to extricate you from it." "Oh, I understand. I merely wish for you to make an effort," Tony replied. "Jarvis, be gentle, if you will." Unbeknownst to Tony, at that moment, Potts had just arrived. Upon overhearing the conversation between Tony and Jarvis, she was momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend why Tony would utter such statements. When Potts beheld the scene before her, she was utterly astonished. "Is this truly your creation?" she inquired. "Indeed," Tony affirmed. Observing the myriad of scars adorning Tony's body, Potts exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my, are these all bullet wounds?" "What of it?" Tony replied nonchalantly. Soon, the day passed swiftly. And as evening approached, Potts called for Tony to join her for dinner, only to find him still engrossed in his study of the Iron Man's suit, which appeared pristine, as if no incident had ever transpired. Upon hearing Potts' voice, Tony turned to her with a smile. "Hello, could you do me a favor? I need you to retrieve some items from the office." "What items?" Potts asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Here, take this. You can access the company's mainframe and obtain the complete inventory list using this," Tony explained, handing her a black disk that served as proof of his position as chairman, granting her access to any computer within the company. "Search for the hidden disk. The one with the smallest number will lead you to it. If I manage to acquire that evidence, what do you intend to do?" Potts queried. "As always, they are engaged in clandestine dealings. I must intervene. I need to uncover my weapons to annihilate them," Tony replied. Hearing his words, Potts' expression turned pained as she looked at him and said, "Tony, you know I would do anything for you, but if you continue down this reckless path, I will be unable to assist you." Observing the data on Iron Man continually being refined, Tony pondered for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Oh, Potts, in the future, I fear I may always behave this way." "Very well, if that is the case, I resign." Potts found it difficult to believe that Mr. Stark would arrive at such a decision. His pivotal role in assisting Tony was to aid in the gradual expansion of his company, yet now, Tony seemed wholly disinclined to heed any of his counsel. With a gesture of frustration, Potts threw the plate he was holding onto the table and turned to leave, only to suddenly notice Lin Fei descending the stairs. "Hey, Potts, why are you so agitated?" Lin Fei approached, exasperation evident in his demeanor as he patted Potts on the shoulder. "Have you considered why Tony has made such a decision? For years, you have helped him amass wealth from destruction. Doesn't he that weigh on your conscience? You seem to believe that your current position necessitates fostering the growth of Stark Industries. But have you pondered whether Tony bears his own burdens? You have not witnessed the astonishment in the town of Gamera, nor have you seen the anguish Tony endured when he was captured. You cannot fathom the torment he felt when children cried at his feet, struck by missiles. While weapons may embody violence, they also possess the power to ensnare the very essence of humanity. Now, as Tony seeks redemption, you wish to withdraw your support? Oh, Mr. Lin, you must realize that Tony's actions equate to self-destruction. Do you not understand? Stark Industries could face annihilation because of his choices, and our company might vanish as a result. Surely, Mr. Howard would not wish for such a fate to unfold. How can you be so certain of his wishes?" Lin Fei retorted, retrieving his phone to reveal a call from Howard, whose voice echoed through the device. "Potts, I apologize for the turmoil you're experiencing. I am aware of Tony's situation, as I have heard about it from Mr. Lin. I empathize with him deeply. Regarding his decision, I stand in support of him. It pains me to see Stark Industries in this predicament, but we share a common conscience. I trust Tony will navigate this matter adeptly. So I hope you will continue to assist him." "What?" Potts was taken aback by Howard's unexpected endorsement of such a choice. At that moment, Tony reclined in his chair, contemplating, what of self-destruction? "I refuse to profit from ill-gotten gains, for that is not the essence of my existence." Gazing into Tony's earnest eyes, Potts felt a tumult of emotions within him. After a few deep breaths, he reached a resolution, returning to the table to retrieve the plate, leaving behind a poignant remark as he departed. "Aside from you, I have no other options." Watching Potts leave, Lin Fei shrugged and returned to Tony's side. "So, my friend, how's the progress on the suit?" "Very well, Mr. Lin. I have experienced a battle and have deeply felt his power. I am truly elated now, am I not? Then let me ask you, do you believe me?" "Of course, I certainly believe you." Observing Lin Fei, Tony appeared somewhat taken aback. "Mr. Lin, why do you say such things?" "There is no particular reason, since you believe my words." "Very well, now remove the reactor device from your chest and replace it with the previous reactor." Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Tony became perplexed. "Mr. Lin, what is the purpose of this? Why must I do this? Enough with the nonsense. Will you listen or not?" "Oh, I apologize for my impertinence. Mr. Lin, if you do not disclose the reason behind this, I may not be inclined to remove the device from my chest. It is simply too comfortable." As Tony spoke, Lin Fei's phone suddenly rang, and Howard's voice echoed from it, causing a moment of awkwardness for Tony. Observing Tony's current demeanor, Lin Fei couldn't help but smirk. "Dealing with you is quite simple, isn't it? If you refuse to heed my words, I shall have your father come to sort you out." This is akin to what happened during my school days when a teacher would simply say, "Bring your parents to me." Lin Fei found this method remarkably effective, and indeed, he soon witnessed Tony obediently removing the device. He then picked up the old reactor that was a special trinket crafted for Tony by Potts, placing it directly against his chest. Gazing at Lin Fei, Tony couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. Mr. Lin, why do you want me to do all of this? What significance does it hold? Significance? You shall know in due time. I will come looking for you later. Rest assured. You need only remember that I will not do anything detrimental to you. With that, Lin Fei took the reactor and departed. As Tony watched Lin Fei's retreating figure, he suddenly realized, oh, Mr. Lin, my current reactor can only sustain energy for 5 hours. If you do not return this reactor within that time, I might perish. That will not be necessary. I shall return within 2 hours at most. With those words, Lin Fei left, leaving Tony in a state of confusion. Chapter 65, Data Theft. Good evening, Miss Potts. At this moment, the security guards at Stark Industries greeted Potts politely upon her arrival, to which she responded with a smile, though a hint of worry lingered in her expression, unshared with anyone. Upon entering, Potts directly headed to the elevator, selecting the top floor, where Tony's office was located. With swift strides, Potts ascended to the top floor and directly entered Tony's office. The space was expansive, filled with numerous items. Yet Potts's objective lay beyond the confines of this room. She ventured to the far end, behind the bookshelf, and with a decisive slap, the shelf parted, revealing a concealed door. This was indeed one of Tony's secret chambers, harboring a plethora of items, including vital client information, naturally stored in a discreet location. Upon entering the room, Potts quickly spotted a computer at the center, precisely what she had come for. She opened the device, and in mere seconds, the screen illuminated with the startup display. With urgency, she inserted a disk and accessed the hard drive. Soon, she discovered a diminutive folder nestled deep within, and upon opening it, she was greeted by a multitude of client details. Among them, a file labeled Iron Man caught her attention, prominently featuring the words Zone 64. This Zone 64 was a highly classified area of Stark Industries, long neglected for research. Potts was taken aback. Could it be that someone intended to compete with Tony? These were indeed the documents Tony sought. Without hesitation, she clicked to copy the files, unaware of the substantial size of the content. After a considerable duration, only 40% had completed. Just as Potts anxiously awaited the progress, the sound of the door creaking open echoed through the room, sending a wave of panic through her. She looked up to find Stan standing at the entrance. Hey, Potts, what a surprise to see you back, he exclaimed, stepping inside. Potts felt a rush of anxiety as she quickly devised a strategy. After a moment of deliberation, she replied, I came to check on Tony, to see if there was anything he might have overlooked. The board has restricted him from working, hasn't he? Stan, seemingly convinced by her explanation, nodded with a smile. He moved to a nearby table, poured himself a glass from an exquisite bottle, and muttered, Yes, I'm at a loss with Tony. It's all the board's decision. What can I do? I just hope he finds clarity on his own. Indeed, you're absolutely right, Potts responded, seizing a newspaper from a nearby magazine and discreetly covering the disc. With utmost caution, she clicked the upper right corner of the screen, instantly restoring the computer to its screensaver state. At that moment, Stan approached her, glancing at the computer without detecting anything amiss, finally allowing himself to relax. When he returned, do you know how elated we were? It felt as though we had glimpsed light in the midst of darkness. All of this was brought to us by you. The sense of belief he instilled in us was truly formidable. However, I have come to realize that Tony never genuinely returned. He never regarded this company as his home, nor did he consider our yearning for wealth. His self-centeredness is undeniable, isn't it? Listening to Stan, Boz was quick to concur, asserting that he was indeed a person of multiple personas. Yet, I hold on to hope that he will recover. And I am certain he will resume the arms manufacturing for Stark Industries. Mr. Stan, rest assured. I believe in Tony and trust that we will collectively elevate Stark Industries to greater heights. As Boz spoke, Stan observed him, taking note of the unwavering determination in Boz's gaze, devoid of any hint of evasion. Stan was momentarily taken aback and eventually spoke. Indeed, you are correct. And you are an excellent subordinate. I believe you can facilitate gradual change in Tony. Tony is unaware of how fortunate he is. With that, Stan extended his hand, prompting Boz to reciprocate in gratitude. Boz felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and hastily uttered, I think I should take my leave. Rising from his seat, Boz picked up a newspaper that had been covering a plate, effortlessly removing the plate as well. At that moment, he appeared remarkably composed, slinging his bag over his shoulder. With a swift motion, Boz placed the plate into his bag and departed briskly. Stan, watching Boz's retreating figure, felt a twinge of hesitation. Could there be something amiss with that newspaper? Why did Boz only take that particular one? He stood up and approached Boz, inquiring, Oh, is that today's newspaper? Upon hearing Stan's question, Boz promptly replied, Yes. Would you like to see it, Mr. Stan? Of course, I enjoy reading. Stan took the newspaper, glanced down, and found nothing unusual, leaving him perplexed as he contemplated Boz's mysterious presence. Suddenly, it seemed Stan had a revelation. He hurried back to his computer. Upon opening it, he noticed the message indicating that his data had been copied, and an overwhelming sense of panic washed over him as he realized his secret had been compromised. Downstairs, Boz spotted a figure seated nearby. It was Agent Coulson. Approaching him, Boz greeted, "Agent Coulson, what's the rush? Oh, by the way, you haven't forgotten our appointment, have you?" "Certainly. I have not forgotten. Let us depart at once. Follow me." Listening to Potts, Coulson felt a moment of confusion. He yearned to inquire about the urgency of Potts's demeanor. Yet he rose and followed her outside. Unbeknownst to them, Stan stood beyond the glass railing on the upper floor, watching Potts's departing figure. His gaze imbued with an inscrutable meaning. Sector 64 resided within Stark Industries. Stan swiftly arrived at this location, where operations were proceeding normally. Numerous researchers diligently engaged in their studies were startled by the sound of the door opening, and the leader of the research team immediately stood to greet him. "Mr. Stan, I sincerely apologize. I fear our request was indeed too ambitious. We are utterly incapable of powering an armored suit." "Unable, you say? Why did you not express this when I entrusted you with the task? Now, at this critical juncture, you tell me you cannot fulfill it?" Stan, gripping the man's shoulder, felt a surge of anger. He had not anticipated such a deflection at this moment. All his plans lay exposed, and there was no time left for further delays. He had hoped to find all research completed today, yet it had not even commenced. "Oh, Mr. Stan, we simply lack the necessary technology. Our capabilities fall short of these requirements." "You speak of technology?" Stan retorted, clutching the researcher's shoulder and gesturing towards the enormous reactor before them. "This apparatus stands right here. I merely require it to be compacted enough to fit within the suit. Is that truly so insurmountable?" "Sir, I am deeply sorry, but that is utterly impossible. The immense energy contained within this structure cannot be reduced in scale." With a swift motion, Stan pivoted and struck the man, who stumbled aside. His composure shattered. Stan shouted, "If Tony could manage it, why can't you? He constructed it in a cave. How did he achieve such a feat? What purpose do I have for you incompetent fools?" "I apologize, Mr. Stan, truly, I am so sorry." The researcher, overwhelmed by panic, found himself at a loss, never anticipating that Stan would assign him such a formidable task. "Mr. Stan, I'm not Tony Stark." "Useless." Stan scoffed at the man's words before departing the scene. Time passed by, minute by minute. An hour later, in Tony's residence, he had just completed his latest research project. He ascended to the lounge, clutching a bottle of cola, and settled onto the sofa. At that moment, his phone rang. Hearing the sound, Tony turned to see that it was Pepper calling. A wave of confusion washed over him. Why was she reaching out to him? Had she encountered a dilemma? With these thoughts in mind, Tony picked up the phone to answer, but suddenly, he felt a wave of numbness wash over his body. As the jarring sound echoed, he trembled slightly, his strength dissipating in an instant. It dawned on him that this was something he had previously studied. How could it manifest here now? Feeling a presence behind him, supporting him against the sofa, Tony was filled with regret. Who would dare to do this to him? It was utterly terrifying, yet he found himself utterly powerless to rise. "Relax, my friend, relax. My child," came a voice from behind. In that moment, Tony recognized the speaker. It was Stan. Why was he treating him this way? "Do you remember this?" Stan inquired, observing Tony's astonished expression as he placed a device beside him, shaking it, his eyes brimming with delight. "Regrettably, I did not receive approval from above. This device can induce temporary paralysis, though only for 15 minutes. It's quite sufficient and can be exceedingly useful." With that, Stan stepped closer, pinching Tony's face with an indescribable pride. "Tony, I once ordered them to eliminate you. Oh, those soldiers you encountered at the complex. Yet they failed to do so, or rather, they were utterly incapable." As he spoke, Stan moved aside, revealing a file box he had placed there at some point. From within, he extracted a circular device. "Initially, I had my reservations. I was always concerned that you would thwart my ambitions for world domination. But now, it is too late, for soon you will lack the strength to oppose me." Holding the device, Stan approached Tony, pressing it against his chest. Instantly, mechanical claws extended from it, seizing the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. With a gentle tug, Stan extracted the reactor, revealing the blue and white core as it was pulled from Tony's body. Gazing at him, Stan declared, "This was your last arc reactor. Now, what do you possess that can stand against me? Of course, it won't be long before you succumb to your own blood flowing backward." Ugh. Feeling the reactor had been removed, an immediate chill coursed through Tony's veins, as if his very blood had congealed at that moment. The shards lodged within his chest had always been a part of him, and he could never extricate them. It was precisely due to the reactor that he could lead a semblance of a normal life. Yet now, it was to be taken by his closest friend. Did you truly believe that what you conceived was inherently yours? With a soft click, Stan effortlessly extracted the reactor, leaving Tony's complexion ashen, disbelief flooding his eyes. Staring at Stan, Tony found himself at a loss for words. rendered mute by the gravity of the situation. Observing the reactor, Stan could not help but exclaim, "Oh my. Behold this exquisite piece. It will serve as my first step towards global domination. This is your final reactor, and it shall symbolize your last vestige of hope. Do you think this could be the core of a new generation of weaponry? Oh, I am certain it will be. I have faith in your research and your intellect. What you have created will undoubtedly astonish the world. How I wish you could witness my conquest, but alas, you may never see it. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention," Stan said, placing the reactor into a briefcase. As he turned to leave, a thought struck him, and he glanced back at Tony. "I have also acquired a prototype, the very one you originally designed, though mine is evidently more formidable and larger in scale. And that Pepper, who would have imagined you would send her to your office to pilfer such data? You are truly reckless. I had considered sparing her, for she is innocent. But that may no longer be an option. Her fate will not be mundane, I assure you. I will ensure her demise is swift and devoid of suffering." As Tony watched Stan depart, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. He had never anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, a friend would betray him. He felt an overwhelming sense of failure. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Turning his gaze, he saw Lin Fei descending the stairs, holding Tony's latest reactor. Far more advanced than the one Stan had just taken. Looking at Tony, Lin Fei could not suppress a smile. "Hey, my friend, how are you feeling now? Perhaps it is time to believe my words. Everything I have done is for your benefit. You need only to trust that." Upon hearing such words, a bitter expression filled Tony's eyes. He found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that Lin Fei's pronouncements would come to fruition. From the outset, when Lin Fei had warned him that Stan would become his adversary, Tony harbored a certain prejudice against Lin Fei. It was incomprehensible to him that his friend Stan would turn against him, an eventuality he deemed utterly impossible. Yet, the reality had unfolded as foretold. Simultaneously, Tony could not help but feel a sense of relief, grateful that Lin Fei had previously replaced his latest reactor. In that moment, a sense of wonder washed over him. Approaching Tony, Lin Fei gazed at the circular device embedded in Tony's chest, and then glanced at his own hand. How could I have forgotten this? Why didn't I bring Potts back? At that moment, he realized she had likely been taken away by Agent Coulson. Her objective being to head to Zone 64 and locate Stan's project to destroy it. Ah, well, never mind. Don't give me that look. Since I can't assist you in that regard, perhaps I can offer something else. Do not forget, I still possess the device. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei conjured a mechanical arm, its design exquisitely compact. He deftly connected it to the reactor's interface, inserting it directly into Tony's chest, followed by pressing down the arc reactor. At that moment, Tony's expression began to rejuvenate, and he felt a resurgence of strength. Lin Fei produced a can of Tsingtao beer and handed it to Tony with a smile, saying, "So, what are your thoughts now?" "I apologize, Mr. Lin. I believe this is the one thing I most wish to convey at present." Looking into Tony's eyes, filled with sincerity, Lin Fei could only manage a wry smile. "Enough with the platitudes. Everything I have done is for your benefit. I hope you can learn from this experience, and rest assured, I would never deceive you. All my actions aim to facilitate your growth. Indeed, Mr. Lin, perhaps I was oblivious to the unfolding events before, but now I truly believe you have not misled me. What purpose would there be in deceiving you? Drinking this beer should help you regain some strength." With that, they both downed their drinks, and Tony felt a significant restoration of his vitality. Looking at Lin Fei, he finally took the initiative to ask, "Mr. Lin, what should I do now?" "What to do? Let me brief you on the situation. Potts and Agent Coulson are currently en route to Zone 64, as Stan is establishing his own Iron Legion there. However, at present, he can only control a single suit of armor, as he lacks additional arc reactors. He needs to acquire yours to conduct experiments and subsequently produce in bulk according to your design. It is likely that Rhodey will soon receive a call from Potts, urging him to come here and assist you, which should only take a matter of minutes. In this scenario, Stan and Potts will inevitably find themselves at odds. So I trust you understand how to proceed." "The 64th District? Very well, I shall go there now. Mr. Lin, will you assist me?" "Of course. I shall certainly help you. Otherwise, you would struggle to contend with Stan. At the very least, facing him would come at a significant cost. Oh my. That behemoth of his is truly intimidating, towering over me by at least 2 heads. You must admit, I am not particularly short, am I?" Upon hearing Lin Fei's sudden inquiry, Tony found himself momentarily perplexed, and after a pause, he managed a wry smile. "Mr. Lin, I truly admire your composure at such a time. My heart has long since been in turmoil." "Ah, what does it matter? As long as you can come to terms with the situation and know how to respond, every problem has a solution, does it not? Now, quickly don your armor. I shall wait outside for you." "Very well." Chapter 68. Seeking Stan. "Tony, where are you? Tony, where on earth are you? How are you faring?" At that moment, Tony had just finished donning his suit of armor, while Lin Fei stood beside him, observing. Suddenly, both men heard a shout. It was Rhodey's voice. Upon hearing it, Lin Fei turned to see Rhodey descending from above. Upon reaching them, Rhodey was taken aback by Tony's appearance. Oh my, is this truly what you have created? It looks incredibly impressive. Rhodey, this is not the time for such discussions. We must hasten to rescue Potts. She is in danger. And problems have arisen in the 64th district. You are correct. Potts called me, warning that Stan might pose a threat to you, which is why I rushed over here. Oh, thank goodness you are unharmed. That is truly wonderful. Hey, Rhodey, it's been a while. We should get going. We need to hurry to the 64th district. Stan will soon emerge in that monstrous suit of his, ready to wreak havoc on the world. All right then, Mr. Lin, let us make haste. Initially, Rhodey felt a bit awkward around Lin Fei, uncertain how to face him after having struck him earlier. However, upon realizing that Lin Fei harbored no ill feelings, Rhodey finally felt a sense of relief. But suddenly, Rhodey realized what was happening. He watched as Tony took flight, racing towards the outside, and couldn't help but feel perplexed. How are we supposed to get there? It takes at least half an hour to reach Sector 64 from here, and we cannot fly. Who says we can't fly? Lin Fei remarked, waving his hand as the invincible food truck appeared before Rhodey. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fei hopped into the vehicle, rolled down the window, and called out to Rhodey, hurry up and get in. What? Mr. Lin, are you suggesting we drive there? That vehicle of yours can't be very fast, can it? Why not take mine? Mine is a sports car and can go much quicker. Just get in. And you'll see for yourself who is faster. Reluctantly following Lin Fei's words, Rhodey shook his head and walked towards the truck, taking a seat in the passenger side. At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly revved the engine, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The intense feeling of acceleration left Rhodey dazed. Questioning his reality, what on earth is happening? Why are there so many strange occurrences? What astonished Rhodey even more was that Lin Fei's truck soared out of the underground parking lot, and as they emerged, the vehicle transformed into a fighter jet, launching into the sky. What on earth, Mr. Lin? What is this? This is terrifying. How did you manage this? Have you ever heard of Transformers? What are Transformers? Forget it. You wouldn't understand. We're off to Sector 64. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask Tony where Sector 64 is. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Fei chuckled at his own foolishness for forgetting the destination. Just then, Rhodey quickly interjected, Mr. Lin, I know. I'll guide you from here. To reach Sector 64, we just need to drive straight for 30 kilometers. All right, as long as your directions are correct, we're good to go. Let us set off. Instantly, the fighter jet soared to maximum speed, surpassing the sound barrier. Halfway through their journey, Lin Fei suddenly raised his hand, producing a parachute. He smiled at Rhodey, saying here, Rhodey, strap this on. You'll need it shortly. Why? Aren't we landing? Landing? Who has time for that? Hurry and put it on. You'll understand soon enough. Meanwhile, Potts and her team had arrived at Sector 64, presenting their identification cards. Potts opened the door to Sector 64, and as everyone entered, Agent Coulson waved his hand, prompting all those behind him to draw their weapons. Stan, he asked right over there. As Potts gazed upon a yellow door emblazoned with the number 64, he hurriedly approached, swiping his identification card across its surface, only to find it utterly unresponsive, locked tight. Oh dear, they have deactivated my identity, he uttered in dismay. In response, Agent Coulson merely shrugged indifferently, producing a small black device from his pocket. He approached the door and pressed it against the surface, leaving Potts in a state of bewilderment. What could this device be? Could it truly unlock the door? Certainly, please take a step back, Agent Coulson instructed. Potts promptly retreated, seeking refuge behind cover. At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated, causing Potts to tremble in fright. However, the outcome was remarkable, as he turned to witness the door blown wide open. Unbeknownst to them, inside, Stan had just completed the installation of the arc reactor on a massive suit of steel armor and was in the midst of calibration. Suddenly, the loud bang reached his ears, prompting him to turn sharply, an ominous premonition settling in his heart. Someone had arrived. Without hesitation, Stan approached the battle suit, swiftly opening the door as Potts and his companions entered. They beheld the array of iron armors before them, furrowing their brows in astonishment. Potts gasped, oh my. Stan is indeed conducting such terrifying research. Indeed, it appears you were right. He is in the process of creating armor, Agent Coulson remarked, equally taken aback by the sight. Potts, sensing urgency, exclaimed, it seems these are even larger. We have no time to lose, comrades. We must hasten to find Stan and ascertain his whereabouts. Chapter 69. The arrival of Tony time grew increasingly pressing, and everyone busied themselves, an unsettling foreboding weighing heavily on their minds. Individuals darted through Sector 64, the chain surrounding them clinking ominously with each passing person, echoing like a deadly symphony that heightened their anxiety. They dispersed, each searching for Stan's presence within the vast expanse of Sector 64, but despite searching for 3 or 4 minutes, Stan's figure remained elusive. In a frantic search, Potts finally spotted a dark corner at an intersection, entirely sealed off, with only chains forming a makeshift gate. Gently parting the chains, Potts peered into the space beyond, and a startled cry escaped her lips. Before her stood a suit of silver metallic armor, its eyes glowing with a blue luminescence. Its imposing figure causing her heart to momentarily cease. Ah! With a loud cry, Potts dashed outside. Recalling how Agent Coulson and his team had also noticed something amiss and hurried towards the scene. At that moment, the ground seemed to tremble beneath them. Oh my goodness! What on earth is this? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Finally, Potts quickly appeared before a few individuals, seeking refuge behind them. It was then that Agent Coulson and his team beheld the imposing sight of the iron armor, towering at least 2 to 3 meters high, appearing utterly terrifying. Quick, everyone, open fire. Agent Coulson, seasoned by experience, promptly commanded the group to shoot. However, the armor's defenses were astonishingly robust. The bullets merely struck the surface, producing only sparks without any significant effect. As the armored figure advanced, a palpable fear gripped the crowd. Instinctively, they recoiled and sprinted to the side, forgetting that Potts was still behind them. In an instant, the armor lunged at Potts, who swiftly reacted by fleeing backward. Yet, it was evident that a human could never outrun such a machine. Before long, Potts lost her balance and fell to the ground, despair flooding her heart as the armor loomed before her. Creak. The helmet of the armor opened, revealing Stan's face. Stan, it truly is you. Seeing Stan before her caused Potts' heart to sink further. It was likely that Tony was in great trouble, and now she found herself ensnared in this dire situation. Feeling overwhelmed by the weight of it all. Noticing Potts' expression of terror, Stan couldn't help but chuckle. Oh my, this is simply delightful. Do I genuinely revel in witnessing others' fear? This is truly marvelous. What are you planning? Why are you targeting me? Potts voiced her innermost question. Stan smirked at her inquiry. What am I planning? Naturally, I intend to annihilate you. You have uncovered my secret, and anyone who knows my secret must die. Furthermore, I aim to establish an Iron Legion to unify the world. By that time, those who wish to oppose me will have no chance. You are a madman. After a long pause, Potts finally uttered these words. Overwhelmed by Stan's sheer madness that instilled fear even within herself. In response to Potts' words, Stan erupted into laughter. Indeed, I am a madman. And so what? You have your ambitions, and I have mine. Truth be told, how wonderful it would be if Tony listened to me. If we collaborated with those soldiers, the world would ultimately belong to us. In such a scenario, Tony would become the most formidable individual, and no one would dare to defy him. Wouldn't he relish that? Despicable. Shamelessly. How could Tony possibly take a liking to such matters? You are overthinking it. Observing Stan Watts as he closed his eyes, he remarked, all right, go ahead. If you are so determined to end my life, then do so. No. At that moment, Agent Coulson and his team arrived, raising their firearms and firing 2 shots at Stan. Stan, I strongly advise you against making foolish choices. If you surrender now, there is still a chance we might spare you. What are you all? Stan retorted, turning to face those behind him, devoid of any desire to deal with them. They were simply too weak, incapable of breaching his armor. Simultaneously, Stan felt a sense of relief at possessing such a formidable weapon. With that thought, Stan raised his hand, and a hole opened in the armor, revealing a small missile that swiftly launched toward Agent Coulson. Everyone, run. Seeing this, Coulson quickly reacted, leaping aside. With a resounding boom. When Coulson stood up, he discovered that half of his comrades had already been severely injured or killed. In an instant, Coulson's eyes reddened, and he raised his handgun, firing directly at Stan. But such a threat meant little to Stan. After expending an entire magazine, not a single mark marked Stan's body. He simply gazed at Coulson with indifference. A monster. This is a monster. Coulson thought as he stared at Stan, furrowing his brow in disbelief at Stan's formidable strength. In Stan's mind, he had always considered Agent Coulson a mere clown, so he paid him no heed. Instead, he turned to Potts, retrieving a bomb from his hand, preparing to hurl it at her. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted, and Stan swiftly turned to find a cloud of smoke behind him. As the dust settled and the mist dissipated, Stan could hardly believe his eyes. A red and gold armor stood calmly before him. Tony, turning to see Agent Coulson, now trembling and fallen to the ground 5 meters away, Tony smiled apologetically. Oh, Agent Coulson, I sincerely apologize for startling you. How about after we resolve this matter tonight? We have a chat about the things you wish to know? Chapter 70, The Battle of 2 Iron Armors, 33, upon hearing Tony's words. Agent Coulson lost the ability to think rationally, instinctively nodding after a prolonged silence. Given another chance, he would certainly never have come here. It was far too terrifying. Both Tony and Stan were monsters. In this clash between 2 ironclad titans, who would emerge victorious? Tony, how could you be unharmed? Wasn't your arc reactor taken from you? Oh, what is that on your chest now? As Tony engaged in conversation with Agent Coulson, Stan's voice suddenly resonated. Tony turned to gaze at Stan. Concealed beneath the mask of his phone, his expression one of profound astonishment, eyes brimming with frustration. Clearly, Stan was equally baffled, unable to comprehend why Tony's arc reactor, which he had previously taken away, was now intact and present. The device on Tony's chest was undeniably the reactor, but how could this be possible? Observing Stan, Tony smirked. Did you truly believe that seizing my arc reactor would render me powerless? Stan, I never anticipated that you, my closest friend, would betray me at this moment. You know my fondness for the loyalty of friends, and my deepest disdain is reserved for those who betray me. Are you prepared to face the ensuing pain and punishment? Upon hearing Tony's words, Stan quickly regained his composure, a sardonic smile forming on his lips. Punishment? What do you possess to contest with me? You are but a trifling entity. Do you have any idea of the formidable combat prowess of my armor? Do you possess the strength to challenge me? Care to find out? As soon as he finished speaking, Tony's fingers twitched, and blue-white light emanated from his limbs. In an instant, the entirety of Iron Man surged forward, barreling straight towards Stan, who found himself ensnared by Tony's grip around his neck. The immense force propelled Stan backward, prompting Potts to swiftly evade the impending collision. As the two men crashed against the wall, ultimately spilling out onto the street. After rolling several times on the ground, Tony erupted in a fit of anger, extending his hand to unleash an energy wave towards Stan. However, Stan's reflexes proved equally swift as he raised his hand and deftly swatted Tony away. Soaring through the air, Tony descended upon a parked car, obliterating it upon impact, the vehicle crumpling without a chance to sound its alarm. Momentarily disoriented, Tony found himself vulnerable when Stan charged at him, delivering two swift punches that further befuddled him. The commotion on the roadway escalated, with drivers frantically honking their horns, and some even hastily exiting their vehicles to ascertain the bizarre circumstances unfolding before them. They could scarcely believe the extraordinary scene before their eyes. Suddenly, Stan launched a missile aimed directly at Tony, but Tony adeptly evaded it. In a swift maneuver, he turned to see the missile detonating amidst the crowd, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that sent numerous innocent bystanders sprawling to the ground. Stan, are you mad? Those are innocent people. You would harm them for your own objectives? This is utterly reprehensible. Reprehensible? Spare me your moralizing, Stan retorted. My ambition is world domination, and the fates of these individuals are of no consequence to me. Stan had succumbed to madness, launching a missile directly towards the heart of the crowd. Witnessing such a dire situation, Tony reacted swiftly, colliding with the missile. The ensuing explosion sent him hurtling onto a nearby car. Tony, you're such a fool. In a scenario like this, you still consider others? If I were in your shoes, I would have fled long ago, rather than engage in battle with me. This is our fundamental difference. Tony quickly regained his footing and soared into the sky, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Stan. At that moment, Stan leaped nimbly to evade the onslaught. But Tony pursued relentlessly, and soon the two were locked in combat high above. With a resounding crash, Tony seized Stan, propelling them both upwards into the sky. They ascended to an altitude of 3,000 meters, where Stan began launching incendiary projectiles at Tony, who dismissed them with a cold smile. Stan, has your armor undergone any anti-freeze treatment? What? Stan, puzzled by Tony's words, suddenly felt an unsettling chill enveloping his armor. Glancing down, he was astonished to see that half of his body was encased in ice, crystalline formation sprouting forth. What is this? Hearing Stan's bewilderment, Tony chuckled mockingly. Haven't you learned? As air pressure decreases, so does temperature. With that, Tony struck, delivering a knee to Stan's abdomen. The force left Stan momentarily paralyzed, sending him plummeting downward. Seeing this, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Stan had proven to be exceedingly formidable. With a thud, Stan crashed onto the rooftop of Area 64, and Tony swiftly descended to confront him, a smirk playing on his lips as he beheld the crystalline figure of Stan. Stan, I never imagined you would become my adversary. Yet, it's fortunate that I can now see your true nature. It's truly splendid. Is it? Just then, Stan's voice rang out unexpectedly. As Tony prepared to respond, he witnessed Stan swiftly raise his leg, the frost on his armor dissipating in an instant, and his foot struck Tony squarely. Stan quickly regained his footing, standing over Tony, who lay on the ground, blood surging in his veins, unable to rise. Stan planted his foot firmly on Tony's chest, the immense pressure eliciting a grunt from him. The situation dire. Meanwhile, Lin Fei's vehicle approached swiftly through the air. Observing Tony and Stan on the rooftop below, Lin Fei called out, "All right, Rhodey. We're preparing to land. Are you ready?" Mr. Lin, I'm ready, but how do we land? Isn't that simple?" As Lin Fei observed the 500 meters that lay between him and the rooftop below, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing the entire aircraft to vanish in an instant. What on earth? Rhodey exclaimed, taken aback by the piercing cold wind that enveloped him. He could scarcely believe the extraordinary situation he found himself in. It was utterly unfathomable. Hearing Rhodey shout, Lin Fei turned with a smile and said, "You can land on your own. I must take my leave." With that, he swiftly plunged downward, propelled by the shift in his center of gravity. "Mr. Lin, are you not concerned for your life?" Rhodey questioned, watching Lin Fei's descent. He hastily followed. But Lin Fei's mass allowed him to plummet far more rapidly than Rhodey could manage. As Rhodey neared the rooftop, only 50 meters from the ground, he realized in astonishment that Lin Fei had no parachute. Dressed in casual attire, he bore no additional gear. Rhodey found himself pondering whether Lin Fei intended to leverage his own demise as a threat against Stan, a notion that seemed absurdly outlandish. Without hesitation, Rhodey deployed his parachute, halting his rapid descent and gliding sideways. In that moment, he turned to witness a shocking spectacle. Lin Fei was descending with precision towards Stan's armored figure, who was mercilessly tormenting Tony with his foot. Lin Fei's gaze hardened. Stan's bullying of the smaller Tony was despicable, and it would ultimately lead to his own downfall. With a resounding crash, Lin Fei collided with Stan, whose immense weight caused him to crash to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Meanwhile, Tony, witnessing this turn of events, quickly reacted, finding refuge as he gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the pain he had just endured. "Mr. Lin, I never expected you would come to my rescue," Tony remarked. Lin Fei replied with a cold chuckle, "Isn't it only natural? Otherwise, what purpose would my presence beside you serve?" Hearing this, Tony could only manage a wry smile, then turned to the incapacitated Stan with a sigh. "Mr. Lin, what are we to do now? I truly find myself at a loss with this Stan." "Humph. What were you thinking back then? I warned you that this would be your greatest adversary, yet you chose to disregard my caution. Is that my fault?" Lin Fei expressed his exasperation before approaching Stan, who remained sprawled on the ground. Seizing Stan's leg, Lin Fei effortlessly lifted him, displaying remarkable strength. "My goodness, Mr. Lin. Does Stan really weigh 1,000 kilograms? How on earth do you manage this?" Rhodey inquired in disbelief. "Is that truly a challenge?" Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. Lin Fei spoke nonchalantly, his hands suddenly exerting tremendous force, and with a powerful roar from his throat, he effortlessly lifted Stan off the ground. The sheer magnitude of his strength caused the very earth beneath him to tremble and fracture beneath his feet. Yet, Lin Fei remained unfazed, gripping Stan tightly as he began to spin him with increasing velocity, transforming Stan into a whirlwind of chaos. "Tonight marks your demise," he bellowed, hurling Stan to the ground with a swift motion. Tony, having struggled to the edge of the rooftop, gazed down at Stan, who lay approximately 30 to 40 meters below. A look of bewilderment crossed his face as he removed his mask, revealing his astonishment. "Mr. Lin, how on earth did you accomplish this? It's utterly inconceivable." "Humph. Without a modicum of strength, how could I ever be your Mr. Lin?" Lin Fei retorted, suddenly growing serious. "Prepare yourself for battle. You must regain your composure quickly. Stan will not succumb to such a trivial injury. His combat prowess far exceeds yours." "I am well aware," Tony replied. "I am currently regaining my strength." "Mr. Lin, I wonder if you have any food available. I believe that a bit of nourishment could expedite my recovery." "Are you truly a glutton?" Lin Fei remarked, exasperated as he glanced at Tony. "Why must you always think of food? Is what I prepare truly that delectable?" With a resigned sigh, Lin Fei produced a roast duck and handed it to Tony, who unceremoniously removed one of his gloves and began to eat, disregarding any grease on his hands. 3 minutes later, having devoured 2 duck legs, Tony suddenly exclaimed, "All right, enough chatter. Stan is getting back up." "What? So soon?" "I haven't finished eating," Tony exclaimed. "Hurry, Mr. Lin. Hand me a can of beer. I'm slightly choked." "Are you a pig?" Lin Fei lamented, feeling the absurdity of his situation as he found himself playing both father and mother, managing every detail. He quickly retrieved a can of Tsingtao beer and passed it to Tony, who swiftly opened it and began to drink heartily. Just then, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, prompting both men to look up. Stan was charging towards them, his fist coiled with the full force of his might. As the punch hurtled towards him, Tony swiftly dodged to the side, flinging the remaining roast duck directly at Stan's face. The duck struck him squarely, its grease smearing across Stan's mask, igniting a furious rage within him. "Tony, my foremost thought at this moment is a desire for your demise. You have repeatedly obstructed me. And this individual, your name is Lin Fei, is it not? I am astounded that you would conspire with Tony against me. Yet, regrettably, what awaits you today is but death." Chapter 72. Gatling makes his entrance. "Death, you say?" Upon hearing Stan's words, Lin Fei was immediately displeased. In a swift motion, his body vanished from sight, and simultaneously, his right leg was raised high, infused with all his strength. In that instant, a resounding clang echoed. "Ah!" Lin Fei let out a piercing scream, staggering backward and collapsing onto the ground, clutching his foot. The pain was excruciating. Why had he risked his own body to assault Stan's armor? That contraption was far too resilient. Lin Fei felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially thought Stan possessed no significant achievements, but now it appeared he had been woefully mistaken. Stan's defenses were indeed formidable. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Observing Lin Fei's fall, Tony was instantly filled with concern and hurried forward to inquire. Cough, cough, I'm fine. It's nothing. Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the unyielding Stan before him. How could Stan be so impenetrable? His physical prowess had been enhanced to 8 times that of an ordinary person, far exceeding that of Captain America. Yet he still found himself at a loss against Stan. Looking cautiously at Stan, Lin Fei asked, Tony, what do you think we should do now? Mr. Lin, based on my assessment, the material Stan is composed of is likely the hardest known substance, one that originates from. Before Tony could finish, Lin Fei interrupted, Stop. Spare me the useless details. What I need to know is how we can destroy it, not the process of its creation. I care not for that. My sole desire is to obliterate it. Ah, very well. A hint of grievance flickered across Tony's face as he nodded. Then, addressing Stan, he said, Mr. Lin, I have 2 potential solutions. One is to incinerate it, and the other is to freeze it. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Lin Fei exclaimed, his frustration palpable. In an instant, with a mere thought, a flamethrower materialized in his hands. He activated it, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Stan. What? Lin Fei? Where did you acquire that? Oh my goodness. As Lin Fei directed the searing flames from the flamethrower, Stan quickly ascended into the air, fleeing from the inferno. His armor was insulated, but the fear of being scorched was very real, for he was still within its confines. Hey, watching Stan soar into the sky, Lin Fei couldn't help but smirk. Do you think that just because you can fly, you are beyond my reach? Unless you soar alongside the sun. You shall remain here to receive my most profound tribute. In an instant, the flamethrower in Lin Fei's hand vanished, replaced by a rocket launcher. Without hesitation, he aimed and pulled the trigger, directing the missile towards Stan in the sky. With a whoosh, the rocket shot forth with tremendous force, nearly causing Lin Fei to lose his balance as he kept his gaze fixed on Stan. However, Lin Fei had forgotten that Stan could maneuver freely in midair. As the rocket approached him, Stan swiftly evaded it with a quick lateral move, effortlessly avoiding the projectile. Damn it, Tony. Shoot that rocket down. If it lands in the crowd, the casualties will be catastrophic. Hearing Lin Fei's urgent words, Tony grasped the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy that struck the rocket, igniting it midair. The flaming missile gradually descended to the ground, extinguishing itself upon landing. At that moment, Lin Fei retracted his rocket launcher, frowning. Stan is truly cunning. If flames are ineffective against him, then ice must be equally futile. Of course, there's Mr. Lin, Tony interjected. Lin Fei, puzzled, asked, Tony, what do you mean by that? Could you please clarify? Your words leave me perplexed. Oh, right, Tony replied hurriedly. Mr. Lin, have you forgotten? My previous reactor has barely any stored energy left. It can sustain normal operations for at most 5 hours. However, Stan is recklessly expending his energy. If he remains airborne for another 10 minutes, he'll plummet to the ground, at which point he will be utterly incapacitated, allowing us to employ a third strategy. A third strategy? Are you kidding me? If there is a third strategy, why didn't you mention it sooner? Lin Fei exclaimed. I must have overlooked it, Tony admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But don't forget, this is Stan's armor. Despite its impressive defenses, it is still metal, and metal conducts electricity. How could I have forgotten that? So, you're suggesting that if we keep Stan airborne for 10 minutes, we can conclude this battle? Lin Fei surmised. Precisely. But how do we ensure he stays in the air for 10 minutes? Isn't that a bit too challenging for us? Not at all. Just watch me. Lin Fei declared as he produced a Gatling gun, grinning at Stan hovering above. Mr. Lin, how do you have one of those? Where have you been hiding such contraptions? Are they tucked away behind you? Get lost, Lin Fei shot back, feeling exasperated. It was astonishing that Tony could still joke at this moment. His nonchalance was rather unnerving. As Lin Fei lifted his gaze to the sky, observing Stan, he couldn't help but wave his hand. Stan, I hope you can evade my bullets. However, I must inform you that I possess armor-piercing rounds within this weapon. No matter how resilient your combat suit may be, I doubt it can withstand a barrage of bullets. With that, Lin Fei raised the Gatling gun in his hand and commenced firing into the air. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Stan momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure and prepared to dart to the side. In Stan's mind, as long as he could evade Lin Fei's assault, he would be safe. If that were the case, why not simply take cover? Mr. Lin, he is attempting to flee. Tony's words elicited a sense of helplessness from Lin Fei. Are you not going to intercept him? Here, take this. As he spoke, Lin Fei tossed another Gatling gun towards Tony, staring at the hefty weapon in his hands. Tony was bewildered. Mr. Lin, I am genuinely curious about where you conceal these items. It is truly astonishing. Do you really have time to worry about that? Lin Fei nearly exploded with frustration. Quickly, stop him from escaping. Do not forget our plan. Oh, right. I will halt him at once. With that, Tony swiftly raised the Gatling gun in his hand and unleashed a flurry of fire into the sky. Stan, who had just begun to flee, found himself halted in his tracks, confronted by a deluge of bullets. At that moment, Stan hovered in the air and shouted at Lin Fei, "Lin Fei, are you truly going to oppose me? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" Lin Fei, feeling exasperated, replied, "Consequences? Do I appear to care about consequences? Right now, your ability to evade my fire is already a daunting challenge. Spare me your talk of consequences." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Stan sprang into action. Realizing that the bullets were about to strike him, he dodged and weaved through the air, attempting to escape, but Tony was quick to respond, blocking his escape routes at every turn. Thus, Stan found himself trapped in the air, with no viable path for retreat. What Stan hoped for was that, despite the Gatling's fierce firepower, there would inevitably come a moment when the ammunition would be depleted. However, just when he managed to anticipate that moment, he was astonished to see Lin Fei's Gatling gun vanish, only for him to produce another fully loaded one. The same occurred with Tony, as soon as his bullets ran out. Lin Fei swiftly slapped the weapon, causing it to disappear and be replaced by yet another Gatling gun. In that moment, Stan felt on the verge of tears, lamenting the unfairness of the situation. The relentless onslaught was simply too overwhelming. At long last, after a mere 8 minutes had elapsed, Tony suddenly noticed that the glow of the reactor embedded in Stan's chest had dimmed. He promptly exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, Stan has run out of energy. We can cease our efforts now. He will soon be unable to sustain flight and will plummet." "Very well, if that is the case, let us withdraw," Lin Fei replied, retracting the Gatling gun from his grasp and striking it against Tony's weapon. In an instant, both of them were unarmed. It was at this moment that Stan, still instinctively evading, abruptly realized that the gunfire around him had ceased. Sensing this change in circumstance, he turned around and indeed discovered that both adversaries were devoid of weapons. He erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Ha! What a turn of events! You find yourselves unarmed, do you? I never imagined you would expend so much effort yet still lack the means to confront me. Shouldn't you now concede that I am the strongest? For you, the only outcome awaits death." Listening to Stan's taunts, Lin Fei's eyes darted as he quickly grasped the situation and turned to Tony, shouting, "Tony, run. We lack the strength to battle him. He is far too formidable." We? Tony, taken aback by Lin Fei's words, found it hard to comprehend. They had exerted minimal effort. How could they possibly be incapable of dealing with Stan? Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, he suddenly noticed Lin Fei making a series of exaggerated gestures towards him. Realizing Lin Fei's intentions, Tony quickly understood that his companion was devising a ruse to draw Stan's attention. Instantly, Tony fell to the ground, feigning agony as he cried out, "Mr. Lin, I cannot continue. Due to my internal injuries, I am immobile. You must flee. Do not let Stan capture you. Avenge me in the future." "What the?" Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback by Tony's antics. The latter was truly a master of dramatics. Lin Fei had not anticipated that such a performer would emerge. It would indeed be a pity if his talent for theatrics were not harnessed in a biopic of Iron Man. However, Lin Fei quickly regained his composure, rushing to Tony's side, embracing his arm, and fervently declaring, "No, I cannot abandon you. Come, I will carry you with me." "Absolutely not. Mr. Lin, if you carry me, you will not be able to run swiftly. Stan's strength is overwhelming. We must separate. You must leave me here. He seeks me, not you." "No." Lin Fei's voice erupted into a heart-wrenching cry, filled with desperation and unwillingness, his eyes brimming with sorrow and defiance. As Stan gazed at the sky, he couldn't help but burst into laughter at the heartfelt display between the two individuals before him. He remarked, "I never anticipated that you could still express such genuine emotions in this moment. It truly surprises me, knowing full well how powerful I am. You still choose not to flee. You two are indeed foolish. In light of this, you might as well perish." With that, Stan ascended to a height of 5 meters above them, swiftly raising his hands. A formidable wave of energy began to coalesce within his grasp. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fei momentarily froze, then turned to Tony and inquired, "Did you not say that Stan lacked energy? How is he able to gather this power?" Tony replied, "Trust me. He cannot sustain it. His energy is nearly depleted. Let us count down together for 5 seconds. "All right, I believe you." Lin Fei acquiesced, and he indeed began to count down. 5, 4, 3. Just after counting to 3, Lin Fei observed the reactor in Stan's chest dimming significantly, devoid of any light. In that instant, Stan let out a cry, his body losing all control and plummeting from the sky towards Lin Fei and Tony below. "Goodness, you sly trickster," Lin Fei exclaimed, shoving Tony aside as he too retreated swiftly. With a resounding crash, Stan landed upon the rooftop, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Chapter 74. Stan's plea for mercy. Lin Fei approached where Stan lay incapacitated, as the massive figure was rendered immobile without the support of energy. Stan, astonished, cried out, "What have you done to me? Why can I not move? What is happening?" Hearing Stan's bewilderment, Tony chuckled helplessly before stepping forward. He removed his mask, lowered his gaze to Stan's helmet, and struck it with a swift motion, unleashing an energy wave that shattered the mask. Stripped of its energy connection, the armor now appeared exceedingly fragile. Stan's face was grazed, and though blood trickled down, he could only stare in horror at Tony, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Tony, are you truly going to harm me? Have you forgotten everything we have been through together? I am your uncle. Your father and I are close friends. Do you still dare to call yourself my uncle? Tony retorted, his anger ignited by Stan's words. With a fierce determination, he pressed his foot onto Stan's chest, causing the armor to creak ominously. Tony regarded Stan with a cold smile, the air thick with tension. Knowing that you are my uncle, how could you have the audacity to jeopardize your own nephew in the vast expanse of the sky? Have you considered the nature of our relationship? Do not forget. I have heard your words clearly. You had expressed a desire to see me dead. Why then, this sudden change of heart? Struck by Tony's words, Stan found himself at a loss for words, gazing at Tony with eyes filled with remorse, unable to articulate his thoughts. Indeed, he had once wished for Tony's demise. Yet now he found himself ensnared in an insurmountable predicament, utterly immobilized. Eventually, Stan voiced his lingering confusion, looking intently at Tony and imploring, "What on earth is happening? Please, enlighten me. I genuinely wish to understand why I am currently unable to control this armor. Because your reactor has long since depleted its energy." Tony replied candidly at that moment. The reactor you took was merely a discarded one, inherently low on energy, coupled with your incessant evasion in midair. The energy expenditure has been substantial, hence this predicament. How could this be? What on earth is going on? You were aware that this reactor was obsolete. Why then? Did you carry it with you? Stan was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend Tony's rationale. Everything seemed utterly nonsensical. Listening to Stan's words, Tony couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, then turned to Lin Fei and said with a smile, "It is all thanks to Mr. Lin. He enlightened me on how to handle this matter, which is why I was able to adopt this approach." Turning back to Lin Fei, Tony expressed his gratitude. "Mr. Lin, I truly appreciate your guidance. Were it not for your insistence on replacing the reactor, I would have found it exceedingly challenging to deal with Stan. I had even contemplated casting him into the reactor to eliminate him through its explosion. If everything were so difficult, what use would I serve? However, Tony, I earnestly hope you will heed my advice more often in the future, for you will encounter many challenges ahead. If you follow my counsel, I am certain that numerous obstacles will become trivial." "Indeed, Mr. Lin. To be honest, I did harbor doubts about you in the past, but now I am entirely convinced. You have truly restored my hope for life, and it is because of you that I now have the inspiration to pursue my dreams." As Tony began to express his sentiments, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. He refrained from further comments and turned back to Stan, coldly remarking, "Did you not foresee this, Stan? Your seemingly foolproof plan is but an open book before me. No one can escape my keen perception, and all challenges shall be unveiled. Are you a prophet? Oh, how regrettable it is that I failed to investigate your identity beforehand. I never anticipated falling into your hands. My ambition to unify the world has stumbled at the very first step." Turning to glance at Tony, Stan's expression suddenly softened. "Tony, I am your uncle. Could you find it in your heart to spare me? Considering our bond over the years, I implore you to show me mercy." Lin Fei, taken aback by Stan's words, couldn't help but wonder why the villain would plead for mercy in the end. It was evident to him that such a person could not be trusted. Keeping him alive would only lead to future calamities. At that moment, Tony turned to Lin Fei, asking earnestly, "Mr. Lin, you should decide this matter." "What? Tony, have you lost your mind? Why should we let someone else determine the outcome of our affair? This is a matter between us. Lin Fei, an outsider, cannot dictate your thoughts. I believe if you agree to let me go now, Lin Fei will not have much to say." Enough with the bravado. Lin Fei, feeling exasperated by Stan's words, retorted, "Do you really think Tony harbors any affection for me? He is currently beholden to my will. He believes whatever I say. You, on the other hand, are merely Tony's first adversary. It is your actions that have forged his resilient character. I hope he achieves greater heights in the future. And for that, one must indeed thank you. Do you feel a sense of greatness now?" "Nonsense." Stan, visibly displeased, replied, "Lin Fei, I concede this time. I only ask that you let me go. I promise I will never harm the world again. I just wish to live a simple life." Where were these thoughts when you were committing wrongdoings? If only you had known this day would come, why did you choose to be a villain in the first place? Do you truly believe you could have become a unifier of the world? Your assumptions are utterly naive. Chapter 75, Mission Accomplished. Listening to Stan, Lin Fei could only scoff. He had no words for such a man. Meanwhile, Stan, feeling the sting of Lin Fei's disdainful gaze, sensed his pride had been wounded. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Are you really not going to let me go? Why should I?" Suddenly, Lin Fei heard a series of ominous clinks emanating from beneath Stan's armor, and in an instant, he realized the danger. He shouted urgently, "Tony, run!" As he hastily retreated, Tony swiftly took to the air. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, resonating like a clap of thunder, startling everyone present. Lin Fei was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated that Stan would choose self-destruction at the last moment. It was clear that a person like him harbored no genuine remorse. "Mr. Lin, are you all right?" At that moment, Tony swiftly descended and approached Lin Fei. Observing Lin Fei, he heard a voice that prompted Lin Fei to shake his head, subsequently glancing at the now collapsed rooftop floor, shaking his head in resignation. This Stan, with his malicious nature, had not forgotten his intent to eliminate both of them. "Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, who knows what fate would have befallen us. Indeed, it was thanks to you, Mr. Lin, that I managed to evade calamity. The bomb employed by Stan was the latest model, constructed with materials." Stop, stop, stop. Upon hearing Tony's words, Lin Fei quickly raised his hand to halt Tony's explanation, feeling somewhat helpless. "What is your obsession with explaining everything you know to others?" "I have no desire to know. I am merely here to assist you in achieving success and defeating your foes." "What purpose does this serve?" "Ah, it's just a professional habit," Tony replied with a wry smile, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Lin Fei's mind resonated with the system's voice. "Congratulations, host, for completing this mission. You have been rewarded with a super brain, a frenzied jianbing guozi, a composed lamb skewer, the invincible food truck's third form, giant transformation, and a workbench. Your rewards will be bound to you upon the commencement of the next mission. Please confirm whether to initiate the next task." Oh, upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Fei immediately realized he had nearly forgotten about successfully completing the mission. A wave of surprise and joy washed over him as he finally acquired new rewards. The jianbing guozi and the lamb skewer hinted at the nature of his forthcoming task. Naturally, he was to assist the invincible Hulk in completing his objectives. As the countdown for the 30-day task began in his mind, Lin Fei chose to disregard it. He was not in a hurry to complete his mission, as there were still matters he needed to attend to. Meanwhile, Tony noticed Lin Fei's expression, observing him lost in a foolish grin, leaving Tony somewhat bewildered and at a loss to understand Lin Fei's demeanor. The Alliance inquired, "Mr. Lin, what is the matter? Did you forget to take your medication this morning?" "Get lost," Lin Fei retorted, quickly regaining his composure and looking at Tony with exasperation. "You are the one who needs medication. I was merely reflecting on some thoughts. Now, let us wrap up here and take care of Stan's body. Your beauty awaits you below. She must be quite worried about you." "My beauty?" Tony echoed, puzzled and failing to grasp the meaning behind Lin Fei's words. Lin Fei, however, remained silent, merely smiling. As expected, at that moment, Potts hurriedly rushed over to Tony's side, prompting Bai Ching to question, "Oh, Tony, are you all right? What happened to you with all these injuries?" Listening to Potts' concerned words, Tony felt a stirring in the softest recesses of his heart. Yet, he suddenly realized that his feelings for Potts had shifted in an inexplicable manner. Though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of this change, it was a sentiment difficult to articulate. Observing the worry etched on Potts' face, Tony quickly waved his hand, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm fine. You needn't worry. Well, as long as you're all right, I will handle the explosions here. Tony, you should return home and rest. Rest assured, I will manage this situation diligently and ensure that no information leaks from here." "Oh no, Potts, I cannot leave just yet. The commotion here is too great. I must address the public." "No, you must contact the reporters immediately. I believe a press conference is in order to inform them of what has transpired." "Right now?" Potts was taken aback by Tony's urgency, but after a moment's reflection, she understood. Indeed, the events unfolding had already instilled panic among the residents, and a thorough explanation was warranted. Seeing Tony nod in agreement, Potts sighed and said, "All right then, I'll reach out to the reporters. Let us convene in the auditorium at our headquarters for the press conference." "Very well." As Tony moved, his armor clattered to the ground. "Oh, Potts, please remember to have someone retrieve my suit. It seems I will need another day to recuperate. It's truly exasperating. Each battle leaves me in such disarray. How much effort did I expend to achieve that piano lacquer finish? Surviving is a blessing. Why should I concern myself with appearances?" At that moment, Lin Fei approached Tony, and upon seeing him, Tony couldn't help but smile wryly, then draped an arm over Tony's shoulder as they walked down together. Before long, they arrived at headquarters. And as they did, a vehicle sped toward them, halting abruptly before the pair. Moments later, a man emerged from the car, someone both were all too familiar with, Rhodey. Chapter 76, How to Explain. Seeing Rhodey appear before them, Tony was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, Rhodey, did you just arrive? How could I have come any sooner?" Rhodey replied, exasperation evident in his tone as he looked at Lin Fei. "Mr. Lin, you've truly exhausted me. The winds here are so fierce that I could hardly control my landing. I ended up 5 kilometers away. If it weren't for a kind stranger who lent me a vehicle, I doubt I would be here now. Listening to Rhodey's account, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. He had merely dropped Rhodey off on the rooftop of Zone 64, and he had no knowledge of where Rhodey had ended up afterward. His primary concern had been to assist Tony in defeating Stan. Now that the ordeal was over, only then did Lin Fei remember Rhodey. Oh, by the way, Tony, I must tell you that I exerted considerable effort to rescue you this time, given my deep concern for your well-being. Wouldn't it be reasonable for that vehicle to be directly given to me by its owner? Good grief. Listening to Rhodey's words, Tony felt an overwhelming urge to don his suit and strike Rhodey without hesitation. Rhodey was truly shameless, taking advantage of their friendship to solicit favors. Yet what could Tony do? After all, he was his dear brother. With a resigned smile, Tony responded, "Fine, let us return the car to its rightful owner. I'll simply procure you a new one later. What's the harm in that?" All right, Rhodey replied, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, as if he had successfully executed a clever scheme. Upon witnessing Rhodey's demeanor, Tony realized he had fallen into Rhodey's trap. However, it mattered little to Tony. He genuinely did not care about such trifles, especially when it concerned a friend. Contemplating this, Tony made his way towards headquarters, prompting Rhodey to inquire, somewhat surprised, "Oh, buddy, what are you planning to do?" Turning back in confusion, Tony replied, "I'm going to hold a press conference. Given the significant issues that have arisen at Stark Industries, how can I not address them?" "Oh, have you lost your mind? Are you seriously considering revealing that you don the Iron Man suit to everyone?" "Tony, you must not be so ostentatious. Such revelations will attract countless adversaries, and many will turn their attention towards you, coveting your armor. The danger you face could far exceed what you currently perceive. Of course, I have already contemplated such consequences. If I do not take this step, how will I ever grow?" Tony asserted. "Is that so?" Rhodey countered, outright dismissing Tony's reasoning. "You cannot say that. If you proceed in this manner, the peril will be too great. I cannot bear to see you under everyone's scrutiny. Listen to me, Tony. Just claim that there was an intentional assassination attempt. It was your company's armor that resolved everything, showcasing the might of your corporation's weaponry. No, I do not accept your perspective. Enough of your counsel. I am fully aware of what I must do. Are you suggesting this is merely a drill?" "I have no fondness for such rehearsals," Tony replied. And as he moved forward into the building, Rhodey found himself at a loss. He quickly approached Lin Fei and asked, "Mr. Lin, what do you think about Tony's behavior? You know he has always heeded your advice. Perhaps you could persuade him?" "Regrettably, I am also powerless in this matter." Lin Fei shrugged and continued, "Moreover, I hope Tony will divulge this matter, for his identity will inevitably be revealed to the public, rather than allowing it to unfold gradually. Why not seize this opportune moment to amplify its notoriety? Stark Industries has already endured a significant blow due to previous events. Yet I believe that if Tony were to speak out now, resurrection would no longer pose a challenge." Mr. Lin, observing Lin Fei entering the hall, left Rhodey momentarily speechless. What were these two individuals thinking? Were they truly unperturbed by the insatiable desires of the masses? Human ambition is a formidable force. What would happen if unforeseen consequences arose? Merely half an hour later, everyone had gathered in the small auditorium, where journalists filled every seat, directing their cameras towards the stage. Rhodey, unexpectedly appointed, stepped forward to assume the role of host. "Good evening, esteemed journalists. I never anticipated that you would rise so late to conduct interviews here. Your dedication is truly admirable," he remarked, eliciting laughter from the crowd. In truth, with such events unfolding, sleep was the last thing on anyone's mind. Securing first-hand information was of paramount importance to them. Spotting Rhodey, the journalist hastily inquired, "Mr. Rhodey, could you clarify what transpired? I've heard that two massive metallic beings were engaged in combat. What exactly is the situation? Is this a new project from Stark Industries? However, this project has resulted in numerous injuries. How are we to explain this?" "Oh, no, you've misunderstood," Rhodey replied, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. He quickly clarified, "This was merely a drill. Unfortunately, the robots we developed are still in the testing phase. And due to unstable conditions, the events you witnessed occurred. I sincerely apologize for the panic caused among the onlookers, and I trust our company will provide reasonable compensation to those affected." Could it truly be just an ordinary drill? Yet, why did it not seem so? Why were the two robots engaged in combat instead of managing the crowd? Chapter 77. I am Iron Man indeed. Their programming malfunctioned, causing them to perceive each other as adversaries. Otherwise, such an issue would not have arisen. Now, let us welcome Mr. Tony Stark to the stage to share his latest research advancements. As Rhodey descended from the stage, Tony regarded him with a furrowed brow. He had not anticipated Rhodey would concoct an excuse for him in advance, leaving Tony feeling somewhat helpless. If he deviated from Rhodey's narrative, he risked being perceived by the journalists as deceptive or worse. In a moment of resignation, Tony stepped onto the stage. Confronted by a barrage of flashing lights directed at him, he felt an overwhelming numbness enveloping him. "All right, gentlemen, feel free to ask whatever you wish." A reporter then posed a question that had lingered in the minds of many. "Mr. Stark, is that Iron Man suit a product of your research or something else?" According to public judgment at the time, there was a massive black figure that shouted for your demise. "So, Mr. Stark, could you please clarify what truly transpired?" Taken aback by the reporter's inquiry, Tony hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He glanced at Rhodey, who silently shook his head, a gesture urging him to maintain his anonymity. Tony was acutely aware of Rhodey's ongoing concerns. Revealing his identity could lead to significant peril, a scenario Rhodey fervently wished to avoid. Yet, as Tony pondered the situation, he questioned whether he truly feared such danger. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. He turned to the reporters, a warm smile gracing his lips, and declared, "Indeed. Let me be frank with you all. I am Iron Man. What do you think? Isn't that name rather impressive?" The room erupted in a frenzy. Every reporter raised their cameras, eager to capture this astonishing moment. Rhodey, however, was in a state of shock, exclaiming, "Why don't you heed your own advice? Have you considered the consequences of this revelation?" Meanwhile, Lin Fei observed with a serene smile, his expression imbued with calm acceptance. He had anticipated such an outcome, knowing that within the Marvel Universe, Tony's identity would inevitably be unveiled. This moment was destined to come. Tony's revelation as Iron Man would elevate him to the status of a superhero, garnering admiration from all, while Stark Industries would experience an unprecedented surge in potential. Lin Fei did not perceive this as a misfortune. For Tony, it was merely a natural progression. Tony's flamboyant nature, despite his habitual claims of wanting to remain low-key, was well understood by Lin Fei. Had this truth remained concealed, it might have left Tony feeling uncomfortably stifled. As he gazed at the reporters, Tony delivered his concluding remarks. "Now, let me elucidate what truly occurred. Our company's Mr. Stan colluded with those terrorists to sell our weapons to them. It was due to this betrayal that I found myself captured by those warriors. I deeply regret the events that ensued. I never anticipated such a traitor would emerge from within my own company. In the Zhongdong region, I successfully developed my own first-generation Iron Man armor. This suit, imbued with the essence of time, enabled me to return from that place to here. I am elated to be back, yet I harbor a sense of regret. For Stan has uncovered my plans. The black armored suit you previously witnessed was indeed controlled by Stan, who sought to obliterate me and establish a legion of iron to dominate the world. However, I acted swiftly, vanquishing Stan and thwarting his ambitions of global unification. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is only fitting that you express your gratitude towards me at this moment." Observing the astonished expressions of the reporters, Tony smiled, satisfied that he had achieved his desired impact, and thus gracefully descended from the stage, departing amidst Rhodey's incredulous gaze. "Hey, Tony, have you lost your mind? You truly are insane. Why didn't you adhere to my advice? Do you realize the attention you will attract? Are you aware of the immense threat this could pose?" Rhodey exclaimed. Listening to Rhodey's words, Tony shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course, I am aware. But what of it? All I wished was to voice my thoughts. I feel remarkably liberated now. Rhodey, you may never comprehend the trials I have endured. For so long, I have suppressed too much. I must instill confidence in my company. The current disarray of Stark Industries is largely due to me, and I must seize this opportunity to rejuvenate it. Even if countless individuals wish to threaten me or acquire my possessions, they must possess the requisite strength." With that, Lin Fei gestured to summon the invincible food truck, and Tony promptly took his seat. "What do you say, buddy? Shall we head to my place for a drink?" Lin Fei asked. "Forget it. I need to handle some public relations matters. I truly wish to avoid encountering a lunatic like you again. Goodbye, Tony. Goodbye. And do remember to visit when you have the time," Tony replied. As Rhodey departed, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. "It's all right. Rhodey will soon come to terms with it. Of course, once I present him with a suit of that Iron Man armor, he will quickly understand. There is nothing unusual about this. Everyone requires a period of acceptance when confronted with something novel, do they not?" "Indeed, you are correct. I am grateful you possess such insight. Now, we should return home, for someone is waiting for you there." "Someone awaits me, Mr. Lin? I wonder who you refer to?" Tony inquired. "Oh, this individual? It would be futile to mention them now. It is best to wait for their self-introduction at home." Lin Fei responded as he set the destination for Tony's residence. He then retrieved 2 cans of beer, and the two of them leisurely sipped as the vehicle autonomously navigated, skillfully avoiding surrounding cars on their way home. Chapter 78. Nick Fury. After an hour, Lin Fei and his companion finally returned to Tony's residence. Upon entering, they were greeted by a melodious tune emanating from the living room, confirming that they were not alone. As Lin Fei had surmised, there was indeed someone awaiting Tony's arrival. Yet the identity of this individual piqued Tony's curiosity. Tony stepped inside and beheld the man before him, a bald figure with an eye patch, reminiscent of a pirate, exuding an air of menace. It was evident that one of his eyes had been rendered useless. "Ah, Good day to you, sir. May I inquire as to your identity and purpose for visiting? Tony, this is Nick Fury, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. I believe his stature requires no further introduction. Similar to Agent Coulson, he has visited you before. However, this time it is he who has come, Lin Fei explained. Ah, Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have long heard of your remarkable prophecies from Coulson. I must admit, I was skeptical at first. But witnessing it firsthand, I am now convinced of your extraordinary abilities, Fury remarked. Upon hearing Fury's words, Lin Fei chuckled softly, refraining from elaborating further. He stepped forward and nonchalantly placed 3 bottles of Tsingtao beer on the coffee table, smiling at Fury. What do you think? Care for a drink? Oh, beer. How delightful. It has been ages since I last indulged. I shall partake today, Fury replied, unabashedly moving to open a can of beer. He savored the refreshing taste, marveling at its exquisite flavor. Mr. Lin, this is truly delightful. I never anticipated your beer would be so exceptional. Coulson had mentioned that many enjoy your brew, but he himself has never tasted it. I suppose I am sampling it on his behalf. Why do you always bring up Coulson? Lin Fei responded, feeling somewhat exasperated. You mention him as if you have a special connection. At that moment, Tony, equally unreserved, joined in on the drinking and turned to Fury. I am curious to know what brings you here, Mr. Fury. Indeed, I wish to extend an invitation for you, Mr. Stark, to join S.H.I.E.L.D. May I inquire if you have any interest in this proposal? Fury replied. Ah, Fury, while I would consider joining your S.H.I.E.L.D., I must ask what benefits it entails for me. Tony countered, ever the pragmatist. As the chairman of Stark Industries, he was keenly aware of the importance of profit and was not inclined to engage in ventures devoid of personal gain. As Fury listened to Tony's words, he paused momentarily before responding with a smile. There are certainly benefits. At the very least, if you find yourself in a predicament in the future, S.H.I.E.L.D. will come to your aid. However, Mr. Stark, I sincerely hope that you do not encounter any issues, don't you agree? It is best for us to remain straightforward. Well, if you are to assist me, what can I do? Tony inquired. What you can do is help us form the Avengers. Hearing Fury's words, Lin Fei felt a surge of excitement. It was at this moment that the nascent form of the Avengers began to take shape, with Tony as the foremost member, soon to be followed by the search for the second, Dr. Banner. Tony, intrigued, questioned, Oh, Mr. Fury, I am quite curious. What exactly is this Avengers initiative? Oh, it is quite simple. The Avengers is an organization dedicated to safeguarding the world's security. Their daily mission involves leading normal lives, and in times of peril, they swiftly mobilize to assist those in distress. Of course, trivial matters will not burden you. It is only significant crises, those beyond human resolution, that will call upon your strength. So, we are merely laborers? Tony retorted, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Not at all, Fury interjected, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. In fact, your benefits are numerous, and more will come as the Avengers are fully formed. Currently, we lack a concrete plan, so Mr. Stark, this opportunity poses no detriment to you. Should you ever wish to withdraw, you are free to do so without obstruction. However, should you choose a path of malevolence post-exit, we may very well find ourselves adversaries. Is that so? Tony pondered deeply, contemplating the feasibility of such an endeavor. The prospect of having an organization to safeguard them was indeed appealing. Yet, he realized he should consult Mr. Lin regarding his thoughts on this matter, as he had come to trust Lin Fei, believing that all he did was for Tony's benefit. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, having heard Tony's words, chuckled lightly and turned to Fury, saying, Mr. Fury, why was I not called upon? I am quite curious. Do I not possess enough qualifications to join your esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D.? Oh no, Mr. Lin, do not misinterpret my words. You certainly possess ample qualifications to join us. A seer such as yourself will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable asset in our future battles. Moreover, I am quite curious about your personal capabilities. Your physical prowess exceeds that of an ordinary person by 8-fold, which truly piques my interest. Ah, so this is your form of investigation? Lin Fei quipped. Upon hearing Fury's words, Lin Fei was taken aback, as he had never undergone systematic assessment of his physical prowess. It was merely his own system that informed him of his extraordinary capabilities, surpassing those of an average person by 8-fold. The fact that Fury could deduce this at such a moment caught him off guard. Listening to Lin Fei, Fury chuckled before responding, Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. My observations are merely derived from data analysis. As a prophet, you pique my curiosity immensely. I am eager to learn what experiences have endowed you with such formidable strength. After all, it is rare to encounter someone as dashing as you with such remarkable abilities. Chapter 79. Flattery is my delight. Wait, what? Lin Fei was momentarily stunned by Fury's unexpected flattery. It was bewildering that he had transitioned to such compliments mid-conversation. Was it necessary to engage in this kind of sycophancy? Is this something I must gradually come to terms with? He pondered. Amused, Lin Fei replied. Oh, Fury, I truly appreciate your eloquent remarks. They are indeed splendid. Where else could one find someone as handsome and capable as I? At that moment, however, Tony chimed in with a hint of exasperation. Mr. Lin, can we maintain some dignity here? Get lost, Lin Fei retorted, feeling somewhat exasperated. Why could he not enjoy a pleasant conversation without Tony undermining him? Wasn't he handsome? Wasn't he capable? Tony scratched his head, unable to voice his thoughts, while Lin Fei turned back to Fury, saying, I must apologize, Mr. Fury, but I cannot join your Avengers. However, rest assured, my existence serves a purpose, to assist superheroes in successfully confronting their adversaries. Thus, I consider myself aligned with your S.H.I.E.L.D. organization, as I will be the one aiding these superheroes when they encounter peril. Oh, Mr. Lin. I had no idea you bore such a mission. This is indeed surprising. However, it is splendid to hear. Our goal is to empower these superheroes to maintain world peace. And with your intentions, I believe our joint efforts will face little difficulty against their foes in the future. Indeed, as you said, my aim is to ensure that these superheroes can confront their adversaries with greater ease. I am actively engaged in this endeavor, and you need not worry, Mr. Fury, for I will locate one superhero after another. I am aware of their whereabouts and the challenges they will face ahead, so you can rest easy. Is that so? That is truly splendid, Mr. Lin. I must confess, I was initially apprehensive, as I was unfamiliar with your perspective on this matter. However, I have since alleviated my concerns, as it appears our intentions align, both striving for the sake of those superheroes. Listening to Fury's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle, before suddenly recalling something. He turned to Fury and said, Oh, Fury, if I may be so bold, there are some traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. I shall refrain from elaborating on this individual, but I hope you can observe them when time permits. What? S.H.I.E.L.D. has traitors? Fury was taken aback by Lin Fei's statement. Having chosen to trust Lin Fei through various past experiences, he found himself in agreement with him. Now, hearing such words, he felt a sense of astonishment. If there truly are traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D., who could they be? In a moment of urgency, Fury inquired. Oh, Mr. Lin, I am eager to know who that person is so I can apprehend them in advance. Forget about it for now. You need not concern yourself with this individual, as they hold no significance at present. I am hesitant to draw any conclusions. For what if this person were to change in the future? Should they indeed transform, the entire situation could shift dramatically. Do you not agree? If you were to eliminate them now, would that not mean losing a potential asset? Taken aback by Lin Fei's perspective, Fury had not anticipated such thoughts from him, which was indeed fortuitous for himself. As time passed, the group indulged in copious amounts of beer, becoming quite inebriated. Eventually, Fury rose, gazing at Tony with a smile. Mr. Stark, I believe we shall have a fruitful collaboration in the future. Since it is quite late, I shall take my leave. But I will reach out if an opportunity arises. Very well, Mr. Fury. I hope for more collaborative opportunities in the future, and I trust our partnership will be enjoyable. Indeed, it shall be very enjoyable. As Fury turned to Lin Fei, he remarked, Mr. Lin, do not forget our agreement. Should there be any superheroes, please do contact me, and I will extend an invitation for them to join our affiliate league. Rest assured, it will not be long. In approximately half a month's time, that individual will arrive. And they are exceptionally powerful. Oh, is that so? I truly look forward to it. In that case, I shall take my leave. Farewell. As Fury departed, Tony turned to Lin Fei and asked, Mr. Lin, was my decision to join this so-called Avengers Alliance the right one? Listening to Tony, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong, but rather a question of your willingness to act. If you follow my guidance, I assure you that no challenge will be insurmountable for you. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. When the time comes, I shall assist you. And even though you may face a battle in the future that could lead to your demise, I can avert such an outcome. Oh, is that so? That's truly wonderful. Mr. Lin, I am delighted to make your acquaintance and immensely grateful for all that you are prepared to do for me. I am genuinely thrilled and sincerely hope for a prosperous future for us. Of course, you need not worry. Everything is well within my control. Now, we should both take a rest. Tomorrow is a new day, but I anticipate that by dawn, your doorstep will be surrounded by reporters. How you choose to handle that will depend entirely on you. Oh dear, I truly dislike dealing with those reporters and their incessant questions. It gives me a headache. Such is the price of a superhero's rise to fame, accompanied by countless reports. You must learn to adapt to this reality. Very well. Chapter 80. The third form. My goodness, this contraption is astonishing. At that moment, on a road in the outskirts, Lin Fei gazed in awe at the colossal silver battle armor before him. It was truly a magnificent behemoth. Just half an hour prior, Lin Fei had completed Tony's task and acquired countless rewards. Firstly, his intellect had sharpened remarkably. He felt an influx of knowledge flooding his mind, particularly in technological realms. Closely aligned with Tony's vision, Lin Fei recognized the immense utility of this knowledge, yet he had no intention of pursuing the armor itself. What truly concerned Lin Fei were the delectable, explosive pancakes and the calming lamb skewers that he had obtained. These two items were of utmost importance to him, as he believed they would aid Bruce Banner in accomplishing his mission. Lin Fei's own task had been assigned, to assist Banner in defeating the abomination, a crucial undertaking for his future. Regarding the abomination, Lin Fei understood that he was currently the Hulk's greatest adversary, and thus, aiding in his defeat was imperative. However, the magnitude of the challenges ahead remained unknown to him. Yet, upon acquiring the third form of this food cart, a smirk of disdain crept across Lin Fei's face. Before him stood a giant towering at least 10 meters high, dwarfing even the Hulk, who stood merely 4 to 5 meters tall. Lin Fei felt confident that he would face no difficulties in combat against such an opponent. He had aptly named this giant the Colossal Cart, and he brimmed with confidence, believing he could navigate situations with ease in the future. Let us not forget the most crucial point. This vehicle was invincible. With a mere thought, a door at the base of the colossal vehicle swung open, and Lin Fei stepped inside. Upon entering, he immediately felt the ground beneath him ascending rapidly. In mere moments, he found himself in the cockpit, surrounded by an array of controls that felt intimately familiar, as if they were etched into his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fei deftly maneuvered the controls, and the giant vehicle surged forward with remarkable speed. What delighted Lin Fei most was the vehicle's astonishing realism. It resembled a sentient being, or rather, a transformer. As he navigated the road, he veered off onto a forested path, where the trees around him toppled in rapid succession at his approach, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This machine was far more powerful than Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. To Lin Fei's astonishment, the colossal vehicle could also shrink in size, transforming into a compact form akin to a miniature Iron Man, a capability he found unsurprising, having deduced the underlying principle of this transformation. It was simply the invincible food truck morphing into a giant vehicle, while the small cart turned into an armored suit reminiscent of Iron Man, indicating a clear correlation between them. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt, and with another thought, Lin Fei watched as it reverted to a mundane food truck. He then moved to the rear, where a workbench materialized. Eagerly, he began to explore its features. Soon, he activated the workbench, and as information flashed across the screen, Lin Fei was taken aback by the system's incredible capabilities. It offered an array of manufacturing options, including various formidable weapons, though Lin Fei regarded these with indifference. His own strength had grown formidable, and with the giant vehicle at his disposal, he was confident in his ability to confront any monster that might arise. The weapons, at least for the moment, seemed unnecessary. Quickly dismissing the workstation as irrelevant, Lin Fei turned his attention to his mission, to aid Banner in defeating the abomination. Yet, he found himself pondering Banner's current whereabouts. According to the records of the Marvel Universe, Banner should be fleeing in Canada, searching for his beloved, Betty. Resolute, Lin Fei made the decision to journey there. Contemplating his departure, Lin Fei transitioned from the lounge to the cockpit, where, with a mere thought, the entire vehicle morphed into a helicopter. After setting the destination in Canada, he settled in for a rest, anticipating his arrival in 24 hours, which coincided with Banner's search for Betty. Once the coordinates were established, Lin Fei prepared to rest, having made minimal preparations for his future plans, merely intending to follow the natural course of events. Regarding the abomination, Lin Fei estimated that he had already undergone his first transformation. This initial transformation was linked to Betty's father, who discovered the super serum used during Roger's enhancement, which was subsequently injected into Blonsky, resulting in a significant metamorphosis. The second transformation occurred when Lin Fei sought out Mr. Blue and utilized Banner's blood, leading to further changes. Lin Fei devised a potential solution. Once Banner's body recovered, he could take Mr. Blue away. However, upon reflection, Lin Fei deemed this unlikely, as the system's mission required him to confront the abomination. Should the abomination not manifest, it would jeopardize the completion of his task, and Lin Fei was reluctant to take such a risk, fearing unforeseen consequences. Thus, he concluded that sacrificing Mr. Blue was necessary to enable Banner to fulfill his mission. As for Mr. Blue's future, Lin Fei acknowledged his lack of control, given the task at hand. Chapter 81. Fearless in the face of hand-grasping pancakes. Finally, after a day of travel, Lin Fei arrived in Canada and made his way to the school. Soon, he spotted Banner seated on a bench, awaiting Betty, who had yet to emerge from her class as a professor teaching the children. Observing Banner's frail appearance, Lin Fei shook his head in resignation and approached him, greeting, "Good morning, Dr. Banner." "What? You know me?" "Banner, startled by Lin Fei's words, instinctively reacted to flee. Remembering he was evading capture, he feared Lin Fei might be an agent sent to apprehend him, which would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Noticing Banner's alarm, Lin Fei placed a hand reassuringly on his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Dr. Banner, there's no need to run. I harbor no ill intentions. What else with your constant evasion? Who are you? Who exactly are you?" Banner questioned, his disbelief evident in his eyes, struggling to comprehend who else could possibly recognize him aside from those pursuing him. As Lin Fei observed Banner's demeanor, he smiled and extended his hand, saying, Dr. Banner, greetings. My name is Lin Fei, though you may address me as Mr. Lin. The purpose of my presence here is to assist you in combating your ultimate adversary and to facilitate your transformations between your human form and the Hulk. Are you Mr. Blue? Banner inquired, momentarily taken aback by Lin Fei's words. No, I am certainly not Mr. Blue. I am Mr. Lin. The capabilities I possess far surpass his. Lin Fei asserted confidently. What? Mr. Lin? Banner pondered deeply upon hearing Lin Fei's statement. I am beginning to seriously doubt your intentions. How can you prove your authenticity? However, I must firmly express that should you attempt to deceive me, I will not take kindly to it, and inciting my wrath is unwise. Enough with your anger. I am already well aware of it. I have encountered it countless times before, Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. For now, consider me an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. What on earth is that? Banner's eyes filled with confusion, unable to comprehend what Lin Fei was referring to. Upon hearing Banner's words, Lin Fei felt a twinge of exasperation. He was uncertain how to elucidate the matter. After a prolonged moment, Lin Fei finally managed to clarify. Yet Banner continued to gaze at him with concern, utterly bewildered by Lin Fei's true identity, having been on the run for so many years. Banner's cautious nature was not something easily understood by others. Do not doubt me, I have no intention of deceiving you. You are vastly different from those who have come before you. The previous superheroes regarded me with respect and adhered to my counsel. Why is it that you seem so distrustful? Do I resemble a brigand? Others? Banner's confusion deepened at Lin Fei's words. Who are these previous individuals you speak of? I find it hard to believe any of this. Lin Fei chuckled at Banner's incredulity. You do not know the others. Allow me to clarify. I am a seer. I possess knowledge of your future. You are currently evading Betty's father's pursuit, and soon you will confront them. The abomination will emerge as your most formidable foe. My purpose is to assist you, and I will facilitate your entry into S-H-I-E-L-D. From that point onward, you shall be free from the relentless harassment of General Ross, and you will acquire a new identity. Oh, really? Banner was taken aback by Lin Fei's revelations. Filled with a sense of anticipation, he yearned for a legitimate explanation of his identity, as it would pave the way for a brighter future. He had no desire to endure a life of fugitive existence. It had been far too tormenting for him. Noticing the spark of hope in Banner's eyes, Lin Fei nodded in affirmation, providing a soothing reassurance to Banner, which allowed him to finally ease his troubled mind. Oh, Betty has arrived. I believe the two of you have much to discuss. You should go ahead. Of course, I must inform you that Betty now has a boyfriend. However, that should not deter you, for in the end, it is still the two of you who are meant to be together. Hurry along, as I believe you both have a wealth of conversation awaiting. Really? Is that true? Banner momentarily felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing Lin Fei's words. As he turned to look, he noticed Banner and a gentleman emerging from the building. This man exhibited profound care towards Betty, who, with her long hair cascading down her back, appeared exceptionally beautiful. Upon witnessing Betty in this light, Banner hesitated, pondering whether he should approach her and heed Lin Fei's advice. What if he refrained from doing so? At that moment, Lin Fei unexpectedly produced a handheld pancake and placed it before Banner. This was the very creation Lin Fei had prepared earlier. Banner, taken aback by the sight of it, inquired, "Oh, Mr. Lin, what is this? Go on, eat it. It's not poison. What are you afraid of? Consume it, and you'll find the courage to face Betty," Lin Fei urged. What? Is this truly that powerful? Banner's curiosity was piqued, and he turned to glance at Betty. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the pancake from Lin Fei's hand and took a bite, crunching away. Before long, having finished the pancake, Banner's demeanor transformed. He stood tall, exuding newfound confidence. Observing this change, Lin Fei chuckled and remarked, "So, do you now feel inclined to have a meaningful conversation with Betty?" "Absolutely. I can hardly wait." With that, Banner rose and strode towards Betty, who was walking with her boyfriend. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her from behind. "Betty," surprised by the voice. Betty turned around and was taken aback to see the face she had long held in her heart. She could hardly believe that Banner would appear before her at this moment. "Oh, Banner, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Banner, Betty was momentarily stunned, her mind a blank, as she had never anticipated his appearance at this moment. Hearing Betty's words, the gentleman beside her inquired, Betty, who is this person? Quickly, Betty turned to him, apologetically saying, Darling, can I explain this to you later? Right now, I wish to speak with him privately. Could you please grant me this opportunity? The gentleman, evidently respectful, nodded in acknowledgement of Betty's request, offered a brief smile to Banner, and then departed. As Banner approached, Betty suddenly reached out to touch his hair and then caressed his weathered cheek, a wave of heartache washing over her. Oh, Banner, what have you endured all these years? Escape has been my only option, for your father has relentlessly pursued me, seeking to claim my blood to empower more warriors. All I could do was run. Our genetic project has failed, and your father has never considered sparing me. Oh no, please, do not mention my father. I have not been in contact with him for quite some time. Regret fills me, while he remains oblivious to any need for repentance. What right does such a man have to be my father? Hearing Betty's words, Banner felt a surge of emotion and smiled. But now it is all right. I can finally see you. Meeting you is of utmost importance to me, Betty. It is truly wonderful that we have come together again. Upon hearing Banner's words, Betty's eyes glistened with tenderness as she gazed at him, her expression laden with unspoken significance, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Well, my friends, shouldn't we proceed with the matter at hand? At that moment, a voice interrupted. Betty turned, somewhat puzzled, only to find Lin Fei before her. Oh, sir, may I ask who you are? Why do you disturb our joyful reunion? There will be plenty of time for reunions, but for now, let us focus on the task at hand. If my suspicions are correct, Betty, your father Ross has someone watching you, and news of Banner's appearance has already reached them. I suspect it won't be long before they arrive. What? Banner glanced at Betty in surprise, and she, too, appeared bewildered. Oh, Banner, believe me, I truly do not understand what is happening. Seeing the sincerity in Betty's expression, Banner helplessly shook his head. Never mind. I have grown accustomed to such occurrences. Even if someone is tracking you, it matters not. However, Betty, we must leave this place swiftly. I need to search for the evidence you mentioned. Where is it? Evidence? You mean the evidence? It is currently at my home. Oh, Banner, let us hurry back so I can retrieve it. After that, I will ensure your safe departure. Otherwise, if those people come to attack you, it will be too late. Moved by Betty's words, Banner nodded in agreement, and together they headed toward her home. Meanwhile, Lin Fei took on the role of driver, steering his car to transport Betty and Banner to her residence. However, the outcome was that Betty's boyfriend was forgotten, left on the sidelines until the very end when he remained oblivious to Betty's plight, ultimately being dealt with by her father. Of course, these events are mere afterthoughts. Soon, they arrived at Betty's residence, where she produced a silver box. Upon opening it, she retrieved a plate and said, Banner, within this lies the evidence we have gathered over the years. Everything is contained here. As Banner accepted it, Betty, puzzled, inquired, Banner, I am uncertain what you intend to do with this evidence. Are you planning to pursue our previous research? No, he replied. I intend to hand this over to a man named Mr. Lon. Our years of research have yielded no significant results, and I am beginning to feel disheartened. Mr. Lon has assured me that he can decipher the issues within my body based on our findings. He can assist me in resolving my various conditions. Oh, this is truly insane, Betty exclaimed, her concern evident as she listened to Banner's words. But can Mr. Lon be trusted? Absolutely. You need not worry, Mr. Lon is unaware of my true identity, which means he has no ulterior motives for assisting me. Thus, we can confidently seek him out. Such a person is indeed worthy of our trust. While listening to Banner, Lin Fei remained silent, for he understood that he too needed to find Mr. Lon. Lin Fei required the doctor's expertise because the ferocious pancakes and the calming lamb skewers he possessed could swiftly alter Banner's physical state. Yet they could not restore tranquility to his blood. What Lin Fei needed was for Mr. Lon to restore Banner's genetic makeup to its prior condition. Only when Banner's blood returned to a regular state could Lin Fei proceed with his next actions. At that point, the miraculous ferocity or calmness would become a significant advantage for him, allowing him to maximize his potential. In possession of this vital item, Banner felt a wave of melancholy. This object had allowed him to evade capture for so long, and now, finally, he had it. Suddenly, he heard the sound of approaching vehicles and rushed to the window. Outside, a group of armed soldiers appeared, charging towards Betty's residence. Chapter 83. You eat what you're given. Oh no, Betty, we've been compromised, Banner exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing his words, Betty quickly grasped the reality, her eyes filled with panic. What should we do? I never anticipated they would arrive so swiftly. Banner, you must flee. I will hold them off. As long as you remain undetected, we still have a chance. No, I will not leave. I will protect you. I cannot bear to watch you come to harm. As the two individuals appeared fervently reluctant to depart, Lin Fei could not help but express his exasperation. What are you afraid of, my friends? Just confront them and send them fleeing. He turned to Banner, reminding him, do not forget, you are the Hulk, a formidable green giant. Yet you fear these warriors? Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Banner hesitated momentarily. Although he possessed the strength of the Hulk, the transformation left him feeling uncontrollable. He had never truly grasped how to manage such a force within him. At that moment, noticing Banner's uncertainty, Lin Fei shrugged and gestured dismissively. To the astonishment of both men, Lin Fei's small card appeared before them. "Oh, Mr. Lin, what exactly is this?" Banner inquired, puzzled by the sight of the card. He had never encountered anything quite like it. It was indeed a marvel. With a casual smile, Lin Fei began to prepare a dish without elaborating further. In merely a minute, he crafted a serving of intelligent grilled cold noodles. With swift movements, he produced 2 additional servings and handed one to Banner, infusing it with a touch of wisdom. Looking at Banner, he said, "Consume this, and when you transform, you will possess your own intellect. You shall no longer be the foolish Hulk, consumed solely by rage." "Is that true, Mr. Lin?" "Such a claim seems utterly unbelievable. I find it hard to accept your words. Is this not a bit too extraordinary?" Banner responded, skepticism evident in his voice. Lin Fei, unable to suppress a wry smile, urged, "Just eat it, and then transform quickly." Despite his doubts, Banner accepted the grilled cold noodles and began to devour them heartily. Meanwhile, Lin Fei distributed the remaining servings, one to Betty and kept one for himself. Initially hesitant, Betty watched Lin Fei eat and gradually felt reassured enough to partake. "Do hurry. It's midday. One must eat something," Lin Fei encouraged. "How do you feel, Banner?" As Banner finished the entire serving, Lin Fei chuckled, observing the change in his expression. Banner's eyes began to reflect newfound wisdom. Turning to Lin Fei, Banner inquired, "What exactly is this dish?" "The previous hand-grabbed pancake instilled in me boundless courage. While this grilled cold noodle has rendered my mind remarkably clear, I feel as though the complexities of my prior research are unraveling before me. This is not the time for research. Transform swiftly and eliminate those warriors outside. Oh, and remember, there is a man named Blonsky. Do not kill him, for he is your ultimate adversary, and you must confront him." "The final adversary, Mr. Lin, what he uttered as my last enemy. Why do I not eliminate him now? I commanded you not to kill, and thus you shall not. He ultimately serves a purpose for many. We require him to endure until the end, allowing him to confront you with his fury. Rest assured, when the time comes to deal with this individual, I shall assist you." Listening to Lin Fei's words, Banner was at a loss, unable to comprehend their meaning, yet he managed a wry smile. "Mr. Lin, I may be incapable of transforming at present. I possess no anger whatsoever." "Anger, you say? Very well." Suddenly, a recipe for savory pancakes flashed through Lin Fei's mind, and he sprang into action. As he prepared the dish, he added only a modest amount of ingredients, for Banner appeared to have little appetite at that moment. Surely he could not consume much. When Banner beheld Lin Fei presenting the savory pancake, he was bewildered. "Mr. Lin, I cannot eat. I am utterly incapable of consuming anything. Hurry, no more chatter. Eat, and you shall transform. Trust me, it is time for you to become extraordinarily powerful." "Eat to transform? Mr. Lin, you must be jesting. I require anger to change, not to be overstuffed." At that moment, Banner regained some vitality. His mind quickly grasped the situation. Lin Fei said nothing further, merely approached Banner and forcibly opened his mouth, shoving the savory pancake inside. Meanwhile, Betty stood nearby, equally perplexed. What is happening here? Is this not a bit too cruel? In a moment of compassion, she implored, "Mr. Lin, should we not spare Banner? He truly cannot eat anything." "Cannot eat? If he does not consume this savory pancake, we shall be faced with those armed soldiers outside. Do you wish for all 3 of us to perish here? If we can assist him in resolving this predicament, why should we not?" As Lin Fei spoke, both were lost in contemplation. Indeed, those soldiers were approaching rapidly. While Lin Fei was intent on validating his theory, after Banner consumed the intelligent grilled cold noodles coupled with the furious savory pancake, what transformation would he undergo? It is well known that Banner's intellect significantly diminishes upon transformation, which was Lin Fei's concern. If his intelligence were to be elevated prior to its decline, would the experience be markedly different? Chapter 84. The formidable Hulk. Everything must be tested. Only through practice can one ascertain the true nature of such matters. Lin Fei was now in the process of confirming his hypothesis. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Banner consumed the pancake. Lin Fei observed with clarity as Banner underwent a remarkable transformation. His physique gradually shifted towards a verdant hue, and his demeanor began to exude an increasing ferocity. A thunderous roar erupted from Banner's lips, startling Betty, who exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh, what is happening?" Banner had transformed. How could this be? In a moment of astonishment, Betty watched as Banner's form expanded, the confines of the room unable to contain his burgeoning size. The ceiling cracked and splintered, debris cascading downwards. At that instant, Lin Fei produced a large iron shield, shielding both himself and Betty from the falling wreckage, which began to dissipate. In disbelief, Betty turned to Lin Fei, asking, Mr. Lin, what on earth is happening? How did Banner suddenly become the Hulk? Lin Fei replied, it is the effect of the pancake you just consumed. I mentioned it to you. Didn't I? Eating it allows one to transform. But rest assured, it is evident that Banner has not lost his rationality. Isn't that right, Banner? Turning to face Banner. Now the Hulk. Lin Fei noted the clarity in his eyes. Banner smiled and inquired, Mr. Lin, what is the meaning of this? Why do I feel so lucid? In my previous transformations, I never experienced this clarity. Now, I am acutely aware of my transformed state. Oh, this is truly marvelous. I feel an endless well of strength. Indeed, that is my purpose for assisting you. Have no fear. I am here to help today, Lin Fei assured him. With newfound confidence, Banner reciprocated Lin Fei's optimism. This sensation of power filled him with boundless self-assurance. As he turned to gaze outside, he noticed a throng of warriors approaching. A smile crept across his face, previously intimidated. He now felt ready to confront them with ease. Motivated, Banner swiftly made his way towards the exit, treating the door merely as an obstacle. With a powerful thrust, the wall crumbled before him, allowing him to charge outside. Standing amidst the warriors, he swiftly unleashed his formidable strength upon them, sending them sprawling to the ground. Unconscious and unmoving. With Betty's home in ruins, Lin Fei, and she had no reason to linger indoors. They quickly exited, witnessing Banner skillfully dispatching the warriors. In a moment of disbelief, Betty remarked, Oh, Mr. Lin, could this be the result of the food you had Banner consume? Was it the unpalatable nature of that food that triggered his transformation? If you remain silent, I cannot strike you, Lin Fei thought, a dark cloud hanging over his head. My objective is to empower Banner, transforming him into a more formidable warrior, granting him the ability to make his own choices. It appears that my efforts have yielded positive results. Lin Fei was quite pleased with his accomplishments, for Banner had now awakened his own intellect, no longer resembling the foolish boy he once was. This realization brought Lin Fei great satisfaction, affirming the formidable nature of the system's creations. At that moment, observing Banner as he deftly subdued the soldiers, Lin Fei called out, Banner, head to the garden over there, to the grassy area. There are too many people here. Innocent lives may be lost, and we cannot allow such a tragedy to occur. Understood, Mr. Lin, Banner replied, filled with immense respect for Lin Fei. Initially, he had never imagined Lin Fei possessed such extraordinary power, but now he had no choice but to fully believe it. Lin Fei was indeed remarkably strong. Without hesitation, Banner leaped towards the grassy area, covering 500 meters in a single bound, his physical prowess astonishingly superior. The soldiers were momentarily taken aback, failing to react. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Hurry, we must not let Banner escape. We cannot afford to wait until he possesses the strength to eliminate us all. A voice rang out, prompting the remaining soldiers to quickly respond. They rushed towards Banner, swiftly reloading their weapons, bullets flying, and even bombs hurled at him from a distance. Unbeknownst to them, Banner's resilience far surpassed their expectations. One soldier fired a rocket, which struck Banner but had no effect whatsoever. As time ticked away, Lin Fei and Betty hastened towards the scene, observing the situation with keen eyes. They followed closely behind the soldiers, who were oblivious to Lin Fei and Betty's presence. As they arrived, Betty's anxiety surged upon witnessing Banner's struggle against the soldiers. Oh, Mr. Lin, could something unfortunate happen to Banner? Rest assured, Betty, what misfortune could befall him? His strength is far greater than you can imagine. He has completely embraced his potential. Let him savor this battle. It is only through this confrontation that he can experience genuine growth, and my role is merely to observe and assist him when the moment is right. Assist him? Then why not intervene now and help him defeat those soldiers? Would that not be more advantageous? You do not understand, do you? Never mind. Discussing this matter with you would be futile. Upon hearing Betty's words, Lin Fei refrained from elaborating further. However, within the recesses of his mind, an entirely different thought lingered. Chapter 85, A Greater Iron Behemoth. As a character of such significance, why must he make an appearance so soon? Typically, protagonists emerge at the climactic moment to assist their companions in vanquishing foes, thereby showcasing their valor in a truly distinctive manner. Fortuitously, Betty remained oblivious to Lin Fei's musings. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have exclaimed in astonishment, pondering how idle Lin Fei truly was. At that moment, the warriors had realized that they were utterly incapable of confronting Banner. Even a few rocket missiles had no effect on him, merely causing him to stagger a couple of steps. Panic ensued among the soldiers. They could not fathom encountering such a monstrous being. Suddenly, one of them shouted, Quick, everyone, prepare the ultrasonic weaponry. Finally, someone had reacted, hastily sprinting towards the two vehicles parked nearby. Meanwhile, Banner was deeply engrossed in combat and paid no heed to their actions. The vehicle sped towards Banner, halting 15 meters away. The two soldiers aboard swiftly activated the ultrasonic device. In an instant, two visible waves of ultrasound surged towards Banner. causing him immense pain, as he had not anticipated such a detrimental effect from the ultrasound. Oh, Mr. Lin, look. Banner has fallen. What could have happened? The issue regarding the ultrasound was quite comprehensible. Although Banner's physical resilience could withstand the soldier's assaults, the ultrasound posed a significant threat to his body, making it unsurprising that he was unable to endure it. Oh, Mr. Lin, why do you not assist Banner? He is suffering so greatly. I cannot bear to witness his agony. Upon hearing Betty's anxious words and observing her worried expression, Lin Fei nodded helplessly. In truth, Banner could manage this predicament himself, for he would easily overcome such challenges in future battles. Nonetheless, Lin Fei decided to intervene to alleviate some of Banner's suffering. With that thought, Lin Fei waved his hand, and the indomitable food truck materialized before them. Though Betty was familiar with Lin Fei's abilities, she was still taken aback, utterly bewildered by how he conjured the vehicle. Yet, the subsequent spectacle astonished her even more. As Lin Fei focused his thoughts, the truck astonishingly transformed, rising to stand upright. 5 seconds later, as Betty gazed upon the colossal vehicle that resembled a steel giant, she was left in utter disbelief, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. How Mr. Lin accomplished this feat remains a mystery, as does the nature of the colossal creature, leaving everyone perplexed. Mr. Lin, however, chose not to elaborate. With swift movements, he entered the giant vehicle, which, under his adept control, advanced rapidly toward Banner. Positioning the massive machine directly in front of Banner, Lin stood resolutely against the ultrasonic waves. The vehicle proved invincible, and Lin faced the sonic onslaught with effortless ease, standing serenely before it, enveloped in tranquility. Banner, feeling an unexpected alleviation of pressure, looked up in bewilderment, only to behold the gargantuan vehicle towering before him, twice his height. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, what is this?" Lowering his gaze, Lin chuckled at the sight of Banner, now only reaching his waist. "Hey there, buddy, how are you feeling? Is everything all right now?" "Indeed, Mr. Lin. The sensation of being able to control my consciousness freely is truly magnificent. I feel as though I could engage in battle for 300 rounds. This is an absolute delight. Will you continue to assist me in the future? Whether I will always assist you is uncertain, but rest assured, I will be there when you face danger," Lin replied. "Now, having experienced this feeling, I trust you believe in my identity. Do you have any objections to my arrangements?" "No, Mr. Lin, I have no objections at this moment. Whatever you plan next, just let me know. I now believe in your identity and anticipate a fruitful collaboration between us. Of course, you need not worry, collaboration is inevitable. Now that you've come to terms with my identity, allow me to handle these adversaries." With that, Lin turned to the astonished soldiers in the cockpit, understanding their astonishment. They had unleashed their most formidable weapon, the ultrasonic waves, to no avail against him. Raising his hand, Lin summoned a powerful energy wave from his palm, strikingly reminiscent of Tony's energy pulse. The wave was unleashed, striking the two vehicles and causing them to explode instantaneously, silencing the scene. "Oh my goodness, Mr. Lin. Your weapon is astonishingly powerful. I never imagined you would be so much stronger than I." "Strong? It's manageable. Now, you may revert to your original form. We are prepared to depart. Our next destination is New York. But Mr. Lin, I do not know how to transform back. What should I do? I feel an intense boiling in my blood." "Oh, let's not dwell on that. Wait a moment while I contemplate. Regarding how to revert Banner." Lin Fei naturally had his thoughts, which involved administering a calming lamb skewer to him. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed there was no time for Lin Fei to prepare it. Observing the fierce gazes of the surrounding soldiers, Lin Fei felt a sense of helplessness. Just then, a soldier suddenly charged forward, swiftly making his way to the front of the crowd. This soldier, brandishing his weapon, unleashed a barrage of fire towards Lin Fei, loudly proclaiming, "Come on, let us fight. I want to see just how strong you really are." Chapter 86, Mr. Lin, I truly can't eat any more. Witnessing the soldier's frenzied demeanor, Lin Fei suddenly recalled something, and, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Are you Bronsky?" "Indeed, I am Bronsky. What is the matter? Are you afraid? If you are scared, just say so, for I shall certainly give you a thorough beating." Seeing Bronsky's brazen display, Lin Fei could only manage a wry smile. When had he ever been afraid? If he were truly frightened, why would he have come here? With a thought, Lin Fei willed the massive vehicle to shrink instantly, transforming it into an object the size of Iron Man. This spectacle left Banner utterly astonished. "Oh, Mr. Lin, how did this transformation occur? It is simply incredible. It defies the principles of science." "Science? What science could possibly apply to me?" At that moment, Bronsky regarded Lin Fei with a derisive sneer. "Humph. Is this all you're capable of? It seems you are not as formidable as I anticipated. Is that so?" Lin Fei chuckled at Bronsky's taunts. He then swiftly swung his right fist, landing a powerful blow directly onto Bronsky's chest. In an instant, Bronsky was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a large tree, where he promptly lost consciousness, blood streaming from his body, clearly suffering from multiple fractures. "Oh, Mr. Lin, do you intend for Bronsky to perish? Look at him now. How could he possibly stand again? Did you not say you couldn't kill him?" In response to Banner's concern, Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, Bronsky will not be harmed. His self-healing abilities are far beyond your imagination. Even under your strongest assault, he will survive." Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Banner nodded silently. Although he was unaware of Bronsky's physical condition, he was nonetheless somewhat astonished. What incredible regenerative capabilities he must possess. Time seemed to stand still as the surrounding soldiers stared at Bronsky's state, then glanced at Lin Fei and Banner, rendered speechless. Seeing the situation, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. "Let us go, Banner. I believe it's time for us to leave. I need to procure something that will help you transform back." "Very well, Mr. Lin." Listening to Lin Fei's words, Banner obediently spoke without further elaboration. While time passed by in seconds, the two swiftly soared into the distance. Before that, Lin Fei had also taken Betty along. After transforming into a colossal vehicle, Lin Fei's cockpit was quite spacious. Soon, Betty appeared as well. Upon seeing the dazzling array of controls in Lin Fei's cockpit, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, Mr. Lin. These gadgets are truly astonishing. How on earth did you manage this?" "There's nothing to it, just getting accustomed to it," Lin Fei replied. "Come. We must find a quiet place. I will assist Banner in reverting back." "Oh, Mr. Lin, do you have a way to revert him?" she asked, astonished. "I have always been amazed. I know Banner can transform back, but if his emotions remain unstable, he simply cannot revert." "Emotions, you say?" "My task is to forcibly calm his emotions. Do not worry, there will be no unforeseen incidents. Let us go." With that, they swiftly flew into the distance amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Banner's colossal strides covering hundreds of meters at a time left everyone in awe. Before long, countless reporters descended upon the site of the recent battle, fervently capturing footage and clamoring to know what had transpired. However, it was evident that Ross had no intention of addressing the inquiries of the journalists. As he observed their frantic questioning, he merely waved his hand dismissively and departed with a terse, "No comment." As Lin Fei and Banner finally arrived in the outskirts 10 minutes later, they found the area devoid of any passersby. It was only then that Lin Fei allowed Banner to come to a halt. To his surprise, despite half an hour having passed, Banner's intellect had not diminished in the slightest. Lin Fei theorized that this was likely a result of his genetics, suggesting that Banner had adapted to such cognitive conditions. Lin Fei felt a sense of satisfaction. This indicated that Banner could adeptly manage his current transformed state, which was more than sufficient. "Mr. Lin, how do I revert back?" Banner asked. "I feel as though my blood is unable to settle." "Unable to settle, you say? Do not fret, for I am here. Trust that I can help you revert swiftly." With that, Lin Fei retracted the colossal vehicle. With a wave of his hand, it vanished, revealing a small cart beside him. To his surprise, the cart was equipped with a barbecue grill. Without hesitation, Lin Fei began grilling skewers of lamb. Within mere moments, the skewers emitted an enticing aroma. At this juncture, Lin Fei looked at Banner and added a calming effect. "Banner, here, eat this lamb skewer. Everything will improve." "But Mr. Lin, I truly cannot eat. Do you expect me to consume more?" For a moment, Banner found himself somewhat helpless. Why did Lin Fei insist on feeding him? He truly could not consume any more. Observing Banner's innocent expression, Lin Fei furrowed his brow and said, "Just eat when I tell you to. There is no need for all this chatter." Taken aback by Lin Fei's words, Banner reluctantly reached out to grab the lamb skewer. However, given Banner's physique, the sight of him holding such a large skewer was quite amusing, resembling a giant wielding a toothpick. It was truly a delightful spectacle. Before long, Banner finished the skewer, and to Lin Fei and Betty's astonishment, they noticed Banner's body gradually shrinking. In a mere 10 seconds, he returned to the appearance of an ordinary man. "Oh my goodness, this is simply unbelievable. I never anticipated that I could revert so effortlessly. This transformation is extraordinarily exhilarating." Chapter 87. Journey to New York. Upon seeing Banner's state, Lin Fei glanced at him, noting that he was now clad only in a pair of shorts. With a resigned wave of his hand, a set of clothes materialized, which he tossed to Banner. "Here, put these on. We can discuss everything else later." "Oh, Mr. Lin, I would prefer some elastic clothing, so I won't have this issue in the future," Banner replied. "Enough with the nonsense. Whether you transform or not will depend on my discretion," Lin Fei retorted. "Now, hurry and put the clothes on. We may need to locate Mr. Blue." Listening to Lin Fei, Betty hurriedly approached Banner to assist him in dressing. Seeing Banner's innocent expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Darling, just listen to Mr. Lin. He has complete control over your transformations now, and I'm sure he has other solutions in mind. Let us move quickly." Upon hearing Betty's words, Lin Fei felt a tinge of helplessness. What other solutions could he possibly have? He had merely grabbed the first piece of clothing he saw, forgetting that Banner preferred stretchy attire. However, it was of little consequence. After all, there were plenty more where that came from, and they could always change later. Before long, Banner was dressed. Lin Fei observed the couple nestled together and felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. They always seemed to showcase their affection, no matter where they were. With a sigh, Lin Fei waved his hand, and the formidable food cart reappeared. You two go rest in the back for a bit. We are heading to New York. But this time I don't intend to rush. It may take us 2 days. We'll spend that time aboard the plane. So whatever you wish to eat or see will be available. A plane? Where's the plane? Banner asked, puzzled as he looked at the food cart before him, which certainly did not resemble an aircraft. You'll see the plane shortly. Just get on board, Lin Fei replied, feeling a sense of exasperation. Was Banner truly a walking series of questions? At long last, everyone boarded the dining car. In that moment, Lin Fei activated it, and to everyone's astonishment, the formidable dining car transformed into a helicopter, swiftly ascending into the sky. At that instant, a wave of relief washed over the crowd, for the aircraft had appeared with such effortless grace. Banner, initially perplexed by the sudden manifestation of Lin Fei's helicopter, soon realized that his worries were unfounded. The emergence of the aircraft was remarkably simple. As time elapsed, Lin Fei set the flight destination to a university in New York, and the helicopter departed rapidly. Meanwhile, the others settled in comfortably at the rear to rest. This time, Lin Fei showcased his exceptional culinary skills, though his offerings were merely handheld pancakes and grilled cold noodles. To his surprise, he noted Banner's profound obsession with lamb skewers. Consequently, Lin Fei swiftly activated the exhaust fan and began crafting those delectable skewers, thus birthing a barbecue feast. As Lin Fei and Banner observed Betty devouring her food voraciously, they couldn't help but chuckle. After all, she was supposed to be a lady, yet at that moment, she seemed anything but refined. Minutes turned into hours, and finally, everyone had their fill of grilled skewers and beer. With a smile, Lin Fei turned to Banner and said, "Oh, Banner, my lamb skewers serve a dual purpose for you. They can calm your blood and stabilize your emotions, allowing you to face any situation with composure. So, I must ask, are you interested in another skewer? After all, you and Betty have some matters to attend to later, don't you? Oh, Mr. Lin, do you possess such remarkable abilities today? If so, may I have 2 skewers? I fear one may not suffice." Lin Fei responded with a playful gesture towards Banner before getting busy. He merely enhanced the skewers with 2 additional attributes and handed them over, saying, "Ensure Betty does not consume these, as it may lead to unforeseen complications." Understood, Mr. Lin. In that case, let us take a moment to rest. Observing Banner's excited demeanor, Lin Fei felt a mix of helplessness and gratitude for the soundproofing of his helicopter. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to cope with the situation. That night, Lin Fei enjoyed a peaceful slumber, completely oblivious to the activities of Banner and Betty next door. When morning arrived, he noticed Betty's flushed complexion, and she appeared somewhat shy upon seeing him. At that moment, Lin Fei finally connected the dots and said with a smile, "You two need not be so sentimental. I assure you, I heard nothing last night. Our soundproofing is exceptionally effective." "Oh, is that so?" In a fleeting moment, Betty comprehended Lin Fei's words, realizing that the soundproofing was so effective that the commotion from the previous night had gone unheard. This revelation brought her a sense of relief. At that moment, Banner approached Lin Fei, chuckling as he suggested, "Mr. Lin, shall we indulge in some skewers again tonight?" Lin Fei, upon hearing Banner's words, could not help but feel a sense of resignation. He chose not to respond further, instead turning on the television and immersing himself in a program, while simultaneously preparing a simple breakfast. Thus, the day passed uneventfully, and as evening approached, Lin Fei prepared some skewers for Banner, as he had requested. Lin Fei understood that maintaining their emotional stability was a commendable choice. Time flowed steadily, and soon it was the next morning. After breakfast, Lin Fei's mind resonated with the system's voice, indicating they were nearing their destination in New York. The very purpose of Lin Fei's journey, to seek out Dr. Blue and facilitate a transformation for Banner, restoring his blood to normalcy. Chapter 88, Mr. Blue. Listening to the voice in his mind, Lin Fei addressed the other two. "Prepare yourselves. We have approximately half an hour before we arrive in New York. You two should tend to your own affairs. We will depart in half an hour." "Understood, Mr. Lin," they replied, and promptly set about freshening up in anticipation of meeting Dr. Blue. Unbeknownst to them, a significant event loomed on the horizon, one that would unfold into a battle capable of devastating the entire city. Lin Fei was determined to prevent such a calamity, for as Banner's mentor, it was his duty to assist him in successfully fending off the impending monstrous attacks. As time continued to pass, they disembarked from the plane and took in the surrounding university campus. Banner, feeling nostalgic, remarked, "Had I not transformed into this, I might have been a professor at a university right now. That life would have been truly splendid." "Oh, dear, rest assured that this life will eventually come to fruition. We must believe in our ability to realize such dreams," Betty replied, to which Banner nodded in agreement, acknowledging her words. Indeed, life will surely improve in the future. I believe that. As time continued its relentless march, they entered the university and made their way to the laboratory on the top floor. Soon, Lin Fei found himself face to face with Mr. Blue, whose appearance was unremarkable, yet whose scientific accomplishments were unparalleled. Upon their arrival, Lin Fei and Mr. Blue locked eyes, both immersed in a moment of mutual contemplation. Suddenly, Mr. Lon regained his composure and broke the awkward silence. "Oh, may I inquire what brings you three to my humble abode? I believe we have not been introduced before." Upon hearing Mr. Lon's words, Banner stepped forward swiftly. Addressing him, "Greetings, Mr. Lon. I am Mr. Green." "What?" Mr. Lon exclaimed in surprise. "You are Mr. Green? I never expected to encounter you here. This is truly astonishing. My goodness, didn't you claim to be a peculiar individual? Why is it that I now see you appear just like an ordinary person, without any change at all?" Noticing the astonishment in Mr. Lon's eyes, Banner offered a wry smile, then replied, "I apologize, Mr. Lon, but I am unable to transform at this moment. As I mentioned previously, after I undergo the transformation, I become that green monster. My purpose for being here today is to seek your assistance, Mr. Lon. To assist you, is it? Of course, that is certainly feasible. However, Banner, I must inform you that this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. You must understand that I need to infuse some specific energy into you, and then utilize gamma rays to irradiate you. I must first stimulate your bloodstream to induce the transformation, after which I can administer the antidote into your system. Oh, and I will require your information. The issues I have discovered within you are indeed astonishing and marvelous." Listening to Mr. Lon's words, Banner found himself at a loss for what to say. In truth, he was uncertain about what changes his body might undergo in the future. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to take a chance. After all, what if it succeeded? With that thought, Banner handed over the evidence he held, and Mr. Lon accepted it without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Fei interjected, "Mr. Lon, please assist Banner in resolving this issue with utmost urgency." Nodding in agreement, Mr. Lon smiled and said, "Very well, let me prepare the antidote, and in the meantime, I shall give you a tour of my research facility. You will witness a truly remarkable scientific environment." Listening to Mr. Lon, the group followed him without further comment as they ventured inside. When Banner beheld the dazzling array of research apparatus, he was utterly astonished. Mr. Lon was indeed formidable, having delved so deeply into his studies. This revelation left everyone in awe, though Lin Fei remained silent, for he knew that soon these marvels would cease to exist, as the abomination would obliterate everything in its path. Before long, the tour concluded, and Mr. Lon nodded in satisfaction. He then led Banner to a nearby examination table and gently placed him upon it. Mr. Lon retrieved various restraining straps from the side and secured Banner firmly to the table. "Oh, I have heard that when you transform, you possess immense strength. I truly hope that something like me can keep you under control. Otherwise, our entire laboratory may face destruction. One can only hope. However, rest assured that I shall retain my rationality even after the transformation. Mr. Lin, wouldn't you agree?" Indeed. As he spoke, Lin Fei waved his hand and presented the previously grilled cold noodles, bestowing upon them a touch of wisdom before tossing them to Banner, who, without hesitation, indulged in the dish. Witnessing this, Mr. Lon could only express his bewilderment. "Oh my, what are you two doing?" In response to Mr. Lan's inquiry, Banner chuckled lightly and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I was simply hungry and desired a bite to eat." Banner was aware that certain matters concerning Lin Fei were not to be disclosed to others. Listening to Mr. Lon while observing Lin Fei's demeanor, Banner understood that he must not reveal the truth. Thus, he resorted to deception. At this moment, Lin Fei felt reassured. Banner was quite astute, knowing when to say what. Soon, after finishing the cold noodles, a spark of clarity ignited in Banner's eyes as he turned to Mr. Lon and declared, "Mr. Lon, let us begin. I am prepared." "Oh, you are ready so soon? Very well, but do take heed. The process may be exceedingly painful. I shall need to activate the blood within your body to facilitate your transformation. Of course, just before you fully transform, I will inject the antidote into your system. Whether or not this endeavor succeeds ultimately relies on your fortune. I cannot guarantee the outcome." Chapter 89. Why can't you two understand? Not a problem. Proceed as you wish. I am ready. At this moment, Banner nodded affirmatively to Mr. Lon without hesitation. In truth, he felt no apprehension regarding the circumstances, and Lin Fei remained equally untroubled, confident that Mr. Lon would succeed in the end. As for the extent of Banner's suffering, Lin Fei chose not to dwell on it. He believed that Banner would endure. After all, who else would be the Hulk in the future? Seeing that everyone had relaxed, Dr. Lon said nothing further and continued his work, systematically administering various serums into Banner's body through the syringe. Meanwhile, Betty felt a surge of anxiety. Although she knew that Banner would ultimately be fine, she still harbored some concerns at that moment. And then, at long last, a painful cry escaped Banner's throat. A harbinger of the impending mutation. The agony was indeed excruciating. Even though Banner had undergone similar experiences countless times before, he still found it challenging to bear. Soon, Banner's skin began to transform into a vibrant green hue, and his muscles swelled with remarkable vigor. Witnessing this astounding metamorphosis, Mr. Blue exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my goodness! This is transformation. It's truly extraordinary. I never anticipated that Mr. Banner could undergo such a profound change. This is utterly astonishing." Hearing Mr. Blue's remarks, Betty quickly interjected, "Mr. Blue, prepare yourself. Banner is on the verge of completing his transformation. We must ensure that we alleviate his suffering as swiftly as possible." "Understood," Mr. Blue replied. At that moment, the immense weight of Banner's body caused the hospital bed to sag significantly. Mr. Blue reacted promptly, ready to administer the serum, but Lin Fei interjected urgently, "Wait, hold on. He hasn't fully transformed yet. We need to pause for a moment." Confused by Lin Fei's words, Mr. Blue nodded obediently but continued to prepare, maintaining a vigilant watch. In no time, Banner completed his transformation, and just as his form was about to expand further, Lin Fei shouted, "Now, quickly inject the antidote." Responding to Lin Fei's command, Mr. Blue swiftly activated the antidote injection device, and in an instant, the serum coursed into Banner's bloodstream. A miraculous reaction occurred, causing Banner to cry out in agony, the pain proving nearly unbearable. "Hey, Banner, are you okay? Can you hold on? If it's too much, we can always try again later. You can just unleash your fury if you need to," Lin Fei urged. Banner quickly responded, "Oh no, I'm fine. I feel remarkably well. My blood is gradually calming down. This sensation is truly wonderful, though my muscles are experiencing a bit of discomfort." Upon hearing Banner's words, Mr. Blue looked on in astonishment. "Oh my goodness. Does he retain his intellect after the transformation? What could this possibly mean?" At Mr. Blue's inquiry, Lin Fei shook his head, opting not to elaborate. The complexities of such intellect amidst chaos were beyond simple explanation, and thus, Lin Fei decided it best to move past the topic without further discussion. As time passed, after about half a minute, Banner's body returned to a state of tranquility. Observing the shredded remnants of Banner's clothing, Lin Fei retrieved a new set of garments this time. More spacious attire, and handed them to Banner. "Here, put these on. They will serve you well." Without hesitation, Banner accepted the clothing and quickly donned them. Once dressed, he stood before Lin Fei and asked, "Mr. Lin, what shall we do now?" "What shall we do? We must depart and prepare to welcome Ross's arrival. You will accompany him on your return," Lin Fei instructed. "What? I intend to return with him, Mr. Lin. Is your objective still to have me captured by them?" In that moment, Banner, listening to Lin Fei's words, could not help but glare in anger. From the very beginning, he had harbored doubts about Lin Fei. Although he eventually came to trust him, hearing Lin Fei's words now stirred his ire. He could hardly believe that Lin Fei still wished for him to be apprehended by Ross. For Banner, such an occurrence was utterly unacceptable. He yearned for freedom, not to witness Ross's frenzied actions. At this moment, he also grew increasingly concerned about Ross. If he were to be captured, it was highly probable that his blood would be exploited to create countless super soldiers, a fate Banner desperately wished to avoid. Meanwhile, Betty gazed at Lin Fei, her eyes filled with fury. "Mr. Lin, I never imagined you would still assist Ross in having my father apprehend Banner. Have you considered the immense suffering this would bring us? We do not desire such a life." "Hey, you too, why are you blaming me at this moment? I merely suggested you accompany them back. I never said they should capture you, did I?" Lin Fei, observing the anger on their faces, felt a pang of helplessness. These two had completely misconstrued his intentions, and he found himself at a loss for words. Why could they not simply listen to what he was saying? What? At that moment, both Banner and Betty were puzzled by Lin Fei's words. Banner, more inquisitive than ever, asked, "Mr. Lin, what exactly do you mean by that? I do not comprehend at all." On the side, Mr. Lon, who had been listening to their conversation, was equally bewildered. He quickly interjected, "My goodness, what are you all discussing? Why can I not understand a single word? Mr. Lin, I believe you ought to explain this to me." "Explain what?" "This matter does not concern you," Lin Fei replied, glancing helplessly at Mr. Lon before turning back to Banner. "Come, let us step outside. I will clarify everything as we go. But rest assured, I would never deceive you. After all this time together, you should know my character, should you not?" Chapter 90. The arrival of Ross. Listening to Lin Fei's words, Banner began to ponder. Indeed, he could still trust Lin Fei's character. But doubt crept in as he feared that Lin Fei might ultimately manipulate him into allowing Ross to capture him, a scenario Banner fervently wished to avoid. Soon, amidst Mr. Lan's confusion, Lin Fei, Betty, and Banner departed from the area and made their way to the park square within the school, where they settled onto benches. Banner looked at Lin Fei and urgently asked, "Mr. Lin, what is really going on? Why do you still want me to submit to Ross's arrest? This is utterly bewildering. I require a reasonable explanation. Greetings. Allow me to elucidate the situation. Shortly, Ross will arrive to apprehend you. However, one of his subordinates, a warrior named Bronsky, will seek out Mr. Blue. With Mr. Blue's assistance, Bronsky will undergo a transformation, evolving into a new Hulk. At that moment, Ross will come to a realization, filled with remorse for his past actions, and he will enlist your aid in confronting Bronsky. This encapsulates the entire progression of events. Once you vanquish Bronsky, Ross will immediately recognize the folly of his previous deeds, and subsequently, he will be able to offer you a semblance of normalcy in your life. Listening to Lin Fei, both Banner and Betty found themselves enveloped in astonishment. They had never fathomed the emergence of so many complications. Banner, momentarily incredulous, turned to Lin Fei and inquired, Mr. Lin, are you certain that what you speak is true? This scenario seems utterly implausible. Could it really unfold in such a manner? Of course, Lin Fei replied reassuringly. Do you doubt my words? Rest assured, this is indeed how events will transpire. However, we may need to wait until evening. Due to the message you previously sent to Mr. Blue, Ross has intercepted it, and they will alter their course towards us. They are expected to arrive around 6 o'clock. My suggestion is for you to confront Ross directly, allowing Bronsky to seek out Mr. Blue. Thus, everything will unfold as I have predicted. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Banner nodded in agreement. In truth, he had considerable faith in Lin Fei's predictive abilities. Yet, the notion of confronting Ross felt akin to surrendering, leaving Banner momentarily unsettled. Nevertheless, with Lin Fei's conviction, he felt compelled to comply with his advice, recognizing that escape was no longer an option. Banner felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Let us set this matter aside for now. Since today is rather uneventful, why don't we venture into the city as part for some leisure? Upon hearing Lin Fei's suggestion, Betty finally snapped back to reality, smiling brightly at Banner. All right, Banner, let us enjoy a day at the park. Thus, the group made their way to the city park, engaging in various recreational activities. Betty was filled with exuberance, and Banner felt gratified, knowing that her happiness was paramount. Lin Fei, meanwhile, sat on a park bench, observing the couple's affectionate interactions with a sense of exasperation. He pondered when he might escape the burdens of singlehood. Would finding a girlfriend herald a cascade of joyful experiences? Lin Fei found himself eagerly anticipating such possibilities. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, it was late afternoon. Lin Fei proposed that they dine together, leading the group to a restaurant known as Qianyun's Kung Fu Noodle House. Upon arriving, Lin Fei glanced at Qianyun and inquired, Qian Lao, what do you think? Can you discern any differences between these two individuals? Indeed, I can perceive it clearly. This gentleman possesses an immense reservoir of power within, a force that I believe will become his most formidable asset in the future. Lin Xiaoyu, you are truly remarkable. Merely by searching, you have uncovered such a formidable presence. I find myself a tad envious. There is no need for envy, Qian Lao. In the future, these individuals will strive for peace. Now, how about preparing some beef noodles for us? We are quite famished, and after our meal, a great battle awaits us this evening. Yes, I observed the celestial signs last night and forewarned of an impending conflict. However, Lin Xiaoyu, I sincerely hope you can intervene in time to mitigate the casualties. Listening to Qianyun's words, Lin Fei nodded silently, feeling a natural inclination to act. Yet, he was uncertain of how the evening's battle would unfold. His heart filled with anticipation. Soon, Banner and the others savored Qianyun's beef noodles, their astonishment palpable. The noodles were extraordinarily delicious, rivaling even Lin Fei's grilled cold noodles and handheld pancakes, each possessing its own unique charm. As everyone finished their meal, the clock struck 5:40. Lin Fei glanced at the time and turned to Qianyun with a smile. Qian Lao, we shall take our leave now. We will visit you again when time permits. Very well, off you go, Qianyun replied. With that, Lin Fei departed and stepped outside, summoning a vehicle with a wave of his hand. He hopped in, followed closely by the others, and they set off toward the university. Inside the car, Lin Fei activated the autopilot and took out his phone, sending a text message. No one knew to whom the message was sent or its content. In no time, they arrived at the university campus, only to find a throng of warriors gathered at the entrance of the laboratory building, all fervently charging inside. Mr. Lin, you are absolutely correct. Ross and his cohorts have indeed arrived. It is infuriating. Were it not for you, I might be enduring tremendous suffering right now. There is no need for concern. Hurry and surrender. You should be well acquainted with Ross. Go have a thorough discussion with him. Understood, Mr. Lin. Chapter 91. I am the prophet Ross. How delightful to see you again. It has been quite some time. I wonder if you have missed me. At this moment, Banner approached Ross, casting a glance at him and managing a faint smile. Once, an insurmountable chasm had existed between the two, their animosities considerable. Yet now, Banner found himself in a predicament orchestrated by Lin Fei, whose formidable prowess left Banner in a state of disbelief. He was convinced that Lin Fei possessed extraordinary abilities. After all, what other explanation could there be for the plethora of transformative devices he had created for Banner? This led Banner to ponder the true identity of Lin Fei, though he found himself unable to arrive at a conclusion. Nevertheless, observing Lin Fei's demeanor, which bore no ill intent towards him, Banner chose to place his trust in him to locate Ross. Soon enough, Ross heard Banner's words and turned his head in confusion. Upon seeing Banner before him, he was taken aback. "Oh my, who do I see? Dr. Banner, I never anticipated your presence here. You truly are audacious. I presume you can discern the purpose of my visit? Of course. You've come to apprehend me, haven't you?" Banner replied with a wry smile. Choosing not to elaborate further, he was intimately familiar with Ross's motives for being there, as Lin Fei had indeed sent him to find Ross. The realization that he had unwittingly walked into a trap was a bitter pill for Banner to swallow. Upon hearing Banner's admission, Ross paused momentarily. Taken aback by Banner's candidness and openly acknowledging that he was there to capture him, the revelation was unexpected indeed. Thus, Ross regarded Banner with a sudden smile. "Oh, I must admit, I never expected you to be so forthright. Yes, I am here to apprehend you. You have violated numerous safety regulations, and individuals like you pose a significant threat to society. Therefore, I must take you back. I hope you can understand this, especially for the safety of my daughter. Only by restraining you can I ensure that no harm comes to anyone, correct? Enough with the sanctimonious rhetoric, Ross." At that moment, Lin Fei approached, accompanied by Betty. Their expressions varied. Lin Fei wore an air of resignation, while Betty's face reflected anger. Lin Fei found it exasperating that Ross still pretended to be a paragon of virtue at such a critical juncture. Betty found herself in a state of despair, realizing that Ross, at this moment, would resort to such actions. He was, after all, the person she cherished most dearly. The bond between them was not something to be easily dismissed. Yet, Ross was intent on taking away her beloved, a fact that weighed heavily upon her, as he was her own biological father. Overwhelmed with rage, Betty could hardly accept the situation, grappling with the reality that her father had seized her cherished one. Observing Betty's distress, Lin Fei was at a loss for words, simply gazing at Ross, curious about what he intended to do or say next. Meanwhile, Betty, feeling a surge of anger, pointed an accusing finger at Ross and exclaimed, "Do you truly believe this is the way to handle Banner? You are fully aware of the bond we share. Why then, do you choose this path? Are you oblivious to everything that has transpired between us?" "Oh, my child. My daughter, I am indeed aware," Ross replied. "However, have you considered Banner's state? If he were to succumb to another fit of rage, losing his sanity, what ramifications would that have for everyone involved? Enough of this emotional manipulation." In that moment, Lin Fei turned his attention between Banner and Ross, expressing his own sense of helplessness. "Ross, I comprehend your intentions. You do not intend to extract Banner's blood solely for the enhancement of your warriors. But have you contemplated the consequences of such actions? What about your subordinate, Blonsky? After you have transformed him into a super soldier, what outcomes can you anticipate? Are you truly aware of these implications?" "What? Who are you?" Ross replied, his eyes filled with confusion. He could not fathom Lin Fei's identity or the reason for his presence, nor could he comprehend how Lin Fei's words struck so deeply. Surprised, Ross found his doubts lingering in his mind. Listening to Ross's response, Lin Fei could not help but smile. He addressed Ross, saying, "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I am aware of your plans and your innermost thoughts. Allow me to clarify, I am a seer." "A seer?" Ross exclaimed, astonished by Lin Fei's revelation. This was an experience beyond his comprehension. He had never encountered a being of such nature. However, it soon dawned on him that Lin Fei was no ordinary individual. The presence of someone with such insight into his actions indicated that Ross's crisis was imminent. Noticing Ross's astonishment, Lin Fei chuckled lightly, choosing to remain silent, his demeanor calm and composed, as if he held all the cards. Observing Ross's expression, Lin Fei remarked, "Have I struck a chord within you? Do you feel a twinge of regret? Ah, what is there to regret? Your words are merely deceitful, an insult to my very being. What do I have to regret? Lin Fei, I never expected you to possess such capabilities. I am genuinely astonished. Oh, it appears you are even aware of my name. You must have conducted an investigation into my background. Indeed, I have looked into you. Yet I could not ascertain your true identity. However, I now realize you are merely a seer. Even as a seer, what strength do you possess to oppose me? As for Banner, I am aware that he has enhanced his blood, rendering transformation impossible, is it not so?" Chapter 92. Bronsky, yes, you speak the truth. Banner can no longer turn black, and we possess little power. It would be a trivial matter for you to deal with us. We have come here to surrender. So please, arrest us promptly. You claim to surrender? For a moment, Ross was taken aback by their words. He glanced at Banner, then at Lin Fei and Betty, who indeed displayed no intention of resistance. Ross was left in perplexity. Could it be that Lin Fei and his companions truly sought to surrender? But how could that be? Surrendering would yield no benefit for them. Why would they choose such a course? Looking at Lin Fei, Ross inquired, Lin Fei, are you truly here to surrender? I ask you, do you understand the consequences of such an action? You are well aware of my stance towards you both. If that is the case, have you lost your senses in choosing to surrender? Lost my senses? Not at all. At times, employing different approaches yields varied outcomes. I have faith in my decision, for in less than half an hour, you shall regret the actions you have taken today. Nonsense. Regret? Banner's combined combat abilities have already had a profound impact on society. Capturing him is undoubtedly beneficial for the greater good. How could I possibly regret it? Is that so? Since you were so obstinately unyielding, let us see how this unfolds. Enough of this idle chatter, apprehend the two of us. In due time, you shall grasp the true outcome of this situation. Humph. Utter nonsense. Ross snorted disdainfully and waved his hand. Instantly, the surrounding individuals surged forward, swiftly restraining the two. At that moment, Betty stood there, stunned, gazing at Lin Fei and Banner. Utterly bewildered by Lin Fei's demeanor, Betty observed Lin Fei's confidence, and a sense of anxiety crept into her mind. Why did Lin Fei exhibit such assurance? Could it truly be his formidable prophetic abilities? If that were the case, it would indeed be terrifying. At that moment, Betty observed Banner, who was shackled and radiated an aura of helplessness. Clearly, such an ordeal was unprecedented for Banner. Indeed, who could claim to have endured such an experience? The situation described by Lin Fei was exceedingly detrimental to Banner, and it is evident that the decision he made required immense courage. Eventually, both were bound. The heavy chains draped over Lin Fei's form as if he were impervious to their weight. His physical prowess was extraordinary. The burden of the shackles felt almost negligible to him. In contrast, Banner appeared somewhat more composed, perhaps finding a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. This juncture provided him an opportunity to reflect deeply on his experiences thus far and to calm his tumultuous emotions, pondering whether his actions had been justifiable. Was Lin Fei's rationale for his course of action truly beneficial? These were the contemplations that Banner needed to engage in. He possessed the capacity for self-assessment. Yet after encountering Lin Fei, he felt as though everything he had previously contemplated had lost its intended significance. Meanwhile, Lin Fei exuded confidence, smiling serenely despite the soldiers surrounding him, who reacted to him with indifference. He stood there, unflinching, while Ross raised a hand and declared, "Everyone, we can return now." "But where is Blonsky?" "Report, sir. Blonsky is unaccounted for. We have no information on his whereabouts." "What?" Ross's expression turned to one of confusion upon hearing his subordinate's report. He could not comprehend Blonsky's location. Lin Fei, however, chuckled at the news, for he alone knew that Blonsky was in the laboratory on the top floor, preparing to conduct experiments using Banner's blood for transformation. This was undeniably a reckless endeavor, one that could potentially alter Blonsky's life irrevocably. Lin Fei found Blonsky's audacity astonishing. Yet, if not for Blonsky's audaciousness and madness, perhaps such dramatic changes would not have unfolded. After pondering for a considerable time, Ross finally spoke. "Well, if he cannot be found, so be it. Blonsky will certainly make his own judgments. Let us prepare to depart." "Understood." The soldiers nodded in agreement with Ross's words, swiftly disregarding any further concerns. Lin Fei and his companions were then escorted by Ross's soldiers, boarding a plane bound for Ross's base. Time passed by, second by second. Although Ross had boarded the aircraft, he failed to spot Blonsky. With a decisive gesture, he declared, "Let us take off." The pilot, upon hearing Ross's command, promptly activated the aircraft, directing it towards the base. Unbeknownst to them, in the laboratory atop the building, Dr. Blue and Blonsky were engaged in a matter that could profoundly alter Blonsky's fate. A scenario eagerly anticipated by Lin Fei. As Blonsky searched for Banner, he hastily ascended to the top floor, only to find no trace of him. Confusion crept in as he noticed Dr. Blue's presence, prompting Blonsky to exclaim, "Oh my God, where is Banner? Tell me, or I shall kill you." "Who are you, Doctor?" Blue responded with remarkable composure, unperturbed by Blonsky's threats, and even daring to retort. In his view, Blonsky was nothing short of rude. Meanwhile, Blonsky, unfazed by Dr. Blue's words, advanced menacingly, seizing him by the collar and demanding, "Where has Banner gone? If you do not tell me, I will kill you." "Banner? I have cured him. You should have left by now. Where he has gone, I cannot say." "What? You cured Banner?" A wave of disbelief washed over Blonsky, struggling to comprehend how Banner could have been healed at such a critical juncture. This revelation was utterly astonishing to him. "How did you cure him?" Blonsky pressed urgently. "Doctor." Blue, intrigued by Blonsky's inquiry, led him to a concealed location where Banner's blood was stored. Previously, Lin Fei had seen this place and suggested its destruction, but Dr. Blue believed it too valuable to annihilate, as the research data contained within was of great significance. Upon seeing the numerous vials of Banner's blood, Blonsky's excitement surged. He murmured to himself, could this truly be Banner's blood? If one were to be infected with it, Could they undergo transformation and become a formidable creature like Banner? Oh no, what are you talking about? That is not a monster. It is the pinnacle of genetic modification, a masterpiece of art. I have mastered it completely. Do you wish to try it for yourself? I can assure you, I am the most distinguished scientist. Any warrior transformed by me will undoubtedly become an incredibly powerful entity. Are you interested in experiencing it? In an instant, upon hearing Mr. Blue's words, Blonsky's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. In truth, he was not entirely satisfied with his body, which had been enhanced by the super serum. He yearned for greater strength and sought formidable opponents. For this had been his aspiration all along. Now, standing before Mr. Blue, Blonsky realized he was drawing ever closer to his innermost desires. And the exhilaration within him was unparalleled. Without hesitation, Blonsky grasped Mr. Blue's shoulders, shaking him vigorously while exclaiming, "Hurry, inject Banner's blood into my veins. I wish to surpass him, to become even more powerful. I seek those who are stronger. For only they can provide me with the thrill of combat and the strength to fight. I never anticipated that you, like Banner, would be such a madman. Yet I admire your fearless warrior spirit. I shall offer you a remarkable transformation. Please, follow me," Mr. Blue responded, taking up a vial containing 16% concentration of Banner's blood and leading Blonsky to his inner laboratory. Upon arrival, Blonsky observed Mr. Blue diligently working with a myriad of intricate devices on the hospital bed, prompting his curiosity. "Is this what you intend to use for my transformation?" "Indeed. This is my most treasured creation. Although the students may have left it in disarray, it remains functional. The power contained within is beyond your comprehension. Now, lie down. I shall demonstrate just how formidable I truly am. I am the most brilliant of doctors," Mr. Blue declared. Hesitant at first, Blonsky's eyes flickered with doubt, however. After a moment's contemplation, he succumbed to Mr. Blue's insistence and reclined on the bed. As Mr. Blue began to operate the apparatus on him, Blonsky questioned, "Are you certain you can transform me into a being as powerful as Banner?" "Absolutely. Trust me, I am the most brilliant of doctors. I will mold you into a perfect masterpiece, a formidable warrior. Oh, don't you crave that sensation? Just lie here and follow my instructions. And soon you shall embody that power. Well, I never expected to encounter someone like you here. It's truly remarkable. Rest assured, should you grant me strength, I shall not neglect your contributions." "Oh, is that so? I require nothing more than your blood for my research once you have gained your power." "I shall exert myself diligently," Mr. Blue replied. "Of course, that is not a problem," Blonsky affirmed confidently. Though no one noticed the sinister smirk that curled at the corner of his mouth, time passed steadily, minute by minute, as every apparatus was meticulously affixed to Blonsky's body. At that moment, Mr. Lon couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as he approached the control panel. Observing Blonsky reclining on the bed, Mr. Lon eagerly inquired, "Hey, my friend. How are you feeling? Are you ready?" "Absolutely. I am more than ready. Please commence, for I can hardly contain my anticipation," Blonsky replied, his demeanor exuding an exhilarating madness. He was utterly unafraid of what Mr. Lon was about to undertake, brimming with eager expectation. Seeing Blonsky's fervent expression, Mr. Lon nodded approvingly and swiftly set to work. He pressed a lever at the side, and instantly, countless streams of blood surged into Blonsky's body. The moment he felt the influx, Blonsky let out a piercing scream. Upon hearing Blonsky's agonized cries, Mr. Lon quickly reassured him, "Hang in there, my friend. This sensation is essential to stimulate your nerves, enabling you to adapt perfectly to this blood and the transformation it brings." Blonsky, absorbing Mr. Lan's words, resolutely closed his mouth, letting out muffled groans. Yet, it was evident from the madness in his eyes that he was indifferent to the pain. To him, the prospect of becoming stronger outweighed any suffering. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, a sensation that was exhilarating beyond measure. As time continued to elapse, Mr. Lon swiftly approached Blonsky once more. Astonished by the changes unfolding before him, Blonsky's skin began to turn a vivid green, his muscles swelling dramatically. Chapter 94. Give me 10 seconds. Even sharp. Formidable fangs protruded from his back, tearing through the hospital bed with a fearsome display. "Oh my, is this the transformation? It is truly terrifying. Yet why does it feel so exhilarating?" Mr. Lon murmured to himself, captivated by Blonsky's metamorphosis. Rather than fear, he felt an unprecedented thrill and anticipation. He yearned for Blonsky to fully transform, believing that only then could he create his most remarkable masterpiece, and only then would Blonsky's blood yield the research he sought. However, Mr. Lon was oblivious to the unprecedented danger that Blonsky's transformation posed to him. With a thunderous roar, Blonsky's body swelled dramatically, and his fist swung powerfully, striking Mr. Lon squarely in the chest. At this moment, Mr. Lon found himself hurled against the wall by an overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground and spitting out blood. His eyes reflected a mixture of excitement and fear, for he had never encountered such a formidable, transformed warrior. The sheer might of this being was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air as the bed beneath him was crushed by Bronsky, who stood up as if impervious to pain and approached Mr. Lon. Mr. Lon, I never anticipated that you would empower me to such an extent. I am immensely grateful, Bronsky exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration. The overwhelming sensation of strength coursing through him was intoxicating. Mr. Lon, observing Bronsky, was taken aback. Oh my, I truly did not expect you to possess such intelligence. This is quite astonishing. Huh, what does wisdom matter? I aspire to be the mightiest warrior. Intelligence is merely a tool I must wield. The sensation of unbridled power is exhilarating. I revel in it. Mr. Lon, truly, thank you. There's no need for such gratitude. Simply allow me to study your blood. And I assure you that I will develop even more powerful warriors in the future. More powerful warriors? Nonsense. One of me is sufficient, Bronsky retorted dismissively. What? You cannot be serious. You just pledged your word to me. Mr. Lin exclaimed, his agitation palpable as he glared at Bronsky, who had evidently reneged on his promise. In a swift motion, Bronsky thrust his foot down before Mr. Lon, causing a violent tremor that startled him. Bronsky laughed maniacally, declaring, in the face of strength, promises are meaningless. You are but a weakling in my eyes, merely an insect. As he guffawed, saliva dripped from his mouth, landing squarely on Mr. Lan's forehead. Intelligence? I seek even more powerful warriors. I crave battle, Bronsky shouted, leaping into the air and bounding onto the street. Unbeknownst to them, Mr. Lon was affected by the corrosive saliva that had landed on him, causing his head to undergo an inexplicable transformation, swelling painfully. As an excruciating headache overwhelmed him, a sensation he would never forget. Yet, all of this was orchestrated by Lin Fei, who, aboard the aircraft, glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, "It seems that events are about to unfold." What events? Banner, seated beside Lin Fei, inquired with a puzzled expression, clearly bewildered by Lin Fei's cryptic statement. At this moment, Lin Fei smiled calmly, saying little more. In truth, only he was aware of how events would ultimately unfold. Bronsky had transformed into a figure of loathing, becoming Banner's most formidable adversary, while Mr. Blue was not entirely without merit. His head, having been tainted by Bronsky's saliva, had undergone extensive corrosion and diffusion. It had been enhanced to an unprecedented degree, with his intelligence skyrocketing, akin to a supercomputer, becoming immensely powerful. Of course, Mr. Blue did not require Lin Fei's destruction. In the end, Mr. Blue reformed, becoming the most powerful strategist under Ross's command. This was a favorable outcome for Lin Fei, who discerned clearly between good and evil. Had Mr. Blue not been a virtuous individual, Lin Fei would not have hesitated to eliminate him without a second thought. Thus, in Lin Fei's mind, there was a clear judgment regarding all that transpired. He would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter like others. Each matter held its own discernment for him, enabling him to distinguish between the virtuous and the malevolent. Meanwhile, Ross, seated at the innermost part of the room, overheard the conversation and, puzzled, inquired, "What are you two discussing?" Hearing Ross's words, Lin Fei chuckled softly before responding, "Nothing of consequence. In 10 seconds, you will receive a most important message." "Oh? What do you mean by that?" Ross, perplexed, struggled to comprehend Lin Fei's statement. Soon, 10 seconds passed, and at that moment, a shocking message crackled through the radio in Ross's ear. "Sir, there's a green giant in the city." "What?" Ross exclaimed in disbelief, swiftly opening the cabin door and shouting at the driver, "Isn't the green giant right here with us? Why is he appearing in the city?" "Sir, I have no idea how this is happening. This is utterly incomprehensible," the driver shouted frantically. Chapter 95. Ross's confession. Listening to their exchange, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He was already aware of this outcome, precisely what he had just mentioned to Ross. Ross quickly processed this information, turning to Lin Fei with incredulity, asking, "What on earth is happening? You must know, don't you?" In response to Ross's inquiry, Lin Fei shrugged and remarked, "I have long proclaimed myself a prophet. I know everything, including the events you have just orchestrated." A terrifying prophet indeed. Ross ceased to pay any heed to Lin Fei, enveloped in solitary contemplation. After a protracted silence, he finally spoke, "Immediately mobilize our soldiers to eliminate that green giant. We shall continue our return journey." "Do not return," Lin Fei interjected. Hearing Ross's orders, he could not refrain from stating, "For you, there will be no opportunities left. That green giant is Blonsky, or rather, his name should be Abomination. Your conventional weaponry will inflict no harm upon him. Thus, returning now is not a favorable outcome for you. It will merely lead to the senseless sacrifice of your warriors." "What?" Ross turned in astonishment to Lin Fei, unable to fathom such words emanating from him. At that moment, the soldiers shouted in unison, "Sir, we cannot contend with him." "What? Cannot contend?" Ross gazed in disbelief, and just then, a live feed displayed the grotesque creature fiercely confronting the soldiers. The The bullets striking him seemed to have no effect whatsoever, as if they were mere trifles. Witnessing such a dire situation, Ross was consumed by regret. He had never anticipated this outcome. Having just dealt with Banner, now another Blonsky emerged. How could Ross accept such a reality? Observing Ross's astonishment, Lin Fei could not suppress a smile and remarked, "This is precisely the super soldier program you desired. How do you find this outcome? Is it not particularly appealing?" "You." Ross stared at Lin Fei, filled with incredulity. He had never envisioned that events would unfold in such a manner. It was beyond his imagination. Banner then spoke up, "Mr. Ross, this is the very result you have long awaited. Are you not satisfied? If you were to take me back and use my blood to transform those soldiers, they too would yield such results. Oh no, this is my finest creation. Why has it led to such circumstances? Why?" He lamented. "This is not what I wish to see. Many wish to avoid this outcome, but alas, this is the consequence of your misguided decisions, Ross. You were wrong. As the saying goes, one misstep leads to another. You have erred from the very beginning." Looking at Lin Fei, Ross's mind was a tempest of thoughts. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Perhaps I truly was mistaken. Yet my intentions were noble. I sought to empower those soldiers, to alter the fates of many. Indeed, you were correct. Your intentions were to achieve this, but you merely chose the wrong path. Some occurrences are not necessarily predetermined. The emergence of genetically modified super soldiers is, in fact, a serendipitous outcome, merely an exception rather than the rule. However, it does not imply that everyone will adapt to such an eventuality. As Banner improves, Blonsky will deteriorate, and this is an inevitable consequence for you. It is precisely one of the outcomes I foresaw." Listening to Lin Fei's words, Ross fell into contemplation, evidently taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. In that moment, he suddenly recalled Lin Fei's true identity. Observing Lin Fei's calm demeanor, Ross found it difficult to believe that he had arrived at such a decision. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Mr. Lin Fei, since you are a prophet, how do you believe we should address this situation?" "Address it? I say, Ross, are you not mistaken? You are the leader, are you not? Do you not find such a decision exceedingly burdensome? Or have you utterly succumbed to the weight of it? You have been wandering down the wrong path from the outset, and your missteps have only deepened, have they not?" Ross gazed at Lin Fei, momentarily at a loss for words. It dawned on him that he may have gravely erred. His once proud initiative to create enhanced beings was now utterly annihilated. He could scarcely believe he had arrived at such a conclusion, a reality that was truly hard to bear. At that moment, Betty approached Ross, asserting, "Father, you were wrong from the very beginning, utterly misguided. You believed that events would unfold according to your designs, yet you must not forget that humans are the most difficult to control, including Blonsky and Banner. The transformation of Banner from uncontrollable to manageable is a positive development, but can you assure me that Blonsky will follow suit? Look at the chaos displayed on the television. The transformed Blonsky is wreaking havoc, intent on destroying the city. Consider the fates of those who now lie motionless on the ground. Have you contemplated these matters?" Upon hearing Betty's words, Ross turned his gaze to the television, where the frenzied Blonsky was indeed causing destruction. A wave of regret surged within Ross. He had never anticipated events would escalate to such a degree. For him, this was a reality he had never imagined, and perhaps he had chosen not to accept it. As he stared at the screen, Ross murmured to himself, "I was wrong. Everything was my mistake. I wonder if it is too late to reconsider." Chapter 96. Enjoying grilled cold noodles, fighting with style. Indeed, it is not too late. Though there are no remedies for regret in this world, for you, Ross, it is not yet too late to reconsider. Let us not forget, we still have Banner. Banner? As Ross listened to Lin Fei's words, he turned his head to Banner in confusion, and after a long moment, he let out a self-deprecating laugh, saying, "How could that be? Banner has already transformed his blood. He can never mutate again. What use is it to me now, even if I were to acquire him? Who said he can't transform anymore?" Lin Fei replied with a confident smile, gazing at Ross. "Tell me, Ross, at this point, do you still need to hold me and Banner in chains?" Upon hearing Lin Fei's remark, Ross's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure. He waved his hand, calling out to his soldiers, "Quickly, unlock the handcuffs for these two." "Yes." Following Ross's command, two soldiers swiftly approached and released the handcuffs from Lin Fei and Banner. At that moment, Lin Fei flexed his sore wrists and looked at Ross with a sense of helplessness, saying, "Ross, I will assist you this time. But I hope you can reconsider your perspective in the future. Not everything will unfold as you anticipate. I hope you can comprehend that." "All right, I understand." For a moment, Ross was at a loss for words when faced with Lin Fei, resembling a chastised child, utterly helpless. Lin Fei, with a wry smile, chose not to dwell on Ross's future development. He pondered instead what direction Ross's path would take. As long as Banner was not harmed and could lead a good life, that would suffice. This was Lin Fei's ultimate goal. Soon, with a wave of his hand, a small card appeared. Looking at Banner, Lin Fei exclaimed, Hey, my friend. How's it going? Are you ready to welcome the new Hulk? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, his name is Abomination. What do you think? Doesn't that name sound incredibly imposing? I can't wait. Banner responded with a cold chuckle. Mr. Lin, I will make him kneel on the ground, begging for mercy. Haha, splendid. I relish your audacity. I will assist you shortly, rest assured. Come, let me prepare some grilled cold noodles for you. After indulging in grilled cold noodles, fighting will be quite a spectacle. As Lin Fei uttered this unexpected slogan, he found himself astonished at his own creativity, marveling at how effortlessly he could conjure such classic lines. Meanwhile, Banner, momentarily taken aback by Lin Fei's words, quickly regained his composure. He said little, yet deep within, he eagerly anticipated the grilled cold noodles, knowing that consuming them would grant him boundless strength upon transformation, a sensation he relished. Observing Ross, who was astonished by Lin Fei's sudden appearance of the small cart, he exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, what on earth is this? Lin Fei, how did you know?" Listening to Ross, Lin Fei offered a resigned smile, refraining from elaborating further. How could one possibly clarify such matters? He swiftly gathered the ingredients for grilled cold noodles and jianbing guozi, diligently preparing them. In total, he crafted 2 servings of grilled cold noodles and 1 jianbing guozi. Lin Fei promptly indulged in one of the servings while conversing with Ross, saying, "Aren't we heading back yet? Do you intend for us to walk all the way back from here?" "Oh, right. I completely forgot about that." Ross quickly realized and shouted to the pilot, "Return immediately. We must go back to the location where Bronsky was." "Yes, sir." The soldiers, upon hearing Ross's command, promptly reacted and maneuvered the aircraft toward Bronsky's location. Time flew by, and within 3 minutes, the plane arrived above Bronsky's position. Initially, Ross intended to land, but Banner interjected, "No need to land. That is unnecessary for me." At that moment, the group opened the rear hatch of the plane, standing on the platform and observing the scene below. There, Bronsky, known as Abomination, was wreaking havoc in the streets, mercilessly demolishing residential buildings with his fists. The surrounding vehicles were crushed and exploded instantaneously, yet the flames posed no threat to Abomination whatsoever. The residents, upon witnessing Bronsky's ferocious form, sought to escape, but found themselves utterly helpless. As for Bronsky, he displayed no fear in the face of the soldiers' gunfire, choosing instead to disregard it entirely. "Oh my God, he is terrifying. He has grown to a level beyond my reach. It is truly formidable," Ross thought, furrowing his brow at the unfolding chaos. In truth, he never anticipated such a scenario. Regret washed over him for allowing Bronsky to undergo transformation. It was a decision he now lamented deeply. Meanwhile, he hoped that Lin Fei could assist him in resolving this predicament, as the thought of the consequences for the ordinary populace troubled him greatly. What he had envisioned as a path to peace had instead spiraled into conflict. Observing Abomination's rampage, Lin Fei turned to Banner with a smile. "So, what do you think, my friend? Any thoughts on Bronsky's current state?" "Indeed, Mr. Lin, I have many thoughts. If I could transform, I would certainly give him a thorough thrashing." "Transform? Absolutely, that is no problem. Are you hungry? Would you like some grilled cold noodles or jianbing guozi?" As I gazed at the 2 portions of grilled cold noodles and pancake rolls handed to me by Lin Fei, I found myself in a state of helplessness. Although I now had the ability to transform at will, the necessity of consuming food was a drawback. My appetite had always been modest, and the thought of indulging in Lin Fei's offerings filled me with a sense of discomfort. Chapter 97. Lin Fei's Colossal Armor Reluctantly. I began to eat. Before long, I had finished the grilled cold noodles. I glanced at Lin Fei, who nodded in acknowledgement. I returned the gesture and promptly stuffed the pancake roll into my mouth. At that moment, Ross appeared somewhat taken aback. "Mr. Lin, what is the purpose of this? Why are you making Banner eat these foods? Consuming grilled cold noodles before a fight is quite a spectacle. And eating pancake rolls? One would fear no adversary. Rest assured, I have no intention of causing harm to Banner. He is merely preparing for his evolution." As Lin Fei's words echoed, I felt my body undergoing a rapid transformation, and my expression contorted with pain. Ross, astonished, observed as my skin turned a vibrant shade of green and my muscles swelled. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! What is happening? This is utterly miraculous. I can confidently say this is the most astonishing spectacle I have ever witnessed. It is truly astounding. Is this truly surprising?" Lin Fei remarked with a wry smile, turning his gaze towards me as I continued my metamorphosis. He urged, "Banner, you must move to the side and prepare for battle. Remaining here could risk the entire aircraft." "Understood, Mr. Lin, I shall comply." I turned to Lin Fei, a confident smile gracing my face. The overwhelming sense of power that accompanied my transformation was exhilarating. I swiftly propelled myself towards the aircraft's entrance, my physique now half transformed. With a powerful leap, the plane trembled beneath me as I descended towards the ground. Everyone hastened to draw closer, clearly witnessing the dramatic changes in my form. In midair, my body expanded to its full size, and at last, the green giant known as Hulk emerged. Oh, this is simply extraordinary. I can assure you. This is the most remarkable event I have ever encountered. Mr. Lin, you truly possess formidable strength. I never anticipated encountering someone of your caliber. Hearing Ross's words, Lin Fei chuckled softly. There are many marvels in this world. While you may consider me a remarkable being, do not be astonished. For I intend to personally partake in the forthcoming battle. What? You also plan to join the fray? In a moment, Ross gazed at Lin Fei with disbelief. Mr. Lin, are you certain you are not jesting? You are not an ordinary individual. How could you possibly confront the likes of Banner? It seems implausible. Upon hearing Ross's words, Lin Fei chuckled nonchalantly. What? Do you doubt my capabilities? I am more than adequate to deal with them. As he spoke, a silver suit of steel armor gradually manifested around him, appearing as if conjured from thin air, enveloping Lin Fei's form. This spectacle left everyone astonished. The soldiers, including Ross, found themselves unable to believe their own eyes, forgetting to breathe, to speak, and to think. Conversely, Betty felt a sense of relief at that moment, for she had witnessed Lin Fei's transformations before and was now somewhat at ease, no longer gripped by fear. Finally, as the metallic armor fully adorned Lin Fei, he approached the cabin door. The energy column beneath him erupted, lifting him into the air. Turning to Ross, Lin Fei lifted his steel mask and smiled. Mr. Ross, some matters are beyond your judgment. My aim today is to make you aware of all that you have done in the past. Your intentions were noble. I understand the outcome you desired, yet your methods were misguided. I hope that in the future, you can find a better way, for perhaps combat is not always the optimal solution. As Lin Fei's words echoed, his body began to enlarge rapidly, the steel armor transforming into an immense giant. Towering at 10 meters high, suspended in the air. All present stared in awe. Ross, too, was taken aback. He never anticipated Lin Fei would possess such formidable power. The sight was nothing short of terrifying. With this armor, Lin Fei could likely overpower any monstrous foe. In his heart, Ross wondered if he had truly erred. But it was too late for regrets. He could only place his hopes on Lin Yunfei and Banner. From a distance, Lin Fei observed the situation with Banner and noted Ross's expression, chuckling softly before announcing, "All right, you may prepare for landing. In 5 minutes, we shall conclude this battle." With that, he retracted the energy propelling him, and gravity swiftly pulled him downward. Meanwhile, Banner had already descended to the ground, engaged in relentless combat with Abomination. The two were locked in a fierce exchange of blows, and Banner was astounded by Blonsky's strength. His power was truly immense. To Banner's astonishment, he discovered that Blonsky possessed his own intellect. He had merely inherited a formidable body and strength, yet his wisdom remained remarkably stable. Just at that moment, Blonsky charged towards him with astonishing swiftness, landing a powerful punch on Banner's body. The speed and strength of Blonsky were overwhelmingly superior. In an instant, Banner was sent soaring, colliding with a nearby vehicle and crushing it under the impact. The intense pain coursed through him, and he was utterly unprepared for Blonsky's sheer ferocity. As Blonsky approached, he regarded Banner with a cold smirk, taunting, "What's the matter? Are you afraid now?" Chapter 98. Inadequate strength. Is this all the power you possess? I never anticipated that you would be such a feeble adversary. I yearn for a challenge, yet here I find myself facing such trash. You are nothing but useless. Roar. Hulk is not trash. Hulk is a force that can defeat you. In a moment of determination, Banner sprang to his feet and struck Blonsky's head with all his might, only to see Blonsky's head turn slightly, as if unfazed. Banner's fist, however, was met with an excruciating pain, a sensation he found unbearable. Turning to face him, Blonsky sneered. "Oh, Banner, your strength is truly pitiful. It's almost a shame. How could you possess such a weak body? It is a disservice to you. Only I am worthy of wielding such immense power." With swift motion, Blonsky delivered a kick to Banner's abdomen, sending him flying into a nearby residential building, crashing through the wall as debris rained down upon him. Yet, this was not the end. Blonsky seized a car and hurled it towards Banner with great force. The vehicle collided with the rubble, resulting in a tremendous explosion, engulfing the area in flames. I never imagined I could be this powerful. The sensation is exhilarating. But why is it that no opponent in this world can provide me with a satisfying challenge? You are all so weak that it defies belief. Banner, cannot you be a little stronger? Can you not offer me the thrill of battle? Blonsky, our quest for strength is not merely to defeat the formidable, but to vanquish our enemies. Our goal is the peace of the world. How are you any different from those monsters? With a resounding crash, Banner burst forth from the rubble, leaping into the air before landing on solid ground. Gazing at Blonsky, a flicker of understanding ignited within him. He finally grasped the truth. Having acquired extraordinary energy and strength, Banner now comprehends a profound truth. Possessing power does not grant one the liberty to act recklessly. Rather, it bestows a responsibility to contribute positively to the world. It is through the exercise of one's abilities that one discovers the essence of existence. At this moment, Blonsky, witnessing Banner's battered form, scoffed, declaring that power is merely a concept. What he craves is combat, relishing the sight of his foes collapsing before him. Oh, is that so? How unfortunate. I believe it is time for you to awaken to reality. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted, prompting Blonsky to glance upward in confusion. There, descending rapidly from the sky, was a colossal figure. In a moment of astonishment, Blonsky leapt back, observing as this being landed precisely where he had stood moments before. It was a suit of silver steel armor, and Blonsky's eyes sparkled with excitement at this exhilarating sight. Before him stood a 10-meter-tall steel giant, with a man in the cockpit above, controlling everything within. The man then shouted, "Blonsky, you seek a worthy adversary, do you? Today, I shall show you what a formidable opponent truly is, one that instills fear." "Oh, so you're Lin Fei? I have reviewed your dossier. I never anticipated you would appear here. What a delightful surprise. Do you truly believe you can provide me with the thrill of battle?" "Of course. Otherwise, what purpose would my presence serve? My aim is to assist Banner in defeating you. Your malevolence has instigated terror within society, and individuals like you have no place in this world. You must face the consequences of your actions." Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Blonsky laughed derisively. "A joke. What right do you have to condemn me? Who do you think you are? Do you believe that your armor can inflict harm upon me? Prepare yourself." With that, Blonsky surged forward, unleashing his full might as he charged at Lin Fei, aiming a punch at the armor's abdomen. At this moment, Banner shouted, "Mr. Lin, be careful. His strength is formidable." "Formidable? And what of it?" Lin Fei responded with a dismissive smile. He harbored no fear of Blonsky's power. After all, his gigantic vehicle was an invincible entity. As anticipated, Blonsky reached Lin Fei, expending all his strength in a strike to the vehicle's midsection. However, a resounding clang echoed, and Lin Fei remained unaffected, while Blonsky was not so fortunate. With swift movements, Blonsky hastily withdrew his fist, struggling to clutch it as an expression of profound agony enveloped his features. "What on earth is this? It is exceedingly hard. My hand. Oh, it hurts so much. Lin Fei, what have you done? How can your body be so unyielding?" Witnessing Blonsky's painful state, Lin Fei could not suppress a sardonic smile. "Are you afraid now? Did you truly believe yourself the most formidable? With such meager abilities, do you dare to contend with me? Are you even on my level? No, this cannot be real. It must be an illusion. I am the strongest. I must have struck the wrong place," Blonsky declared, launching a kick aimed at Lin Fei's knee. Yet, this attempt bore no effect, for Lin Fei remained utterly unmoved, gazing at Blonsky with an audacious demeanor that was nothing short of brazen. "Blonsky, is this truly all you are capable of? Did you not crave a powerful opponent? Now that you face someone far beyond your expectations, have you resorted to cowardice?" "I will not." Chapter 99. The despised obliteration. At this moment, Blonsky, hearing Lin Fei's words, shouted loudly, his expression betraying deep anguish. He never imagined encountering such an entity as Lin Fei, whose presence was utterly terrifying, rendering him devoid of any capacity for resistance. For a fleeting moment, disbelief clouded Blonsky's gaze as he looked at Lin Fei, astonished. "How have you achieved this? How can this be possible?" Lin Fei, amused by Blonsky's incredulity, replied, "Humph. What is so impossible about it? I am inherently stronger, vastly so. Did you think your feeble tricks could suffice against others? Your naivety knows no bounds." Observing Blonsky's current state, Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words. He smiled, relishing the formidable armor adorning his form. He pondered whether possessing such armor would enable him to tackle others with ease in the future. The sheer thought was daunting, leaving even Lin Fei incredulous. Blonsky, visibly shaken and still grappling with the enormity of Lin Fei's strength, stood before him, dwarfed and outmatched. Panic began to take root in Blonsky's heart, for Lin Fei's prowess far exceeded his own, leaving him enveloped in disbelief. At that moment, Banner approached Lin Fei, touching the steel armor in astonishment. "Oh my, Mr. Lin. Is this truly as formidable as it appears? It is utterly astounding. This is beyond comprehension. What is there that defies belief? All right, let us swiftly subdue Blonsky, for we must prepare for the subsequent activities. You must be aware that there are numerous tasks yet to be accomplished." Listening to Lin Fei, Banner nodded in agreement, then turned to Blonsky and said, "Blonsky, it is time for you to surrender, is it not?" "Impossible. How could I ever surrender? I am the mightiest warrior, destined to vanquish you all. Fear is not an option for me." Blonsky bellowed defiantly, utterly unwilling to accept such a fate. The notion of being so subdued sent chills through him. He had once taken pride in his strength, believing it sufficient to overpower Banner. Yet now, the prospect of facing Lin Fei seemed daunting. In a moment of desperation, Blonsky scanned his surroundings and spotted an iron chain nearby. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly approached and wrapped the chain around his arm, with a massive weight attached to one end. He swung it toward Lin Fei, determined to claim victory with this formidable strike, pouring all his strength into the blow. As the heavy iron mass hurtled toward him, Lin Fei recognized the gravity of the situation. Although he was deemed invincible, it did not imply immunity to overwhelming force. He realized that even he could be forced to retreat or fall under such power. Previously, when Bronski had attempted to confront him directly, his strength had been lackluster, easily countered by Lin Fei's formidable vehicle. But now, bolstered by the weighty iron, Bronski's strength had multiplied, necessitating a more strategic response from Lin Fei. As the massive iron object neared, Lin Fei executed a nimble leap, narrowly evading the blow, while Banner had long since vanished from sight. As Lin Fei descended, he observed Bronski preparing to strike again. Realizing the urgency of the moment, Lin Fei knew he had to devise a countermeasure. He noticed Bronski tightly entangling the chain around his injured arm and couldn't help but chuckle. With swift determination, Lin Fei advanced, dodging the iron mass. While the chain struck him without consequence, he grasped the chain firmly, causing the weight to crash to the ground due to gravity. In that instant, Lin Fei exerted his strength, and to Bronski's astonishment, he yanked him forward with a powerful pull. The force of the tug propelled Bronski directly into Lin Fei's presence, leaving him momentarily stunned. Gazing upon Lin Fei's innocent smile, Bronski felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Lin Fei had grown so powerful that he was beyond Bronski's capacity to contend with. He possessed a wisdom and strength far superior, rendering Bronski utterly defenseless. As this realization struck him, Bronski hastily attempted to flee, only to find Lin Fei suddenly standing before him. With a swift motion, Bronski turned his back to Lin Fei. But Lin Fei seized Bronski's arms, his fist tightly gripping Bronski, leaving him unable to move. Turning his gaze towards Banner, Lin Fei remarked, "Hey, buddy. What do you think of this living target? Care to give it a try?" Sure. Banner quickly responded, rushing forward. Observing Bronski, who was momentarily incapable of resistance, Banner unleashed a series of punches to Bronski's abdomen. Bronski was not Lin Fei. He was not invincible, and he could indeed feel pain. As Banner's blows rained upon him, Bronski experienced an unbearable agony, unable to withstand the torment, muffled groans escaping his throat, clearly struggling to endure such suffering. Just then, a helicopter descended rapidly behind them, and out stepped Ross along with Betty and others. They were astonished by the scene unfolding before them, finding it utterly inconceivable. Lin Fei was grasping Bronski's arms tightly. In the midst of this, Banner continued to strike Bronski, creating an unsettling dissonance. Ross, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh my, I never anticipated these two would synergize so powerfully." He had witnessed everything that had transpired. Bronski's attempts to harm Lin Fei with his armored suit had proven futile. Ross was left in awe, questioning what manner of creature Lin Fei truly was, capable of devising such an invention, especially since it had seemingly materialized out of thin air. This further accentuated Lin Fei's formidable nature, instilling a fear in everyone that deterred them from attempting to harm or covet him. With a resounding thud, Banner unleashed his most potent strike, causing Bronski to collapse onto the ground. Writhing in pain and clutching his abdomen, Bronski found it difficult to reconcile the reality he faced. Lin Fei and Banner were terrifyingly powerful, their strength overwhelming, while Lin Fei's hold on him was insurmountable, leaving him utterly defenseless. Lying on the ground, Bronski found himself utterly immobile, devoid of any strength. In his heart, a dark wish flickered. How wonderful it would be to simply perish in this moment. Yet, the reality was stark. Bronski was not destined to meet his end just yet. Meanwhile, Ross and his companions swiftly approached, their eyes darting between the beleaguered warriors and Bronski's disheveled state. With a decisive gesture, Ross commanded, "Everyone, restrain Bronski immediately and transport him to our underground base. Such an individual must be permanently imprisoned, for his existence cannot be tolerated in this world. Inform me only when Banner has shown remorse." Acknowledging Ross's orders, the group sprang into action, hastily searching for chains to bind Bronski securely. He was ensnared thoroughly, rendering any attempt at movement nearly impossible. Once Bronski was subdued, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group as helicopters approached, ready to transport him away. As the commotion unfolded, half an hour slipped by unnoticed. The surrounding chaos of war raged on, with people frantically fleeing. Many, upon catching sight of the unfolding scene, spun around in disbelief, witnessing both Lin Fei and Banner. Gasps of astonishment erupted. "Oh my, another monster has appeared. Now there are two. Everyone run." Lin Fei, hearing the cries, remained silent. Explanations would not suffice. His purpose was clear. He sought to enable Banner to unleash his full potential, and every effort was justified. The next step was to facilitate Banner's transformation. With determination, Lin Fei moved, and in an instant, the massive vehicle vanished. He descended from a height of 10 meters. His physique enhanced to over 8 times that of an ordinary human, landing with a thunderous thud, unperturbed by the impact. With a swift motion, he summoned the small food cart once more. This time, Lin Fei wasted no time. Within half a minute, he had grilled a skewer of lamb, imbued with calming properties, and offered it to Banner. Eat quickly, we must discuss our next steps with Ross and the others afterward. Banner nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the skewer and consuming it eagerly. Moments later, his form began to transform, swiftly reverting to his ordinary size, his familiar visage emerging before the onlookers. Oh my, this is truly astonishing. When have I ever witnessed such a phenomenon? It is utterly unfathomable. At this moment, Ross found himself utterly incredulous at the unfolding events before him. He never imagined that Lin Fei possessed such formidable power. It was truly terrifying. This entire battle was a testament to Lin Fei's prowess. And the defeat of Blonsky was also attributed to him. Ross, however, remained unaware that had the fight continued until the end, Banner would surely have triumphed over Blonsky. Given that he had acquired his own intellect, Lin Fei's intervention merely expedited the confrontation, highlighting the significance of his actions. As he surveyed the surroundings, Lin Fei's mind resonated with the sound of task completion, reminding him to contemplate the next mission. He had also amassed numerous rewards, though they would only be granted upon the commencement of the subsequent task. Consequently, Lin Fei chose to disregard this for the moment, as he still had matters to attend to, deeming it premature to complete the task now. Finally witnessing Banner revert to his original form, Lin Fei smiled, placing an arm around Banner's shoulder as they stepped aside. He then gazed at Ross and Betty ahead, chuckling, "Mr. Ross, may I inquire about your thoughts at this moment? Is there anything you wish to express?" "Indeed, Mr. Lin, you have truly taken me by surprise. I never anticipated such an outcome," Ross replied. "I do have some reflections. I believe I shall refrain from pursuing such research in the future. This has been profoundly alarming. I reflect on how foolish I was to consider using Banner's blood to transform those soldiers. It was an act of sheer folly. Fear not. As long as you come to understand this, that sometimes your perceptions may not align with reality. A few superheroes suffice. One or two is ample," Lin Fei reassured him. "Yes, indeed. Perhaps there is no need for an abundance of superheroes," Ross concurred, swiftly realizing the wisdom in Lin Fei's words. He approached Banner and bowed deeply. "Oh, Banner. I sincerely apologize for my actions. I am truly sorry. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Of course. As long as you allow me to live a normal life and be with Betty, that is sufficient," Banner replied. "Oh dear, you and Betty? Can she really endure such a monstrous figure as you?" Ross's remark momentarily stunned Banner, who took a while to process it. The implication that his colossal physique might be overwhelming for Betty was humorous, yet he couldn't help but think that he hadn't always been in this form. Lin Fei, overhearing Ross's comment, could only shake his head in bemusement. "Rest assured, Mr. Ross, I am currently researching methods to alter physical forms. I am confident that I will discover a solution in due time." "Very well, since that is the case, I shall refrain from saying much more. I sincerely hope that the two of you will achieve a favorable outcome in the future. As for me, I do not intend to concern myself with your affairs any longer. What unfolds for you henceforth is beyond my purview." With that, Ross called out to the warriors, urging them to depart. "Everyone, let us leave this place and prepare to return home." Upon hearing Ross's command, the warriors swiftly reacted, realizing that they had finally concluded this battle and it was time to return home. At that moment, everyone boarded the aircraft, heading towards the underground base. While the uncertainties of the future remained unknown to all, Lin Fei witnessed their departure and soon heard Banner's voice. "Mr. Lin, what should we do now? I find myself somewhat perplexed about the future. I am uncertain of what lies ahead and hope you might illuminate my path." "Illuminate your path? It is quite simple. As I previously mentioned to you." "Oh, Mr. Lin, you are referring to the Avengers, are you not?" Banner immediately recalled Lin Fei's earlier words. The name had taken firm root in his mind. He was aware of the Avengers, yet held little inclination towards it, as everything hinged on Lin Fei's assertions. Listening to Banner, Lin Fei nodded, and Betty, observing this exchange, interjected, "Oh, Mr. Lin, are you truly one of the Avengers? Are all members of the Avengers as formidable as you? What are you thinking? It is improbable that they are all so powerful. The Avengers are merely individuals of capability, some being superheroes. For Banner, the task at hand is to join the Avengers and contribute more to their cause. I believe this should not pose a significant challenge for him, correct?" "Oh, indeed, Mr. Lin. I never anticipated that I would one day become such a being. This is truly marvelous. I find myself unexpectedly looking forward to the day. Is that so? However, do not rush. Shortly, an Avenger will arrive. When that time comes, you may meet him and then decide." As Lin Fei finished speaking, the surrounding crowd suddenly gasped in amazement. Curious, Lin Fei looked up to see a streak of vibrant light swiftly approaching from the sky. As it drew nearer, he discerned its true form: Iron Man, Tony Stark. Iron Man was indeed such a character, ever eager to flaunt his prowess. Lin Fei felt a mix of resignation and amusement. Yet there was little he could do about it. Soon, Iron Man landed before him, his helmet retracting. "Good evening, Mr. Lin. I trust you have found your superhero?" "Indeed. I have, for here he is." As he glanced at the two, Lin Fei chuckled. Shall I introduce you both? No need for that. Listening to Lin Fei's words, Tony chuckled and extended his hand towards Banner, remarking, I am quite familiar with Dr. Banner, such a young scientist in the field of genetics. Though he has been somewhat reclusive in recent years, Dr. Banner, it seems you've been rather idle lately. Banner couldn't help but smile as he reached out to shake Tony's hand, responding with a light-hearted tone, Mr. Stark, your words leave me feeling rather apprehensive. I need not elaborate on the kind of person you are. The youngest entrepreneur and chairman of Stark Industries, which now possesses extraordinary capabilities. Might it be that you are also a member of the Avengers? Oh my, Mr. Stark, you wouldn't happen to have the ability to grow and shrink like Mr. Lin. Would you? Oh, Dr. Banner, you jest. How could I possibly possess Mr. Lin's prowess? Tony replied with a wry smile, turning to Lin Fei. His expression filled with astonishment as he inquired, Mr. Lin, I believe I witnessed everything that just happened. What on earth was that? How did you achieve such might? Why do you possess an Iron Man suit? And why can you transform in size? This is all utterly unbelievable. Well, I won't bother explaining, as it would serve no purpose. This is something you cannot comprehend. It is uniquely mine. Now, enough of the astonishment. By the way, you haven't gone to find Ross yet, have you? Of course. Ross just left, and I plan to seek him out shortly. After completing his daily tasks, he tends to visit a local bar for a drink. If I set off in half an hour, we should arrive simultaneously. Is that so? Then let us have a bite to eat. Upon hearing Lin Fei's suggestion, Tony's expression transformed in an instant, and he exclaimed excitedly, Absolutely. I adore your cooking, Mr. Lin. It's truly delightful. Let us hurry and eat, as I must depart in half an hour. Tony's enthusiasm elicited a helpless smile from Lin Fei. This man truly was a foodie. Glancing at Betty and Banner, who were now nestled together, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. He then clapped his hands, and the invincible food cart appeared. Everyone boarded the cart and soon arrived at the back, where Lin Fei presented several portions of Peking duck, along with pig head meat and Tsingtao beer. The group indulged in a delightful feast. In that moment, Betty turned to Lin Fei and asked, Mr. Lin, is it true that Banner is now free of any issues? Can he leave this place? Shouldn't we aspire to a better life? We simply wish to live in peace. Listening to Betty, Lin Fei smiled, and then said, a tranquil life may only be sustained for a fleeting moment for you, for soon Banner shall become a member of the Avengers, confronting those adversaries. Fear not, these battles are but transient skirmishes. After the fray, Banner will still be by your side. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Betty nodded resolutely, her gaze towards Banner brimming with happiness. One can scarcely imagine a joy greater than that of being with a beloved partner. Time, indeed, flew swiftly, and as the gathering grew lively with feasting, Tony glanced at Lin Fei and chuckled, Oh, Mr. Lin, this is truly delightful. I am utterly enamored with your culinary creations. They are simply exquisite. I do hope to indulge in them again in the future. In response to Tony's words, Lin Fei smiled noncommittally and remarked, There is no need for concern. You shall undoubtedly have more opportunities ahead. He continued, I currently need to assist Banner with certain matters. And once that is accomplished, I shall aid you again, for you will soon face a new foe. What? A new adversary? Tony exclaimed, Oh my. My life feels so vibrant. Yet, I cannot fathom why I am so enamored with all of this. It is simply marvelous. Listening to Lin Fei, Tony's expression turned one of eager anticipation. Setting aside the thought of confronting those enemies for Tony, merely being able to savor more of Lin Fei's dishes was a source of immense happiness. Meanwhile, Lin Fei felt the pressing need to hasten his progress, as he perceived his schedule to be overwhelmingly full. Thus, he resolved to accelerate the pace of his tasks, for only in doing so could he carve out more time for rest, while also contemplating his journey to Qianyun to learn the art of cultivation. Lin Fei's physical prowess was already formidable, and he believed that acquiring more knowledge would be immensely beneficial. Regarding cultivation, he did not aspire to attain immortality. Rather, he yearned for strength that transcended all previous limits, a transformation he eagerly anticipated. After half an hour had passed, with everyone well-fed and content, Tony rose and addressed Lin Fei with a smile, Mr. Lin, I believe it is time for me to seek out Ross, at the very least. I must inform him of Dr. Banner's inclusion in our Avengers. I hope he will see such henceforth. S-H-I-E-L-D. Will likely communicate with him in due course. Yes, go ahead and convey this to him clearly. I trust you will devise an explanation. I shall refrain from elaborating further and will come to find you later, Lin Fei replied. Very well, Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave. Clad in his iron battle suit, Tony swiftly sprang into action, his form vanishing from sight as he ascended into the air, heading directly towards the bar where Ross was located. Observing Lin Fei, then glancing at the now absent Tony, Banner restrained Betty and turned to Lin Fei, saying, Mr. Lin, may we take our leave? I intend to proceed to Mr. Lan's school. Betty and I aspire to become professors there, imparting knowledge to the children. We hope to achieve something meaningful, as this has long been our cherished dream. Listening to Banner's words, Lin Fei shook his head. Hey, buddy. That's not feasible for you at the moment. You cannot go just yet. You will need at least a week before you can do so, during which time you must stay with me. Mr. Lin, I must admit I am somewhat perplexed by your words, Banner replied. Lin Fei chuckled softly before explaining. Do not forget your current condition. While your blood may be calm, any encounter with chaos could trigger a transformation. My role now is to assist you in mastering your emotions and controlling your transformations, which is essential for your future. To control freely? Mr. Lin, your assertion is rather audacious. It seems exceedingly difficult for me. Do you not agree? Indeed, which is precisely why I am here to aid you. Over the next week, I will help you achieve this transformation. Contemplating Lin Fei's words, Banner recognized the truth in them. Although his blood had undergone a change after consuming Lin Fei's explosive delicacy, he knew his body could still transform. This presented a dilemma, for his emotions could still influence his transformations, a precarious situation, as irreversible events could lead to his metamorphosis. Banner pondered whether abstaining from Lin Fei's grilled cold noodles would allow his thoughts to persist during transformation. The possibilities were uncertain. Yet with Lin Fei's formidable combat prowess to support him, Banner found himself in agreement with Lin Fei's proposal, yearning for the change it could bring. Nodding at Lin Fei, he said with a smile, Mr. Lin, I will rely on you for the coming week. Rest assured, I will assist you, Lin Fei responded with a confident grin. For Lin Fei, the challenge of helping Banner gain full control over his emotions posed no insurmountable obstacle. In truth, Lin Fei merely intended to utilize his diverse culinary creations to guide Banner towards this newfound sensation. While the ultimate outcome would be the same, Lin Fei could expedite the process of transformation. Lin Fei was filled with confidence, firmly believing that Banner would execute his plans as envisioned, allowing him to proceed to the next task thereafter. Chapter 103. Tony's distress. Everyone, I wish to understand what you truly desire from me. Are you aware of the gravity of your actions? You have effectively confined me within my own home. My goodness, this is utterly infuriating. I can scarcely accept such a situation. At that moment, Tony stood before Fury, Natasha, and Coulson, his eyes wide with disbelief that these three individuals had conspired to capture him. Reflecting on the timeline, it seemed like several days had passed since Tony had participated in a racing competition where he encountered a certain individual wielding a whip, a man who nearly brought him to his demise. Had it not been for Iron Man's timely intervention, Tony would have been powerless against such a foe. It was a truly harrowing experience. Simultaneously, Tony began to recognize the significance of Iron Man in his life. Yet, he felt a profound sense of helplessness due to a pressing issue, the poisoning from palladium. This was an alarming reality for Tony. The palladium element had become a source of dread for him, as his body had grown increasingly fragile, leaving him often gasping for breath. If the toxicity percentage were to reach 100, it would result in his immediate death due to blood poisoning. Having come to understand the seriousness of this predicament, Tony was reluctant to confront it, as he held on to the belief that he could discover a substitute for palladium. He had been striving toward this goal. Yet despite his extensive efforts, he had achieved no results. The pressure weighed heavily on him, prompting introspection. Just yesterday, Tony had encountered Fury, during which he discovered that his former secretary, Natasha, had become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing this revelation, Tony was incredulous. He even contemplated dismissing her from her position. However, it was clear that Fury had no intention of permitting such an action, denying Tony any opportunity to act on his thoughts. In their conversation, Fury informed Tony that he possessed a serum capable of alleviating the palladium poisoning, albeit only as a temporary relief. For Tony, the urgency to find a new element remained paramount. In a moment of reflection, Tony found himself overwhelmed by a statement that weighed heavily on his mind. The burden was indeed formidable, as he had spent a painstaking 6 months in pursuit of something that closely resembled palladium, yet his efforts had yielded naught. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. Glancing at the box before him, a flicker of curiosity crossed his face as he inquired, "Oh my, what exactly is this? I am eager to discover what you have concealed within." Listening to Tony, Fury chuckled softly and replied, "Tony, do not be astonished. This is an item that shall accompany you into the future. I hope that during this time, you will expedite your research to find a substitute for palladium, as it is of utmost importance to you. In fact, everything hinges upon you. Without your efforts, how could Iron Man possibly find its way into Rhodey's hands?" At Fury's words, Tony's displeasure was palpable. "I must say, Fury, this object has nothing to do with me. Rhodey acquired Iron Man on his own accord. It was not something I intended to give him. Is that so?" Natasha interjected, her voice laced with intrigue. "But I distinctly recall that your residence is fortified with stringent security measures. It would be impossible for anyone to take your belongings without your consent. My heavens, Natasha. I regret allowing you into my space, permitting you to know me so well. It is utterly infuriating." "Infuriating, you say? I do not perceive it that way. However, Mr. Stark, do you not think it is high time for you to delve into this matter? Hey, I must protest, my friends. Your actions feel like coercion. Do you realize how significant a challenge this is for me? It seems utterly impossible. Have you ever considered that? Finding a substitute for palladium is no small feat. After 6 months of searching, I have yet to yield any results. How could I possibly make any breakthroughs in just a few days? At Tony's lament, Fury could not help but smile. That is simply because you lack the necessary motivation. However, I am here to provide you with that impetus. I trust that in the coming days, you will achieve remarkable outcomes. Goodness, fellows, please do not press me further. Do you truly believe this is feasible? Even if you were to endow me with boundless potential and pressure, this remains an insurmountable challenge. Have you contemplated why I must undertake this? Can I not have a semblance of personal freedom? I require freedom to foster my intellect. Listening to Tony's fervent plea, Fury replied with a cold smirk, Tony, do you still desire freedom at this juncture? Contemplate the unfolding circumstances. Roddy has acquired your Iron Man suit and has returned to the upper echelons, where they intend to utilize this technology for research and modification. At that juncture, the Iron Man suit will cease to be your exclusive domain. Is it truly your desire to witness such an outcome? This notion is utterly inconceivable for you. Tony, you ought to be contemplating how to extricate yourself from this predicament. However, you have not fully grasped the profound implications it holds for you. Upon hearing Fury's words, Tony couldn't help but furrow his brow. In truth, he was acutely aware of the situation's development, which was not aligned with his aspirations. Indeed, his friend Roddy had taken possession of the suit, albeit with Tony's consent. After all, every aspect of this endeavor required Tony's endorsement.